Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better life. Know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. That's right. I'll give myself. Only you can make the change. I'll give myself. Shine your head at you. I'll give myself. Shine so bright. From darkness to light. Hey, hey, hey. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
Welcome. This is DJ Genesis, and this is Optimizing Energy. Listen, last night I fell asleep, and honey, you guys got to hear me call the hogs for 2 hours straight. Okay, but I gotta let y'all know. So I'm not listen. This is what I do for a living. I'm not sure if anybody really knows this, but this is what I do for a living. When we have a freeze in Texas, I am at the airport for 3, 4, 5, 6 days during the freeze. I don't get to go home. And I came, straight from doing this, like hours on the tarmac, just spraying down planes. And I had zero sleep, and I did an 8 hour shift with you guys last night after being up for like 3 days straight, sitting in there in the truck, spraying planes down. So that's why I was gone. I finally crashed. I crashed, and it was like done. Okay. So just understand that, please excuse me for falling asleep, y'all. I mean, I had spent like 3 days just in back to back planes, in a truck, sitting here, just waiting on a plane to come and then spraying them down. See, this is what's necessary to do in order for a plane to take off. You have to, if it gets ice on it or whatever, if you don't get all the ice off, the plane will crash. So you have to like first get all the ice off, and then you have to like put the solution on there, kind of like a waxy solution that makes the plane more, aerodynamic. And you have to get all that ice. If you have any ice on that plane, it'll mess up the way that the plane is able to lift up off the ground, and then it'll crash. So that's why I was exhausted. I pretty much, I had been out there for like 3 days straight, 3 or 4 days straight since Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. I came in at 12, and I immediately revved up the show, and I did an 8 hour shift doing the show, and then I just crashed. I've been able to, stay awake that long period, but finally my body said that's enough. Okay, I've had enough, and that's it. That's it. Okay. So, I finally got some rest. I got some sleep, and what's happening now is interesting because as time has gone on, there's more things like, because when you're out there on the tarmac, you don't even know what's happening in the real world. You're just your whole world is just de-icing the plane. I mean, you could like look at things on the internet and everything, but you're more focused on, okay, when's the next one coming through? What's going on or whatever. So you come back into the real world, and all this really crazy stuff is going on. And so even the shooting that happened with the pretties, I didn't even find out about that until after I kind of got home. One day I came home a little bit, did a show. That's when I did the show about the train, and I was just hearing about that, the shooting. So now things are getting real. Come to find out, Greg Bovino, has been removed from his role as Border Patrol Commander. This is some news here. I'm like, wow, I didn't think it would happen. So let's hear what's being said about this, because I did not know this would happen. I didn't think it was possible. Let's
Patrol chief, who's overseen ICE amid a series of fatal shootings in Minneapolis, has been demoted. Quote, Gregory Bovino has been removed from his role as Border Patrol Commander at Large and will return to his former job at El Centro, California, where he is expected to retire soon, according to a DHS official and 2 people with knowledge of the change. And of course, if you're wondering why Bovino is suddenly on the chopping block, the answer might be in this paragraph. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and her close advisor Corey Lewandowski, who were Bovino's biggest backers at DHS, are also at risk of losing their jobs, 2 of the people told me. In other words, if this reporting is correct, someone's head obviously needed to roll given all of the negative attention ICE is getting, and Kristi Noem didn't want it to be hers, so instead, Bovino gets thrown under the bus. Perhaps the most consistent feature of the Trump administration is the collective inability for anyone to ever grasp the fact that at some point, you will be discarded the moment you lose your political usefulness. It looks like that moment has arrived for Greg Bovino. Now, I should note that Kristi Noem doesn't seem to be getting off the hook either. I spoke with the ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, Robert Garcia, about Noem's future. Here's what he had to say about the prospect of impeachment. With Kristi Noem in charge of the Department of Homeland Security, what punishment, what consequences should she shoulder because she's in charge of this agency?
Well, she should be impeached. I mean, look, if Kristi Noem doesn't resign, or removed from office, that impeachment procedure should start immediately. I'm one of the co-authors of the impeachment resolution that's now in front of the Congress. There is no question that she has gone above and beyond the crimes, what she's done to rip up our Constitution, due process for U.S. citizens, the way she's treating people, the way that she and her agents have now, of course, now are killing Americans and people on the streets of our country is not only shameful, every American should be so disturbed by the images they're seeing now. And to have her and others come out and say that everything that the agents are doing is correct, or somehow that we shouldn't believe what we're seeing, obviously we're all of us are outraged by it. And so she must be impeached. And those efforts are underway. And I know that oversight, judiciary, Homeland Security, those 3 committees are going to be very involved in that process.
And of course, if you want to watch the full interview and all other interviews, the best way to do that is to subscribe to this channel. I'm also fast approaching 5 million subscribers. So if you'd like to subscribe now, I would really appreciate it. In other words, Kristi Noem can sacrifice her underlings all she wants, but it doesn't look like the spotlight is being taken off Noem anytime soon. Something that this administration doesn't seem to realize is that the buck stops with the people in charge, and that when they royally fuck up by, I don't know, executing Americans in the streets, the people who lead the government agencies overseeing that action are going to be held responsible. I know that part of the Trump mantra is to never accept even an ounce of blame, but these people are learning a quick lesson in the definition of accountability.
Right. So he has lost his position, and seems like heads are beginning to roll. People, it looks like also prosecution is getting involved. Looks like there's like a whole situation where this is another thing that's going on. There's the prosecutor that is actually getting involved in this whole thing and drops bad news on Greg Bovino. Let's go.
Kidnapping. That is a choice that is made. There are actions and consequences that come from those choices. And then when someone chooses to listen to a politician, a so-called journalist, a community leader that spouted that type of vilification towards law enforcement or anything else, when you choose to listen to that, that is a choice, and there are consequences and actions there also. I think we saw that yesterday.
You're watching The Legal Breakdown, Glenn. That was Greg Bovino, who is in charge of Customs and Border Patrol, basically offering up this idea that if you call federal agents kidnappers or Gestapo, that there will be consequences. So is there any legality to what he's saying here?
No.
So now we're going into this whole freedom of speech issue. By the way, this is my channel. I'm just playing this one because I find his information to be pretty accurate when it comes out of what's happening or whatever. And I actually watch this channel, and that's the reason why I'm playing it for you guys, in case you guys are not aware. It's called the Brian Tyler Cohen show.
Because first of all, they're acting like Gestapo, and they are kidnapping people. Let me say it again. We've seen them kidnap people, including American citizens who They put in a jail cell for a day or two. Then they open the cell door, let them walk out, and they're not charged with anything. Why? Because there was no basis to take them into custody in the first place. When you take somebody into custody, when you detain them with absolutely no lawful basis or authority, you know what we prosecutors call that? Kidnapping, right? Sometimes we call it false imprisonment. So it's insane that a guy like Bovino is doing what he is doing. He and his ICE officers out in the street. We see it with our own eyes. It's being documented by citizens on their cell phones. It looks like they are acting like the Gestapo. It looks like they are kidnapping people. And indeed, based on the reporting, they actually are. But he says, don't you dare use those words to criticize us. You know, it's beyond a First Amendment free speech violation. It is a fantasy land that he's living in. And I mean, the only good news, Brian, is the courts continue to hold strong, and there's no court in the country, I don't care who appointed the federal judge, who would say that that's right. If Bovino says the citizenry can't use certain words to describe them, we're just going to go ahead and let Donald Trump's DOJ charge those people with federal crimes for using those words. That is effing ridiculous.
Well, guess what? He's out now. Bovino's gone. So now there's a new person that is going to be in charge. I'm going to find that information as well. But let's hear the rest of what he had to say about this guy losing his job.
Now, I should note that the administration is pushing back on this reporting. Tricia McLaughlin wrote it on Twitter, quote, Chief Gregory Bovino has not been relieved of his duties. As the press secretary stated from the White House podium, Bovino is a key part of the president's team and a great American. Of course, believing this administration at this point is like believing Trump when he says he aces his cognitive exam, so you can probably take Tricia's denial with a grain of salt. Now, if Bovino is indeed out, that is the correct first step. But I want to be absolutely clear. This is not, in any planet, justice. This person should never be allowed to show his face again.
Wait, hold on. People making fun of me, my little nap I took last night, guys. Listen, I showed y'all earlier. This is what I do. It was a whole ice storm that happened. And so what I do when I'm not here on YouTube, if there's an ice storm, you know what I'm saying? This is what I'm doing. I'm spraying down planes. And you don't leave the airport when there's a ice storm. You're just there. And you might be sitting in that truck for like 12 hours straight. So yes, you know, and I do have sleep apnea, you guys, but I passed out. Normally I would have to like put my thing on, go to bed, put on like a little face mask. But honey, I passed out. I was really burning a candle on two edges. You know what I'm saying? Real hard. So that was the cause, me overdoing it. Me doing this for 12 hours and then coming in and doing a show with no sleep, just no sleep crew. That's what happens. I passed out. I didn't doze off. I just was gone. Okay. And that sleep just hit me. I was out. I woke up, it was 4:00 in the morning. The show was still going. People were making fun of me, saying I sound like Darth Vader, making fun of my little sleep apnea problem. It's hereditary. It runs in my family, guys. Look, we saw the sheep being counted. Hey, normally I would cut it out. This is the second time I did it and fell asleep on the panel. But you know, normally I try to cut that part out where I do that. I just kept it there. Like, you know what? This is what I'm doing. This is honest. Being exhausted. What was happening. But anyways, back to what we were talking. Back to the show. Anyway, but I have to go ahead and say, because he was like, I'm gonna make sure I make fun of her when she come back. So I knew he was gonna come up here and say something. Y'all wrong. Y'all wrong making fun of me falling asleep, y'all. That's crazy. Y'all hilarious. I'm sorry. I know I sound like when I was just gone, y'all. Anyways, let's finish up this thing. Let's go.
In civil society, at a bare minimum, and he should face criminal consequences for the absolute circus that he's ushered in. And frankly, anyone worth his or her salt in government on the Democratic side should not stop until and unless Greg Bovino is held to account for what he's done. I'll note that the statute of limitations is 5 years for most federal crimes here, something to keep in mind. But beyond that, Bovino reportedly being demoted is still a striking move for an administration that never accepts any blame. And yet, the reason here is clear. Trump has taken his strongest issue, immigration, and turned it into one of his worst. He is so draconian, so lawless, so reckless, so depraved that he lost nearly 3/4 of Americans with the way that ICE has comported itself throughout this entire process, to the point where the guy in charge is now reportedly being demoted.
I'm not really surprised that President Trump is sending Tom Homan in, because ICE, DHS, Kristi Noem have been a political disaster. Because just take a look here. I mean, ICE's net approval rating during Trump's term, you go back to term number one, look, it's pretty even at 0 points. You go to June 2025, right? That was when all that stuff was going on in Los Angeles. They dropped down. Look at this, minus 17 points, way in the basement. But then after Minneapolis, it's even lower, minus 27 points on the net approval rating of ICE. Of course, this all being done under Kristi Noem. So, no, what's going on in Minneapolis is not popular at all. What's been going on during this second term under ICE, under the Trump administration, under Kristi Noem, has very much not been popular, and it's only been getting more and more unpopular.
Right. So those people that are coming on this channel like, this is what we voted for, this is what we want, yay, ICE, ICE, baby, all this other crazy stuff. Well, guess what? Your boy is gone. Nah. Hey, goodbye. Okay, so now he's being replaced, but by Tom Homan. Let's hear about that. So. I don't know what's going on with my screen share audio, but let me take this back down and bring it back up. For some reason, lately it's been cutting off my. It's been cutting out, like cutting the audio off of my thing, but it's okay. You know. Here we go. Let's go into who is going to be his replacement, and is he going to be better? I mean, I think that Bovino with his whole posturing, wearing the little Nazi jacket, looking like he's a stormtrooper. I think that the whole optics of that was a bad thing, and then how he's been running things. But let's see if there might be a difference in how this guy Homan is going to do things.
So one person was killed, and now we have a brand new statement from President Trump. He says that he is sending border czar Tom Homan down to Minneapolis. Taking a look here at this, it's the full statement that I do want to read to you. He issued this via Truth Social, and it says, quote, "I am sending Tom Homan to Minnesota tonight. He has not been involved in that area, but knows and likes many of the people there. Tom is tough but fair and will report directly to me. Separately, a major investigation is going on with respect to the massive $20 billion plus welfare fraud that has taken place in Minnesota, and is at least partially responsible for the violent organized protests going on in the streets. Additionally, the DOJ and Congress are looking at, quote, Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, who left Somalia with nothing and is now reportedly worth more than $44 million. Time will tell all. Thank you for your attention to this matter." Transitioning now to a live image that we have over in Minneapolis. In just a moment, I do want to dip into the coverage from our partners at Fox 9, who have been following all of these developments very closely. As you can imagine, it remains their top story on this Monday, along with the severe winter weather. But just an update from over the.
But all right, so since then, it has been heating up over there in Minnesota. Right now, live, it's saying ICE shoots again. City erupts in chaos as protests surge. And what it sounds like to me is that I think that at one point that they were actually looking like at the place where Bovino was at. They purposely went over to that area and started the whole thing. But I guess Bovino might be even gone from that area at this point and being replaced by Homan. Let's go. You know, this is crazy. This is insane. This doesn't even look like America. This really is going on in America, you guys. This is really crazy. I mean, come on. So they said that like 26 people got arrested in this whole thing. You know, it looks like it's getting really heated up. There's like 26 people that got arrested in this whole protest that happened that's going on today. And all this is like live. These people are like covering this live, and it's looking real wild. Look, if you see this imagery, what is this? This is America. And see, you know what? When I brought on Brother Dewaya, when he was talking about, you know, Reverend Whip-Ass, aka Dewaya, he's talking about, hey, listen, these, if you are going against this, you're seen as a mob. You're seen as anti-American. You know, like a terrorist. When all these protesters are looked at in a negative light, and this is look like war. Does not look like war to you? 26 people arrested, one shot. I'm not sure about the shooting, who got shot this time. Seems like there's less emphasis on who got shot this time. It's really crazy.
I have done nothing at all. I have done nothing at all. My name is Matthew James. Obadiah Allen. I'm a United States citizen. If you kill me on the street.
This is crazy, you guys.
You're gonna kill me. That's what you want. You want to kill me. You want to kill me on the street. You're gonna have to fucking kill me.
You can't fight bakers with marching. And them people's crazy. Oh my god.
Around the corner, around the corner. Fuck you.
Can someone lead me? I'm sprayed in the face. Can someone lead me? I'm sprayed in the face. Thank you.
Well, honey, they ain't gonna be no local law enforcement. Ain't no law enforcement. They're gone. They're gone. This isn't about even about illegals anymore. This is a whole different stuff. This is not about where are they? Where do you see illegals getting taken out of this? Where is the illegals? Where are the illegals? These are American people that are protesting. They don't forget all about detaining illegal citizens. Now it's just a war between the protesters and ICE. Ain't no illegal citizen. I don't know. He got his Mexican flag up. I don't really get that. This is not about immigration. Thank you. This is not about immigration. We talked about that last night. Even though if you go like earlier before the first 7 hours of my show, the last 4 of me snoring, you're going to find out that this is not about ICE. We talked about that. This is not about a Democrat versus Republican either. Nope. According to the polls, most of America does not support ICE. That is incorrect. I just showed the polls. Negative 27 points in support. At first, it was negative 17. As time has gone on, June it was negative 17. 2018, the first term, 0 points of contention against ICE. Now, negative 27 points of people approving. So that's not true, you know. I think that people really need to people really need to like see what's going on. And well, that's not CNN. That's not the only. That's the source of that. But I'm saying that what I'm showing you, the action going on down there, that is not even CNN. That's just regular news showing like this look like a war, like a civil, like a what's it called when you have war on the ground? What is that stuff? Like guerrilla warfare. That's what this is looking like. So 26 people arrested, you guys. This is what's going on. This is not CNN, honey. This is News 11 or 14 or whatever, News 18. Come up, Boomin. Come up. Here's here's the link. As we watch this is what's going on the ground right now today. This is live, by the way. This is a live feed of what's happening. This is the news cover. This is really crazy. This is the militarization of the police force. This is the beginning of this. Please, it's sad because this is what is going to be the mainstay like across America. They started it in Minnesota. They're beginning to do it in other cities, and this might be for a while like the what life is like in America, like this chaos in certain areas. And so I don't know if to say get used to it, but this is until they get whatever they're trying to get. The people to comply with this is what's going to happen. So let me get into this real quick story about Americans' identity suddenly in certain places are becoming removed, like disappearing out of the database. Let's go.
By the office of my congressional representative, which is a crazy thing to say out loud. Someone or something in the Trump administration wiped my existence from.
I think about a week ago, I made a video about people that traveled abroad, and when they get to their destination, they were told their passport was flagged missing or stolen, reported missing or stolen. And now there's a lot of videos online about people saying that they have been completely deleted from the database, like they do not exist in the passport database. So now I'm going to show you a few videos of people coming out to share their stories of how they weren't found in their database. It's almost as if they are non-existent, like their whole existence has been wiped out of the US passport database. So now what is going on right now is people are getting deleted from the US passport database. Instead of being flagged as missing or stolen, now it's being deleted from the database.
Let me tell you what's crazy. Some of the biggest news I get that's happening in America that's not being reported come from Africa. It's really interesting. These Africans are scrolling through TikTok and finding these crazy stories, and you'll find you'll be like, well, that's an interesting topic, and it'll be an African covering a story that you don't even hear in the news. So I don't know what's up with that. That's interesting. Like these reporters that are coming out of Africa are finding these stories.
So I'm going to show you the videos right now.
This video is not super fun to make. However, I was encouraged to make it by the office of my congressional representative, which is a crazy thing to say out loud. Someone or something in the Trump administration wiped my existence from the US passport database. Let me explain. On December 19th, 2025, I received a notice at 2:17 in the morning, local time here in Los Angeles, that my access to the Global Entry Traveler Program had been revoked. And the reason for my revocation was that I no longer met the requirements for the Global Entry Program. Now, the requirements are not having been charged with a felony, check, never been charged with a felony, having valid identification and documents, check, I have valid documents. My passport was not expired. And one of the last things on the eligibility list was not under investigation for terrorism. Well, that exact day, Pam Bondi sent a letter to the FBI requesting that pro-trans activists be labeled as domestic terrorists. I'm shaking. So, as many of you guys know, I am a pro-trans activist. I have worked with the ACLU during the US versus Scrimetti case. I have a trans partner. I have a trans sister. I am very blessed to have many trans friends. And I have worked as a healthcare provider, providing gender-affirming care for trans youth. And needless to say, I freaked the fuck out. I did also contact friends of mine who are attorneys and friends of mine who work in the federal government. And I was told there is a chance that this could have just been a clerical error. And so for the sake of my mental health, I just went with that. And they told me to go ahead and apply to renew my passport online and see what happens next. So last week I did just that. And I applied on the US passport website to renew my passport online as it expires this coming year. I was then told that no one with my identity was found anywhere in the US passport system. At this point, I got in contact with my congressional representative and his office, and was told by one of the field staff here in Los Angeles that this specific notice was unusual and that there had been a record of clerical errors where people had been removed from the passport system because their passport was incorrectly marked lost or stolen. That is not what happened to me. And I was told that if that had happened, the error message that I received would have said that. It didn't. It said that no one with my identity was found anywhere in the US passport system. So, with the help of my congressional representative and his office, I am now waiting for an appointment with the US passport office here in Los Angeles to see what's going on, to see if there are any holds on my access to my legal documents that would allow me to travel and leave the country. and why this is happening, because right now no one seems to have a clear reason why.
What are your thoughts on this? Welcome to the thing, Boomin. You there? Hello? Can you hear me? I see you're unmuted. Can you hear me? Okay. Well, when he comes back, we'll get his thoughts. But I think this is interesting. I mean, wow, people's names are getting removed from the database. What?
All right, so crazy fun experience I had today is I was driving and I noticed a cop bang a U-turn hard. Turned her blues on, came flying up behind me. So I parked in a bank parking lot just because it was out of the way and it's Sunday. And so I am sitting there. She walks up. She tells me why she pulled me over. It was because of inspection sticker. Not a big deal, really. Asked for my ID, give her my ID. And then she comes back over after 4 or 5 minutes, and she's like, do you have an ID in any other states? And I was like, yeah, here's the other states I've had IDs in. And so I'm not thinking much of it. I was like, okay, it must be a clerical issue or something. And she ends up coming back a few minutes later, and she's like, okay, can I get your social security number? I was like, that's a first. I've never had them ask for my social security number at any traffic stop ever. So I'm like, okay, here's the social security number. Then like 5 minutes later again, she comes back. She's like, yeah, so I'm not pulling you up in any of our systems, in any state you said you had a license in. She's like, I had to call my sergeant. I was like, okay, well, see how that goes then. So the sergeant ends up coming up. He asked me to step out of the car, but essentially plays back everything. He's like, is this a real license? I was like, yeah, it's a real license.
All right. So welcome to the stage.
Hey, what's going on? How you doing, DJ?
Good.
My thing is eventually they just don't want any pushback internationally from their plans. So if that means suppressing information, even making sure you don't travel and getting other information across, they aren't willing to risk information being brought to those nations that they have a business interest in. So consciousness must be suppressed. That's the whole point. So whether it be through visas, not traveling through a plane, whatever, the whole point is to make sure that nothing gets blocked from what they need to do as far as their goals are concerned.
I think it's interesting that now all of a sudden people are beginning to lose their documentation. And I showed a image on Homeland Security's website that said over 100 million deportees. This is what's going to be America. This is how America's going to look after we deport 100 million people. Only 50 million people are immigrants. So where's the other 100 going to go? Well, when they can delete your name out of a database, and then ICE can come get you and be like, okay, who are you? You know, that is where it gets interesting. And I'm like, okay, that's scary to think that, you get pulled over and now your license doesn't work anymore. You're no longer an American citizen. They can't find you in a database. That's very frightening to me. What do you think about that?
I think it could be an exercise too. If we're talking about information, the new most valuable thing today is going to be data. So when you talk about companies like Palantir, what is it? Google, freaking what's another one? Microsoft, stuff like that. Companies like that. When you talk about them gathering data, stuff like that, that's what's going to be key. And so that's what it more than likely has to do with. It's going to be a new form of a currency And the exercise, what I mean by exercise is, say for instance, they want to create a new currency. This is going to be a form of control. You know, we all know that they want to model their new what is it, monetary society according to the China, right? Which is what does China have? Where is everything they
social
what's that? Yeah, social credit score system. So yeah, I mean, it's probably just the beginning stages of that. What is what it's looking like, and that's one of the ways that they're going to control you.
And it's interesting. It seems to be happening to certain people. Like, okay, if you are a rights activist or certain thing, all of a sudden your name is taken out of a database. You can't travel. And then he's saying his licenses wasn't working. So it's not just only passports. This is also licenses. Let's go.
He's like, this is a real license from that state. I'm like, yeah, it is. He's like, so there's no like security codes or holographics or anything. I was like, I don't know. It's just the ID they give me. And I was like, I even have the motorcycle permit in my wallet still. So it's like, I have that one if you want to see that one. He's like, hold on then. So then they have me stand at the back of the cruiser. The officer originally pulled me over. She stands there with me while the sergeant's doing his thing. And I don't know, like 20 minutes later, he comes back over. He's like, I got it all squared away. You're all set. I was like, no, hold on. You just like basically told me I might be getting arrested, that you guys think I have a fake ID, which is another crime in and of itself. And I was like, basically, you guys told me you have no idea who I am or what I am, yet I gave you my license. What is happening? And then like, you asked for my social security number. That's never happened before. He's like, well, in all honesty, you can thank ICE for this one. I was like, what? He's like, you know, your name. I was like, so because I have a Hispanic last name, I'm flagged in ICE? He's like, well, you're not just flagged, you're kind of removed from everything. So I almost got arrested because of a system with ICE flagging a US born citizen who spent my entire life in this country since the day I was born. 2 generations of my family have been born in the United States, and yet I got flagged. And the kicker is my last name isn't even Mexican, it's Spanish. So I am Hispanic, but the last name that we have is actually a Spaniard last name because my, grandfather had a thing for Mexican women, I guess. And he, so anyways, yeah, now I'm flagged. And he's like, yeah, this might keep happening to you now.
What?
Cool. Very awesome. So my little fun story of the day is I've been profiled, and yeah, good times.
So it's Monday, and I have a story I'd like to share with you that transpired over the weekend that happened with my kids. It's very disturbing. It's worth a like and a share, especially if you know people that are traveling or if you're traveling anywhere out of the country with your United States passport. So both my kids, adult children, 21 and 22, were spending the holiday weekend in San Diego. My son was leaving Thursday. My daughter was leaving Friday. My son on Thursday called me and said that he had an issue at DIA with his ID, saying that I was going to need to overnight his passport because they're telling him that he needs a real ID. I was a little confused with this because I was under the impression my son had a Colorado ID, but he does not. He had a California ID, which was a real ID certified. So no problem, overnight his passport, he gets it, whatever. I, at this time, am preparing for a trip to Southern Colorado. I'm going camping. I'm going to be off grid. My daughter, the 22-year-old, is slated to leave to San Diego on Friday. She gets on, the plane. As far as I'm concerned, with no issues. I'm not getting text messages or calls because I'm, again, off grid. Cell reception is spotty. I'm not getting messages hours later, whatever. So I'm seeing that they're posted every little spotty reception I am in. I can see that she's there. They're having a good time with their friends at the concert, on the boat, blah, blah, blah. Sunday, I'm packing up. I know that my daughter is slated to fly back home. Oh, I forgot to mention this. My daughter lost her ID a few months ago, so she's been rocking out with her passport for identification. So this means that she traveled from Denver to San Diego with her United States passport. Okay, from Denver to San Diego with her passport. Again, I'm unaware that there was any issue because I was out of cell service. I left to Southern Colorado on Thursday. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, pretty much flying dark, okay, without any sort of communication. Let's fast forward to Sunday. I get a message from her saying that they're giving me a hard time again. Don't even know what that means. Again, traveling through the mountains, getting spotty service. I try to call her, text her. My text didn't go through. Call was going straight to voicemail. I'm traveling about 4.5 hours away from Denver. And I check her location. It shows her location still in San Diego. And I know from previous conversation, she said that she was slated to return from San Diego around noon, 12:30. Well, it's around that time, and I check her location still in San Diego, which that could happen, you know, if you're on the plane. It still shows that you're at the place you were when you left. Try calling, nothing. Whatever. So that's that. I'm getting a little worried because, you know, she always replies. 1:30, 2:30, she should have landed at noon. And then I'm thinking, well, maybe I got the time wrong. So calling, still going straight to voicemail, still shows her location in San Diego. I'm just like, what is this problem? What problem again? With you know, I had no idea what the first problem was. So around 2:00, I start getting really worried. I called my son, who's here in Denver, and asked him if he had heard from his sister. He said, yeah, I'm picking her up from Union soon. I'm like, okay, good. You know, she landed. So she comes home and I was like, what, you know, what was the issue? She's like, Mom, she's like, they gave me an issue leaving Denver with my passport. And then in San Diego, they pretty much detained her because they were saying that her passport was invalid. Now, this child has had a passport since she was an infant. Okay. She has flown all over the world with us. And I'm just completely perplexed by what she's telling me. And I'm like, well, what do you mean? She's saying they were saying that my information is invalid, that they couldn't find me in their system. Her passport doesn't expire till 2032. There's stamps in her passport. They literally made her miss her flight, pulled her into another room, questioned her about her information, didn't know what to do. She said the people on Southwest were extremely great, you know, gracious, and tried to accommodate, put her on another flight. But yeah. I mean, what is this? What is this? So today I woke up, I'm very concerned with this. And I'm like, you know, you have to call the passport agency. And we're lucky that we live in Colorado. We have one in Parker, Colorado, one of few in the country where you can go and get your passport same day. We have one of those here. I said, you need to get on the phone with them. You need to go down there. You need to figure out what the hell that issue was at the airport, because God forbid my daughter was stuck in a country and this was happening to her in a country. What would they have done?
Thoughts?
Yes, and thanks for having me up. And please excuse the background noise. I'm on the subway in a bustling city in Latin America. But I will say this: the real ID is a methodology when I say we, I'm talking about the U.S. is using to verify who is a citizen and who's not. My stance is this is very essential to figure out who is a U.S. citizen, who is an illegal alien, so that we can remove all of them from the U.S. immediately. So this is essential.
The only problem is that these are U.S. citizens that their names are being removed from the database. You know, so go ahead, Boomin.
That's not true. It's not essential, and it's not right. This is about control, and it doesn't matter what color you are, just anything. They just want control and power. Like, you're gonna fall for that, sir?
Just so I'm clear, what part isn't right?
Everything that they're doing, it's wrong. It's been wrong. They did it to our ancestors. It's wrong.
You just said it. Since we had to go through it, why would we cry when the people that did it to us are now experiencing the same inconveniences? This is their karma. Let them experience it.
But they're the ones authorizing it and controlling it. So that makes no sense.
I'm going to say it once again, and I want you to at least respond to what I'm saying to you. Since these same Caucasians that subjugated our ancestors, now that they are being subjugated by other whites, why don't we just allow them to experience that karma?
Because this could be us. Anybody could get their name removed from a database.
And that's my point. Let's just stay out the way. Let them get that karma. We can't protect them.
Right, but this is not about them. This is about a person. This could be anybody. It just happened to be these people that are reporting it. This could be a black person. It could be anybody that's an American citizen that has a passport. Their name.
If you're still speaking, I missed what you said, brother.
This goes beyond just the aspect of the human life, though. I mean, we're talking about, okay, where does this technology come from? What are the effects of this technology? You get what I'm saying? So we're talking about all life. And in fact, we could be talking about cosmicide. That's how far this could go. So it's not just something we can just pass through and say, oh, this is for this.
Can I ask you
No.
this, brother? When our ancestors got shot by guns that they had never seen before. That was, in their minds, alien technology, wasn't it? So now that these same whites are being subjected to new, quote, alien technology, why would we cry about it instead of allowing them to experience that karma, brother? That's the point I want. I want you to address that particular point. This is their karma. Why cry for them when they experience that karma?
It's going to happen to everyone. This is it.
Yes.
Happening to them right now. Anybody, listen, if you have a name,
When
they
the
don't know what it
Japanese got hit atomic bombs, to the Japanese that was alien technology, right?
Mexican today, black
Right.
people
So
tomorrow.
why
And these
can't
people that
the
was not even
whites also
that was
be
no,
subjected to this new
can
quote
you hear me?
alien technology?
You're asking a question, but you're not listening. Like I'm trying to explain to you, alien technology. A database is not alien technology. Databases have been existing since the early '90s. And
Take your
What he
time with
means
that,
by
brother.
alien,
Take your
he's
time.
saying alien, he's saying technology that we've never known because the people that came over were not a known species. Like when they saw a white person, they're like, whoa, what is
Exactly,
that?
exactly.
So that's what
You
he's
just said
saying.
it, brother. Brother, take your time with what I just said. When the atom bomb was dropped on the Japanese, that was technology that they were unfamiliar with. When our African ancestors and our Native American ancestors got shot with bullets, that was technology that they were unfamiliar with. Now that whites are being subjected to technology that they are unfamiliar with, why won't we just allow them to accept their karma? We don't have to get in the way and protect the
the
whites.
census is
Let them
not alien
advocate for
tech.
themselves.
I'll put
Listen,
it this.
how long have passports existed? How long have passports existed? What since like the probably the 1900? I don't even know.
Yeah, take your time with that, brother. And this is the point I want to make to
Can you
the
not
Black
hear me?
Americans
Can
and
somebody
mulatto
not hear
Americans.
me talking?
Let
Yeah, I can
these
hear you.
whites experience that
Oh,
karma.
can he not hear me talking? Can you not hear me talking? Pam Mulattoism. Can you hear me? Yes or no? Pam
It's,
Mulatto.
it's probably louder in his environment.
Say it again.
Can you can ask him? Can he hear me talking? I'm talking right. Can he hear me? Boom and
She's
ask.
asking, can you hear her?
He must not be able to hear me. So when I'm talking about these people that are talking about their actual passports, that the database is showing that they not only their passports but their identification, they're getting removed from the database. One person got removed because they had a last name that was Hispanic, even though he said he's Spaniard, that because he had a Hispanic sounding last name, that they were removing everybody that has a Spanish sounding last name or a foreign sounding last name from the database. So that, and then he said that no matter what, if he gets pulled over, this is going to happen because you've been removed from the database as an American citizen. He said he's like a third generation American citizen, right? So, this is not no longer about illegal aliens anymore, immigrants anymore. This is about people that have been generations here, but because their last name sounds a certain way, boom, they get flagged, and ICE removes them out of the database to be flagged, so that whenever they get pulled over, guess what? They're not even in the database as an American citizen. Same thing happening. The lady said that she had a passport, and her passport, because she was a pro-trans activist, again, her name got removed from the database, and she's a white citizen or whatever. So we can just say, okay, well, who gives a fuck? It ain't got nothing to do with us. But I'm saying that all somebody got to do is just remove your name from a database, and then now you are considered like a non-citizen, and you could get put into an ICE facility.
Don't forget this, DJ. They can synchronize the AI to automatically omit you from their database too, and to count or put a flag on your name. So that's another thing.
Facial recognition technology will ruin us. Listen, they already have it in China. So I'm trying to explain is that people might just be like whatever to this, but this is actually something we need to keep an eye on. That's why I wanted to bring it up to have people pay attention to this. This is not normal for you to get pulled over and all of a sudden they can't even find your name in the database of American citizens. Your driver's license no longer counts anymore. Welcome to the channel, The Man in the High Castle.
Welcome, DJ Genesis. Thank you very much. May I add on?
Go ahead.
Previously on Alchemizing Energy, I, the man in the high castle, have spoken about many things to come in the month of January. Americans, are you ready? Have you been entertained yet? Well, let the show begin. If you remember in a television movie from 30 years ago by David Fincher called Seven, Brad Pitt, he was the new rookie, and Morgan Freeman, he was the OG. But there was this library scene where Brad Pitt had asked Morgan Freeman about certain books. And Morgan Freeman had said, there's a data list where people are checking out books at the public library. They're being put on a watch list. This was from 30 years ago, just about. This has been going on. So fast forward to present day, what concerns us most. What's going on with people who get detained and arrested and then released back into the wilderness? Well, Custom Border Patrol that's out there in Minnesota, when they use this technique along with ICE, they're using this app called Mobile Fortify. It's a government app. It's a government app that operates on Palantir operation systems. Follow me? So those who are American and citizens here, yes, you got your picture taken. However, what's the number one rule according to criminals on the OG street code? Never get fingerprints, never get your face taken. So what's going on right now with people who are out there and are suspected anarchists, lawless people who are trying to overthrow the government, supposedly or allegedly, they're going into a database with their pictures, their fingerprints. It's called biometric policing, everybody. And your picture and your information will be stored for at least 15 years in this database. Also, you're going to be under surveillance. That's where the Palantir thing kicks in at all times. And lastly, just like how you're scrolling on social media to look for dates and stuff like that, well, when you are captured and detained and released by Customs and Border Patrol, your family, your associates, your mutual enemies, your mutual friends will all show up in association to track you. This is not fear. Get your asses out the street right now. If you're proud to be American, you're already doing that.
That's all right. Let's go further into it. Let's talk about it. Let's go.
Attention to all American citizens. If you have any trips coming up where you're going to be flying overseas, out of the country, then this is a video you need to pay very.
So there are multiple people online sharing their stories of how they travel.
Do you see how all the Africans are covering this? And I don't see this anywhere on the news. I've been getting a lot of my news stories from people in Africa. My timeline is filled with people, this type of stuff, you know, where it's like you'll see like this, the American talking about something, and then you'll have an African, like from I don't know where they're from, Ghana or where they're from, discussing what's going on in America. So it seems like they're more up to date on stuff going on, like the behind the scenes, than we are.
Out of the country, but when they got to customs over there, Interpol told them that their passport was flagged as stolen or lost, even though they are saying they didn't report their passport for stolen or lost, so they didn't know how that happened. So they weren't allowed to go in said country, so they have to deport them back to the United States. So I'm going to show you these videos right now.
I was deported from Thailand.
Why is it that Africa is reporting this and this is not all over the news? This should be something that's on the news about this.
And it's
Digital
because the American
colonization.
system is failing you.
Huh?
Digital colonization over in Africa is surmounting. They've been, in order to eat, besides in certain places in Africa, they still trade gold for food, all right? But also in certain places in Africa, colonization digitally, playing these cell phone games, play to earn type of cell phone games, these casino games, all the above. They're very hip to this. It's all in correlation.
Kenya is starting that specifically too. They
Maybe
just said that what's that?
Can you recognize, because you're from Africa, right? Can you recognize the accent? Is this like a Kenyan? Because I swear, my entire timeline, I'll click a thing and it'll seem like this is about like something on TikTok, and it'll be an African with their. It's almost like they all have the same
catered to you. It's catered to you. See, there's certain no. There's certain things that I pursue or have pursued in the past. Things that I've even shopped in Walmart. I picked it up. I was like, nah, I'm good. I left it behind. And then a few weeks pass. I see it in the corner of my cell phone saying, go ahead, nearby you, 15 miles away, and it's cheaper. It's certain things that we have already searched in our cookies and our web browser. It's tracking us. It's advertising to us.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact that why is it that you have this? Okay, hundreds of videos of Africans doing the news, like having these channels. I'm not sure if there's a building over there, and they all have the same format. They all are they're well produced. I mean, like they have all the. I mean, it's done a certain way. It looks like they're in their own house doing this. But I'm like, does all these African channels have the same layout where they're got?
I mean, there's some. You ever watch what is that, Wode or something like that on YouTube? I know he's created like certain spaces where they can create content, things like that. They have some stuff like that here in America where they just have like a specific office you can go to, a setup to where you can create the same type of content with different backgrounds, but it's a studio like. So they may have something like that in Africa in certain parts where they're familiar with.
They tend to go towards like I said, the stuff that should be on the news, like these people not getting pulled over, losing their passports, getting stuck in countries because their passport have been revoked, stuck in Thailand, stuck here, stuck there. This should be on the news, but why is it that Africa has the leading story on this? This is
because America suppresses information. That's the whole point.
Correct.
Because they don't want you to be revolutionary toward their system, so they have to.
This is definitely in a studio.
There's a kill switch. There's a kill switch on both ends. However, on analog television, we shouldn't suspect them to be even ahead of us on social media. We're going to get it weeks in advance before they even decide to cover it.
No, I haven't heard nobody talking about this on this particular situation, American passport being flagged. I haven't heard nobody talking about it. And when I saw it, I said, "Oh my God!" And I clicked it. Every time I say, "Oh my God," about a story, it'll be like this. It'll be an African talking about something going on in America.
Where did you get the video from? Like what platform?
From
it's
YouTube.
In her timeline.
Okay, from YouTube. Okay.
About to say, in your news feed, right?
Good luck.
It's always in your news feed, correct?
Yeah.
There's a reason
for algorithm. It's algorithm.
Yeah.
Right, but it's the algorithm. But I'm just saying that it's interesting that there's not Americans having this layout talking about this. I haven't seen one American talking about the subject here and doing this. I'm like, where is the Americans talking about the past? Because even when I searched it up, passports missing, I might think it might be like when I first clicked on this, right? And I saw this. This is what I saw. This right here. See this image right here?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I saw.
And then it automatically switches to her.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm like,
That's to confuse the platform. It's just like if you don't want to get a copyright strike or something like that, they just kind of like pause the video and then play it like 10, 20 seconds later. So she's kind of doing the same thing.
where
But
is
with
the Americans though that are talking about this? Where are the American place that's like, okay, let me gather all the TikTok about like I don't know, they're getting their information off of TikTok, but it's interesting. So I just thought it was something to bring.
Attention to all American citizens. If you have any trips coming up where you're going to be flying overseas, out of the country, then this is a video you need to pay very.
So there are multiple people online sharing their stories of how they travel out of the country, but when they get to customs over there, Interpol told them that their passport was flagged as stolen or lost, even though they're saying they didn't report their passport for stolen or lost, so they didn't know how that happened. So they weren't allowed to go in said country, so they have to deport them back to the United States. So I'm going to show you these videos right now.
I was deported from Thailand, and it's because the American system is failing you in a way that you don't even know about. So on December 28th, me and my girlfriend fly from Miami, Florida to Doha, Qatar to Bangkok, Thailand. And upon arrival, I go into immigration and I'm told that my passport is flagged as lost or stolen by Interpol. So in case you don't know, the only way that it can be marked as lost is if you yourself mark it as lost. You need your social security number, your birth certificate, you need all of your personal information to mark it as lost. I did not do that. So here I am, about as far away from the United States as I could possibly be, with an invalidated passport flagged by Interpol, International Police, to which I did not know about. I'm then told that I am not allowed to enter the country and I'm detained until I am back on United States soil. So I'm getting deported with an invalidated passport that I used to book 6 international flights, and I got on 2 of those international flights with an invalid passport. And I know for sure that it wasn't a mistake, it's actually invalid, because when we got back to the States, customs told me that it was lost, and it was marked lost 1 month after I got the passport. So this means I didn't even have the passport in the mail yet, and it was marked as lost. But I got it, and then 6 months later, I used that invalidated passport to book 6 international flights, and I got on 2 of them. So they had no more information for me, so I contacted the Department of the State, like the department of the government that's responsible for this. And they said they have no idea what I'm talking about. They've never heard of this situation before. And they tell me to go to another department. So I called the National Passport Information Center. And in their system, it's not marked as lost. There's no problem with my passport from the National Passport Information Center. They told me that different departments handle the application of your passport, and there's a completely different department that handles whether or not it's lost or stolen. So hours on the phone later, with the only 2 departments of government that are responsible for this, I have no information as to what happened, except I'm told to send a physical letter through snail mail to a random government PO box, and maybe they'll know what's happening with me. I spoke to the airlines, I spoke to an immigration lawyer, and what I've realized is that getting on a flight obviously does not do a full check of your passport, meaning that the only way I could have possibly known that my falsely flagged passport was flagged was to go through international immigration services in a different country. And they let me get on 24 hours of flights to be as far away from home as I possibly could be to find this out. If you're watching this, I sincerely hope you understand just how freaking dangerous that can actually be. To be totally clear, this was one of the most traumatizing things to happen in my and my girlfriend's lives. We are financially damaged. We are emotionally scarred. It was a horrible experience. However, we're back home. We're safe. But my concern is somebody a lot more vulnerable could go somewhere a lot scarier by themselves, and you would be stuck in a situation that you cannot come back from. So just as another reminder, if your passport is flagged by international police, you are still allowed to get on an international flight. This is not okay. We spoke to the airlines. They said it's not their job to check that. Why? Why is that not checked when getting on an international flight? The responsibility of an airline and our government, to an extent, is to ensure the safety of people getting on a flight. And they're not even doing a full check of your passport when you're getting on a flight. So
I don't know. This is weird. It's like, that's scary to me. I need to go check, make sure my passport ain't been denied or deleted or whatever.
Passport in a non-vlog style video. So I originally did it in the form of a vlog because I thought that this is a hilarious situation. The circumstances are unbelievable. Like, who would this happen to? I thought it was just me. No. So I got tagged this morning on a video where somebody experienced the same thing a week apart in Thailand. And so now I'm not thinking it's so cutesy funny anymore. Now I'm thinking that there must be something going on. And so I'm going to go ahead and explain the different details of my situation. And I'm curious to know if there are a lot of overlaps with people who are experiencing a similar thing right now. My identity, I had my passport card, I had my license, I showed them literally everything I had. My birth certificate, like, I keep that on me. So I end up being able to go through customs, but I need to go to the embassy to get a new passport.
Listen, it seemed to me like everybody need to be, I mean, even when you're just traveling around the United States, have your birth certificate, your social security card, everything. Because your driver's license, I just played a thing earlier. The guy had his driver's license revoked because he had a Mexican or Hispanic last name. So his driver's license was actually revoked or put on like an ICE list because of his last name.
So I am grateful that I'm able to go to the embassy to get this passport. As promised, I go to the embassy first thing Monday morning to deal with the situation, and they're able to tell me that in their system, somebody reported my passport as lost or stolen on an MTA bus back in November. Now, that person was not me. I made it very clear to the person, I don't take the MTA bus. However, I'm also a frequent traveler. Why would I have reported my passport as missing and then decided to go on a trip a month later? It was not adding up. And so she believed my story. I ended up having to swear this entire thing under oath because that is something you do at the embassy. And I was charged $165 and sent on my way with my emergency passport. Although the embassy was great, it was not really an opportunity that I could just prompt them with a whole bunch of questions. I asked them, they said they didn't know. They said that they didn't have access to certain information, but on their system, they could see that it was reported online in November by I'm assuming somebody else because it was not me. I asked if there was a way that the system cross-references information. The woman did not know. And ultimately, I was left unsure if this was just an accident or if this was somebody trying to steal my identity. And so ironically, on my way home, I have my emergency passport, and guess what? I get stopped by the JFK police there. And so I have to explain to them what happened. They look it up in the system. They can confirm that that's what the embassy had documented, and I'm good to go on my way. My first full day back is Friday. I start my day off going through all of the paperwork for what I have to do, because now I need to fill out paperwork for a new passport. I have to pay $60 to expedite it. I have to pay $30 for a passport card, and now I have to pay $12 to ship that all out. So I go ahead and get that done, and then I start unraveling the mystery of who could have possibly reported this and why. So I call the passport agency, and I'm like, hey, this was reported by somebody, not me. So what can we do about this? Who reported it? And they essentially tell me that once the passport leaves their hands, that it's out of their hands, that they're not responsible for that, and they don't have the information that I'm looking for. So at this point, who has the information that I'm looking for? I'm at a loss. I did reach out to my House representative and I called them to confirm. I said, is this even the right tree to be barking up right now? And they said, yes, that they are able to advocate on my behalf. However, it's unlikely that I will get a refund, which is truly nonsense because at this point I'm paying $300 for the state not even confirming that I was me and that somebody was just able to void my passport willy-nilly. The way that the woman explained it at the embassy, it kind of seemed like, oh, it must have just been like a mistype of numbers. But at that point, why are we not cross-referencing the other information that is put into that form? So this morning, now we're going on to essentially week 3 of dealing with the situation. I call the embassy again and I'm like, hey, can you please email me to confirm all of these things happened? Because I had to swear under oath, essentially. I made my statement. It is a legal statement. You have the most information on the circumstance. Like, I need to know who filed that, when did they file it, why did they file it? Like, at this point, the embassy is the group that has the most information. So I emailed them. And I spoke to them this morning asking for me to receive that information. So hopefully I do get sent that information. But at this point, it's a waiting game. I've also had to go through all of the effort of going to protect my identity because I don't know if this was malicious. I don't know if they have all of my information, my name, my birthday, my social. You will be fine.
Been voided. Remember, I made a video and I said, I believe, my theory, I have no proof, but I believe the Iron Curtain goes down after the World Cup. When the World Cup is over, that's when America will show its true face. It can't do that now because it needs all these people to come to America and we need their money. So it's either the World Cup this year or the Olympics next year, but one of the two, the Iron Curtain is coming down. And once it comes down, you will find out that wall in Mexico was never to stop the Mexicans from coming in. It was always to stop Americans from leaving. Don't forget, up to 5 Americans so far, 5 different Americans have gone to Canada to request asylum, only to get arrested by the Canadian police and sent back to America. So if you go to Canada thinking, oh shit, everything is scary, I'm gonna run to Canada. Nope, Canadians will arrest you and send you the fuck back. Y'all don't understand what's going on. This is the time for second passports.
This is incredibly alarming because
what? The Iron Curtain? What the hell are they talking about? What is the Iron Curtain?
He means the Iron Dome. Or the okay, you remember previously on Alchemizing Energy around 2025 though, the man in the high castle spoke about the digital firewalls, and he also referenced Ron Paul, the elder out there in Texas, where he had mentioned during I think it was the 2008 run for president. He had mentioned during the debates that he was opposed to the fence or the wall because he said a wall can work 2 ways, one to keep you locked out and the one to keep you locked in. The man in the high castle is very aware since that time till now. Things have been sophisticated so much on a technological level that this firewall, a digital firewall that encompasses more than just your PC or smart device. It is how we take our smart device, how we use our digital IDs or our driver's license from the DMV to the passport. There's a digital firewall where we may not get clearance into certain things, just like when certain people will apply for, say, for instance, a guard card or a firearm pistol permit. Do you know most of the time it's easier to get the firearm pistol permit than it is to get that guard card? There's a digital firewall that's in place. And yes, there's certain special clearances. So say for instance, if someone's in the mental health field, like they are a patient or been a psychiatric patient, they have a psychiatric profile. Say for instance, if someone takes psychotropic medications, today, these can be the disqualifying and qualifying consequences of being mental health or being under that umbrella today.
Right, but that's like you're talking about something different. He's saying
no, I'm saying that there is a biometric firewall that will not allow certain people to pass through or pass back into.
So you're saying
because of our status, our standings.
Based on the real ID, there are certain U.S. people that they want to keep in the United States and not allow them to leave the United States.
Correct.
Okay, what type of people would they be targeting to say you can't leave?
They have this on the Simpsons.
Please don't take anything
right?
on 100% face value of what I say right now. Just look it up yourselves if you can. But I'm going to give you a scenario. A simple scenario that, say for instance, it was only a year ago or less than a year ago where the Real ID became a universal thing in May of 2025. So it hasn't been a whole year yet. The driver's ID, the regular commercial driver's ID, that is about to be phased out, and also this year. And also, because the real the driver's ID will only get you so far, only on the roads, but you still need a passport and such, or just a real ID, which will cover all the above for you to get on a plane. You can't just use your driver's ID to get on a plane today. You have to have the real ID. They're going to phase out the regular driver's ID indefinitely. And
Right,
also,
we're talking about the passport, being able to leave the country and be able to come back in.
right, if you have a real if you have a real ID, going forward into 2026, you won't just need your passport. You're just going to need your real ID.
Yeah, the travel.
All this stuff's going to be in digital.
America, about like Canada and Mexico, they already had that going on, where you could use your actual life ID to get into Canada or get into Mexico. They already had that. That's been going on for a while now.
Right. But we're talking about now in 2025, 2026. You couldn't just in 2025. You couldn't just take your regular driver's license and go over into Canada and come back. No, those days have been done.
Right after okay, but my question is that what that guy was saying is that there is what they would consider to be an iron curtain about to happen, to where they don't want American citizens, maybe certain American citizens, leaving the country.
Correct, especially if people have been speaking subversive online about this administration.
So he said, go ahead.
That's what I was telling you. I mean, they're going to suppress information. They don't want a revolution because they have business interests in different countries that they want to take over. But something like that, what he's talking about, is similar to an episode on The Simpsons where they created an iron dome to where nobody could get in or out, and they had no electricity. So yeah, but go ahead.
No, and also I will compliment you and kick the ball back to you real quick. There's been tons of TV and films that Americans have not taken serious, or just people in general. Another one, CSI. CSI has told us for countless years what's going to happen with the digitalization and the biometric policing, the fingerprinting, the iris scanners. We're not too far away from well, yeah, we are. Unless if we were in Kamala's country, we would definitely be right now in the Demolition Man era, where you see a bunch of flower boys and police would have no guns, none of that. You know, people would be having VR headsets to have intimacy. But hey, go ahead, bro.
Could you imagine America without so many distractions and just basically books? If we were just so focused, we could basically create our own strategies to battle this foolishness.
Oh, we would be unlimited. We would be unlimited.
And that's the problem. We're so distracted that we can't come together, and it sucks.
You know what I found out when I was something I was watching? It was talking about, okay, I think that we are being bamboozled. Even the fact that we would think that Mark Zuckerberg even started Facebook, whoever the people that started Google are the ones that started Google. That all these social media platforms are really government owned. They just put a person out there to make it seem like it was regular people. If the internet was created by the government, by the military, actually, wouldn't it make sense that that they would put like these people up there to make it seem like that they are the ones that created this? In reality, it's the government, and that, you know, hey, this guy named Mark Zuckerberg had an idea in a college dorm to do this, that, the other, but in reality, it's the military and trying to like get a database of people and to get access to that database. And what it seems like is more and more, we're seeing that this whole database has been created over the years, over time, and this is really military intelligence that we are actually operating in on these social media platforms.
Oh yeah, you look at somebody like Elon Musk. I mean, he's done plenty of CIA contracts, you know, with the government. So that's a perfect example right there. I put nothing past these people, and they speak the opposite of what they actually do.
That's how he eats. I mean, those government contracts. This is for real.
So when we're talking about this, is that so? I'm trying to understand. He's saying that there's going to be some kind of that right now because they're having like the Olympics or something coming to America and like the World Cup or something.
2028.
Right. That right now they're not completely dropping whatever this curtain is. That's going to stop in and out transfer people in and out the country. But
Before you continue, for a second, the whole World Cup. There's a scenario that's about to occur. All right. So I'm pretty sure there's others in your audience who do know, and maybe some who don't. 2026.
You better check it. Make sure it's canceled.
2026 World Cup. Where is it going to be held at? Los Angeles, California. Where? SoFi Stadium. 2027 Super Bowl. Next Super Bowl is also going to be in Los Angeles. Where? SoFi Stadium. 2028 World Olympics, summertime. Los Angeles, California, SoFi Stadium. This year, the Super Bowl, I believe it is in California, but it just has nothing to do with SoFi Stadium. But pay attention to details.
And he's saying, like, listen, what's what he says.
But I believe the Iron Curtain goes down after the World Cup. When the World Cup is over, that's when America will show its true face. It can't do that now because it needs all these people to come to America and we need their money. So it's either the World Cup this year or the Olympics next year, but one of the two, the Iron Curtain is coming down. And once it comes down, you will find out that wall in Mexico was never to stop the Mexicans from coming in. It was always to stop Americans from leaving. Don't forget, up to 5 Americans so far, 5 different Americans have gone to Canada to request asylum only to get arrested by the Canadian police and sent back to America. So if you go to Canada thinking, oh shit, everything is scary, I'm gonna run to Canada. Nope, Canadians will arrest you and send you the fuck back. Y'all don't understand what's going on. This is the time for second passports.
This is incredibly alarming because American Airlines are allowing Americans to leave, not checking their passport's validity. They are then arriving internationally only to be informed while abroad that their passports were marked lost or stolen. And with everything going on with the American government, I wouldn't be surprised if this is something that's just happening right now. This was literally one of my worst fears, which was why I applied for for dual citizenship and why I also got a second passport, because of this exact thing happening. I had a fear that the US would retaliate in some way because of the way they were forming the bills, which was why I kind of was like, looks fishy. And now Americans are actually having experiences with this.
So I think before you travel now, because now, before you just check the date in your passport to make sure it's not expired or it's not about to expire or whatever, or if your passport is not damaged or anything, because you have your passport in your hand, so you're good to go. You just book your flight and you go. But I think because of all these stories coming out now, I feel like before we travel or before you go anywhere, just take the extra step by calling the passport office or whatever it is that you have to call to make sure your passport is good to travel. So that way, when you get to your destination, they don't send you back or tell you your passport is flagged for lost or reported stolen. You know what I mean?
So I guess we're gonna let's listen to them. I think this is the same story they're talking about.
You're like, how the heck does that happen?
Guys, if it's not one thing, it's another.
Americans are discovering that their passports were flagged as stolen, reported stolen while they're abroad. Now, if you're like, how the heck does that happen? I have no idea. So maybe you can let me know, but I'm going to tell you the stories because we've been watching TikTok and people are saying that when they travel to Thailand, when they travel to Rome, it's typically white Americans, not sure why, but it is. It's typically white Americans and they're finding.
Why is it typically white? Why is it mostly white Americans that are being like stopped from coming back into it? What is that about?
What do they have their names tied to? What events have they gone to? You know what I mean? You have to watch what you're doing on social media too. So that's
Right.
why I deleted all my social medias. I'm not signing up for nothing or
Yeah,
going anywhere
That's a
there.
good thing, bro.
she was a trans activist or something. She was a trans activist, and her
It's
passport got revoked. Like, just done.
it's just like me. Many folks, even offline in my everyday acquaintance too, they've asked me, why haven't I got a TikTok yet? And am half superstitious, but the superstition is, and maybe y'all can update me and try to convince me, but I always heard that you can't deactivate your TikTok account on your own manually. And the same thing with Twitter. I don't have that. Yeah, it can be deactivated, but not manually yourself. Is this true?
No, I deleted as soon as what's his name took over TikTok, Larry Ellison. I immediately deleted it that day. So I was able to delete it, thankfully. I don't know how they have it now, but I deleted mine.
Thank you for clearing some things up.
Well, they said the new terms of services are out. The TikTok terms of service, I heard they're crazy too. I actually was watching a video about that.
I ain't want no blue check. I heard about the blue check. That sound
That they
twisted.
get to the airport because they were trying to flee America just in the last week or so. So they are able to get out, but they give their passport to these countries, to Rome, to Thailand, and they tell them your passport is invalid. And so they get deported back to America, and then they ask the State Department, and the State Department says your passport was reported lost or stolen by you 2 months ago.
Guys, look, it really don't make sense, but it seems like something is going on. And you know, we are journeying with us. So we got to keep our folks up
In
to
the
date
know.
because this could hit some people, and I'm pretty sure, like, rub them the wrong way. And I can see some people really, really going, you know.
Right. So bottom line is that and then you have like the whole TikTok thing that's going on, like their whole terms of use service. Let me get into this terms of service. Let's go.
I'm going to answer that question, but obviously, look, you know, we're in like a very aggressive social and political climate. Okay, we're not going to get into all of that, but you know what I'm talking about. So what I would say is that as I'm looking at other people, like, don't panic, it's going to be fine. You know, this is a bunch of stuff that TikTok has been doing anyway, and they're just now putting it in the agreement. I'm like, all right, so I actually did the deep dive. We're going to go in and I'll give you the high level stuff, right, of what you need to know and what has changed. So again, TikTok, US version, okay, you know, and the biggest thing just being like, oh, now everyone's stuff is going to be safe, right? This is why it all happened. We want to make sure that other countries aren't stealing our data. As I'm looking at this, I'm like, oh, so is just the US now stealing the data? I don't know. But anyway, so I opened my phone, and as most of you, everyone saw, right, you got the whole, you need to agree, updated terms of service. And so it gives a little summary. And so it's like the updated corporate entity. There's a new company, right, that owns TikTok US. Okay, fine. There's new types of location information, including geolocation. They're tracking where you are. Okay. And how we use the information, how we collected all this stuff. So what I want to do is walk you through what you need to know, but also what can you do at this point? If you are going to keep using TikTok, if you know, let's say, or, you know, you want to completely get off, you know, and not use it whatsoever, or if you're like most people and you just hit the I agree button, what does that mean? So what that means is that you have agreed to the new contract. By hitting agree, by continuing to use the app, you are in fact already subject to all the things we're about to review. So if you want to drop a crying emoji because this applies to you, go ahead and do that right now. As soon as you upload your videos to TikTok, what you're doing is you're giving a worldwide royalty-free, meaning they're not going to pay you, permanent. You can't take it back, right, to have a license to everything you put on the platform, right? And it's like quite literally, if you put it on, whether you publish it, you know, publicly, privately, everything. So this is really important if you guys like have stuff that you know, maybe are just having in your drafts or whatever, keep this in mind. But the reason this matters is particularly for creatives. If you make music, if you paint, if you are an author, obviously in the promotion of your stuff, you're going to share it in the context of a video. And so thinking through this, I'm like, well, that means you're literally giving a license to use your videos and all the stuff contained therein, including your likeness, including your face. So, when TikTok says it's going to have the right to copy, to remix, to distribute your videos and anything contained in them, you should definitely keep this in mind. As an IP attorney, this is like all that I do is just negotiate and get people paid to use their stuff. So the most amazing part of this, where it says you're giving a royalty-free, you don't get paid. So it's this really incredible thing that's happening. And this was a thought that I had. I'm like, I feel like TikTok is basically at this position. It's such a giant right now that for all of us, it goes, I'm going to announce and make literally everything seen. I'm going to tell you. I'm taking everything from you. I'm going to use it publicly. I'm going to put it in my paid ads and all this stuff. I'm literally going to tell you to your face. And you're still not going to jump off the platform because, you little creator, how are you going to get your stuff seen if you're not on my platform? I totally feel like that's what's happening here. Anyway, so jumping in, we're going to section 3.5. So 3.5, from the terms of service, ownership of content, and grant of licenses. All right, so if you scroll down, first of all, by creating, basically an account and putting your videos, your content onto the platform, you grant to TikTok USDS joint venture, which is the new company name, a license to use your stuff that is, again, this is a language, non-exclusive, irrevocable, royalty-free. Here's the other thing, though. Assignable and sub-licensable. Assignable, sub-licensable means they can give it to someone else. And we just go to war over like those two words in contracts because we're like, I don't want you to be able to give some other company the right to use my videos. Besides the fact that I really don't want you using my face in your paid ads without letting me know, without getting my permission. I definitely don't want you giving that right to someone else. So that is what it says. And that's what you have agreed to. But that's not where it ends. Thing that's been coming out because these companies will just be like, we want to use your stuff to train AI. And so a lot of them are trying to make it more like informed consent. They're not just shoving it in the terms of service and forcing you to agree. They're trying to carve it out because it's such a big deal right now. There's so many lawsuits about AI stuff. But anyway, in here, they just put it in and they go, all your stuff, your music, your paintings, your audiobooks, all your good stuff. It's going to be automatically put into our training for the AI. You can't take it back. And yet again, they're not going to pay you anything. So like I said, good.
So imagine them taking your face and then making an AI video of a commercial with your image, your face on it. This is they're going to be training AI with your TikTok account. This is crazy.
Well, also, let's throw it up in the air, everybody, and pour one up. How about this? And toss one back real quick. How about we meet? What happened? We confronted our AI in real life, just on a camera, and they specifically they convinced all our people who we know that no, we are the AI. AI is supposed to get humanistic. It's supposed to get real humanistic, like even more so. So imagine an AI convincing our people online, our followers, they hijacked it or whatever, and they're even saying, no, you a fake, you a bot, no, you the bot. And we just get denounced and we're exiled from social media.
Not only that, but just when you agree to these terms, you're telling them, hey, you can record my likeness, and guess what? If you want to create AI with that technology, you can. If you want to make a false claim that I was somewhere where I was not and say I did this crime, then guess what? You can, because I agree to those terms. So that's why we have to be very careful with what we're doing by allowing these terms to be accepted on our own.
Yeah, and it could be something legal, whatever. And guess what? You gave a TikTok, because they said they could sell your information to another party. So therefore, not just TikTok creating an account with your image on it, but also they can sell it. They can say, "Oh, look at this! This person that shot somebody," and then they can sell that information to somebody else, irrevocable. They can no takebacks. That's crazy. Wow, that is. And then, so let's go into the privacy of it all.
Update. Let's take a look at that. All right, so this is on page 3. If you scroll down, all right, it says information you provide, okay? May include. So this is all the stuff they're going to be taking a peek at. So, under the applicable laws, this is going to be relevant age threshold. You may disclose content about your racial, ethnic origin, national origin, religious beliefs, mental or physical health diagnosis. Like I just stopped right here. What? Mental or health diagnosis, right? Or physical health, sexual life or sexual orientations, status as transgender or non-binary, citizenship or immigration status, or financial information.
So TikTok could be used to find immigrants. They could like sell this information to ICE. Wow.
Is this true? I heard someone say that, TikTok, in order to be so good with its algorithm, and I know the algorithm's changing for the US and all that stuff, but the reason why it's so sophisticated, it's so good, is because it's like camera and audio turn on. And so it's like watching and listening to you. Is that true? If it is, terrifying. But I just go, if they're like you're giving us, the ability to have access to all this information, how do they get it? Are they just going by the stuff that, again, you're posting and you're commenting and you're whatever, and it just uses its big AI brain to figure it out? Or are they taking additional steps? Like truly, these are the thoughts and concerns that I have. But in the at least solutions, if you're watching this, you're like, what do I do? Okay, so you're going to go into your phone, right? So in the settings, it's settings and privacy, and then security and permissions. And they're at least saying a lot of this stuff is because they innocently just want to advertise to you. So
it's in our Android device.
Into the securities and permissions, you're going to turn off all the things that you can find, right? There's like suggest your account to other accounts, stop the syncing, stop the Facebook friends, but then there's a button for targeted ads. Turn that off. Okay. So I don't know. Are you guys buying it? The framing of this is like, we want to, advertise as great as we can for you. And so with that, we need to know all your personal details. We need to know about your mental health. We need to know about your sexual orientation. We need your financial information so we can advertise to you. Okay. I'm good. I don't need to be advertised to. So I've turned that off. Okay. But at the end of the day, it's just like with TikTok, again, just being one of the biggest platforms out there, I really do go back to that question of them just blatantly putting this out there for everyone to find, not even trying to hide it, and being this aggressive because they're betting you're not going to get off the platform. So then turning to like, well, what about Meta, right? Facebook and Instagram, because they've been a little sensitive when they get pushback from the public about privacy concerns and whatever. They seem to obviously go towards more reasonable language, but some of this is pretty aggressive. So for you TikTok users, what I would say, we're live right now. And so if you got to join live, say, hey, drop a comment. Let's go. But TikTok has already done this, right? The updates happened on January 22, 2026. So what do you do from here? Again, I've seen people even like going into airplane mode, and they go, before you go to try to uninstall this, be in airplane mode because it's going to get you. And, it just, what I've seen is that for a lot of the language that is now in the actual contract, they were doing some of this stuff anyway. And that's what is concerning me about a lot of these companies, is especially with the AI training, they were doing it anyway. And they may have posted about it in like their community guidelines or somewhere, right? They just put it out into the ethernet and no one sees it. But they're like, we gave you guys notice, right? But this is the most aggressive way because now it's in a contract that you have signed and you are bound to. And so the other huge pieces of this, of course, is, they have limitations of liability. So if something bad really does happen, because I don't know, on geolocation stuff, I'm good. Again, I don't need you to know where I am ever. But if something bad happened, then there's a lot of barriers to someone bringing a claim against TikTok. Now, as, again, a lawyer who specifically deals with TikTok, and I fight with them all the time, I can tell you these hurdles that we get through. So they have done this to create this incredible barrier to you guys actually getting a remedy. So anyway, drop your theories in the comments.
Yeah, that's crazy when you think about it. But I want to let me also get back to just the information, passports going crazy, TikTok taking your information. All these are government agencies. I'm sorry, like all this social media is ran by the government. I'm sorry, but I want to get into this new story about detainees rising up in captivity, the ones that are actually behind the bars. Let's go.
ICE facility are now holding a protest following the arrest of 5-year-old child Liam Ramos. Take a look at this video from Eric Lee, an immigration attorney who is in the facility before being kicked out by ICE.
I'm outside of the Dilley facility here in South Texas. There's a demonstration of detainees taking place inside right now. We were all asked to leave. There's a drone flying up ahead right now. It's an extremely bizarre situation. You can hear them shouting.
Wow.
Can you hear that?
That's children.
They're shouting, let us out. Wow. Let us out. There's people in blue shirts. Again, there's drones flying up ahead.
Wow. They're screaming. Here's another angle.
I'm outside. I'm outside. It doesn't say out here.
And then they yell at him because, of course, they're scared of people seeing the horrific conditions in these facilities. Take a look at this message, which is about what happened. It says today,
Could you put it on pause real quick,
major
DJ
action
Genesis?
erupted at the Dilley Family Detention Center.
How far away from you are from Dilley, from South Texas?
3 hours.
Oh, so that is a real location?
Yes.
Okay.
In Dilley, Texas, the same concentration camp where 5-year-old Liam Ramos and his father are being held by this fascist government. Lawyers were kicked out of the concentration camp amidst the chanting of hundreds of detainees shouting, let us out, Libertad, Libertad. According to the detainees, 80% of the facility is currently protesting. That would be approximately 1,500 people. So Liam Ramos, this 5-year-old, is there, and that is stoking the tensions of the detainees who are like, why the hell are you detaining actual literal children that were actually pursuing legal status? Because guys, keep in mind, they say that Liam Ramos's father was an illegal immigrant. In fact, he was a legal asylum seeker going through all of the steps of the legal asylum system. He was not illegal. There is no reason to detain.
See, remember I did the show about the children and about the whole immigrant train, about how the kids were being taken from Ellis Island, New York. You didn't like that show. You said, "Hey, that show is BS. It's a lie. It's not even true."
Exactly.
But right now, you're seeing a bunch of children in an ICE facility screaming. Okay, Dilley, Texas is a real place. It's weird because it's a very small town. And see, what happens is what they'll have these prison towns. The town that everybody probably works at the prison. You know, it'll be a real small town and the whole economy is the prison, you know. So in that place, that the economy is probably that ICE facility in that area, because the population is only like 3,000 as of 2024. Okay.
It was just built, that facility.
I don't know.
Let's look into it.
All right, so Dilley, Texas, known for its agricultural roots in watermelons, peanuts, and cattle, has evolved significantly, becoming known for oil, gas activity, and its role as home to a large South Texas family residential center, migrant detention center. Like I said, there'll be these small towns that they will open up these like prisons in, and then that becomes the economy of the town. Like even though you have hunting, ranching, and all this other stuff, the rodeo and blah 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 blah. Yeah, no. The main economy becomes the prison. Most of the people that probably work there probably work for that prison system.
I mean, it kind of makes sense in what you're definitely what you're saying, especially when there was a law passed, I think a decade ago, where no more brand new prisons could be built. Like I'm talking about Department of Corrections prisons can't be built in certain states because there's more prisons in certain states than there are universities and colleges.
So this particular town existed since the 1890s. So,
but that ICE facility, when was it built? Just the ICE facility.
Let's see.
I'm thinking Obama era. Between Trump and Obama era. Which is not too long ago, either one.
December 2014.
Obama era. It wouldn't make a difference to me.
And,
I just think it's a
2014.
relatively new
So
facility.
the facility officially began operation in 2014 with initial capacity expanding rapidly to 2,400 beds. It was designed as a family detention center to house immigrants, often referred to as a baby jail, due to the detention of young children. And see, that is what I was even talking about with, I said that this is a repeat of what happened in the past. They were called orphanages, and these orphan trains and all this other stuff that was going on. You had the orphanages that were built similarly to a situation like this. That is why I tried to do that show. I don't know why. For some, even with the show I did last night, it became about the Moors and we're Native Americans. I'm like, bro, y'all are all getting off the subject. I'm trying to talk
We're
about
here now, and we're going to raise it up. Everybody hit the like button, share, and subscribe. The past is the past. We're here now. We're
no,
going to cook.
the past is the past, but I'm just saying, like, is that if you guys saw the other show where I talked about the migrants that came from to Ellis Island, and then they had their children that were probably like strewn about. The children were then taken into these orphanages that were looking like this facility, this detention facility, similar. They were on the yard living in these deplorable conditions. And then at some point, that someone came along and said, "Well, we're going to foster these kids out to work the farms." Or is this a repeat? Is this what's going to happen? I don't know. But I'm just saying, if we look at the past as a reference of what happened in the past, I don't think we're too much far off about what's happening right now. You have this facility. These kids don't have any record of probably who their parents are. How do they even know who to connect them to? Like, who is their parents, right? They're illegal, right? So where are they going to go? Who's going to take care of them? How do you link them to their parent? How do you say that this is so and so's child? If this is a legal immigrant's children and they're all in this facility, they all cannot be accounted for. That's what I'm saying.
Again, at the end of the day, those last two past episodes, just the episodes, not time pass, but those two episodes. Okay. Do you believe that those two episodes should have garnered more traction and more views or something?
No. See, it's not about traction and views. What I'm saying is that the subject I was trying to focus on got derailed because everybody wanted to talk about people being American Indians and all this other stuff. And I'm like, bro, I'm trying to really, and I kept repeating myself throughout the entire episode where I was like, no, this is not about who the original people of America are. This is about Ellis Island people. Well, no, they were coming here to replace us. Who gives a fuck? I'm talking about the children in here. Just like I said, just like it's almost like I like predict things before they happen, right? Now you have a whole situation where you have a lawyer that's standing outside of a facility that looks just like what I was talking about with Ellis Island and the whole the beginning of the trains, the orphan trains. Now you have this facility where you see a bunch of children screaming and hollering, "Let us out, free us, let us out." And this is what's happening. Let's go.
Detain him without actually having a deportation order from a judge, which they did not have. So you could see CNN's reporting that this poor little child is in that facility now. And it's crazy because there's actually more children from the same school that Liam Ramos was abducted from currently missing. Take a look.
School officials confirm at least one other student is currently detained in Texas, and they are working to locate two other students who were taken by ICE.
4 children in total from the same school have been abducted by ICE. That's not making us safer. That's making us less safe. No child should go to school and have their friend gone, the seat next to them empty because ICE abducted them. I thought ICE was supposed to be keeping Americans safe, but it appears the real priority is abducting actual children and keeping them for long periods of time in detention facilities. And now we have a video of what happened to Liam Ramos. Take a look. There he is. Wow. All these agents just to arrest a child. Wow.
That is a child.
A 5-year-old child with a little, like a little rabbit hat on.
Wow. Wow.
What is wrong with you? That is a child. That's a child.
And the crazy thing here is, guys, you have to keep in mind, their narrative is that they had to abduct the child because his father ran away, when in fact you saw them taking him away from the door because they used Liam to knock on the door. And the idea was if Liam knocked on the door, the family would open the door, come out to get him, and then they could arrest the family. Well, they didn't open the door because they didn't want to be detained by ICE, but actually he had family inside of the home. And so they said they had to take him because he was alone. He was not, in fact, alone. You used this child as bait to attempt to arrest his parents, to detain his parents. And then whenever that did not work, you just detained him. You kidnapped the poor kid. What the hell? Just leave the kid with his family in the home. If you want to go after his dad, go after his dad. Don't go after the child. This kid did not want to be detained and taken along to this facility with his father. And honestly, his father shouldn't have been detained either because he was following the legal asylum system.
So they went to the school, grabbed him, and then used him as bait to go get the family. Took him to the front door, had him knock on the door. They're outside. Family sees ICE outside. They're like, I don't know what's going on. They don't answer the door. Child gets detained, put into a facility.
Guys, this is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. And this is some new footage that we've gotten of a immigration detention center believed to be at 31 Hopkins Plaza in Baltimore, Maryland, where legal immigrants are not even allowed to bathe for over 10 days. We've heard a lot of accounts from legal immigrants about the horror stories of what's happened to them in weeks and weeks and weeks of their detention with ICE, sometimes months. Legal immigrants have died. And this video just confirms the kind of things that we've already heard. Watch.
Miren cómo nos tienen aquí. Miren con migración cómo nos tienen. Y gente que estamos legales, gente que no estamos legales, gente que está perdiendo su familia, nos están secuestrando, nos tienen en un depósito aquí en Baltimore.
Completely overcrowded.
Nos tienen en la 31 Huskin.
Wow.
Los golpearon a un señor. Ya no aguantamos, nos tienen aquí con más de 10 días sin bañar.
This is horrific. So here's what the person speaking in Spanish is saying. Look at how they have us here. Look at how immigration is treating us. There are people who are legal. There are people who are not legal. There are people who are losing their families. They are kidnapping us. They have us in a warehouse here in Baltimore. They beat us. They beat an older man. We can't take it anymore. They have kept us here for more than 10 days without bathing and enduring hunger. This is unhuman. These are concentration camps that they're keeping these immigrants in. They are putting these people
false.
In no reason. Some of these people didn't do anything wrong in horrific conditions with no due process. That is not American. That is the least American thing you could do. And in fact, we know that a lot of immigrants are dying in these facilities. The number of deaths matched the previous record this year. So it's 32 deaths in ICE facilities this year. The highest it's been since 2004 when the agency was first established. That's horrific. And the agency is holding 68,000 people, over 68,000 people in detention as of mid-December, with 75% of them having no criminal convictions. There goes their narrative. They're targeting criminal illegal aliens, they say. They're keeping us safe from criminals, they say. That's not true. 75% of the people that y'all are detaining have no criminal conviction. Here's the thing. Nobody is against detaining and deporting criminals. Biden did that. Obama did that. Biden was detaining and deporting around the same amount of criminals that Trump is. The real difference in the Trump administration, the thing that explains the increase in deportations under him versus Biden, is the fact that he's detaining and deporting people who are legally here. People that are following the asylum system, which is a legal process. People that are actually just legal immigrants. People who are being detained for speaking out against Israel or speaking out against Trump. Trump labels them anti-American extremists and then detains them for weeks on end and sometimes attempts to deport them. That is the difference. They're detaining construction workers. They're detaining nannies. They're detaining children. This is not making us safer. This is wasting hundreds of billions of our own dollars to make us less safe, to create a police state that is not just being used against immigrants, legal and illegal, but also against Americans. They're using that police state to gun down progressives, liberals, anybody that's part of the opposition. And that's not an accident. People say accidents happen. Renee Good was an accident. No, that's the point. Illegal immigrants, that's the excuse. The point is the police state. That's the goal. And once all of the immigrants are gone, if they deport every single one, that police state's not going away.
Thank you. That's the point I wanted to make. I'm glad he said that. ICE immigration is just the excuse to test out, okay? Just like Vietnam and different wars, right? You'll say, okay, this war was about Vietnam and whatever the hell they were fighting in Vietnam for. Next thing you know, now like Vietnam is the biggest importer of, I think it was rubber that they were trying to get control of with Vietnam. But let people tell it that there was like this war that had to happen in Vietnam. We had all these troops going over there. I mean, getting their behinds handed to them in Vietnam. But the bottom line is that what they're doing is they're testing out their new artillery. They'll start a war. They'll start a situation just to test things out. What they're doing right now is that they're using immigration as a reason to test out their new federal law enforcement. That's what they're doing. They're trying to roll out their federal law enforcement agency that not only detains illegal immigrants, but also American citizens based on whatever, and then deports you. So you can be an American citizen and get deported. If they don't like you, you're a such and such. This is not going to end once immigration is over with. They're not going to say, "Oh, okay, guys, we got all the immigrants. Go home." Why do I know that? I just showed the other day a whole Homeland Security thing that they put on their TikTok, their X account, saying 100 million deportees. This is how America's going to look after 100 million people get deported from America. It's only 51 million immigrants in America. And that's not just only illegal, that's just immigrants, period. So where's the other 50 million people going to come from? It's going to be people, regular American citizens. So we cannot be just so gung-ho about this thing and not face the reality that this is not about ICE. It's not about immigration. It's about the federal law enforcement being rolled out in a very quick way. The reason why they only need 47 days because they want you to get on the ground and get to work. Me as a de-icer, right? You get like about four days of training and immediately you're put into a truck because you know what? The best way to learn is to do it. That's what they're doing.
So, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Do you have like one solution?
Oh, there is no solution. It's going to happen. And
so this is the end? In your opinion, this is just the end?
No, just know that this is going to be the new law enforcement of America. That's why I brought on brother Dwyer yesterday to explain that this is what there's no longer going to be local police. It's going to be federal. Everything they are trying to federalize law enforcement. That's what Brother Dwyer was saying yesterday.
So in Texas, can I ask you a question?
America, as we know it, is not going to be the America that you once knew. All this, like getting pulled over by the police and being able to ask for the sergeant and all this stuff, and I can sue you if you beat me up. No, that's going to end. It's law enforcement is about to be federalized completely across the board. What's the question?
Okay, are you shocked though?
No, I'm creating awareness of the thing because everybody thinks it's about immigration. So they're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take that immigration. It's like, no, this is not about immigration. Immigration is the excuse to like roll out the true thing, which is federalized law enforcement.
So do you have a suggestion for people right now in present time, who haven't made it to this point where you're explaining and others have explained that this is bound to happen? Do you have any suggestions to like maybe how people talk or how they behave?
That's exactly what we talked about yesterday. If you guys get a chance, please watch that video because Brother Dwyer aka Reverend Whoop-Ass, talked about this. Once this happens, as this is going to happen, and maybe I should just let him speak for himself. When this happens, okay, there is no arguing with the police. There is no, because they'll kill you. They don't care. Like there's no due process. It's a federalized police force. It's militarized. There's no such thing as I have rights. There's no rights. You have no rights. So just understand that when you get approached by the police in this type of a situation, when it's federalized, you have no rights. There are no rights. And once you understand that, you won't be out there protesting and doing this, because you understand that you no longer, the Constitution is gone. There's no, you know what the Constitution is the Project 2025. That's your new Constitution. That is the marching order. There is no due process. There is none of that.
I know people are talking about Project 2025 still. However, like I've stated and a few others have stated on other podcasts, people need to more be concerned now with Agenda 2030.
2030, yes.
See, yes, because people aren't even, they should be speaking about this weekly, just a little bit more, because they're not. See, Project 2025 has been fulfilled. Now, Agenda 2030, people don't want to speak on that. You know why? Because they're hypnotized with Trump derangement syndrome.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with Trump. There's nothing to do with Trump. Everybody thinks it's about Trump. Trump is just a character that's there in place to blame it all on. He's the scapegoat for all the bad things that, or whatever you want to say. Oh, I'm mad at Trump. I'm for Trump. Democrats versus Republicans, left versus right. This has nothing to do with any of that. This has to do, like I'm gonna play what Dwyer said. Let me finish this video, and then we're gonna go into the conversation we had yesterday, where Brother Dwyer, Reverend Whoop-Ass, actually talked about exactly what is going on. But first, let's finish this.
Because the real reason why they want a police state is because they're scared of the people. The Republican Party understands this very well. Every time they implement their policies, they get destroyed in the next election. George Bush gets destroyed by Barack Obama. Trump, first term, gets destroyed by Joe Biden. They get destroyed at the midterms, like we saw in 2018, 2 years after Trump was elected in office. It was a huge bloodbath for the Republican Party. Why? Because people don't like their policies. The Republican Party is the party of the oligarchy. It's the party of shafting normal working people, imposing specific morality, and trying to micromanage women's bodies. They have a extremely unpopular agenda. And so what have they learned? They've learned that they cannot keep power if democracy is functional. So what are they trying to do? They're trying to rig elections. They're trying to intimidate the opposition. They're trying to create a police state. So whenever they try to overturn an election again, whenever they throw out the results or they declare fraud for no reason, they have the troops they need to beat down the protesters, to beat down the opposition. ICE is Trump's personal military force. And anybody who doesn't recognize that at this point, I think is frankly blind to what we're observing.
It's not Trump's military force. It is just the military force of the government that wants to. This is not Trump. People think it's Trump. Trump is just a figurehead.
But let's continue.
It has nothing to do with Democrat or Republican. I'm going to say that. People are stupid to think this is about right versus left. This is a bigger picture. Brother Dwyer is going to break down the 250-year anniversary of America when I bring him up. But let me finish this, and then we'll go bring him up.
These are the facilities that they're putting people in. This is a picture of Alligator Alcatraz. Tell me what this looks like. This doesn't look like a humane country. This literally looks like a concentration camp. There's no other way to talk about it. And it's not just detainees that are protesting. It's people in Minneapolis, in Minnesota. I made a video just the other day, got over 100,000 views, of the enormous tens of thousands of people coming out to protest ICE in Minneapolis. But the protests are continuing. They had a general strike. And even today, people are still out on the streets bearing the brittle cold to say they do not accept the policies that this administration is pushing. Watch. Incredible. Minneapolis is giving us the example, the blueprint, and we need to repeat it everywhere. Everywhere ICE attempts to tighten its grip, the American people need to rise up and say, no, you're not welcome here. Because America, we're supposed to be a free country. And also, not only are protesters coming out in the streets, they're coming up with some pretty unique art to display the brutality of ICE. Take a look at this powerful projection that was put onto the ICE facility in Los Angeles.
Join ICE, take my advice. If you're lacking control and authority, come with
ICE shooting down on our democracy, our sisters, our humanity.
minorities.
And it's 100% right. The American people don't want this. The Americans that voted for Trump, they didn't vote for this. We know that this is in fact what they voted for, but it's not what they thought they voted for. And now is the time that we welcome all of our brothers and sisters that voted for the Republican Party. They made a big mistake with open arms in resistance, because here's what we need. We need 65% of this country to say no more. Some people will never change. They will support Trump if he goes and massacres puppies with an assault rifle. They will support ICE no matter how many American citizens they kill. Right? We just saw the government arresting pastors for protesting peacefully, for praying for the release of detainees, and they arrested the pastors. There are some people that would defend the indefensible day after day after day. But the reality is, and this is the good news, there is a massive majority of Americans that actually have a conscience. There's a lot of Republican voters that just don't understand what's going on. They thought they bought a bill of goods with Trump, and it turns out they bought something totally different. People like my mom, specifically my mom, has told me that she does not like what's going on. She thinks what ICE has done is awful. And there's a lot more Republicans that are saying the same thing around this country. Now is the time we hold hand in hand and we say, enough is enough. We're done with the Republican Party. The midterms need to be an absolute bloodbath. And if they're a big enough bloodbath, we can impeach every single one of these sons of bitches and finally have some accountability in our government. Guys, if you agree, make sure to leave a like.
All right. So I want to show, hold on, what was this one? Well, that was just a video I had for ICE revoking passports. But let me go into this. This is the part of the conversation we had yesterday where we had Reverend Whoop-Ass on, and he talked about what was really going on with this state. And he even talks about even the thing that she's saying here, that this is not what you think it is.
And I really am just sort of in a I told you so kind of mood. We told you so kind of mode. So forgive me if it feels a little tongue in cheek, but there's some things that I want to be really clear about. You guys remember a woman by the name of Kamala Devi Harris? Anybody remember Kamala Harris? Remember when Kamala Harris was talking about what Donald Trump was going to try to do if he was allowed to get back into office? Remember when outlets like The Hill and other like Axios and a number of even the progressive websites were saying that she was lying when she said that the military was going to be sent after us and that Donald Trump wanted to come after the enemy from within? Well, oddly enough, I feel like she might have been home to something. Perhaps. I don't know. I mean, let's get this clip where we've got Kamala Harris talking to us about what was going to happen if the people elected Donald Trump again. Let's take a listen.
It's a serious issue. He is saying that he would use the military to go after them. Think about this. And we know who he would target.
Hold on. I put the link in the chat if you want to come up. But here's the thing. You need to show your face, and if you do anything weird, you will be removed and banned from the thing because someone came up here trying to play some rock and roll music on some BS. If you want to come up, be real. We're having a real conversation. You don't have to agree with what I'm saying here. You could be 100% pro-Trump and pro-ICE. Listen, this is an open forum today. Yesterday was not so much open. I just want to make that be known because I did have specific guests. But today's an open forum. If you want to speak your mind about what I'm talking about, the link is in the chat. Let's go.
And we know who he would target because he has attacked them before. Journalists whose stories he doesn't like. Election officials who refuse to cheat by filling extra votes and finding extra votes for him. Judges who insist on following the law instead of bending to his will. This is among the reasons I believe so strongly that a second Trump term would be a huge risk for America and dangerous. Donald Trump is increasingly unstable and unhinged. And he is out for unchecked power. That's what he's looking for. He wants to send the military after American citizens.
Wow. You know, it's this thing about being right and being able to say, I told you so. I know it's petty, but I'm a petty sister. I got a lot of petty in me, and I have petty ancestors. We now know that over the weekend, when we got news of the latest shooting in Minneapolis, and I can't even say it's the latest shooting because I just saw reports earlier today of a woman who was running away from ICE agents. I don't know if she was a part of a community watch group. We just know that she was running away from them, her hands in the air as she's running, and then she ends up falling to the side because they shot non-lethal weapon, and so her hand is damaged. We see her collapse to the ground. They are proactively shooting at people.
I'm sorry. Did you want to say something, Brother Dwyer?
Oh no. Go ahead on.
Oh, okay. I just want. This is
I'm
the
listening.
intro.
I'm gonna step out. Brother Dwight,
all of us.
I appreciate your work.
I'm not going to show you an image
No,
of it
he's
right
not
now.
here.
But if you look up what
We're saying
happened to
last
Alex
night.
Kennedy,
So.
what we now know about this 37-year-old ICU nurse who worked for the VA is that he was somebody who cared for people. We know that he had a weapon on him, which I was pretty sure Americans were down with that. I was pretty sure that the NRA and that the American populace was excited about people being able to carry weapons. Remember when y'all said Barack Obama was going to take your weapons, and then you said Joseph Robinette Biden was going to take your weapons? Surprisingly, it's not that, because after Alex Peretti showed up at this community intervention where they're basically observing, he had a weapon on his side, which he has a permit for. He was observing what was happening. In his hand was a camera. And as he sees another person, a woman being shoved by ICE, she is then being pepper sprayed. He goes over to help her and puts his body between the person pepper spraying her and her. Next thing you know, he is swarmed by officers, beaten within an inch of his life. And I was like, is that a black man that they have on the ground? Because I couldn't understand what was happening. I thought it was a white man. We saw it first, but then they were beating him the way that y'all like to beat on black people. And so I thought, well, this is what is happening here. Next thing we know, we see his weapon being removed from him. And there is now enough footage, enough videos to show that the ICE agents were able to disarm that man. And then they shot 10 shots into his body, killing him. Then what was so crazy is the way the guns rights activists, where were the Second Amendment activists? Where's the NRA? We now know, according to reports like the Washington Post and an article entitled Minnesota Shooting Scrambles America's Gun Debate. The reality is they want to say that we have the right to bear arms, but the only people they want bearing the arms are the white narcissists, the nationalists, the whites who are in alignment with Donald Trump's white narcissistic wet dreams. And
so I just wanted to just stop it right there and really talk about this. We have been talking about the police force and the militarization of police since when people were getting, Trayvon Martin, this, that, the other, right? And now you have, and even on my channel, I constantly say that all this is moving towards is a militarized police force. All this is really moving towards is that they're trying to get you used to seeing people getting, just showing this force, this new force. And it's even getting so crazy. That when they went to investigate this thing, do you know that actual local law enforcement were turned away and not able to investigate what happened? So now ICE, who does not have an investigation arm, can now turn away the people investigating the crime. This is what I'm talking about. This is crazy. And just the other day, I was talking about how they are beginning to also target children. I told y'all that people was I even got some people in the back chat telling me that I need to take the video down. Don't that da 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 da. But listen, there's a video that I had here. It had a young child getting the ice actually was ramming into his little bike. And when he actually went to go say, "Hey, listen, I'm a U.S. citizen. I have my ID in the house," they did not allow him to go into the house and get his ID. They made him go with them, and they said, "We'll figure out who you are later." So that means your child could be outside playing. If you could be a citizen, you could be a documented citizen. But if you look Mexican or you look like you're those people, then guess what? ICE will sort it out later. The person can have an ID, but if they see your child playing outside and he looks like he might be an immigrant, Somalian, Mexican, whatever, guess what? They are going to scoop that child up, take them to the immigration place, and figure out his ID later. So if you have any little teenagers, whatever, make sure they get their little ID so that they can identify themselves on the spot, because they are detaining people left and right, including little young teenagers, children. They could be 13-year-olds, probably don't even have an ID. And you up there looking for your child, calling out your child. Where's your child? Where's my child at? And guess what? He's at the ICE. You think he got kidnapped, but ICE then came and got him. This is the type of stuff that's going on, and people are saying that this is what they wanted. I don't think it's exactly what you want. It's not what you want.
Are you talking about like the 5-year-old who got detained?
Yeah, I'm talking about the 5-year-old and all the other children that have been detained. There's a bunch of.
Okay. So you're talking about the 5-year-old whose father was an illegal immigrant who
Yeah,
left
and
his child. Then they went to go to this mother. The mother didn't want the child. So are you talking about that story?
No. Actually, what happened is that they got the child from school. They used him to knock on the door of the family because they wanted to detain the father. When the child knocked on the door, the parents saw that it was ICE, and then they didn't open the door, and so they took the child. That's the actual story.
Yeah. The reason why. So you're basically saying that illegals open the door for ICE. They ain't have to kick the door in, but they open the door for ICE. Then, I'm just trying to.
No, what happened is
clarify.
that they went, got the child from school, brought the child to the family's house, had him
Why
knock
did
on
they
the
go
door
to the school and get the child?
because the father was illegal. So they were using the child as bait to get the family to come outside of the house. So when the child was knocking at the door and it was ICE agents outside, they didn't open the door. So the ICE agents then took the child to a detention facility.
Yeah. Do you realize every person you have played are progressives? They're far left on the Democratic side. These people have they have shown many times before that they cannot be trusted with their opinion. One thing about it is, if you cannot even tell me what a woman is, why should I trust your opinion? Because that should be a common sense litmus test for that person.
Well, the far right are pedophile too, so they secretly do the little gay stuff.
So hold on. So you're telling me that the Biden administration, which have lost over 500,000 children, who you can say was sold into sex slavery, you're telling me the far right, the far right are pedophiles? Okay, I can't argue with that logic.
I think it's on both sides. I think that what people do is they want to blame it on the left or the right, but both sides are doing the same thing. One side is doing it one way, the other side is doing it another. They're doing the same damn thing in a different way. One person walks to school, the other one carries their lunch. Bottom line is they all do the same thing. I'm saying,
you literally just said the right, though. You literally just said the right, and it's not the right who's obsessed with the sex of children. It's not the right who wants to castrate young children. It's not the right. It's not the right who literally have had over at least every woman who have illegally crossed the border during the Biden administration. The stats are 75% of those women got sexually assaulted. It wasn't the right that was telling them to come. It was the left. But the right gets the blame for all this stuff what the left has been doing. It's crazy. Wild work.
So you're upset at the fact that that the left is actually doing the actual research into what is actually happening with ICE with the children and this. You're saying, oh, you're playing mostly left broadcast. Well, they tend to be the ones that are discussing what's happening with the children. You don't hear the right media.
I call it bull sugar honey iced tea.
So they're lying. You're saying that this is a lie, like that.
Yeah. How much proof do you need that the left has not been honest about a lot of ish? How much proof do you need? Whenever during the Biden administration, whenever they saying that we have an illegal immigration problem, they said don't believe your lying eyes. Whenever all the information was coming out about COVID, they said it was conspiracy, and they actually they actually created a new governmental organization called the Ministry of Disinformation. And what we found out that the difference between the truth, conspiracy, and the truth during the Biden administration was about 6 months to a year.
Say it again. I'm sorry. Say what you just said again.
During the Biden administration, they created a government organization called the Ministry of Disinformation, which was led. I forgot who was the lady. What was the lady's name? But we found out a lot of the stuff that came out during that time, during the Biden administration. The difference between a conspiracy and the truth was about a couple of months to a year.
Okay, so you're saying that now that the right is using the same thing as they are?
No. What I'm saying is that the left is not honest, and I cannot expect the left to be honest about a lot of situations until they actually start telling the truth about their side. They always complaining about January 6th, but that's one day. I give you three. I give you January 6th. Name me 2 other times that you see the right do a rioting and mass protests that led to riots. Can't name it.
Okay. So what does that mean?
So it basically means that if I cannot expect these people to be honest about January 6th, talking about how it was one of the worst days of America, but I cannot expect them to be honest about the Roe v. Wade riots, the Summer of Love, the Antifa riots, the George Floyd riots. That's just 4 off the top of my head right there.
All right, so all right. Let's play this video. Let's see.
Dozens of detained immigrant families raised their voices in protest yesterday behind the walls of a detention facility in Texas. It's the same facility where 5-year-old Liam Ramos and his father were sent after they were taken from Minnesota last week. One protester told the Associated Press in a phone interview, quote, "The message we want to send is for them to treat us with dignity and according to the law. We're immigrants with children, not criminals." Immigration attorney Eric Lee was at this detention center trying to visit his clients when this demonstration erupted. We've reached out to DHS for comment about this protest and allegations that it was sparked because of the treatment of Liam, but they have not yet returned our request for comment. Here are 2 videos taken by Lee outside the facility where you can hear the protests taking place inside.
They're shouting, "Let us out, let us out." There's people in.
You're saying this is fake?
You said
You're
what
saying
now?
these kids. You're saying that these kids screaming, "Let us out! Let us out!" is a fake. It's a fake news.
Blue
It's fake.
shirts. Again, there's
I
drones
don't.
flying up ahead.
Hold on.
I'm outside. I'm outside. It doesn't say out here.
Joining us now is immigration attorney Eric Lee, who you just saw in his video. Eric, can you walk us through what happened yesterday and what you witnessed and heard at this facility?
Sure. I was visiting a family that I represent that includes 2 5-year-olds, a 9-year-old, a 16-year-old, and an 18-year-old who have been detained at Dilley for 8 months. That is a record. You're supposed to let kids out after 20 days. They've been there for 8 months. The conditions they have described are abysmal. They are shocking. And when I was sitting in the waiting room waiting to visit with them, suddenly guards said, "Get out, get out." Their faces looked ashen. I didn't know what was happening. I walked out, and then I heard the children shouting from the parking lot. It sounded like hundreds of them. And again, those are children's voices. So to every American who's watching and watching these demonstrations, watching what this administration is doing, the effective attempt to establish a dictatorship in this country, if the kids who are in detention are risking their lives, then what are you doing to stand up and fight for democracy in this country today?
Eric, do you have a sense of how many of these types of facilities may be in the country? And do we have any sense at all from organizations that may be
I got a
this?
quick question. I got a quick question. So if he's in the waiting room, does he have access to his cell phone?
No, I don't think so.
Because he is a quote unquote what you would quote unquote called journalist, and I'm losing that word loosely.
No, he's a lawyer. He's a lawyer. He's not a journalist. He's a lawyer. He was going.
So if he's a lawyer, right? If he's a lawyer has they have access to their cell phone.
No. Once you go into any prison or facility like that, you don't have. You can't have.
Lawyers have access. Lawyers can have access to their
No,
cell
they
phone.
don't. Hold on. Let me look at it. Because anybody that goes into a facility cannot access their cell phone. I'm sorry. No.
If it's a lawyer, because a lawyer could be taking a recorded statement. If I remember correctly, a lawyer can have access to their cell phone. That is just if I remember correctly now. Another thing. This is journalism. So these kids are.
No. What happened is he went. He went there as a lawyer. Listen. Generally, okay, attorneys are not permitted to bring cell phones or other electronic devices into ICE detention facilities. Policies vary by location, but most security protocols treat such items as prohibited, requiring them to be left in a vehicle or secured storage.
So you tell me he can't bring a recorded device?
He can't bring his laptop, his cell phone, any recording devices are typically banned. They're banned. You can't do it. That's prohibited. No, you can't. They often rely on landlines provided by the facility or arranged through staff to communicate with clients. So there's a wall. So it's not like he's meeting the person face to face.
Okay.
No,
So
listen. Just like you go to prison, and when you meet with someone, there is a window up. The person's on the other side. You talk through the phone to the person, just like in prison. It's the same thing with the ICE facility. You're not the child's not sitting there at a table like back in the back in the day. No, there's an actual wall, a window. The lawyer's on one side, the child's on the other. He picks up his phone, the other person picks up theirs, they talk to each other. That's how it works, just like in prison, or the prison does.
Okay, not a jail. Well, I haven't been in jail in last time I was in jail was 20 years ago. So I'm not in jail.
Well, that's how it is. You don't get to sit at the table like back in the 80s.
My thing is, it really seems like it's like the whole Somali fraud in their investigation, what they did. Do you know what their investigation was? They basically called Somali different Somali daycare centers, asking them, "Are y'all are y'all a scam?" That's their investigation. That's CNN investigation. It
Right,
seems like CNN. Is
this
it
was
CNN
not.
or
No,
MSC?
this was not CNN. This was a lawyer that went to the facility, and as he
I'm talking
left,
about what network is it on?
it's all over the internet. It's viral.
No,
Excuse
I'm
me, it's on
talking about
TikTok.
the network what we're watching right now. What network is it?
I think it's in an MSNBC or whatever. But this is not.
MS. Okay, yeah. You know what? You lost me
No,
at
no, but see, no, this is
yes
not about.
now.
No, listen, you're talking about the fact that it's on. All they're doing is reporting what already was viral on the internet on social media. What he did as a lawyer is he went into the thing to like meet his client, and then he posted the video on the internet, which went viral. And then all that
So,
I'm saying
are
is
you
a
talking about that
remove.
video we just watched? That
Yes,
video
it
we
was
just watched.
the video we just watched of the kids screaming was posted viral on TikTok.
Yeah, I call Cap. I'm sorry. I don't believe these. I don't believe these actors that have proven multiple times that they're full of it.
So you don't believe that this person was outside of facility?
I do not. I believe he was outside a facility.
So
I
what did he
probably. Hey,
add?
I
Add
don't
pictures?
believe.
To
I
every
don't
American
believe
who's
that the
watching and
kids
watching
were
these
in danger
demonstrations,
the way
watching
he's
what
probably
this
saying that it
administration
is.
is.
I believe that it ain't people who voted for Trump that's pissed off. No, it is pissed off Democrats and it's pissed off far left that are mad.
Man, that's crazy, bro. You can hear
because of the fact that the video you just played before, another progressive talking about these people in Minnesota. I just left Minnesota. It is mixed. It is mixed signal. There's mixed feelings about the situation. But usually, the people who I have asked up in Minnesota who wants ICE gone, who's been pissed off, they all fit the same. They all fit the same criteria. They seem like they're progressives with the
this is not
beautiful,
even in
colorful
Minnesota.
hair
This is
and the nose
Texas.
rings and shit.
No, these people are in Texas. These are not even Minnesota. This is in Texas. The
I was
kids.
talking. I was
Shouting, let
just
us
talking
out.
about the
Let
video
us
you
out.
played before this.
Do you hear this? Is it? What do you think this is of?
Blue shirts. Again, there's drones flying up ahead.
I'm outside. I'm outside. It doesn't say out here.
Joining us now is immigration attorney Eric Lee, who you just saw in his video. Eric, can you walk us through what happened yesterday and what you witnessed and heard at this facility?
Sure. I was visiting a family that I represent that includes two 5-year-olds, a 9-year-old, a 16-year-old, and an 18-year-old. Who
So
have
he's
been
an
detained
attorney.
at Dilley for 8 months. That is a record.
Yeah,
You're
he
supposed to
attorney.
let kids out
He can still
after
be full
20
of it.
days. They've been there for 8 months. The conditions they have described are
Did you hear any of
abysmal.
his
They are
children yelled out
shocking.
"Adula"?
And when I was sitting in the waiting room waiting to visit with them, suddenly guards said, "Get out, get out." Their faces looked ashen. I didn't know what was happening. I walked out, and then I heard the children shouting from the parking lot. It sounded like hundreds of them. And again, those are children's voices. So to every American who's watching and watching these demonstrations, watching what this administration is doing, the effective attempt to establish a dictatorship in this country, if the kids who are in detention are risking their lives, then what are you doing to stand up and fight for democracy in this country today?
Eric, do you have a sense of how many of these types, do you have any sense at all from organizations that may be tracking this, the number of children currently in ICE custody that are being held? I mean, you talked about, kids there being held for 8 months. That's got to be shocking to everyone who hears that. But do we have any visibility whatsoever into who's actually being held and how many of these facilities are in existence around the country?
Well, this is the facility that the Obama administration established to detain children, specifically for that purpose. The Trump administration, of course,
And may I
pulled it
please
up in his
comment
first
on
term.
this?
The Biden administration kept it open for 3 years. There are, as I have heard, at least 1,900 people detained at Dilley. I don't know how many children there are in other facilities. I can't speak to that. But I think that there is something quite chilling about the fact that over the last 25 years, there's been a bipartisan effort to establish a network of what are effectively internment camps, sometimes in residential neighborhoods, in suburbs of almost every American city in this country.
Eric, have you been able to get in touch with either the clients that you were there to visit or any other clients that you may have in this facility about what happened and whether there has been any retribution or punishment for those who participated in this protest?
I'm still waiting to hear as to whether there has been retribution for this. We obviously hope that there hasn't, and we are prepared to litigate that First Amendment issue if the Trump administration decides to go that route. What my clients, and their name is El Gamal, there's 5 of them, 5 kids. They've been in there for 8 months. An immigration judge just denied them bond in part because, quote, they lack property and assets. You're not supposed to be detained in this country for months and months and months as a 5-year-old because you lack property and assets. The family, by the way, yesterday was separated. That was before this protest took place, but they took the 18-year-old Habiba Soliman, an aspiring doctor, and brought her to a part of the facility where she no longer has access to her family. That was in retribution for her speaking out publicly last week to the media. But we will certainly hope to keep people updated as to whether there's any retribution against these children who stood up courageously to oppose the abysmal treatment that they're receiving in Dilley.
All right, so let's talk about it.
Yes, and thanks for having me back up. I'll try to make this comment brief as possible. In addition to the Caucasian police, you have Latino, African, Asian, Caribbean, etc. officers that are complicit in mass incarcerating our Black American children. So now that the Latino, African, Caribbean, and other immigrants, the children of those immigrants are being mass incarcerated, this is their karma. All I can do is acknowledge it, no matter how I feel about it. Even if I think it's wrong, this is their karma. You can never outrun karma. So my advice to Black Americans and mulatto Americans, let these other races that conspire to oppress us, let them experience their karma. We should have no sympathy for them, as collectively they have had no sympathy for us. Respectfully.
All right, Linda, you've been up here for a second. What do you want to say?
I'm wondering what happened to all the Black folk that didn't like white folk at all when they was talking about Obama on both sides of the doggone political spectrum, Democrat and Republican. What happened to them Black people? They so in love with white folks and illegal immigrants and stuff now, and not even talking about 100% of the Blacks that are deleted in urban America, 85% of the deleters are Black.
Exactly.
I would think that Black people will be enjoying all this white on white crime and, having a good time. That's just me though. I've been called weird.
No, I agree with you.
They don't care because it doesn't fit the narrative, brother.
I already know that. Okay, I already know that. I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah.
I'm being funny and serious at the same time.
No, I get you. It's like golly, what was that movie? The Dark Knight, when the Joker is just like, it's not part of the plan.
Exactly.
See, when everything goes away from the plans, everybody loses their minds.
Yeah, it's really hilarious. I just sit there and watch, and
Well, it's like for me,
It's the
it's
chickens
like
coming home to roost. That's what it
it's
is.
like colorism for me. It's like the reason, like majority of the police brutality victims, they're gonna be darker. They're gonna be dark skinned. When was the last time you seen a light skinned brother? When last time you see it? We all know light skinned brothers get their asses whooped by the police, same as dark skinned brothers get their ass whooped by the police. But when was the last time you seen like these news networks like CNN, MS? Oh, it's BS Now. That's what they call it. MS Now. When was the last time you actually seen they put a brother who got their ass beat by the police that was light skinned? You will never see it. They will try. It won't get no traction because he ain't dark enough.
Yeah, and then also, I don't recall ever seeing them do any coverage of the 4 black Memphis police officers that beat the black guy to his grave while he was on his way home from work.
The only news organization I have actually watched on a consistent basis that actually have talked about the black women who were raped and unalived by the illegal immigrants. I'm just be real. It has been News Nation and Fox News. CNN don't really talk about it. MSNBC don't talk about it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
I
really,
mean,
doesn't fit
the
their
illegal
narrative.
aliens are putting their own children in these positions because these same exact illegal aliens, they can go home on their own. They're choosing not to.
yeah, I mean, they're a bigger fish to fry. Like, why is there such a large percentage of black students nationwide that can't read above an 8th grade level?
Good point.
Or only 9%. I think it was 9% of black boys can read at grade level in all
Good
black
point.
nations.
And one thing
9%.
and one thing that we have to make note of, these same liberals that are crying about quote illegal aliens, kids in cages, these same liberals support abortion, killing black babies. They have no
Oh,
sympathy for the black American babies, but they pretend, or they actually do have sympathy for the illegal aliens' kids, as if their kids are more valuable than ours.
oh, and
No,
hold on, let me tap on that. While this is fresh, this hot off the presses. Now, if you were to Google what is the demographic of the Inglewood neighborhood in Chicago and the Roseland neighborhood in Chicago, the Wild Wild Hunnets, they're black. There's a Planned Parenthood in each one.
Exactly.
Then Google what are the white neighborhoods in Chicago. And when you find one on the north side, look for a Planned Parenthood that coincides with that address, and you will not find one.
You will find what is it for fertility clinics actually.
Exactly.
Exactly.
And so when
They don't have hitman shops. They don't have hitman shops in the white areas in Chicago. No.
Or it's like how when Brandon Johnson, the reason why Brandon Johnson started coming out as pro-black is because the money dried up.
Exactly.
He gave all of the money to the illegal immigrants. Even I quote a black folks in Chicago at one of the most recent what is it town hall meetings. Yeah, town hall meetings before the election. I quote, "We are being replaced by these illegal immigrants." Or I give you another one, black folks. In places like California, about 500,000, they're having a problem with jury duty because of the fact is, 500,000 people who were selected for jury duty have been turned down because of citizenship problems.
Honey,
So
black people don't even do jury duty. What black people don't even go show up for jury. What are we talking about? Like we do.
you said
Like,
what?
Say again.
black people don't even, half of them don't even show up for jury.
Okay, which wait a minute, what nationality?
Can I
I
finish
missed
real
it.
quick?
Black people do not show up for jury duty.
Well, here's my thing. Here's my thing.
Really?
That doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter because of the fact that that is my privilege because of birth. I was born here. My parents were born here. My grandparents were born here. So the problem I have is the only way you can sign up for jury duty is you register to vote. But the Democrats have said, oh, illegal immigrants ain't voting in our elections, but California had to turn away 500,000 because of the fact of citizenship statuses. Very
And you have
interesting.
you have buku blacks that don't even get requested to go on jury duty because what? They don't vote.
So I want to bring this conversation back to what I was really discussing. Now I did, like, when I brought up the whole thing about the kids and everything like this, I was really discussing the fact that this whole thing with ICE is not just about the immigrants. We are so focused, hell bent about immigration, when all this is the American government unleashing a new militarized police force that are run by the federal government, that has no oversight, local policing oversight, all the things that the local police you could be able to do when you get pulled over by the police, honey. When that is over with, that time is done. You could say, hey, can I get your sergeant? All that bullshit is out the window. You guys think that this is about immigration. Only reason what they're just testing it based on immigration, but the whole objective of this is not about immigration. It's about unleashing a new law enforcement onto the American people. Let's go. So before I go any further, I have a special guest here who really wants to break this whole thing down. Brother Dariah, aka Reverend Whoop-Ass, what are your thoughts on this whole situation?
I don't have no thoughts on it. I have facts.
Go ahead.
On this situation. I have no thoughts on it because I know that people that look like me and you don't know anything about America and how America is run. I know you don't understand the federal government. The federal government rules America. Donald Trump, any president, not just Trump. Trump happened to be the president. He wasn't elected. He was appointed by the federal government. Now, the next question you ask yourself, who is the federal government? You don't vote on the federal government, and nobody look like me and you know who the federal government is. If the federal government tell you to shut your churches down and don't go to it, you obey it. If the federal government say interest rate go up and go down, you obey who the federal government is saying. Am I correct?
Pretty much.
Okay, so ICE works for the federal government. ICE is what they call federal regulators. They going back to what it was, the Constitution that was wrote by 72 Masons in 1776. And Lodge number 1, you're going back to that Constitution where the federal is going to take over everything in the United States and run it up under federal laws, not state laws, not constitution laws. If you get in the federal, if ICE stop you, first of all, you got no business protesting. They want you to do that. You ain't got no business interfering with the federal government or what they say they're gonna do. If you do that, you got 2 chances. Either you're gonna get killed or beat half to death. This is what's going to happen to you right here while you looking at it. With all this protest and stuff, you playing right into their hands. See, because you messing with the federal government and you don't understand who the federal government is. You cannot, when a policeman stop you, or the federal government, I stop you, you don't have any rights. You got one right. You know what that right is?
What, freedom of speech? Just whether you say something or not?
No, you got one right, the right to remain silent. Let me explain what silent is. That means don't open your mouth, because the minute that you open your mouth with that hot Democrat mouth you got, then you send yourself up to get beat down or killed. And ain't nothing gonna be done to them, because you ain't got but one right. And that's the right to do what the federal government tells you to do. And that's to remain silent if his agents stop you. And all of these Democrats, young Democrats, they got you with this hot mouth, and you out there talking trash, and you ain't got now gun, he gonna kill you. I'm telling you just like it is, not like it was. He gonna kill you. How I know this is I'm retired federal military. The president is the commander in chief for all the military, and he's also the chair spokesman for the Council of Foreign Relations. This country is ruled by three groups: the Council of Foreign Relations, Trilateral, and the Bilderbergs. The Bilderbergs is the Mesmerite Jews. That's who run this country. This is who the federal government is, that you don't know anything about, that tells you what to do, what not to do, when to do it, everything. And see, when you get out there running, what is going to go down is everything that's in America. That's the reason I wanted to say, who is America? America consists of 37 countries: North America, South America, Central America, Caribbean America. Greenland is in North America. What is going to happen before the end of this year, because this is the 250th birthday of America, what is going to happen is that all the countries that's in America is going to come up under federal rule of America. Do you hear what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? You're going to come up under the rule of, because we're getting ready for the New World Order. And this is what's been to go down. And they ain't going to be playing with you.
A brief question, please. It'll be brief. Considering the fact that the federal government has already taken multiple Black American lives, my question is, why are we worried now that Caucasians and immigrants are experiencing a percentage of what we have already experienced as Black Americans?
Listen, you keep asking the same question over and over again. The answer is,
yes.
This is not about immigrants. This is not about anything about what you're talking about. This is about the militarization of the police force, the doing away of local law enforcement. You are now going to be ruled by a federal law enforcement in each city. It has nothing to do with immigration. That's the problem.
No, I'm not even mentioning immigration.
It has nothing to do with the white people.
Yeah, I'm just talking about us.
With the government and how it's going to be a change of guard. The American system that you knew before is done. It's gone. There's no such
DJ Genesis, what I'm saying is the federal government has always been militant against Black Americans. So what's new?
No. What's new is that there was always a local law and constitution. The Constitution is out the window. There's no such thing as a Fourth Amendment and Fifth. No one gives a fuck about your constitutional rights no more.
But they've always violated our rights.
Right to remain silent. That's all you have. There's no constitution.
They've always violated our rights.
There's a Fifth Amendment, and you can write the right to bear arms. Constitution is gone. You know,
DJ Genesis, they've always violated our rights.
It doesn't matter about violating. At least when they violated your rights in the past, you could sue, or you could. There's no suing.
And most likely we will lose. We will lose that lawsuit most likely.
It's all immunity. You cannot sue a federal law enforcement. They're under immunity. The regular local law enforcement is not immune. That's why you can ask them what your badge number is, what your number is. They have
qualified immunity, sis. That already exists.
No, they don't. Listen.
They have qualified immunity.
Local law enforcement, you could. How many people that have gotten abused or beat up by local law enforcement filed a lawsuit with the state and got paid money?
But most don't, though.
It doesn't matter about most, but the fact that there's a possibility that you could sue and actually get money for it, because you can get that person's name if the thing is on a video and people can prove that person did something wrong, went against your constitutional rights. You could sue based on your civil rights and then you can get money for that. That's out. It's gone now. All that is gone.
That's not true. We can still sue the federal government. You're wrong. Respectfully.
They are immune, and that is the reason why. If you guys don't even realize that, that's why I brought on brother Dwight to explain. When you go in the federal, you can't sue the federal. You can have who can really
It's just now starting right now. But as,
I was trying to complete
as it escalated in every city,
Can I complete
he
a
already
sentence,
told
please?
he's going to enforce the Insurrection Act. Once he
Can I please
in your
complete a
city,
sentence?
then here come martial law. The next thing, because you ain't gonna stop doing what you're doing.
Can I say
here
one
come
sentence,
martial law?
please?
That's
Man, say your sentence and let me finish my video as I was playing, because it's not your channel, sir.
You're being very rude. I'm being very respectful.
I don't care about if I'm being rude. You want to complete your sentence? I'm playing a video.
Yes, allow me to complete the sentence, please, respectfully. In my estimation, nothing is changing for us. Stop crying when other people experience that karma. Let the
This
whites
is not about
deal
other
with
people.
it.
That's what you're missing.
Let the immigrants deal with it.
You're making. Listen, you're saying the same shit over and over again. That's why I don't want to hear your sentence.
Do you understand it?
No, I don't understand your sentence because this has nothing
You
to
don't
do.
comprehend it because
This
you're
has
cutting me
nothing
off.
to do with what you're talking about.
He's talking about ICE.
This is about immigration and ICE. ICE is federal law enforcement. There are no. Listen, ICE is just a.
Have you heard of COINTELPRO?
Oh my goodness.
Have you heard of COINTELPRO?
Yes, I have heard of COINTELPRO. You're still back.
So you know the feds have been
You are
weaponized
using
against
an
us.
antiquated.
What's new?
You know what? I think it's only 2 people on this stream that were even born when COINTELPRO was in effect. But
so you know that it was weaponized against us, and that was at the federal level.
Bruh,
So what's new?
Bruh.
I'm
She
just
doesn't
asking
care.
what's new. I know her brain is not working, but it's
No,
yours.
it ain't her brain don't work. She's going in another direction.
The scared direction.
You're trying to take her stream someplace that she don't want it to
I'm trying to take
go.
it to the truth.
What truth? Your truth? When the last time the police
Everything
beat your
I said
ass?
was a fact. What did I say that was
When the
false?
last time the police beat your ass, young man?
Well, thank God, never.
Okay then. So
December 08.
Where's the
December
beef?
08.
Where's the
Well, I
beef?
deserved it.
I'm trying to explain that this ICE situation. All they're doing is using immigration as a scapegoat. So to unleash a new law enforcement wing of a new federalized law enforcement, which is called so-called right now ICE. Now it's turning into DHS, Department of Homeland Security. All this is a new federalized law enforcement. This has nothing to do with immigration. Immigration is the scapegoat. Immigration is the wag the dog. You understand? You have wag the dog. Instead of a dog wagging his tail, they throw the immigration out there. We become polarized. Fuck those immigrants. Let this law enforcement continue.
But when were the feds not used against us?
Our entire noses. They are. Listen. Why isn't? Do you understand when I showed that video? That the actual law enforcement, local law enforcement, was unable to actually do any investigation of the case where federal agents shot that person.
Do you know why? Do you know
Federal
why?
agents are higher
Do you know why?
Hold on, no, brother, don't go on that tangent. The question is, when were the feds not weaponized against us?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter because nothing's changed.
No, because
why
listen,
are you panicking?
Now the feds are going to be represented against us. ICE is going to be against all the.
ICE is the feds.
This is not just about black and white. That's what you're stupid.
I say nothing about race. I'm saying when was the feds not weaponized against us?
When you say us, what do you mean, American people or just black?
Yes,
people?
U.S. citizens. Yes.
Okay, so if it's about U.S. citizens across the board, when have not the federal? No, there has never been a situation where the federal government has unleashed its law enforcement across the board, and there were no local law enforcement.
You never heard of COINTELPRO?
To you, no, that's not the same.
COINTELPRO has nothing to do with American citizens in general.
It was ways against U.S. citizens.
COINTELPRO had everything to do with stopping the rise of any black people,
and they were U.S. citizens.
Galvanize. Excuse me, sir.
The black people were U.S. citizens.
You weren't even born when COINTELPRO was discovered. Okay, I was. Now
exactly. So you know it was ways against U.S. citizens.
Oh my goodness! Right? You know what? You talk so much. If this was summertime, your tongue would get sunburned.
All right, but back to the focal point.
What focal
COINTELPRO
point?
was
You
waged against U.S. citizens.
stop.
COINTELPRO was waged against.
This is not the mulatto show.
Go ahead. Say what you're gonna say.
Okay. Thank you. Let me talk to this doggone numbnuts. Now, if they do the what's the most extreme thing that whatever with the government where they suspend habeas corpus and all that whatever it is, martial law. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah. Now let them do martial law. Well, it's one person that's not going to be giving a damn, because if they be like, show me your freedom papers, I pull that wallet out with the clear ID in the front. Disabled veteran. Oh, all right, sir. Going about your business. You're one of us.
But but please explain the difference.
Out.
All right, but the feds were used against U.S. citizens.
Okay. So he's only talking about
Bruh, I don't care.
COINTELPRO is not the same fucking
So
thing.
what's new?
COINTELPRO is not the same thing. Exactly. COINTELPRO was the COINTELPRO actually means counterintelligence, and the counterintelligence was used against the Black Panthers first. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X was already dead.
Exactly.
So that was good. Damn.
Come on, bro. You gotta like be able to control your fucking self. That's ADHD.
I don't know what it is. I think it's DUMME. God damn, boy. I know who would have never made it in the military.
Well, no, I'm trying to say is that, okay, let me just get back to my point. I want you back up. You gotta chill, bro. You're gonna keep saying the same thing. We heard you the first and third time.
But did you understand what I said?
Yeah, and white people have not done a damn thing to you.
COINTELPRO is not the same thing as a militarized police force. COINTELPRO is almost like the
it's a counterintelligence method used to get information on Black organizations. It's not the same thing.
They assassinated Black Americans.
Oh my goodness, bruh.
What does that?
What have white people done to you?
So the point is, the federal government.
Get it out. What have white people done to you? Spit it out. What has white people done to you? You're the one talking about you're a pan mulatto, so evidently you have one white parent. So what? Do you hate
both
your
of my
white
parents
parent?
are mulattoes. Both of my parents are mulattoes, but the point is, the
Okay,
federal
so do
government
you hate
has
your
been
white
weaponized.
ancestry then?
I love all of my ancestors. The point is, the federal government.
Okay, then why you focus on this white? See what they did to us. Ain't nobody did a damn thing to you, but
no, I'm not a victim. I'm not a victim.
Exactly. So why are you talking victim talk? You sound like a doggone progressive liberal Democrat to me.
You need to fix your teeth, first of all, respectfully.
Oh, okay.
If you're a veteran.
You know what though? I'm not afraid to
Fix your
cam
teeth,
up.
respectfully.
I'm not afraid to cam up.
Back to the focal point.
I'm not afraid to cam up.
All right,
I'm not afraid to cam up. Hey, how about this, bro? Why don't you just use another device and show your FICO score?
You gotta cam up now. We all on cams now. You gotta
show your FICO score.
I'm arresting my anonymity.
Show your FICO score. I know you got bad credit. Show your FICO score, nigga.
All right, now that we got that out the way.
Mulatto up on that.
All right, go ahead and make your point.
Oh, and then remember, you know me from other pages, bro. Remember, me no black, me Louisiana Creole.
Yes, I know you're a mulatto.
Mm-hmm. That's why you can't take it. That's why you can't take it. I harbor no hate for anybody. I don't care.
Hey, man. Next person call me
white folk ain't did a damn thing to me.
Hey, hell, next person call me a sellout. I'm about to hit y'all with the Sammy Sosa. Black. Oh, I know black. I'm Dominican.
There you go. Me no black. Me no black. Let's go.
But now that we agree that the federal government has been weaponized against Black Americans.
No, it wasn't weaponized against Black Americans. It was weaponized against the Black Panthers.
When they're not Black Americans.
It was actually weaponized against communists because what they have, in my opinion, if this is my opinion, if you do look at history a little bit, the Communist Party did infiltrate a lot when it came to the Black Panthers Party and when it came to the Civil Rights Movement. That's the reason why in the 1964, there's literally a section, a part of the 1964 Civil Rights Act that's basically talks about the Communist Party, they don't consider no communist as a citizen. I really don't remember that section, but it has something to do with communists.
And you'll notice in the COINTELPRO papers, J. Edgar wanted to prevent the rise of a black messiah, not a communist messiah.
Actually, J. Edgar Hoover.
Exactly.
Of all the crap that we have found out nowadays about Martin Luther King, J. Edgar Hoover actually kind of helped out Martin Luther King a lot. But Martin Luther King, they both helped each other out.
Martin Luther King got killed by
J. Edgar
COINTELPRO.
J. Edgar Hoover was a mulatto.
Yes, he was.
Well, J. Edgar Hoover, he was wasn't he a quote unquote he was a
hot
cross-dresser. Yeah, he was a cross-dresser, but also what we know about Martin Luther King now, he was on some I ain't gonna say he was as gangster as Diddy, but he kind of was on a little bit of the Diddy side of the game. If you know your history.
The question is if we agree. Go ahead.
No, we're not gonna say Martin Luther King was like Diddy. All he was doing was screwing some
right before he got assassinated, it is on record with one of his friends at the time. He slept with 2 women and whooped one woman's ass at the same time. So what you talking about?
Okay,
This is not me. This is not Max Power saying this. This is not Power's OG saying this. This is his homeboy saying that. This is his homie.
So
live off
since
his
the
legacy.
government has been weaponized against us, what's new today? I'm asking.
Us who?
U.S. citizens.
Right. Bullshit. Now you have
I'm asking
Paul Robeson, and his political views were very communistic. They couldn't deport him, so the State Department took his passport, and that was in 1950. Now, why would I know that? Because I went to Paul Robeson High School. It was a part of the curriculum, at least for us that were paying attention in school. Then you had Eartha Kitt. Eartha Kitt had no choice.
What's new today?
What's new today?
What's new today is there's a difference between
a bunch of whiny little Negroes. That's what's new today.
All right. The difference between COINTELPRO and the new federal police force that is being unleashed across America, they calling it ICE, is that this is a whole new thing. This is not COINTELPRO. This is not the federal FBI. This is a new way that they are unleashing this new police. Like ICE been existing for a long time. I think since like 2000 and something or whatever.
Since 9/11.
Since 9/11. Okay, so since 9/11, ICE has existed, right? What's going on right now is not the same ICE that you knew before. This is
the same ICE. It's just
not. No, it's not. No.
Let her talk. Let her talk.
Oh,
please.
come on, brother. You wouldn't let her speak.
Because I want to see the light bulb go off in her head.
Let me goddamn talk. Come on.
Let her talk,
bruh.
please.
Go ahead.
No, I'm good. You got it.
No, I want you to say the same ICE. Go ahead. It's the same ICE as before. Go ahead.
It's honestly, it's the same ICE that's been here since the 1950s, 1940. It's the same people. The problem is nowadays is y'all just pissed off the fact that ICE is deporting y'all voter block. That is
Exactly.
Like ICE is deporting. Like if California right now is facing a illegal immigration increase and they're losing more citizens than they're gaining, but they're gaining more illegals than they're losing. If ICE was this Gestapo, whatever y'all want to call it now, whenever the No Kings protest happened in California, why didn't Donald Trump sign the Insurrection Act? Whenever there was armed men trying to unalive federal agents, but aim wasn't good on killing illegal immigrants, why didn't Donald Trump sign the Insurrection Act? Why didn't Donald Trump sign the Insurrection Act? This is just fear mongering. It's more fear mongering BS because of the fact that if you want to be real, when I was in college, I watched ICE being so gangster under the Obama administration. It was off the chain when Obama was deporting these motherfuckers. You had kids in cages. You literally had groups of families running outside of churches. There was more gangster on the under Obama administration, but we ain't gonna say nothing about Obama because he was black, though. We ain't gonna say shit about it. Doesn't make sense. It's the same thing that we've been experiencing for the last, I don't know, since Bill Clinton. You got illegals here. We're now finding out that not only illegals was getting food stamps, Medicare. Hell, I don't get free health care, but shit, I knew about 2 illegal immigrants who got free health care. Shit, lucky them. Maybe they might be the voting bloc replacing the black folks. You ever thought about
Exactly.
that?
That's
That's the
exactly
reason
what it
why
is.
I do not care, because we, as black folks, at an 89% clip, voted for Kamala Harris. She still lost. Even though as much as I disagree voting for Kamala, we still lost because of the fact that y'all have been replaced. And the people, honestly, Trump is doing more for black folks than Obama ever fucking did. But he's a white supremacist, so what can I say?
And bro, to be honest with you, a lot of Black American liberals are so afraid to watch whites and immigrants get that karma because the Black American liberal says, "Oh my God, this can't happen because after the white and the immigrants get their karma, they're coming for us next." Not realizing that the federal government has always been weaponized against Black America. You cannot name a time in Black American history or the U.S. history in its entirety. You cannot name a time that the federal government was not weaponized against Black Americans. That's why I keep asking, what's new? Please tell me. COINTELPRO, definitely the FBI is documented as being complicit in the death of Black Americans. So please tell me what's new.
Little tongue in cheek, but there's some things that I want to be really clear about. You guys remember a woman by the name of Kamala Devi Harris? Anybody remember Kamala Harris? Remember when Kamala Harris was talking about what Donald Trump was going to try to do if he was allowed to get back into office? Remember when outlets like The Hill and other like Axios and a number of even the progressive websites were saying that she was lying when she said that the military was going to be sent after us and that Donald Trump wanted to come after the enemy from within? Well, oddly enough, I feel like she might have been home to something. Perhaps. I don't know. I mean, let's get this clip where we've got Kamala Harris talking to us about what was going to happen if the people elected Donald Trump again. Let's take a listen.
It's a serious issue. He is saying that he would use the military to go after them. Think about this. And we know who he would target. And we know who he would target because he has attacked them before. Journalists whose stories he doesn't like. Election officials who refuse to cheat by filling extra votes and finding extra votes for him. Judges who insist on following the law instead of bending to his will. This is among the reasons I believe so strongly that a second Trump term would be a huge risk for America and dangerous. Donald Trump is increasingly unstable and unhinged. And he is out for unchecked power. That's what he's looking for. He wants to send the military after American citizens.
Wow. You know, it's this thing about being right and being able to say, I told you so. I know it's petty, but I'm a petty
Could we
sister.
pause it real quick?
Yeah, I
Could we
got a lot of
pause it
petty
real
in me,
quick?
and I have petty ancestors. We now know that over the weekend, when we got news of the latest shooting in Minneapolis, and I can't even say it's the latest shooting because I just saw reports earlier today of a woman who was running away from ICE agents. I don't know if she was a part of a community watch group. We just know that she was running away from them, her hands in the air as she's running, and then she ends up falling to the side because they shot non-lethal weapon, and so her hand is damaged. We see her collapse to the ground. They're proactively shooting at
Can we
people.
pause it, DJ host?
I'm sorry. Did you want to say?
So yeah, host. So I spotted multiple. I spotted a lie. The lady who was running away from ICE, quote unquote, grabbed a live flashbang and had it in her hand. What the fuck? What the hell she expected was going to happen? Candy was supposed to come out that flashbang. Candy and treats.
That's exactly true.
So that is another lie. When it came towards the military, Donald Trump using the military. The only way he will use the military if he has to do the Insurrection Act. He hasn't done it yet, so clearly he's not going to do it. So more fear mongering.
Say something, Brother Dwyer?
Oh, no. Go ahead on.
Oh, okay.
I'm listening.
Yeah, with lethal ammunition or non-lethal ammunition. But we also saw all of us, and if you haven't seen it yet, I'm not going to show you an image of it right now, but look up what happened to Alex Peretti. What we now know about this 37-year-old ICU nurse who worked for the VA is that he was somebody who cared for people. We know that he had a weapon on him, which I was pretty sure Americans were down with that. I was pretty sure that the NRA and that the American populace was excited about people being able to carry weapons. Remember when y'all said Barack Obama was going to take your weapons? When you said Joseph Robinette Biden was going to take your weapons? Surprise.
If you have a concealed permit like I have, if you have an open carry like I have, the classes teach you, which I know he has to take one in Minnesota, but the classes teach you is how to de-escalate a situation and how to handle deal with the police when you are armed. The fact that he wasn't doing everything he was supposed to do, and he also was going to he was also breaking the law at the same time, because you have to have your ID on you at all times, especially when you have an open carry on you. Like I said, man, these are all progressives. These are all progressives.
And brother, you gotta consider.
Alex Peretti showed up at this community intervention where they're basically observing. He had a weapon on his side, which he has a permit for. He was observing what was happening. In his hand was a camera. And as he sees another person, a woman being shoved by ICE, she is then being pepper sprayed. He goes over to help her and puts his body between the person pepper spraying her and her. Next thing you know, he is sworn by officers, beaten within an inch of his life. And I was like, is that a black man that they have on the ground? Because I couldn't understand what was happening. I thought it was a white man. We saw it first, but then they were beating him the way that y'all like to beat on black people. And so I thought, well, this is what is happening here. Next thing we know, we see his weapon being removed from him, and there is now enough footage, enough video to show that the ICE agents were able to disarm that man, and then they shot 10 shots into his body, killing him. Then what was so crazy is the way the guns right activists, where were the Second Amendment activists? Where's the NRA? We now know, according to reports like the Washington Post and an article entitled Minnesota Shooting Scrambles America's Gun Debate. The reality is they want to say that we have the right to bear arms, but the only people they want bearing the arms are the white narcissists, the nationalists, the whites, who are in alignment with Donald Trump's white narcissistic wet dreams. And
so I just wanted to just stop it right there and really talk about it. We have been talking about the police force and the militarization of police since like when people were getting, Trayvon Martin, this, that, the other, right? And now you have, and even on my channel, I constantly say that all this is moving towards is a militarized police force. All this is really moving towards is that they're trying to get you used to seeing people getting, just showing this force, this new force. And it's even getting so crazy. It's even getting so crazy that when they went to investigate this thing. Do you know that actual like local law enforcement were turned away and not able to investigate what happened? So now
Yeah,
ICE, who does not have an
Do you know
investment
why?
because they were if I may, because they were federal officers. Now the fellas need to consider the fact that 92% of black women vote Democrat. So you're not going to change their minds.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, 92% of black women vote Democrat.
I didn't vote Democrat. I didn't vote Republican or Democrat. I voted for independent. So no, I was
Okay,
not.
well either way, you all don't vote Republican. It's a small, minute number. Okay.
Right. If I was making like about like $1 million a year, I probably would. If I was making like a million, it would be in my best interest.
Do you know more rich? Do you know actually more rich people voted for the Democrat Party this last election? It was more rich people voted, like all the richest counties in America actually voted for Kamala Harris. There's a reason why, because we went through gangster amount of inflation, and inflation, it benefits rich people more than it benefits the poor. So of course the rich people voted for Kamala Harris. Anybody say that Donald Trump has destroyed, has ate the rich more than the Democrats had done in 10 years in one year. So
surely have.
you can't use that. You can't use that talking narrative there. And another thing, why in the hell should the local police department, who refused to help ICE organizations, who the ICE organization, who refused to help the Border Patrol, who refused to help DHS, FBI, why the hell, when it comes to investigation, people who refuse to help us out, why the hell we gonna give you this investigation? So what? You could bullshit more than you wanted, more than you have?
Tell it like it is.
First of all, I would say this is that like the ICE does not have an investigation arm. Sorry. So the local law enforcement would be the one, because it happened in Minnesota in a certain city. They would be the one to investigate that, unless you had the FBI come in and they said,
well, you're absolutely right. I absolutely agree with you. Here's the problem I have is, why ain't the local police helping out the ICE organization? Can you tell me why? I know the reason why, because Tim Walz said this is like the third day of Gettysburg. Mayor Fry said, "Get the F out." The police commissioner said, we do not help out any federal law organization when it comes towards immigration. And one last thing, you said you're an independent, so you clearly did not vote for Trump, right?
No, I didn't.
You voted for Obama, right?
No, I didn't.
So you did not vote for Obama. You did not vote
I didn't.
at all.
I didn't vote that year. I didn't vote.
So both times Obama went, you telling me you did not vote for the first black president?
I did not vote. I was against voting. When I did vote, it was for Dr. Cornel West. That was the only time I voted.
So you only voted one time, and the one time you voted for a progressive. You are a Democrat. You're not an independent.
No. Dr. Cornel West is independent. He's not a progressive.
No, he's a progressive. He's an actual progressive. He's marked. When it comes to, he is marked as he's marked with Bernie Sanders and AOC. He is a progressive.
That's not a Democrat. Bernie Sanders is not a Democrat. He's an independent. He's not.
When I say progressive, what do you think I mean by when I say a progressive?
Far left and Democratic.
Yes, far left. Just because you can say you are an independent in my opinion, I have figured out it's another way saying I am a Democrat. I just don't want to say I'm a Democrat.
Or in other words, you're definitely a liberal.
Don't try to define me, whatever. Like what? Like,
no.
That's the problem right there. Then it's like, whenever my homeboy, he says the same thing. I don't like to be put in boxes, but you literally have played multiple progressives. you voted for one progressive, and I cannot call you progressive. That's like me saying, that's like calling. It just doesn't make sense to me.
No, yeah, I'm a play. I don't agree with. I don't listen. If that is the that is going to be against like a militarized police force that is progressive, then I guess I'm progressive. I'm not for a militarized police force. So yes, I guess I'm.
So what? So I guess you have
Let
the
me get
same
back to
opinion
what I
on
was saying. Let
Obama.
me go back. I guess I'm
This is
progressive.
crazy.
I'm fired up.
And just the other day, I was talking about how they are beginning to also target children. I told y'all that people was. I even got some people in the
Are you
back
talking
chat
about the
telling me
children
that I
who
need to
was on
take the
the?
video down. Don't that. But listen, there's a video that I had here. It had a young child getting the ice actually was ramming into his little bike. And when he actually went to go say, hey, listen, I'm a U.S. citizen. I have my ID in the house. They did not allow him to go into the house and get his ID. They
So
made
a
him.
child has
They made
ID.
him go with them, and they said, we'll figure out who you
Well,
are.
now.
Like
For her defense, and her defense,
have a 16-year-old can have a driver permit. They have ID. Yeah, when you're about 15, to me that's a child. A little 15-year-old riding his bike in the neighborhood, whatever, and then ICE come and like take their truck and like ram into his bike and knock him down. And then he's like, but I have my ID. I can go in my no. We'll just sort it out later. That is crazy.
The police do worse to our
now,
children.
if I may, in her defense, if said child was a military dependent, that child would have an identification card with their picture on it, because military dependents receive an ID card as babies. Okay. Now, I don't know about the civilian world. And speaking of the military, red states award war veterans, 100% disability with the quickness, whereas blue states string us along. And you can look this up or talk to disabled veterans, especially we that served in Iraq and Afghanistan. If you're in a blue state, you're going through hell trying to get your proper disability from the VA. If not, if you live in a red state, you good to go. And I say that in all assurity.
I don't want to change the subject into the.
I know I'm not trying to change the subject. I'm just throwing a little something out there.
Militarized police force, because and no matter what you guys are talking about, whether it's about the immigrants and black people and how the law enforcement and the black, I'm talking about a militarized police force, and that's all I've been talking. Every time I do a show, I am discussing militarized police. Please don't. Please,
Like I
please
said,
don't.
it's a progressive
Everything I'm talking about. Listen, everything I'm talking about. Even if I'm showing like an immigrant being detained or whatever, it's about the fact that they are militarizing the police, and that just as easy as this person could get detained this way, it could be just as easy as we can. We're trying to like pretend like, oh well, we need this is about you trying to booty clap for the immigrants. No, but let me just play this.
But when were the police not militarized against us?
Disability.
They have the
Bills that
battering
don't
ram.
match up.
Do you remember the battering ram?
What?
Do you remember the battering ram? It was a military tank that the LAPD used and drove it into Black Americans' houses. When was the law enforcement agencies and the federal government, when were they not militarized against Black America?
I'm trying to tell y'all tell you that that's what I'm talking about. Like first they started off with local law enforcement with militarizing them. All right, to get you used to like tanks and shit rolling in and doing this. Now they slowly eked it out. You got used to seeing it. And now they're fully gonna militarize it. And you just was like, whoa, what difference do it make?
I'm asking, when were they not militarized against us?
There was a time when the law enforcement did not have tanks, was not dressed up in military uniform, was not doing it. There was a time.
Yeah,
and
that happened during
against the whites.
When did the tank start? When did the tank start?
May I add?
Let the host answer, please. Now that they're using their tanks against the whites and the immigrants is a problem.
Bro,
They've been using them against us.
Stop. I'm trying to talk to the host. Don't jump over me. Now,
Brother, you jumped in the middle of the conversation.
what you're
with your
talking
snaggle
about,
teeth.
sister, what you're talking about, that started happening in Los Angeles in the 80s. They started refitting during the crack era. The LAPD started refitting 113s, right, with battering rams. And the ramp at the bottom, you could fit 13 people in there. A whole squad would be in there. They're running to the doggone front of the house and tear the whole front up, back up, pull the doggone lever. The driver, of course, would pull the lever. The ramp would come down and they would just disperse on both sides of the vehicle. Those were 113s.
Okay,
in the
so
crack
what
era.
is that they started off in the crack era with the militarization.
So, like I said, sister, I'm fair. When you're right, you're right. I'm not gonna sit and try to push a point. Look, when you're right, and that's it.
Now that they're using these same tactics against whites and immigrants, it's a problem.
It's
They've
not
been
about
using them against us.
about whites, and I don't care
They've
about
been using them
immigrants.
against us. They've already used them against.
Where you're missing the
Us what?
point.
You ain't never
They've already
doggone
used
run
them
a crack
against us.
house.
You are missing the point. You think it's about white and black. All they're doing is testing it out on them.
Exactly. They tested it out on us.
Listen, just like when they have a war, half the shit is because they came up with some new technology. They created a war to test the shit out. Listen, all they are doing is testing out their military police force on immigrants. But guess what? Then you have the protesters out. Now they get to test all their new canisters, all their new fucking military gear, and all this stuff. Minnesota is almost like a real life testing ground for a militarized police force. They're just testing.
No, now, sister, they're not testing out new equipment. Now, I can tell you exactly what happened. That woman that grabbed that flashbang, say if they had grenade simulators and did the same thing. If she would have grabbed a grenade simulator, she would have lost her entire hand up
They
to the
tested
wrist.
it out on us first.
Ain't nobody tested. But you ain't got your parents didn't even whoop your ass.
Honestly,
Your parents didn't even whoop your ass. So
Maduro, they
let's
actually
have some
tested out on the former president of Venezuela, Maduro. What the security guard said, it was 20 of them took out hundreds of us. It was like they was popping bullets at 300 rounds per minute. So,
or in other words, DJ Genesis, what have they?
They are testing out their new technology.
Not on the civilians. That's old stuff.
But
that's
DJ
bull
Genesis,
crap,
Stop. When they did the Maduro situation, they tested out that whole EMP, making people throw up and stuff. Yeah, of course, this have existed.
That's old stuff. We used that in Afghanistan.
Exactly.
Okay. That's
old technology.
But let's slow down the conversation.
You're talking to somebody that been there, done that.
What have they done to immigrants that they haven't done to us
The
first?
Russians had the whole EMP thing. They said the people that was working for the American embassy in Cuba, all of a sudden, they didn't know what was going on. They were getting sick, throwing up, sick, whatever. The Russians
Right. They were getting beamed from Guantanamo Bay across the doggone country.
DJ
That's
Genesis,
old technology.
What have they done to immigrants that they haven't done to us first?
I don't give
That's
a damn
all I'm
about the immigrants. Now, sister,
you want to make it about
for the future.
No, let her answer. Let her answer.
No,
Go.
it's not about this. I keep trying to tell you, this is not about the
Yeah,
immigrants.
she's
said
not
they
talking
tested it
about
out
that.
on
What
them.
she's talking about.
You said they tested it out on them.
About immigrants.
Sis.
You said they tested it on the immigrants.
Militarized police and immigrants
Exactly.
are in the testing
So what
ground
have they
of
done to
that.
them?
This whole listen, right now with these protests, they're not even getting the immigrants anymore. They're just fighting each other on the streets in fucking
Yes, whites are dying. Yes, I agree.
Has nothing to do with whites.
Why are you
It has
crying?
nothing to do
I
with-
actually disagree
God
because
damn it.
I was up there in
That shit's
Minnesota.
irritating as fuck, bro.
Yes, it is. Now, sis.
It's not about whether whites are dying. It's about people are using. They are testing their military. They're testing like
Sis, they are not testing out new technology. That's old stuff. You know what happens when that stuff is given See, the military operates like this. You have X amount of stuff. And if it's not utilized and you go over budget, you have to find a way to go over budget so that you get the same budget, if not more, from the year prior. So,
right, okay, all right.
hold on, sis, hold on now. Hold on, sis. So them giving that equipment to local PD, now the military budget, they get all their money for all the new little bells and whistles and the doodad stuff. They're not testing new stuff out on these protesters. Okay, that would be a violation of Geneva Convention.
Is it a matter of not testing it out, but using the old
No,
stuff?
they're using outdated stuff for sure. I agree with you 100%.
They have to get rid of all that old stuff, so they're just going in and using all that stuff just to like get rid of it. To get
rid of it, because we don't need this stuff no more because we got better stuff.
Thank you. Whatever it is, whatever the thing is, whatever the actual reason is, it's not about immigration. It's about
It's about budgeting.
It's about police force. It's about why does ICE need a budget? Okay, now we want to give the local law enforcement X amount of dollars to partner with us to then so-called do this immigration ICE thing. But instead of them doing immigration and ICE, they are just fighting against the protest. There's no more ICE stuff. They might get one person, but all that is to trigger like local protesters to come into that area. Then it becomes a fight out between the local protesters. Then they get to unleash all their like bombs and whatever, gold smoke bombs, and get rid of all that bullshit that they had stockpiled up like too much. And then not probably even new shit that they really want to probably as time goes on, they're going to use that even like the new shit where they make everybody throw up and get sick. But they had to first start off with this bullshit. Okay, throw this all this bullshit out there.
Can you explain to me what military force, what military equipment has ICE used against the protesters?
Well, first of all, some of the canisters that they are using in their gassing, they're using a specific canister that has a green gas that comes out. That green gas actually was outlawed.
Gas?
Say it again?
Tear gas?
No, they're not using tear gas. This is a specific.
So you realize the United States is part.
Oh, you just interrupted me. You asked me a question.
Oh, my bad. Continue.
Okay, so they have a regular tear gas. That's a white gas. The green gas is not tear gas. That green gas was actually outlawed even to be used in military operations because it was so lethal. The actual stuff that's coming out of it, the chemical that's coming out of it, is so lethal that it actually is. They actually banned it, which is crazy because, like in war, they have banned things where you're having a war, you can't use this. Can't use mustard gas, can't use this gas, they have specific gases you can't use. Well, the actual green stuff that they're using in the thing where it's coming out green, that is a gas that's banned in the military operations when you are actually going to war. So they're actually using this in a protest.
Okay, violating.
They're using CS gas.
So they violated the Geneva Convention. What's the other thing that is that the only thing? What's the other thing?
Let the whites experience that karma, please, man.
Man, come on, man. Come on, man. Can you stop saying the same shit over and over?
This is pathetic.
You know
what? You're gonna mess around and she's gonna drop you again. That's what's gonna happen. Keep on running your soup cooler. Keep on running your soup cooler.
It's white on white violence, and y'all crying.
So
keep running your soup coolers.
Do you have another point? That was one.
Make another. You said this over and over. You keep coming up to say the same thing. Every time I do a show, you keep coming up to say the same exact thing, and you ain't saying, Bomb Cherry, please come up. StreamYard link is in the chat.
So what's the second thing, ma'am, to my question? You said.
Well, that right there, listen, that all this stuff that they're using is not like.
So the pepper balls. The pepper balls, you don't like them using the pepper balls? The rubber bullets?
So the question again is, what are they using? So some of them are cammed up. They have entire
military grade like outfits on with actual cameras on top, filming the entire operation. Not just a body cam, but I mean the actual helmet with the camera on top. All this stuff is military level things that are used when they're doing an operation in like Saudi Arabia and things like this. So all the equipment and stuff like that is military grade equipment. This is not like local stuff like, oh, okay.
SWAT does just the same thing in Black American community.
No, you want to make it about Black Americans. It's nothing to do with fucking Black Americans.
So
you know what? Listen, you know what? Because hold on, let me just do this. You know what? I was in the military, and you know what? When one person don't know how to control themselves, then everybody suffer. We're gonna just watch the video because I'm not gonna keep repeating myself and keep making my damn same point.
Meaning that you're gonna go farm and grow food for America.
That's what I said. Let me go back to the discussion.
It seems like you're about to dodge.
You know what that right is?
For you.
What freedom of speech? Just whether you say something or not?
No, you got one right: the right to remain silent. Let me explain what silent is. That means don't open your mouth, because the minute that you open your mouth with that hot mouth, that hot Democrat mouth you got, then you send yourself up to get beat down or killed, and ain't nothing gonna be done to them, because you ain't got but one right, and that's the right to do what the federal government tell you to do, and that's to remain silent if his agents.
And he talking about the federal law enforcement, this new law enforcement agency that they're trying to call it ICE, but really it's really a new federal law enforcement that is going to be taking over.
Stop you. And all of these Democrats, young Democrats, they got you with this hot mouth, and you out there talking trash, and you ain't got now gun. He gonna kill you. I'm telling you just like it is, not like it was. He gonna kill you. How I know this is I'm retired federal military. The president is the commander in chief for all the military, and he's also the chair spokesman for the Council of Foreign Relations. This country is ruled by three groups: the Council of Foreign Relations, Trilateral, and the Bilderbergs. The Bilderbergs is the Mesmerite Jews. That's who run this country. This is who the federal government is, that you don't know anything about, that tells you what to do, what not to do, when to do it, everything. And see, when you get out there running, what is going to go down is everything that's in America. That's the reason I wanted to say, who is America? America consists of 37 countries: North America, South America, Central America, Caribbean America. Greenland is in North America. What is going to happen before the end of this year, because this is the 250th birthday of America, what is going to happen is that all the countries that's in America is going to come up under federal rule of America. Do you hear what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? You're going to come up under the rule of, because we're getting ready for the New World Order. And this is what's been to go down. And they ain't going to be playing with you. It's just now starting right now. But as it escalates in every city, he already told you he's going to enforce the Insurrection Act. Once he do that in your city, then here come martial law. The next thing, because you ain't going to stop doing what you're doing. Here come martial law. That's when he bring the troops in and give you a curfew, and you ain't going to get off the street. That's when they're going to kill you. They're going to make a believer out of you. I'm telling you what I know for a fact. This ain't no
hearsay. They did that during the Freddie Gray riots.
They done did it before. They finna do it again. The federal government is finna take over running America, and it ain't nothing you can do about it, because you ain't got no military. You ain't got no ammunition factory. You ain't got no airplane. They got all the military in the world, and the military gonna do exactly what the federal government tell them to do. If they don't do it, they're gonna put you on a firing squad and kill you.
So let me ask you a question. When we talk about like Minnesota, and now they are revving up their National Guard to, I would say, I'm not sure whether they're going to try to enforce.
The National Guard is controlled by the federal government. It ain't controlled by the state. The reserves is controlled by the federal government.
Google
it. Google it and see. Ask Google who controls the National Guard and the reserves. You come up under federal control first, not state control. They work for the feds. Whatever the federal government tells you to do, you finna do it. And if you don't do it, they're gonna kill you or beat you almost half to death. you can get ready for it.
Well, at
It's
least
just
may I
now.
ask,
It
how
ain't
much of the clip
escalated.
you about to play?
Protocol number 7 tell you when the Democrats become a mob form of government, and you a mob form of government in certain cities, it ain't all over yet. It ain't in every city. But once the major cities start with this mob form of government protesting, then they finna put, when they put martial law on you, that's the end of the story. And they would kill you. You ain't got no business at no protest with your children. You ain't got no business there with yourself, not unless you got a death wish. And I'm telling you this.
Minnesota, Tim Ryan, I think he actually has this whole thing of the Minnesota National Guard. I'm not sure if they have their own National Guard. That they
every state got its own National Guard and reserve. Every state. I'm retired Navy. I spent 30 years in the military. Ain't nothing about the military I don't know. I've taught
DJ
sniper school
Genesis.
and scout school. I know what the
May I ask
military
how
can do
long
for
the
you.
clip about to
I'm
be?
telling you this. You don't have to
Please.
believe me or nothing that I say. I don't trying to convince nobody. I'm just sharing information with you. Your ears done heard what I said, but your eyes ain't seen all of what I've said, but it done start seeing what I'm saying. And see, me and Cole been teaching this for the last 20-some years. We already know that it was coming on the 250th year of the birthday of this country being America. It ain't gonna go no further than 250 years of it. That's what it was made for. That's what's the Great Seal of the United States of America belonged to the Scottish Rite Illuminati Masons. That's who in control. That's who we the people is. You are a citizen of the United States. America cares somebody look like me and you as emancipated slaves. But when you went with Jesse Jackson and declared yourself a Black African American, where everything that the Negroes that was colored people, when you came up under nothing but straight federal control, you lost it. They took everything away from you because you classify yourself as an American right now. You don't classify yourself as a Negro that was a colored people. People your age don't even know what a Negro that was a colored person is. And he's 50-some years old with a doctor's degree.
Very
Okay,
brief.
myself, I can't
All right,
with
we'll go ahead.
a 30-year-old Navy Master Chief that was never in combat. We two different types of soldiers. Well, he's a hinker cranker. I'm a soldier.
All right, go ahead.
He was in combat. What are you talking about?
Combat where?
Vietnam?
You said that questionable. Vietnam? Like you thought about
I
it.
said like no Vietnam. Like I mean, hello. During that 30 years, Vietnam happened. Like different wars.
What 30 years? Do you know his age?
He's 80.
He's 80. Okay.
But DJ Genesis, I just
Vietnam,
realized
the Korean
it'll be
War.
brief though, because everyone cut me off. It'll be brief. I promise. It'll be one sentence.
You always promise it'd be brief and it'd be
What
the
I'm
same old,
realizing-
same old.
What I'm
I
realizing
don't
is
understand.
that
It's about the black people. Why we care about the with the? Let me just say
no,
what you're saying.
you don't know what I'm about to
Care
say.
about what's
Please.
happening with the black
No,
people.
that's not what I'm about to say. Respectfully, what I'm realizing is, people that were in the U.S. military, they were trained to fear the U.S. government, and I think that's why you're panicking right now because you say, "Oh, they've killed some whites. They're going to come back to us next. The sky is falling. It's all right. Just pray to the ancestors and to the Most High. You'll be protected." This is the karma of the
And you
people.
continue to say the same shit about the whites. This is not about killing
Damn.
the whites, bro.
I'm the only one that can't complete my sentence.
No, you're the only one to keep repeating the same sentence. That's the problem.
I'm just saying the sky's
You
not
will say
falling.
something
We'll be all
different
right.
back to the same point. No matter
No, I
what.
said
You
I'm
can be
saying
talking
the
about
sky's not
rainbow
falling.
bright strawberries and glitter, and then you'll
No,
go
I'm
right.
saying that the sky's not falling. We'll be all right. Don't panic.
No one said that the sky is
So,
falling.
like
Yes, you are.
well, DJ, earlier, the question I did ask you, I was going to ask you a rebuttal question. So, if
Go
if the United States federal government is violating, basically violating articles of the Geneva Convention Code, what does the World Court has to say about the what ICE is doing, Like, what is their
Didn't
opinion?
America
What
leave
is
the
their
Didn't Trump just pull out of the United Nations?
Nope.
I thought he just
no?
pulled
Well,
out the,
Nope.
hold on. Didn't he just pull out the United Nations?
Nope. Hasn't happened.
No, you just I asked you a question earlier, and you said they're using gas that is banned against civilians, and if I remember correctly, wouldn't that violate some article of the Geneva Convention code? If I remember correctly, I'm not the military brother up here.
Okay, well, I am, and let me explain to you. Homeland Security, ICE, etc., they can't violate the Geneva Convention because they aren't governed by the Geneva Convention. Only active duty military personnel are governed by the Geneva Convention.
Okay, so active military. Okay, so so I remember when like when we I think it was Iraq. If it was Iraq, they're saying that Saddam Hussein was using chemical warfare against their people. So you're basically saying Trump is doing the same thing against the protesters. So my question is, where is the World Court? Where is NATO opinion about this that is happening?
Good question.
They don't have one because NATO is every country in NATO, all the white countries are having the same illegal immigration problem. The reason why is because of progressives decided we want as much illegal immigrants, because remember the main talking point for these progressives are who's going to pick our fruits, who's going to pluck the chicken, who's going to pick the cotton. In my opinion, quite racist. But it just seems like the reason why all of this shit is just fear mongering bullshit. Y'all just mad because y'all slaves are getting deported, and we don't want y'all slaves here no more. That's what it feels like.
Well, I say it goes deeper than that because, see, black men have been being monitored. And when more black men started being, quote unquote, Republican or conservative, whatever they want to call it, started voting Republican, Obama knew that during the Obama era. See, and when Trump beat Hillary, we got to do something about this. So what happened? We're going to have all these illegals come in to bolster our voters base because blacks aren't voting for us like they used to. At least the black men have said, hell, I ain't voting. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why they use Trayvon Martin. The only reason why Obama got a second term is because he used the dead body of Trayvon Martin as a campaign slogan.
Oh, and let me brother, let me tune you into something with old Bathhouse Barry, right? This is straight hot off the presses nationwide. This ain't got nothing to do with Chicago. We know what he about at the crib. Now, when you had the Sandy Hook thing at that school, he and Michelle were there, Johnny on the spot. Now, there was a young lady, Hadiah Pendleton, right, who sang at his second inauguration. A month later, she was sitting in the park looking at one of her school books, and it was a pew-pew situation by some doggone Wakandans. Michelle Obama went to her funeral. Obama didn't, and this is a little black girl from Hyde Park, one of his constituents, but he didn't show up. And I rode that until the legs fell off that horse. I'm like, see?
Or my favorite thing is, my favorite thing is during his presidency, Chicago earned the name called Chirac. If some of y'all old enough, remember it, you remember what I'm talking about. because there was more black people being unalive than people in an active war zone that the United States of America was a part of. It was more people dying in Chicago. Obama didn't do nothing for black folks, for his own constituents of Chicago. He didn't do nothing for them, but his last speech before his ass left the White House, his last speech, he said, I got to do something about the crime rate in Chicago. Didn't do nothing. Didn't do a goddamn thing. So all these people who are mad at Donald Trump when it comes to ICE, fear-mongering, all the new military police, what was your opinion when Obama was doing it? What was your opinion when Obama was known as the deporter-in-chief? Also, at the same time, he was known as Obama because he bombed more, he dropped more bombs that you could say it caused the temperature of the earth to go up. Where was you when Obama was killing American citizens through drone strikes overseas? Not a goddamn word, didn't say a flipping thing, but because of Donald Trump is doing it, oh, Gestapo, oh my God, we got to go out there and march, sing these Negro spiritual, we got to do the Chitlin Circus movement and all that. It's just bullshit now. All this shit is just bullshit, conspiratory bullshit after more bullshit. These are the same fucking people that let us in, these are the same people that decided we were better not being segregated from white folks. These are the same people that basically my opinion is the civil rights march, the civil rights movement was, you know what? That's a whole nother topic. I ain't gonna get onto that. But yeah, but my bad. Go ahead, soldier.
Okay, now.
Let me play a little more of this video real quick before we go into that.
Okay.
And yes, I just got off the phone with him. Yes, he's a Vietnam veteran. Vietnam. You know,
Okay.
so what I understood is that I wasn't sure whether it might have been Vietnam or the one before that. He said Vietnam.
I tested people out that's in their 50s all the time. I asked, you know what a Negro that's colored person is? They don't know.
So here's the question. Now they have this thing called FBA, Foundational Black American. And I think that what they think that by delineating, it'll exclude them from what is going to come down with the federalization of the federal government. What do you think?
What do America care? Somebody look like me and you is an ex-emancipated slave with certain rights. You have certain rights. You had that until 1970, until when Jesse Jackson said he was no longer a Negro that was a colored person. He was a Black African American. It didn't come into, the federal government didn't approve of that until in the 80s, the late 80s and 90s. They started putting it on the census. You've been tricked. Because if you'd have stayed with the title, see, America go by titles. If you stayed with the title, you'd have had affirmative action. You ain't got it no more. Everything that they give you, they done took it back away from you. Just for one simple reason, you following Martin Luther King and Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton, and that was by design. All of that was by design. I'm 80 years old. I done watched all of this stuff coming up. Plus, I done studied it, and I'm a Mason. And I know how I got their book on how they operate. And me and Cole been studying this over 50 years. That's the reason I'm sharing the knowledge with you. You don't have to believe anything I say, but that's when it comes down. And if you out there opening your mouth and protesting, when they stop you, don't say a mumbling word. If you get stopped by the police right now, you have the right to remain silent and go to court with your case. If you open your mouth, he wants you to open your mouth so he can use force on you. You have to be smarter than him. Right now, you got to do counterintelligence is what it's called. You got to outthink him. Because if you're not outthinking him, you're going to get killed, especially with them hot mouths, them hot Democrat mouths. See, the Democrats done got your mouth too hot. And they finna disband all political parties because the Constitution does not make any provisions for a political party. The only party that makes provisions for is the federal. Why do you think that you have to be a constitutional lawyer to interpret the Constitution? You ain't got nobody look like me that's a constitutional lawyer. Barack Obama was supposed to be one, but evidently he ain't now because he ain't interpreting the Constitution. You got to know they going back to how it was at first, how it was first designed by them 72 people. In 1731, they started 10 governors, 3 trading companies. That's the 13 colonies, the Dutch, French, and England trading companies. They start, and the aristocrats started Lodge number 1 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the city of brotherly love. William Penn was the governor. That's who we the people is. When 1776, somebody looked like me and you was on the plantation or the reservation or a renegade. Like my great grandfather, he was a renegade. That means that he was running from the law. He was an outlaw. They didn't put him on the reservation. So we are going back to that. Going back to the original Constitution. America is fitting to be ran by the federal government and federal government only. And you might as well, and you ain't nothing you can do about it, because you ain't got no Air Force, you ain't got no military, you ain't got none of that, and you sure ain't got the firepower that no military man got. The military is going to obey what the federal government says, because if they don't obey it, then what they got? You got treason. They gonna put your butt on a firing squad, and they gonna kill. They gonna kill some soldiers to make an example out of them, so you will understand that they ain't playing about this. They ain't playing about this takeover. Donald Trump done told you he wasn't no more voting for president. He done already told you that. He wasn't. You didn't vote him in. Your voting, that was the biggest fraud in the world. That was the biggest hoax in the world of you voting, praying and saying, lifting every voice, saying we shall overcome. All of that's a hoax. What I'm telling you is facts. And if you don't think it's facts, keep on living.
I want to also show this because I did a show a couple days ago where I was discussing that this is not the first time that this has happened when it comes down to immigration, when it comes down to not only that, but like, you know, how the children are even being affected by this. Let me show this video. So this is what's happening.
They don't care about they don't care about your children. They don't care about nothing. They kill children.
Exactly.
You don't understand how these people. You don't understand how these people work.
Right. Let me just give you guys some
Go ahead.
to this.
I'm outside. I'm outside. It doesn't say out here.
Now this is an ICE detention facility.
And I've just been ordered to leave the premises. I've just been ordered to leave the premises, and she's yelling at me right now. So I'm gonna head back to my car and.
So that is a detention facility. So, like I said, is that once again, so you just like you had the orphan trains back in the 1920s and the 1800s, the orphan trains. What's happening now is that ICE, they don't want to have another situation where you have a bunch of kids when they arrest these children are just like street kids. So what now they're doing is that they're putting a bunch of children into these detention facilities. Now, how can you determine whose child? So what's going to happen? You're going to have a whole bunch of children that are displaced, separated from their parents.
You're talking about the same children that got displaced.
It's not like just one or two children. It's like a bunch of children.
You can hear them shouting.
You hear this?
Yeah. Listen, sister.
Let us out. These are children here that this is happening to. So I want for everybody that was fighting against what I was saying when it came down to about what they did in the past with immigration and children and how they let all these people in. The children end up running wild. They had these orphan trains. Then they had the orphanages, and then people were using these people for slavery and to like run their farms. Now this is happening. I believe it's a replay of the same thing that already happened before. So this is not something new. I just want to bring that up.
It's not nothing new. I'll give you an example. They want your children for one simple reason. They're going to take a child and put him in school from the first grade to the 7th grade. Then they're going to give him an aptitude test, just like they do in the military, to see what you best qualified for. Where is your skills lie? Then they'll take that child and whatever his aptitude test said his skill, and teach him that skill, and you're going to work for the federal government. You're going to be housed by the federal government. This system over here has never been a democratic and a democracy form of government. This is a federal constitution, republic form of government. It ain't no Democrat or democracy in that form of government. And that's what people can't understand. That's a Democrat. If you want a democratic form of government, go to England. But you in America now, and America is going back to a republic form of government, point blank. Your child will be educated on his ability. Them that don't match up, you're going to the P farm, meaning that you're going to go farm and grow food for America.
That's
And
what
they going you can go and look how China is operated. We finna go to that system. Exactly to that system.
Excuse me, DJ, host.
If you know how China, the system
Ma'am?
that China use on the people that live there in China, we finna go to that type of system.
Excuse me, ma'am. Host, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Where is the proof of all of this? Proof. Because I'm just saying, like, the whole things of what the kids and all that, you know what? I don't hear no kids saying help in English or help in Spanish. I don't hear none of that. All I just hear is kids screaming. Doesn't mean
they were saying let me out. They were saying in Spanish, libertad de something, libertad. They were saying in that video, let me out. Free me, leave me, let me out.
Okay, let them out. Let them out. Okay, gotcha. So if that's all, that is all that is showing, that right there. Because
it's not about like the fact that what the kids are saying. It's about the fact that all right, ICE comes to my house, they take me, they put my child into a facility, right? I'm over here in another ICE facility. My child is over there in another ICE facility.
You know what? Hold on 1 second. Just hold on 1 second. If you have you ever been arrested before?
Yes.
You ever been arrested with your child?
No.
Okay. What tends to happen if you ever get arrested with your child?
CPS comes and takes your child.
CPS come take your child. Okay, my bad. You can continue what you're saying.
And so what happens when CPS takes your child, this is what the immigrant trains were about. And I did a whole show about the immigrant trains. So it used to be called Children Aid Services back in the day. Because there was a whole influx of immigrants that came into Ellis Island. And when they came, they were living in squalor. The kids was wild, running crazy, running wild and free. And creating a bunch of havoc in New York City. Okay? And what they
Around
did
what year?
In the 1850s to the 1920s.
Okay, well, can we kind of keep everything a little bit current, because we're talking
No. Let me
ago.
explain why this is important, because this is really a replay of events. People don't even realize that this is a replay. So when I talk about the kids or whatever, what happened with the children, all this stuff this is not the first time that this has happened. And I try to explain to people, like, this is with these white people and their whole way of life and how they do things. Just as they don't, not at first it was against the Immigration Act against people that came from Ellis Island and came onto Ellis Island and was living over there in the slums. And then now it's the Mexican immigrants that they live in, or whatever. They don't like how they are, but they learned their lesson from Ellis Island and the whole situation by packing people in. They figured out, okay, well, rather than us like allowing these kids, we grab their parents, we're going to also grab the children as well. CPS was started through CAS, the Children Aid Service, that was actually started by a guy named I think Brett or something like Brett something. And that was the beginning of the CPS system and the whole foster care system with this entire children orphan trains. Well, let's go. Let me just play this guy. His father gets sick. Somebody comes up in a limousine, takes him away from his family. He gets shipped off to another family. I don't know what the full story is. We're going to find out. But the bottom line is that you had these orphan trains. They throw these kids on trains. They would end up coming up north. Coming up to a rural family in a farmland, whatever, and end up being slaves on the farm.
Yeah.
Hold.
Children,
When did this happen?
And so it happened already. So
it happened.
When did that happen? Come on,
Actually,
now.
I could give you something
It was
more
the
current.
1920s. This was in the
Actually,
1920s.
I could give you something more
1920s
current.
slavery was abolished before then.
Actually, I could give you something a
No,
little bit
there's
more
people that are
current.
still slaves even up until like I think the 1990s. There were actually places that people didn't even realize slavery was.
Okay. Yeah, that's really rich. Okay. All
I
right.
could give you something. Actually, I actually give you something more current, which happened in California, where a bunch of illegal immigrant children were they were working on a pot farm, and in California there was no one, they couldn't find their parents at all. So it has happened in many places in Democrat states. So yeah, I agree.
Okay, so I'm trying to tell you is that all this stuff is happening is
This actually happened under the Biden administration. This was happening under a Biden administration. No one cared.
Okay. Well, what I'm trying to tell you is that it happened before the Biden administration. It happened with Ellis Island. See, here's the thing. People want to make this about. Let me just show. When I first did this show here.
Oh, hell no, bro. Time out.
Lucas, you got Lucas on. Get Lucas off the screen.
It's like I keep saying, no, I ain't hit. No, fuck that, man. I'm gone, bro. You keep playing progressives over and over again. It's progressive talking points.
No, I was against what he said. I was saying that we need to get away from this mindset. Stop it. I need to cut
Wow.
I want to play that, but I want to really give some in-depth information.
Like I said, every progressive, they said the same thing. They don't believe in labels, but they will play.
Okay, we're delineating from the situation. That's not what it has nothing to do with us, right? But the video is not about progressives. This is not about us. What I saw in his video was him trying to compare what African Americans and this, that, the other. No, this is not about African Americans. That's what the fucking problem is that we always trying to bring it about us and ourselves. And then Lucas comes up here and says, "Oh well, we're they're the black. Why are
another
people
progressive
getting the black experience? They're getting the black experience. No, they're not getting the black experience." And that's what I was trying to say. I said this was not the black experience. The white people already did this to each other already. And let me land my plane.
47s and stuff. This is crazy.
You being white and all, you not having the same experiences, you may be like, well, Lucas, I have a Second Amendment right, okay? I didn't pull the gun out, all right? It was concealed, and I have a right to conceal. I know, boo-boo, I know. We got a lot to learn, okay? we got a lot to learn, all right? That's not how that works as a newfound black person. That's not how that works at all. So as we saw, once they said gun, right? Gun, you got a gun. You're done, Joe. Bye-bye, night. Now, resisting while you have a piece on you is the craziest thing you could do. I just want to let you guys know that as a newfound black person, that is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Unless you did not want to exist that day, that is what you do. You know, hopefully this is a lesson to other white people out there, whether you're liberal, whether you're Republican, and you disagree with what's going on with ICE. I understand, but like I said, right now is not the time, okay? Right now is not the time to use that white privilege card because they rejected it, okay? It's coming back declined. I'm just letting you know, okay? I'm just letting you know.
Everybody want to be a nigga, but nobody want to be a nigga. How about that question?
I wish you all the best of luck. I'm here for you guys in case you have any questions. Hey, Lucas, what car should I drive? Should I drive this car? What about the tinted windows? That's a no. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Even if it's legal in your state, don't do it. Okay. There's a lot of rules, a lot of unspoken laws that you guys have to you just have to.
They're trying to compare what's happening with the white people in this whole protest thing and people getting shot to what black people are going through. And I'm like, no, this is not.
No, that there are some cons. There are definitely some pros. Okay, there are some pros. We'll talk about those pros. I don't want to put them out in the ether, but there's definitely some pros. Okay, ask your black friend or friends if you're lucky. Hit them up. DM them. Do what you got to do. Ask them, hey, what are some pros to being black? They'll let you know.
Okay, if I could explain,
black people, black Americans would never immigrate.
If I could explain,
so the things that were put on us. It's not the same thing as what's going on in this whole fight against the immigrants. And this is what I'm trying to bring to you guys. It dawned upon me. I'm like, okay, when has this happened again before in America?
And I'm about to show you, because I think that we think that this is something that's comparable to the civil rights movement or comparable to any movement that we had as Black people. And it's not. This is a replay of a age-long
no
story.
one's saying that
And it
except
is
for progressive.
a secular conversation. It's already happened already. But the thing is that, you know, people have not, no one has even thought to even just look into the past to see when has this happened before. And we're going to go into Ellis Island. Let's talk about Ellis Island. Okay?
Only people are saying this are pissed off progressives.
Exactly.
It ain't the moderate Democrats are saying this, ain't the Republicans, ain't even the conservatives. It is literally the far left of the Democratic Party. And ma'am, when you say you are not a progressive or you are not a Democrat, literally 4 of the videos you have played, 3 of them are progressives, and 1 he was talking the same thing that progressives are talking about.
So I played my video to make my point. That is what came up on my.
That's what progressives do. That's what a progressive does.
Okay, well, guess what? I'm a progressive. Then why are you on my show? If you want to make it out to be, I'm a progressive. I'm a progressive, liberal, left-leaning person. So this is my show. That's about left politics.
I understand that, ma'am, but you cannot sit here and say that.
I'm all the way to the left.
Okay, but you cannot sit here. But you cannot sit here and lie to your panelists.
I can sit here and do whatever the hell I want to do.
Oh, okay. You got it. You got it. You got it. Shit, it's your panel.
The hell you want? You can't sit here.
Yeah, fuck me. Yeah, I'm good.
It's not about fuck me. It's like, how are you gonna tell me what I can sit here and do? What I'm doing.
No, what I'm saying is, well, okay, then you're a liar. Then I can say that.
You're a liar about what?
You lied to your audience. You lied to your audience. I'm an independent, but every fucking person
I'm just being sarcastic with you because you want to make me into a leftist. No matter what I say, I'm a leftist because I don't agree. But I'm trying to show that we don't need to be out here protesting.
How don't
this is
you
not
understand
about immigration.
Hold on. Understand where I'm coming from?
This is not about immigration. This is about a federal law enforcement act thing that's being leveled out. It's not about immigration. I have nothing to do with left. Like, I'm not over here like saying poor immigrants. I'm here talking about like, listen, this is a law enforcement situation. This is a federal government takeover of the American politics. It's not going to be a Democrat or Republican. When this whole thing is done, it's going to be under federal government, federalists. If you know what the federalists are, you know that this all is about law and order and the law and legal stuff. It has nothing to do with Democrat or Republican. They're using that as a smokescreen to polarize people. Meanwhile, they're coming up the middle. Y'all have moved to each side, and meanwhile, the whole fucking thing is going up the middle with the Federalist movement. And look that up. Go find the Federalist movement. That is what this whole thing is about. Donald Trump is not a fucking Republican. He's a Federalist. And this whole thing is not about Republican.
Actually, Donald Trump is a populist.
He's a Federalist.
He's actually a populist.
Whatever you call it. All right.
Everything you said, everything you literally just said, it is a progressive talking point that progressives have said over and over and over again.
No, what? Show me a progressive that said that Donald Trump is a Federalist. Show me one.
They're not literally saying they're a Federalist. They literally saying the same thing you're saying.
No. You're saying that they're not literally saying he's a Federalist.
No, they're
literally saying
they're not saying they're not saying exactly what you're saying.
No,
but
most
they're saying
people
the same. It's the same.
Donald Trump sign are Republicans. Most people that are on Donald Trump side is Republican.
Same talking points. Same talking points.
Okay.
No, Trump side, most of them are Republican. They're not, and they are saying I voted for Republican.
At least I'm honest to say yes, I am a Republican.
Okay,
yes, I will say the things that I say, I actually have evidence to back up what I say. But there's no concrete evidence that you're saying that is bad. All this shit is conspiratory.
You're driving a truck.
All this shit is conspiratory. What evidence would you like me to show, ma'am?
Show me the evidence that Donald Trump is a populist.
A populist?
Show me the evidence. Don't say it. Don't talk about it. Show
that
me
is
the
easily. Donald Trump literally in Minneapolis, he literally just surrendered Minneapolis a brief surrender to Minneapolis because he was doing down in the polls. That is a populist. They go by the polls.
Welcome to the
Okay,
chat.
now, as of the Lucas character, if you care to listen, when Donald Trump first got elected as president, Lucas was a hardcore Trumpster. When Trump lost to Biden, he switched up and became a hardcore Bidener, right? Because he knew he'd lose his following online. Then when Trump won again, he's a flip-flopper. You can't go by anything that this dude says. He will say whatever he has to say to populate his subscriber count. He is a grifter. Bottom line up front, grifter. Okay? That's the real deal. So using him as a source, I'm like, oh God, not him. That's a horrible source to use of any information. Now, with all of the other stuff, last time I checked, now this is just me, you know, I only got a 12th grade education. The Civil War initially started because the Democrats didn't want to abolish slavery. And when they lost, they ended up starting this little organization club called the KKK. The Republicans ain't had nothing to do with that, did they? But now you got all of these black folks that's on the Democrat plantation. And I know how that happened. When Kennedy got smoked, you had the black woman on TV. He did so much for colored people. Why? Crying. They ran that over and over and over and over and over. It's even in the movie JFK. And everybody, oh, the black woman, we got to do, you know, the black woman, we got to, and it just fell all into place. Bottom line up front, come on now.
They don't mention how the reason why pretty much majority of all the freedoms that black folks have received has been Republicans.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the Republicans, Black History Month would still be Negro Week.
Or
Research.
The 1964 Civil Rights Act. It was sponsored by Eisenhower.
Exactly.
Republican.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, it was a carryover from the Eisenhower administration.
But they
yeah,
gonna
you
say
got that. And Martin Luther King birthday wouldn't be a federal holiday if it wasn't for Reagan. So what Joe Biden gave black
Malcolm
folks?
X man. I'm not a Martin.
Me too.
King
I'm a Malcolm X man too.
I believe Martin Luther King was a sellout. Not only was he a sellout, but just hear me out. Just hear me out. I want to force myself on. I want to force immigration on my oppressors. So they don't want to be next to me, but I want to force myself onto them, and also using the law. Doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. Okay. Well, when it comes to Martin, I'm like, hey, y'all do what you do. But even with the others talk about, you know, the Masons and the this and the that and all that other horse shit, that goes all the way back to the Talented 10th, the W.E.B. Du Bois, and all of them folk back then. And all of it is horse shit. And the Masons, and this is the plan, and then because it's owned by this and Prince James George, whatever, sent the charter over, and then with the black, I was like, get the black folk always trying to be white adjacent, but spin it into something else. Just be your damn self.
Or like when it came to the Montgomery bus boycott. Oh well, there was a dark-skinned woman that did that before Rosa Parks, but they used Rosa Parks.
Right, but they used Rosa Parks
because she was she was you know how black folks are. Some black folks are colorist. Bro,
I can break it down. I can break that down for you. Look up the Blue Vein Society. That's all you got to do. I'm high yellow and I know about it. I walk up, extend my arms. You're in because you can see the blue veins right through my skin. Yeah, he's a
Well,
member. Come
I
on.
thought it was the brown paper bag. The brown
No,
paper
no, no,
bag
no, no, not
challenge.
the
Is that
brown
that
paper
one?
bag.
Oh, okay.
That's the low level. That's the you really tried hard to get in.
Oh,
One.
okay.
The other ones are the light bright Daniel Whites, as you know, they called us. You know, you sit there, they could look at your hands on your knees in the veins that are on the top of your hands. You can see they're blue. If that don't work, you know, hold your hands palm up and they can see the veins at your elbow on top and bottom. Blue veins straight through your skin. You're in. So, yeah. That goes right into the Jack and Jills. And it's a whole lot, man. Boy, black folk and separatists post doggone slavery as a monster. Because I have a personal belief, you know, when slavery was in effect, you had the slave owner, you had the doggone the dude that enforced the will of the slave owner on the, what was he called? The middle dude, the overseer, there we go. No, the overseer. So you had the slave, you had the plantation owner, you had the overseer, then you had Mammy. And Mammy thought she had power because whatever she said, jump, black men had to jump and say how high.
Well,
Slavery ended. Slavery ended. Black women lost their mammy power over black men, and they never got over it.
I call that the modern day
I'd like to add on, everybody.
NCAACP.
That woman who came before Rosa Parks, her name was Claudette Cloven. And from what I just researched just briefly to brush up, because I've heard about this before, but thank y'all for bringing that up. The NAACP, the reason how come they didn't go with her at the time, supposedly because she was 15 years old, she was unmarried, and she was pregnant. And they figured, again, the light skin Rosa Parks would be more fitting to the optics. Which is sick.
Rosa's husband had a car, but then they reported, it was broken.
Interesting.
Look that up.
So yeah, you know,
look that part up.
DJ Genesis, I have a question to ask you. All right, she's in the back. She's taking care of something, I think. But it's just like as you guys had just uncovered finally, and it should be a relief to, like, you imagine, right? Getting that out. Like, listen, I am a Democrat. I am a progressive. Finally, right? Won't y'all agree?
I'm not a fucking Democrat. I disagree. I get fucking tired of everybody kind of like pin me as a Democrat. I'm not a fucking Democrat. I don't go by any political party. I don't agree. I don't believe in political parties. I think it's all bullshit. I think that all this stuff is bullshit. I don't even vote half the time.
I understand, ma'am.
The Independence is a political party.
Well, ma'am, I
the
understand.
One year I voted was for Cornell West. I don't even vote, so I don't.
I understand, ma'am, but
politics, I think it's all bullshit. I think that all these people are like just fake ass people put into place, like to be a puppet. To you think that this person is doing something they're not. There's if you really ask my political opinion on things, Trump is just a figurehead. It's political theater. All this stuff is Obama didn't have any power. None of these presidents have any power. I think that the elections is really a census, like a way to like track people. I don't agree with any of it. I think it's bullshit.
If it's a census, why do it doesn't make sense to be a census then? You know, because
Could you just come out like and just say, "Hey, I'm attracted to left-leaning media"?
Well, just because of that, I'm attracted to when I see people going through a certain thing and like the society is having a certain thing. when I look at videos and I see certain stuff, then I draw an opinion from that. And if that sounds like I'm a left-leaning Democrat, okay, well, I guess I'm a left-leaning fucking Democrat. But I have never voted Democrat.
You vote for Cornel West.
You never voted Democrat?
No, she voted for Cornel West. Cornel West is a progressive. He's a progressive Democrat.
But he's not a Democrat.
He's basically a Democrat.
No, he's not. He has his own party.
Essentially.
Okay, what?
He has his own party. He has his own party. I think We the People Party, whatever he called it. He has his own party. He's not. But my thing is, I don't really believe in political parties. I think it's all bullshit. I think both sides, everything, it's just a bunch of like polarizing bullshit. Bottom line, I don't agree. I don't agree in politics. I don't celebrate holidays. There's a lot of things going on with me. So,
do you think there's any right-leaning Pan-Africanist in 2020 in the 21st century?
Listen, you want to like always bring up the fact that I'm a
I just want to ask you a question. It's a simple one. Do you think there are any?
My Pan-Africanism and my belief in Pan-Africanism have nothing to do with everybody else or what everybody else is doing.
Oh, I didn't even know that. What's a Pan-African? I'll Google it because I'm curious.
They're far left and they're Marxist.
This if it looks like a duck, it quacks like a duck.
Why don't you guys get off my channel then? Why are you on my channel trying to talk about?
It's not downgrading you. It's just
yes, it is.
It's like it's a relief to come out. Like just it's like coming out. Hey, this is who I am.
Label me. You're trying to create a label for me. You can't create a label for me. There's no label.
Well, it's like this, man. It's like this. All
You're
right?
not gonna put me into a box.
I drop down. If you want me to, I drop down. I have no problem. What I'm saying to you is, ma'am.
There's no
this
category.
Is my third.
If you're gonna say something, it's gonna be put me into a category.
This is my third time on your channel.
And let's not appreciate your input on my channel. But when you try to like label me and pigeonhole me into any box, Democrat, Republican, whatever, communist, with Pan-African, whatever.
No, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, ma'am. You got to get out your emotions with this.
Well, no, you gotta stop. I'm gonna be in my emotions if you try to make me into something I'm not. I'm not any of the things you said.
Okay. I got a question.
I'm not in the Bloods, the Crips, the Masons, whatever group. I'm not a part of no group. I'm an individual. I have nothing to do.
I thought you said you were Pan-African.
Okay,
well,
so
I would say this. I believe in Pan. I believe in Pan.
Can I ask a question then?
Pan-Africanism? No, I'm not a part of no group.
May I ask the panel a question then? The panel, y'all don't mind? So I got a homeboy. He wears nothing but all red all the time. He listens to a lot of people you could say in a certain illegal organization. He don't say the C word. In my opinion, I say he's a blood. Do y'all think he's a blood?
I would think so from what I know of their organization.
Oh, here's the funny thing is he's a Crip though. He a Crip. He real all red, but he's
sloganizing. Stop putting everybody in the box. Of Tyrell Stevens, if you want to come up, show your face. I don't believe people are going to argue this on Wild.
Okay, well, I looked at the Pan-African thing, and the name that came up was W.E.B. Du Bois. So I'm like, oh, that's a hefty sense sack full of hell no for me. That's that talented 10th, Masons, whoop-de-woo, white adjacent, let's be different. I mean, let all that. Yeah, first he was a Republican, and then he went to the Democrat Party after calling the other dude he was beefing with, a doggone bootlicking lackey. What was that guy? Not George Washington Carver, the other
Booker T. Washington.
Booker T. Yeah, he was talking about Booker T. Washington was a sellout because he was trying to like negotiate with whites, and W.B. Du Bois was on some take by force, and then he got with Marcus Garvey, and I'm like, okay, the Tether Crew. Yeah, and none of that ever worked. And yeah, they can go to hell with all of that stuff. I'm like this. I'm American. You know, I am a veteran. I know that the Republicans stand and take care of our military and our veterans. And anyone that does not know that was in, I guess they just not getting their just due.
On the
It's
Democrat
one of my goals. One of my goals when I jump on these panels is to like bust the stigma and remove the phobia of those who are like you and I on the panel, and for all Americans to be proud. Stop being scared to say you're American and you know you love it and you're not going nowhere. You know, people are becoming. I think people are getting more in tuned to being nationalist, like being American first, being proud of it. But there's a long way to go. There's a long way to go.
Bruh,
They're teaching something different in the schools.
Brother, I basically see that whenever the Democrats get in the party, to all the black folks who don't vote, who don't believe in voting, who vote straight blue, no matter who, I'm going to say this. If you thought the Democrats don't give a damn about you now, wait till they win the midterms and wait till they get back in power.
You ain't gonna do that. Wait till Saturday night.
Oh, wait till they get back in power.
Oh yeah.
No, wait till Saturday night.
Nancy Pelosi already told you.
Wait till Saturday night.
Nancy Pelosi already told your asses what they about to do. They about to replace the black community with the illegal immigrants because Nancy Pelosi said we're going to give mass amnesty whenever we get back in power.
See there? Mm-hmm. And you know what's wild?
They're gonna recall and rescind all the immigrations, the deportations. So they're gonna bring these people back, and then they're gonna give them some form of reparations.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what.
They already did that. What you talking about? They already did that on the
They're gonna do it again, though. They're gonna do it again.
Money. You know what?
No.
Bruh, please, let me get this out.
Oh, my bad, brother. My bad.
Yeah, let me get it out, bro. Let me get it out. The only time the black folk didn't get mad until they found out how much doggone WIC and Link and welfare and EBT and all that the illegals was getting. Then they got mad. Then they got mad. Then you got all these blacks talking more doggone crap about the United States than a big dog. Only 1/3 of the black American population actually have a passport, valid or not.
Oh, brother. Under Joe Biden administration, they actually gave out reparation to legal aliens who illegally came into your country because of the fact that they did some illegal policies under Joe Biden's administration. I will repeat, under the Joe Biden administration, they gave out $400,000 of reparations to illegal aliens. If you think I'm lying, Google it yourself. It's worth a Google. That I think it was about 2,000 plus receive over $400,000 of reparations from the Joe Biden. Yes, the person that you black folks voted for, the nigga who said true now Shalber the suppressor and niggas cheered for it. Or my favorite one is when he said better calf care, and niggas still cheered for this shit. So to all the ones in the comments, I don't care about your booze. I see what you cheer for.
Hey, you remember Sleepy Joe?
And the goal, if I may, and I'll be brief because I'll be like bam, and I'm out. The brother mentioned something about the Obama era when Chicago got named Chirac. Now, if you look at the Iraq War, it was 8 years, wasn't it? Right. Okay. You have 4,492 fatalities of United States service members, right? Right. Okay. I was there. I would know. 899 Black American service members died during that 8-year time period. That's like 18 months average in Chicago. That's an 18-month average. Then let us not roll back to 1974 when I was a kid and couldn't go outside and play, when they had 970. Y'all can look it up. 970 fatalities, the majority black on black. You dig? So now you got it flipped. You got these white folk losing their mind against white folk. I'm like, y'all should, in theory, be happy. Look at the white on white crime. Look at the white on white crime. This y'all chance for some get back. But what you do, just like a loyal old, like Paul Mooney said, like a loyal old hound dog, oh, we ain't no them white folks secrets. We ain't gonna sell no secrets to the Russians.
So, but to all the younger folks, if you ever wonder how we got here politically, like I'm talking about the past 3 presidents, Google 2012. Learn about the year of 2012, 2013. This is the reason how we got here was the Smith-Mondale Act. The Smith-Monty Act. That's where Obama signed in a law basically allowed the media to propagandize the American citizen. It's like you literally got white women out here protesting against ICE, and I'm like, well, just to let you know, Miss White Lady, your numbers haven't increased in population either. So technically ICE is helping you out too. But you got the liberal whites fighting to keep their slaves in. The reason why is because, hey, as long as they could keep illegals, they could use them to get more votes in the Senate and the House. You can use the illegal slave for cheap labor. They don't have no form of political power. And you could get money off of them by the fraud, like Tim Walz. That's the reason why the three words Tim Walz said when Renee Good got shot, "Thank you, God." That's what he said. Because of the fact that Tim Walz is going to prison.
Well, brother, when you was talking about the 2012, you dig, going back, stroll down memory lane to 1948 when they had Operation Mockingbird, right? Whereas the media was forced by the government to only say this and say that and the third and this and that and da-da-da-da-da, right? Operation Mockingbird, look it up. Then check out, was it a Democrat or Republican president? Now, as I recall, I'm not a smart man, it was Harry S. Truman, Democrat, 1948. Operation Mockingbird. Hello.
See, what Obama did with that Smith-Mondale Act, excuse me.
He upgraded Operation Mockingbird. Yeah, he made it Operation Mockingbird 2.0.
Yeah, this time what he did is he allowed the mainstream liberal media to propagandize the mentally I'm going to say the mentally disabled people on the left, and he weaponized it. Basically, it was the beginning of weaponizing those people, because I'm gonna be real with you, bro. I was up there in Minnesota. It was minus 16 degrees. I didn't even want to get out my 18-wheeler to take a piss. And you telling me there's people up there protesting? Shit, you know somebody's getting paid.
Oh, by the way, the Department of Justice just dropped the Don Lemon case.
Okay.
You know, the far left. The left.
They just dropped the what case?
The Don Lemon case about
so
Oh, okay.
He's not going to jail then. That's what you're saying?
Right. Well, the thing with him is, see, he showed up when they were already there making their plans. He wasn't part of the planning. So people thinking he was going to jail just for being there is insane.
No, he was part of the planning. He live streamed the whole thing.
He's got video to back him up saying, showing them he's there and he's showing he could not be tied to the planning, just the BLMs, et cetera, et cetera.
There's a video that shows him saying that maybe we might be talking about the same video, but there's a video showing him when he was live streaming that they was getting ready to do an operation. I can't tell you where it's at, but the name of the operation.
That's it. They are getting ready to do an operation. I can't tell you where it's at, but I'm going to be there.
Okay, well,
that's not being a part of the planning.
In my opinion.
Bruh. I've been with you all night. But when you're right, you're right. When you're wrong, you're wrong. Now, words of him saying they are planning or they are going to do, that removes him. That gives him plausible deniability in any of it. You dig?
Oh, because he's
all about the wording.
Hey, and I agree with you. It just shows me two tiers of justice. It shows that when you're on the right, they will throw the book at you. When you're on the left, hell, even the vice president will be a part of something to bail you out. Two tiers of justice system, bro.
Yeah, but he didn't do anything though. Really, he was just there on camera to push their narrative.
And you're right, but say that to the journalists on January 6th who didn't even go inside of the Capitol. They were just there reporting, and those people got charged and went to jail also. Like I said, two tiers of justice.
Donald Trump has just made a stunning admission as the pressure continues to grow against him from the American people based on the ICE and Border Patrol Gestapo invading places like Minnesota and other places throughout the country. Donald Trump, when he was leaving the White House moments ago, said that you can't have guns. People can have guns. You can't just walk into places or be in public and have a gun or a concealed carry. Listen to what he says. Play this clip. Then Donald Trump says that he thinks that Kristi Noem is doing an amazing job. This as Democrats have now formally called for Noem to be impeached. Let's play this clip right here.
I have, yeah. I think she's doing a very good job. The border is totally secure. You forget.
And then in this kind of ghoulish moment after saying all of these horrific things and after the regime defamed Alex Pretty and his family, Donald Trump says, I love Alex Pretty's family. I love everybody. I love them all. What are you talking about? You have utterly defamed Alex Pretty, an American hero. You've defamed his family, and you say, I love them?
He's a hero?
What are you talking about?
How's he American hero?
That whole situation, I love
He's a hero?
I love it.
Isn't he an operating room surgeon that works in the?
He's a hero.
I don't know why they call him a hero. I don't get what they get.
Okay, that's what we're talking about.
He was a nurse in intensive care.
Everybody been talking to him as a hero, but maybe
I want to hear him say that though.
Operating room nurse, and then he actually saves people in the operating room in the ER. He's an ER operating nurse.
Didn't he also get dishonorable discharge from the military by stealing shit?
And then became an operating room nurse that saves a lot of people.
He saves a lot of who?
It doesn't
matter. What does Trump say he's a hero?
Hold on now. You actually believe that they do those type of surgeries at the Veterans Administration? You really believe that? They don't. You're sent to a real hospital for that type of surgery. I know. I'm a 100% total and permanent disabled veteran. Okay? You're sent to a real hospital with real surgeons, not those doggone former military quack people. If they have to actually open your body.
So you're saying Craig was a VA operating room ER nurse?
Yeah, you know what they do at the VA in the operating rooms? When you go in there and you got doggone like lumps that are filled with your dig, and they need to cut you open and do this and that and all this other stuff. You know, they'll do colonoscopies, this and that, but they don't do heart surgeries and any of that heavy duty medical stuff at the VA. They send you to a regular hospital for that. This is what you do.
I did not agree with the whole hero talk.
I'm just saying. When the last time a gunshot victim was sent to a VA hospital?
Yeah, operated by a field medic.
Not never. Yeah.
Family. And it's a very sad situation. Yeah, please.
Now I want to bring in Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Governor Walz, good to see you. We really are at this inflection point right now. The horrific murder of Alex Preti over the weekend by Border Patrol. Donald Trump has said that Tom Homan is now going to be going into Minnesota. Your office put out a statement saying that your office met with Tom Homan this morning, reiterating Minnesota's priorities, impartial investigations into the shootings involving federal agents, a swift and significant reduction in the number of federal forces in Minnesota, and an end to the campaign of retribution against Minnesota. I want to hear from you about, how that call went. But, one of the things is, Donald Trump will put out a statement and say, we had a productive call. And then you'll see he puts someone on TV who then starts defaming you, defaming the state, and says the opposite.
Anomaly, if you want to come up, this is the link to the chat right here. Do you see it right there? I just posted it so that you can come up. I don't know why you're saying I wish I could get on the panel. That's the link. I just posted it right there. It's right here. That's the link to the chat. I don't know exactly where the whole hero thing is, but I'm just let's go into. We're talking about this whole Trump thing.
So where do we go from here, Governor?
Yeah, and look, when we know that, and Minnesota is going through it, and the world's seen that, but I think also Minnesotans are showing the side of us that we were resolved and we're not going anywhere. With that being said, the White House, I wish it was because of the moral outrage of the murder of Alex and Renee and the Liam, the little boy, and everything else that they've traumatized to our state. But my guess is it probably has more to do with dropping poll numbers. But either way, they get to that place. What I will say that I feel, skeptically optimistic, if there's a term there, I'm a little bit cautious on it, that Tom Homan landed last night and he was in my office this morning, at 9:00. I never met Greg Bovino. Kristi Noem, who I've known for decades, served with in Congress, we're neighbors here in states. She never made any attempt to contact me. So look, the White House knows that they need to get out of this. And if President Trump said we were on the same wavelength, I think that wavelength is this has to end. I want it to end because of the moral outrage and the unconstitutional nature of what's happening here. I think they want it to end because it's bad politics. But either way, we are on the same place that we want it to end. Now the question is, are they going to follow through with that? And Tom Homan's a new one in this. I know his background. He does have a law enforcement background. Whether I agree specifically on his policies, I think he understands how the system works and recognizes that this amateur hour that was out here with Greg Bovino and Kristi Noem did nothing but, got 2 people killed, got countless others hurt, and did nothing to make us any safer. So I think we're at that point. We haven't got anything done yet other than a change of tone. And just as you said, the president has talked about my inability to understand things and that everything else. But yesterday, apparently, we're okay. And so I want to stay in that spot for now.
Right. I mean, one of the big issues here that we're dealing with is that.
All right, we have a new I've seen you in the chat a lot of thank you for being here a lot. I mean, a lot of times, you've been talking about this subject. Welcome, Tanjan. Tanjan,
thank you.
Welcome.
I gotta be I gotta agree to disagree to a lot of things. I gotta come up here and troll and disagree to some things, but I do know a lot of stuff. I'm gonna tell you something. Tim Walz is full of shit. Okay, there's a bunch of shit pointing at him, and he in trouble. That's how come he say he's not running for a third term, because he know, and I hope he do life in prison. You caused a lot of deaths, and he's the cause of this riot happening, because it didn't have to happen. It just never had to happen. You knew when people voted to get these illegals up out of here, and they needed to get up out of here. They were disrupting the lives of people, causing inflations and causing rents and stuff to be high. And now there's a new executive order saying that landlords are no longer allowed to be charging new renters or any renters 2 to 3 times the amount of rent anymore. You're not allowed to try to whip people out of money, because too many of these governors or any states stealing from people and saying, oh, we need money, or it's expensive here. No, they was feeding those undocumented here. And soon as Black folks stop being servants to these Democrats, then all of a sudden, oh, we could just use these illegals. Tim Walz was busted for sending him and Gavin Newsom busted for sending money over to China to help keep the winning streaks going, to keep the Democrats in office by having them, allegedly. But if you look at Benny Johnson, they show all that stuff. That stuff is funny, how they just show every single body getting caught at their scams. And this is how come they don't like Trump. He know too much, and he gonna tell it all. Since you trying to make him be a 34 count felon and can't even come up with one. And that was, to me, that was mind-boggling. At every crime that was committed on their end, they was putting it on Trump, and it backfired. It all backfired. So I'm just saying, right here, yes, I'm saying right now, as far as the Don Lemon situation, now the judge thinks they can drop the case. Trump ain't letting that go. He's the commander-in-chief. See, he barred in that church. I don't care. We see him offering these protesters. They knew they was going at the church. We see him offering donuts and coffee. We saw when he got there to meet with them, one of them cussed him out and said, get the fuck up out of here. He said, and they said, no, he's one of ours. He's one of ours. There's a video on that. So you can't tell me he was.
And also,
thank you, sis. You're a breath of fresh air with common sense. Whew.
Amen.
Yep. Amen. Hallelujah.
And then the Black lady comes up and stands next to Don Lemon, and she says, we're the disruptor. So you're not gonna know when we coming. We just gonna pop up at your establishment and disrupt things. That's what we do. Well, Don Lemon got her ass arrested, and her friend, and that white dude. And I'm gonna tell you something about this KKK offsprings that's in the Democratic Party. She's liberal. Okay, born from the KKK loins. I'm gonna tell him like this. First of all, to the white guy that's arrested right now, that's in prison right now, don't speak on Fred Hampton. None of y'all white folks, don't ever speak on Fred Hampton. He didn't like no Democrats. None. So for him to sit there and say he quoting Fred Hampton, you go kick rocks, Wonder Bread. Go get locked up. Stay locked up in the alligator prison. Because you in someone's church of worship. And I'm gonna tell you one thing. There's a Black pastor, the only one I've seen so far, an old pastor. He had the glasses on. And he said, Don know better than that. You can't come up in this church and do that. Oh no, you ain't doing that. He says that you could put hands and feet on a person. He said that's Bible. He said he'll quote scriptures, say that you can't whoop somebody's ass. So yeah, there's a pastor that says that. So these are things where we're trying to find something Trump doing wrong. Now Trump said be transparent. He's being transparent. But he says you can protest. That's American way. Protest, but protest peacefully. If I don't like ICE for whatever reason, I'm not going to be in their face antagonizing them. They're agitators. And then people want to sit there and say, this is a second coming of George Floyd. Well, no and yes at the same time. We can't compare a crackhead who was beating up on people in this community and damn near put a 4-year-old brain dead. We can't be talking about he's the hero, but this is what racist people do. They put someone that's a damn crackhead, beat up on Black women, robbing people, on drugs, and they put him as the face of our hero.
They weren't even
Motherfucker, put
cheering for
makeup.
DJ. They weren't even cheering for what was that little boy's name? It was a DJ, the 12-year-old boy who survived brain cancer.
Yep.
One of the
Out
most
there in Texas, right?
one of the
Yep.
most rarest cancers you could have. This little black boy survived, and these Democrats won't even stand up and cheer for him
Whoop
because
I'm glad you brought that up.
whoop cancer's ass. And then you want to talk, what about Sonia Massey? Sonia Massey was in her house having a nervous breakdown. And instead of the officer saying, we could give you an ambulance and see if you need someone to talk to, he decided he want to stand 50 yards away from her kitchen and say, if you throw water on me, I'm going to shoot you. And then he shot her. And she said, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. So what did Renee Good do? She was an agitator. You're making a bunch of damn noise. You're blocking people trying to go to work. You're blocking folks. You got rap music on. Then your wife telling you to go drive, baby, drive. We washed your hands, turn left towards the officer. He pulls his gun out and says, stop. And then she said, okay, well, drive, baby, drive. And you hit him. So it's going on. Like, these are things that are preventable.
Yeah.
Before you start this video, I want to say one thing about what the Democrats do with the optics of the media and what they've been doing with this Operation Mockingbird 2.0. You remember Charles Ramsey out there in Cleveland, the cheeseburger man who found the girl out in them houses where she was chained up? See, this is what they do. This was in 2013. This is what they do. So they like to put
Are you talking about the brother who
is,
was like, I was eating my McDonald's, and me and him we used to eat
Mhm.
ribs like every yeah, I remember that. Yep.
yeah. So that's what they'll put someone like that and give them the time of day. You know what I mean? They want us to they want to show us degenerate as hell.
Let me tell you something real quick, brother and family. Let me tell y'all. The Democrat Party is doing absolutely nothing. They know they're losing. So they're just going to go all out with a bang. And I'm going to tell you why. Picture you the landlord, all y'all the landlords, and you rent an apartment out to someone you think is a good person. And they bring all these unwelcome people in your apartment, terrorizing people in the units. Okay, all the residents getting terrorized. They've been calling the police a bunch of times. They're not leaving. They're tearing up your place, and you're not making any money anymore because people are moving out. And you say, I need you to move out. And they ain't moving out. And you keep telling them, we need you out of here. They've been here for 4 years. You've been ruining up my place. I'm losing money here. You got to go. Then you go and get the unlawful detainer, put the unlawful detainer on the door, and you say, you and all your unwanted guests got to leave before next thing you know, I'm getting the police. Think of the police being nice, okay? You already done gave them the unwanted. So they say, okay, since we got to go, let's break up and tear up shit on our way out and still harass people on our way up out of here since we got to leave. And we breaking the windows and we tearing up your apartments because we know we can't live here. That's what the Democrats sound like.
You know what they were doing out in these, you know what they was doing, how they was doing this in the blue states and the blue cities? This is how they was doing this with the illegals. It's called a master lease agreement. A master lease agreement is contract allowing a leasee to control a sublease an entire property or multiple assets from an owner. And see, like, no one would really know who the entity is, the third party entity is. It
was the government.
They disguise who really is on the lease. It's called the master lease agreement. And so that's why you see 9-10 of them in an overcrowded 1-bedroom apartment or a studio. This is how they was doing it.
So a lot of people don't understand.
A Biden Democratic administration.
Right. And after a year, they moved them to a 2 and 3 bedroom, or they become a homeowner after, right? And not to mention, but when it comes to us, we're being scrutinized. They're asking too many damn questions. They want to know if you're making 3 or 4 times the amount of their money. But if you sit there, if you think about it, that, you know, Gavin Newsom did that same shit over here. That's why me and a bunch of us was forced to be in a that we was in a shelter, but I was in this one night shelter. It's like a apartment home complex shelter. Really nice. Got a little park and everything, but you got to see your caseworker and all that stuff. All of this here because all the apartments and stuff was rented out to people who not qualified. So I went and applied for mid-pen housing, and for years, mid-pen housing been discriminating against Black people and American people who can speak good goddamn English. You could be Mexican, and if you speak good goddamn English, you're not qualified to bid. They're gonna find ways you not renting because you too damn American to them. So these migrants who are over here doing welfare, food stamps, and all this stuff, and housing and all that stuff, the reason for being because they're getting paid to sneak more people who are not from here in these states in these apartments and stuff.
Because
so they
it
So
helps
are
out.
you from Minneapolis or Minnesota, Tangent?
I'm from the Bay Area. They work hand in hand though. The biggest fraud is here in California.
So
Well,
they
yeah.
actually
in the Bay Area is ICE coming down hard over there, or is it like?
Well, let me tell you what. Well, ICE is coming down, but let me tell you what's happening. A bunch of legal migrants. We talking about hardworking Mexicans that's here. They've been calling ICE left and fucking right. And there's one African dude called ICE on the actual person they know is so damn anti-American. It's ridiculous. And these are folks who come here as a guest or coming here to establish themselves to be an American, and they work hard. They get treated just as bad as American-born people do too because they paid their way here. See,
so
they follow steps to become an American here, and they respect more of American ways. So
Ain't enough stories like that though, you know.
Yeah,
It's sad.
that's ICE. You got Mexicans that will call ICE on an undocumented Mexican. They don't give a fuck. This is some stuff that this is where we supposed to be quiet now, because now we understand, oh, this is the propaganda. See, Democrats ain't finna win no motherfucking primary. No primary. I think maybe 2 Democrats gonna get something, and then the rest of y'all, Democratic Party is killing their own goddamn party. It's just gonna die.
So
I've
ma'am,
seen it.
so since you're from California, do you know anything about do you know a little bit about the jury, how they've been having a problem with jury duty because there's way too many illegal immigrants who have voted in California, and so the jury, for jury duty, they having a problem because a lot of the people they're bringing up for jury duty ain't legal citizens.
They're not having a problem at all. Let me tell you what they was doing. Let me bring them some on game. They said that bullshit, but let me tell you where Prop 50 came in at. They know who's American, who voted for what. They said, oh, when I came to vote, and I said, I'm finna vote for Trump, I'm not voting for that Indian woman to come up in office and fuck us over even more. I ain't doing it, because she's already a fuck up. All right? I didn't vote.
Amen.
I pulled up my driver's license. White lady says, oh, we don't need your license. I said, well, how are you gonna know if I'm a resident here? She goes, oh, we have ways of finding out. They go by your phone number, sweetie. They go by your phone number and your birth certificate. Your phone number lets your name to your birth certificate. So they already know that you're legal. So they gave me straight up what they did, and they do this shit on purpose. They gave me a card, a courtesy card to be at jury duty. Now I can't go to jury duty. I have a small minor child. He's special needs. That's my boy. He's Asperger's and auditory sensory disorder. Okay, he's one of those genius kids, but have a behavioral problem. That's my son. So I can't go. He's only 6 years old. I can't go. So
You're gonna make mama a multi-millionaire. Trust me.
So then I sent them later. They said I sent them a copy, let them know online. They said, oh, you're gonna apply to not go online. So they said, oh, after carefully reviewing, we're gonna deny your case. You still gotta come to jury duty. I said, okay, I'm gonna come with my son. And if he make a bunch of noise and ask y'all questions and snatch y'all papers and stuff, you can't throw me out. They said, oh no, you have to show us medical proof. So I'll go to the medical proof to get that letter. We finally go, and they said they're gonna deny that letter. I said, okay, let me drive my ass on down there since y'all want to play dumb with me. I get there and I show them this. Oh, we gave you a different card. That's probably why you're denied. I says, I don't understand that, but here's the medical paper right here. You're gonna have to see this, because you see my little boy, It's impossible. I'm a single mom. I'm enjoying being a mom, but I'm not throwing my son just any old kind of way. He's homeschooled. So she says, "Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it." So then I come out. I'm hearing another lady, black lady. She talking to this other white lady, and she talking about how this is the easiest thing to do, but Doge wants copies of everybody who voted in California, and we can't just give them that. Why in the hell not? Just like, why in the hell can y'all retrieve? Why you can't let Doge retrieve those welfare and food stamp documents in the welfare department? Because all them illegals is get $5,000 in cash and $11,000 in food stamps. When black people need it, and them American folks that need it for a minute until they find another job. Because it's always like that here in California. And here in California, they make you depend on welfare assistance. They don't want you to go get and become nothing better. And over here in California,
every day.
So, ma'am, quick question. I don't want to go a little bit too deep in your personal life, but you said once upon a time you was homeless, right?
Yeah.
How much money did the California government give you to help you out with your situation?
None.
So now you're going to get a little bit mad. How do you feel about how California was giving illegal immigrants cash money to buy homes?
Oh, I was pissed. Listen, listen. When I applied for those apartments, listen, they had these things where you can apply for these apartments. I ain't never seen that many goddamn people who can't speak no damn English there. At that time, I didn't have ICE number. But at the time, Trump wasn't the president yet. Again, you know what I'm saying? But I was hoping he become the president, because I was like, y'all know what you did on your first term. I gotta have you back. You know what I'm saying? But what happened was Gavin Newsom and Breonna Taylor. I forgot that woman's name. Breonna something.
Breonna Taylor.
Something.
You was like Breonna Taylor.
Yeah.
Another case that the Democrats lie about, but I'm not going to get into that.
Not the victim, Breonna Taylor. This other lady, her name is Breonna something. She worked as a Democrat, and they people got tired and voted her ass out because she's a Democrat. Okay, she with that boule shit, like Jasmine crooked letter crackheaded ass Crockett. She with that boule shit. So she's out there helping Gavin Newsom making people work 2 or 3 jobs just to pay for these illegals to get these nice homes stuff over in Morgan Hill and all that shit. And they got all of the Prop 50 shit is to make sure that they keep it sanctuary over here. But that shit ain't gonna fly neither. I'm telling you right now, we fucking with Don Father right now. See, everybody called Donald Trump John Clavius Trump and Donald Jameer Trump because he was hitting that black card. Okay, Orange Man was turning black for us. Okay, now he the Don Father. Okay, because he on that. I got an offer you can't refuse. He on that shit. That fuck around, find out shit.
Is that Brianna Bowman?
We have a
Is that Brianna Bowman?
This issue is emerging from within our governments at the local, state, and federal levels, and involves both Democrats and Republicans. Now, I never trusted any political party, and the recent incident involving the shooting death of Alex Preddy at the hands of ICE agents, who will likely remain unnamed, further reinforces my concerns. I believe the American people should question what they see in their local news broadcast on their stations that they watch locally and on certain social media accounts. Many of these viral entities are being manipulated by billionaires who exploit the thoughts and emotions of innocent, compassionate Americans.
Look, I'm going to show y'all something. There's nobody around these people. They're recording for TV. Look, they're down here like, come on, cheer louder, cheer more. And then you're going to see this on TV and you're going to think that there's like 1 billion people down here. But look, there's really not.
There are many things that I want to point out that Americans missed. The first thing I want to point out is that we have yet another incident where multiple cameras are recording. and a murder takes place to where the public can see multiple angles of the shooting, similar to the shooting death of Charlie Kirk and many other people over the years.
And they keep pushing people, you know?
Now, I'm not going to allow the video to be seen clearly because of YouTube's TOS and for the sake of respect for the dead, but I want you to hear the audio as I inform you of something odd that gets captured on camera, but nobody really noticed.
Oh, what the? They killed him? Did they kill that guy? Are you kidding me, dude?
Now, in the first shot, it is unclear where the gunfire is originating, but I believe it was this ICE agent here. However, the subsequent shots are fired by multiple ICE agents who are very close to the already deceased body of Alex Preddy, because he was deceased as soon as he was shot the first time. And they're visible to the left on the screen. Now, here's another angle that shows at least 3 officers who fired at Alex when he was already dead on the ground. The issue with this video is that the body does not react to being shot multiple times, as if the agents were firing blank rounds. Normally, the body would flinch with each bullet impact, no matter if it's dead or alive, which is both scientifically and realistically expected. However, if you look closely at the body, as the agents fire each unnecessary round, okay, nothing happens, as if nothing was happening to begin with. Now, those of you who would like to see the unedited version of this video, I left the link in the description so you can see it for yourself. Okay, now, the story we received about his altercation with the ICE agents states that he was interfering with their investigation or police routine, which involved the use of force to apprehend a suspect wanted for being an illegal immigrant with a known criminal background. Now, the illegal immigrant wasn't Alex, of course, but based on the reports, on their reports, he decided to disrupt the police or the ICE agents from doing what they were there to do. But if anything at all, he should have been apprehended at the most, not murdered in broad daylight just for trying to disrupt their routine. Yeah, it's against the law, but the penalty is not death. And we can't say that he was wrong for carrying a firearm because millions of Americans have a license to carry.
Actually, he was wrong carrying a
And
firearm
Minnesota
without no
is an
ID.
open carry state
And
that
an
allows
extra mag.
citizens who are permitted to open carry their firearms as long as they are officially permitted by the state to do so. And guess what? Alex had a permit to carry. He was
I actually
legally
went
permitted to carry a
protesting with an
firearm.
AK-47,
So,
and I never thought about
Alex
not bringing
not
my
only had his
ID and
permit,
extra
but he
mags.
was also disarmed by this agent here, milliseconds before he was shot and killed. Multiple things are wrong in this situation. First, disarming him was unnecessary since he did not pose a threat to officers.
He actually did
Okay,
pose a
he was
threat
able to open carry, so you can't say that he needed to be disarmed
Where
just for
his
having a
rights
weapon when he has his
ended,
license.
that's when his-
You can't just do
that's
that.
when, you know
Second, Alex never drew his weapon. Okay, he had his cell phone in one hand and his other hand was empty. And need I say that the agents pepper sprayed Alex before tackling him to the ground? So he was not only blind, he wasn't able to breathe properly, which is a common side effect of being pepper sprayed. Now, third, why were the agents so concerned about being recorded by his cell phone while many others were doing the same thing? It was like plenty of people all around them recording. Now, if their focus was on apprehending a possible suspect, right? Why were they paying attention to innocent protesters or whatever you want to call them, who were simply exercising their rights to protest?
How long is this boy gonna talk?
And speaking of rights, this situation paints a disturbing picture for Americans,
YouTube CSI.
especially if this isn't handled structurally. Because I'm going to play a few videos and I'm going to point out what these people are saying out loud that's alarming. Now, before I play any other videos that I feel as though are very important and, for you to pay attention to, I believe this is one of them because of what is being said about the ICE agents here. Here we go.
Now, almost immediately, the Trump administration declared the shooting justified. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said Preddy assaulted officers and intended to kill law enforcement. That's despite an eyewitness account filed under oath, Robin, contradicting the secretary's version.
Our own eyes.
Now, what's crazy is initial reports were indicating that an ICE agent was killed. Okay. Now, I know I'm not the only one that saw that. If you saw that, leave it in the comments below and tell me that you saw that. The narrative that these news reporters are giving is whatever they want. Whoever is able to pay them to create a narrative, that's what they're there to do. They're not there to give us the news. They're there to give us a narrative. You have to remember that.
Saying it for ourselves as well.
And before any investigation.
Yeah, right. What are the guidelines for deadly force, using deadly force?
The Department of Homeland Security does have its own policy saying a federal officer should only use deadly force when there's a reasonable belief of an imminent threat and should stop firing once that threat is neutralized. Even gripping or displaying a firearm is not enough, according to the DHS policy, to invoke deadly force.
Now, that's very important because he didn't do any of those. Okay. In fact, he was on the ground and then they disarmed him. So let me move on to the next video. Okay, now this is a clip that I'm going to play that's explaining Donald Trump's reaction to all of this. I'm going to play two of them because I need you to pay attention to what is being said by Donald Trump to the Wall Street Journal. Here we go.
President Trump telling the Wall Street Journal, all of it is under review. Quote, we're looking, we're reviewing everything, and I will come out with a determination. I don't like any shooting. I don't like it. But I don't like it when somebody goes into a protest and he's got a very powerful, fully loaded gun with 2 magazines loaded up with bullets also. That doesn't play good either. At some point, we will leave.
So far, the president is declining to say if CBP acted appropriately here on Saturday, but he does say the case is under review. In an interview with the Wall Street Journal, the president says this: we're looking, we're reviewing everything, and we'll come out with a determination. I don't like any shooting. I don't like it, but I don't like it when somebody goes into a protest and he's got a very powerful, fully loaded gun with 2 magazines loaded up with bullets also. That doesn't play good either.
There's an issue with that because, again, anybody can have a loaded weapon as long as they're permitted to have it. It doesn't matter if you like it or not. This is their rights. Do you see what the problem is? Americans, do you see what the problem is? Now, listen to the press secretary talk about this situation. Watch this.
I would also like to address the chaotic scenes in Minnesota over the weekend. Nobody in the White House, including President Trump, wants to see people getting hurt or killed in America's streets.
All right, so I had to get my views back up because as you guys were only the ones talking, my views went down to 60%, 64 people. So I had to play something get it back up to 91 people because it was down to 60, down to 50. So yeah. That kind of brought me back up to 91. So I'm playing it, and there we go. We're back up to 90. Go ahead and say what you're gonna say. It probably gonna go back down again because I don't know if people will agree. People are listening and they listen.
DJ messing with you. I violated my clock. Mess with your ass.
I mean, listen. First of all, we're an adult. You can agree to disagree. I can agree. I can disagree with some things. But I'm saying this: this man didn't have he didn't have a permit to carry, so he knew why he did what he did with the newspaper, with the magazines and stuff. Secondly, listen, I blame the leaders. I blame Tim Walz and them because they kept saying they needed to come out there and stop ICE and do this to ICE. You even have some that even mention harm ICE. So for me, again, if you're going to protest, and we mean protest peacefully, that means stay out their face. You can disagree, but stay far away from them. See, all this could have been prevented, but they're using people like him. To me, he ain't my people, so I don't care. You come up there. These are agitators. These are people that black folks won't do. Black folks ain't finna walk up on no ICE agent and try to pull something on them because you getting rid of somebody that's taking away food and money and food from and housing from their kids' mouth. They're not gonna do that, okay? Because see, we don't own them. We're not treating people as slaves. We just welcoming people. So we're not gonna walk up to ICE and do nothing that's heinous and dumb like that. He went up there. He did that. Okay, and there's too many of them that's on this TikTok channel talking about what they gonna do to ICE when they get out there. Have at it. There's too many of them like that. You got.
I think that he was trying to make is that this whole thing that the media is blowing it up, and there really might not even be a real thing that even happened. That somewhat it could be a psyop, psychological operation, where they've got this whole thing going on. Just to incite people, just to get people pissed off, just to get everybody like mad.
Yeah,
you know,
because
that's what he's talking about. He's talking about the fact that, like, listen, he showed initially in the video. Listen, they make it based on the video footage that look like they're just blowing up stuff, and this is all this going on. But it might be like about 10 people there, But it looks like it's a bunch of people there.
Ma'am, I just left Minnesota.
But here's the thing.
I just left Minneapolis, Minnesota. You cannot sit there and say there was 10 people there. There was thousands of people in the. There were
crowded.
There were thousands of people.
Hotels and stuff was being broken into. But listen, in defense of these ICE agents, and I'm gonna say it like this: there's too many of them getting harmed, and they're not supposed to do anything. You got the people who's getting paid to tell ICE to stand back, let them do what they do. But then these people walk up to these ICE agents, follow them, throwing stuff at them, spitting in their faces. That's why they wear masks. They're doing these things. One of them got his finger bit damn near off by a protester. You got a woman who tried to throw a grenade at an ICE agent. It backfired and blew her damn hand damn near off.
Can you show the videos of the people who are following regular citizens because that they rent a car out and they rent a vehicle out. If they have Texas plate. There's literally people following regular civilians, telling them to show them their papers.
Show me your ICE.
To prove that you're not ICE. There was if I remember correctly, there was a guy. The guy was like, "Well, show me your ID so I could make sure that you were not ICE." Hell, I had a car following me until I pulled over into the truck stop. They pull over right next to me, asked me, "Am I part of the ICE operation?" Yada yada yada. And I had to sit here and say this: if you keep following me, I got something big in here that is bigger than the ICE agents, and I will unload into your fucking car if you keep following me. Because of the fact that it is my right as a truck driver. I don't know if you're trying to hijack me. So if you're following me everywhere I go around your punk ass city in Minneapolis, you're following me because of the fact that I was right behind the ICE agents because I had a delivery right down the street. Come on. And so
beginning to break out between top officials within the Trump administration as they figure out who they can scapegoat regarding the botched, god-awful response to the execution of 37-year-old ICU nurse Alex Preddy. Immediately after the shooting, top Trump officials came out using incendiary rhetoric saying that Alex was trying to massacre people, that he was essentially a bloodthirsty domestic terrorist. Now, Trump admin officials are backing down off of that type of rhetoric and saying they are waiting for the investigation to happen, which is it's good, but it's too little too late. You guys came out and defamed him. You basically kicked his dead body an hour after he was shot by your goons, and now they're trying to blame each other. At first, Kristi Noem was thrown under the bus. She's getting reassigned from interior enforcement over to the border. Then Greg Bovino got demoted. Trump thought that was going to be enough, but we were looking for more accountability. So Kristi Noem told people behind the scenes that she got that language from Stephen Miller, actually. She's trying to blame it on Stephen Miller. Now, Stephen Miller is the one that leads the most extreme policy within the Trump admin. But at the end of the day, this is Trump's administration. He creates the permission structure. He chose these people. He handpicked these people and gave them the instructions to be as incendiary as possible. So it is Trump's fault. It is Stephen Miller's fault. And yes, Kristi Noem, it is still your fault. You are a grown woman, even if you want to say that the language came directly from Stephen Miller. Kristi Noem's language that Alex Preddy wanted to, quote, massacre federal agents was dictated to Noem and her department by the man most responsible for the controversial operation, Stephen Miller. That's according to 4 sources who spoke to Axios. And now Kristi Noem is trapped in a corner due to her botched operation. Senator Tom Tillis, a Republican senator, says he's giving President Trump a terminate recommendation for Secretary Kristi Noem's job. Listen to the scathing letter written by a Republican. Remember, a Republican. Quote, she's proven that she doesn't know how to lead, how to de-escalate. She's exposing ICE officers to dangerous situations. She's exposing U.S. citizens to deadly situations. And instead of actually stepping back and being calm, she tells the president, as did Stephen Miller shortly after the shooting, before anybody could have gotten any on-scene information, that he was a terrorist. What sort of judgment is that for somebody who's running a very consequential, important organization? And I haven't even talked about the C and D in failing grades that she's getting on the Helene response. Kristi Noem getting eviscerated by a Republican senator there. Let me point out how abnormal it is for a Republican who voted to confirm Kristi Noem to then come out and say, wait a minute, Kristi Noem needs to be terminated and removed immediately. But even Tom Tillis, even this Republican senator, has trouble with the blame game. He blames Stephen Miller. He blames Kristi Noem. He says they lied to the president, essentially, about this person being a terrorist. No, it is all of their fault, but Donald Trump is the president. Stephen Miller is higher up in the chain than Kristi Noem. I could believe that Kristi Noem was just repeating what Stephen Miller said, but that does not mean that Kristi Noem is out. Then Tom Tillis said Kristi Noem should be fired. When asked if he has confidence in her, Tillis replied, not at all. Moments after, the largest federal employee union called for Noem and Stephen Miller to resign. Wow. The American Federation of Government Employees, the largest federal employee union, which also represented Alex Preddy, issued a statement Monday night calling for the resignations of DHS Secretary Kristi Noem and Deputy White House Chief of Staff Stephen Miller. Stephen is the one leading this extreme policy. Dem effort to impeach Noem gains 50 co-sponsors right after that. Representative Robin Kelly put this on the House about a week ago. She said Tuesday she now has 162 co-sponsors on her effort to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. That is 50 more since Alex Preddy was killed. I want to show you like the 2 minutes that Kristi Noem wrecked her career. Look at this clip alone has 3.9 million views. These are the 2 minutes in which Kristi Noem ruins her entire career.
Thank you so much for doing this, and would welcome also any other guidance from Chief Scott. Did the 37-year-old who had a license to carry, did he brandish a gun? And at what point did law enforcement retrieve the gun and also the magazines from him? Can you offer clarity on
this
where
individual showed up to impede a law enforcement operation and assaulted our officers? They responded according to their training and took action to defend the officer's life and those of the public around him. And I don't know of any peaceful protester that shows up with a gun and ammunition rather than a sign. This is a violent riot when you have someone showing up with weapons and are using them to assault law enforcement officers.
Because video appears to show he's disarmed before shots are fired. So I just want clarity on that. And beyond that, I just want to follow up and ask who within the federal government is leading the criminal investigation, understanding that CBP OPR has opened up an internal investigation. And beyond that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it does show that the ICE officer disarmed the guy. What it doesn't show that the guy who shot popped the dude.
No, let me tell you. That guy, there's a guy who's well equipped with guns that guy had. You can disarm a gun if you want to, but if it's a semi, it may not go off. And 9 times out of 10, it's gonna go off. If it hits the floor, it's gonna go off. Brrr. So that was one thing he said. But I just want to bring it to this part real quick. So I didn't mean to cut you off, Mr. M. This dude, unfortunately, this baby that's talking, he's very brainwashed. And no, Kristi Noem's not losing her job. She did what she had to do. She did what was told. She only brought in the report, just like he got somebody from the left who typed that up, and so it could look like it's this real thing. Because right now, Tim Walz is getting bombarded right now as we speak. His so-called supporters is breaking into his office right now, so we can show that real shit. This here is just some made up. They pick and choose what sounds like it could be something that's good to go against the Trump administration. But the Trump administration has been doing their homework for a while. They've been very smart and they've been moving strategically for a while. They've been playing chess, 4D chess. The Democrats can't handle that shit. See, that's the problem with some of these Democrats, because they sit here and they want to try to convince you Trump is bad the whole damn time. But Trump just know how bad you really are. He knew too much about your life, y'all. He knew too much about your life. So
with the guy, I'm sorry, ma'am.
I was gonna say also, I would just like to add on and compliment y'all. See, Bovino, all this stuff that he got terminated. No, demotion, meaning he got transferred. He got transferred where? Back to California, where he just left from originally. That's all.
That's
you know, like y'all demon crack addicts gotta stop this bullshit.
He only wanted a year. He's only needed a year. He got his year. Now he's back in California. So see, this is what I'm saying. They pick and choose what they want to say. But if you really want to make them look like fools, go to Barry Cunningham's channel, because he breaks it down like kindergarten style. And we watch everything live. See, they can get up here and say their version of what they think is wrong with Donald Trump and all this stuff in the Trump administration. No one's pointing fingers in the Republican Party. Now you got a couple of rhinos who stepped down because they was a part of that Epstein along with that Democrats. They were, but and they knew,
you talking about the Clinton files, not the Epstein files, but the Clinton files.
Oh yeah, and there was some rhinos involved with that shit, and that's why they left, because they know Trump ain't playing that shit. Because listen, I ran into Howard Stern by accident. I was working at TJ Maxx, and he already let me. I didn't know who the hell Epstein was, and Donald Trump. All I knew him for was a Shark Tank. You know what I'm saying? And he was on WWE a few times, but I didn't know he was going to try to become. He was running for president. You know, and this was back in 2014. And Howard Stern told me that Trump is a shitbag because he put an innocent man in prison, and he's just jealous of Epstein and all this other stupid shit he said. I was like, damn, white on white crime like that, so two billionaires can't be cool. I didn't know. I didn't know. We were all dumbfounded. Black folks was dumbfounded. We was trying to figure out what it was until we finally found out what it really was. As soon as we found out what it really was about and why Trump had him put away, he said to one person, he said to Epstein, if I find out, because if you see the video of him speaking to a lady with some earrings, but they cut her face off, they blurred her face out, making it seem like she was young. I was a little girl when I seen them things. You know, they used to brag about millionaires and what the millionaires is doing and the billionaires is doing. Honey, them women were 28 to 32, 34 years old looking for rich guys to bang every now and then. Trump was one of them type of folks that was there, and Epstein. If you look at that picture, Epstein, yeah. If you look at, and it was like 1989, 1990. If you look at back at where Epstein is standing next to Donald Trump, and Trump is trying to show him the ladies, he looking the other way like, I don't want to see these damn bras. They're too old. He had this look like he had this look like I'm not
like
interested.
It's a whole like the photo where Trump he's in a picture with a bunch of females. They try to say those like 20-something-year-old women were underage.
They were trying to say they were 16. They were youths. But let me tell you something. I seen that damn commercial. It was the news. And on the news, when they were pro-Trump, because he's a billionaire, and he had those little parties and stuff, his Mar-a-Lago parties and stuff. He had all the rich folks there. These were rich women. We talking about 28 to 35, 36 years old. Trump was like 38, 39 years old. So he was one of his age. We seen it. We seen the whole video and the pictures. So when he first became the president, nobody said mention that, because before he ran for presidency, he was called the snitch by Diddy and everybody else. He was called the snitch and a traitor. That's what he was called. And when he left the Democratic Party, he was called a snitch and he was called a traitor. Okay? And a backstabber. Now all of a sudden he became a racist. He was never a racist. He never owned slaves. So I'm just saying, family ain't never owned slaves. Always paid HBC money. Always gave them billions of dollars every year. He saw this taxes. He thought billionaires should pay their taxes. Most billionaires don't believe in what Trump believe in. So that Trump made them uncomfortable.
Excuse
Trump
me,
and don't think these Democrats aren't billionaires. They're fucking billionaires. They just don't like the fact that how they become a billionaires, they take from us. But Donald Trump and other billionaires like Elon Musk, they built their own shit out of their own empire, borrowed loans, turned around, made profit out of it, paid the loan back, and stayed at the top. So that's why we gotta stop looking at it as though, okay, these billionaire cronies. No, you're Don Lemon, you a millionaire, bitch. Excuse me,
well,
excuse my
it's
life.
the two tiers of justice when it comes to Don Lemon. Like I was saying to the military brother earlier, like there were journalists who didn't even go nowhere inside of the building. They were literally on the street reporting. They got arrested. They went to jail for a long time.
And the ones that took, and remember the guy that took the flag that tried to stop the flag from burning? When they try to burn the flag, anti-American as hell, trying to burn the flag, and a guy took the flag away, like, don't do that. They arrested him.
Like some of the stuff that they did to the J6ers, and that's the reasons why I was for Donald Trump pardoning the J6ers, because some of the egregious, like our host, she's not gonna know because she listened to progressives. But
let me tell you about the J6, baby.
Just hold on one second, ma'am. Ma'am, hold on one second. Just hold on one second. So there is a guy in Brooklyn who was not charged at all, but they had him in jail, waiting on a court a court trial. Basically, I'm waiting on court. He had but by the time he got pardoned by Donald Trump, I think he still, if I remember correctly, this is a minute, but he still did not have a court date at all. No court date at all. They just held him pending charges. That's one of many. There's evidence of witness tampering by Liz Cheney. At the time, she crossed over the aisle. There was not only it was also the chick off of The View. She was a part of it too. And so they did a lot of bull crap to those J6ers. Now, do I agree that they should have went inside they did what they did? Absolutely not. I do not agree. I feel like that was one of the most egregious days in our modern history. But the problem I have is, how long is a person supposed to go to jail for trespassing? 6 months?
Well,
a year? How long?
Let me ask. I got your back on this one. Let me explain something to you. You saw that riot at January 6th? Did you see the riot, right? Saw that riot?
Yes.
That riot is the same as the riots in Minneapolis, right? And you see how they were doing all this breaking in windows.
I hear you.
The riots that you saw on January 6th and breaking in the windows and pushing doors and stuff in were the same as you see right now with these riots going on in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and kicking into hotels and breaking in windows, hurting people and all that stuff, right?
It's not the same.
Now, did you not see in the limo that Nancy Pelosi and January the 2nd planned this January 6th riot? There's a limo phone call with her live on the phone, cussing these officers out, saying they're late, they need to be there, we got to plan this, we got to put something on Trump. That January 6th, these were paid Democrat rioters that was acting like they were part of MAGA. Same shit that you see. I want to understand something here. The reason why everybody had to get arrested and the ones that was a part of this can't get due process right now, because They are whistleblowers. They were paid to do what Nancy said do. There's one officer that finally came out because he could not sleep, because he still can't get over the fact that Ashley Babbitt was murdered. Now, I don't know if he did it or an officer next to him executed Ashley Babbitt. Okay? She tried to stop this riot because Trump says march peacefully. Do this peacefully. That's his favorite word. Do it, but do it peacefully. But they had an AI that says this, go and do this like hell. So they used the one that does AI. So that person came out and came clean at Congress. Now, this officer that come out and said that he didn't sleep well, and you know, he wanted to come clean because he's afraid Trump is going to be the president again. He don't want to go to prison. Okay, he wanted to serve whatever he wanted to serve. He's already retired, not retired, but he resigned as an officer because he was working for Nancy Pelosi. Liz Cheney, an officer was having a heart attack at that riot. One officer was having a heart attack. They wanted to revise him. Liz Cheney said, don't do it. If he dies, we could blame this on Trump. Now, I'm telling you how evil and demonic these monsters are. See, everybody keeps saying J6. They don't know you. They don't think you're going to look for that video. Look up Doc Rich. He got the video. There's another sister. She got the video of her planning the January 6th on January 2nd of an insurrection. They're going to call it an insurrection because they didn't want Trump to be the president again.
So
I'm going to tell you one more reason why.
All right, y'all, welcome to the show. Welcome. So later on, TikTok is barbecue chicken, y'all. It is Fucksville. It is over with that app. It's a wrap. I mean, they are. You want to talk about nuking the platform in like a matter of seconds? That's exactly what just happened. Now you have the Zionist MAGA billionaire, the Ellisons. They run it, and all of a sudden can't criticize ICE, can't criticize Trump, can't criticize Israel. You have longtime creators with massive followings just getting nuked overnight where like nobody's seeing their videos. The algorithm is refusing to spread it around at all. So it is just a horrible, horrible thing happening over there. So we'll talk about that. We also have polling now. Support for ICE has completely collapsed. We have Fox News hosts praising Trump's concentration camps. I wish I was kidding, but I'm not. We have Moist Critical, a.k.a. Penguins, a.k.a. Charlie. He is completely and utterly fed up with MAGA idiocy. I love that video. And then later on, Ted Cruz is caught on a leaked secret video trashing Trump and Vance. I'll give you the backstory there. And we also have a MAGA civil war, which yet again is boiling over. J.D. Vance and Laura Loomer have exploded at each other, and it's a preview of what's to come as long as when Trump is no longer with us, when he's no longer the head honcho. It's a wrap because J.D. Vance can't hold together this coalition, and you already have significant chunks of the right that want nothing to fucking do with the guy. And oh yeah, another regime change war is going to happen this time with Cuba. So not looking good, y'all. Not looking good. But you guys know the drill. Everybody do me a favor and subscribe to the channel. Click that bell icon so you get a notification every single time we drop a video. That's
subscribe
Cuba
to the
already
progressive.
Or you can sign up for Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. When it comes to an issue like fascism, like honestly, would I care if ICE was polling at like 73% support? Would that change my opinion on this one iota? The answer is fucking no, because they literally are a Gestapo force of maniacs who are just on a crime spree across this country. So if the majority of people supported it, I would say the majority of people need their fucking heads checked, because this is completely and utterly unacceptable. So I don't really care that much about the polls, but having said that, the polls are not pro-ICE, and in fact, support for ICE and the DHS more broadly has absolutely collapsed. So let's start with this. So here we have CNN's data guy, Harry Enton. He says the following.
Yeah, I'm not really surprised that President Trump is sending Tom Homan in because ICE, DHS, Kristi Noem have been a political disaster. Because just take a look here. I mean, ICE's net approval rating during Trump's term. You go back to term number 1. Look, it's pretty even, 0 points. You go to June 2025, right? That was when all that stuff was going on in Los Angeles. They dropped down. Look at this, minus 17 points, way in the basement. But then after Minneapolis, it's even lower, minus 27 points on the net approval rating of ICE. Of course.
Yeah, maybe it's the whole murdering innocent people thing. Just a thought.
This all being done under Kristi Noem. So no, what's going on in Minneapolis is not popular at all. What's been going on during this second term under ICE, under the Trump administration, under Kristi Noem has very much not been popular, and it's only been getting more and more unpopular.
What about DHS kind of more broadly?
Yeah, okay. So, we're going to start down low. We'll start with ICE and then we'll raise it to DHS. And again, it's just the same exact story, right? DHS is doing an excellent or good job, the Department of Homeland Security. During Trump's first term, look where it was in late 2017, right about this point, 59%. That's pretty gosh darn good. But look at where it is now in Trump term number 2. By late last year, it was down to 42%. So this is the same story that we're seeing no matter which poll question we look at. The popularity of ICE, of DHS has completely fallen under the second Trump term, the second Trump administration, where what we were seeing during Trump's term number 1 was, hey, ICE, DHS, pretty popular, certainly not unpopular, but all the actions in Minneapolis, in Los Angeles, in these major American cities have been very much rejected by the American people. It has been a political disaster for the second Trump administration.
And now, I mean, as Berman was just reading what the president was just sending out, he's now sending in Tom Homan, his border czar, into Minnesota, which leads to questions of what about the leadership of the Secretary of Homeland Security, who has inserted herself very publicly to be kind of front and center in all of these operations.
Yeah, as I said at the top, I just think there's a real reason for it. And that's because Kristi Noem, simply put, Kate, has not been popular. And everything she's done for the most part has not been popular. I mean, just look at her net approval rating. In July of 2025.
I mean, again, but let's be serious. You're replacing 100% Hitler in Greg Bovino with 99% Hitler in Tom Homan. Like, this is a guy who literally was caught taking, what was it, $50,000 in a brown paper bag as a fucking bribe.
Left, y'all. This is the tolerant
who are we kidding? He'll fix it. He'll fix what? What are you talking about? He'll fix it.
Yeah, sis, that's made up because we were just not too long ago on CNN, and CNN is surprised that more people want ICE to come out. You got people that are out here asking for the National Guards to come out here because it's getting crazy and they want it safe, and the officers are not helping, and you got people are literally crying for this. They're asking for this. LA need people to come out there, Oakland, and there is an actual CNN that just said that Trump ICE the support of ICE just went up by 2% more. So to me, this is just some made up AI, and it's like this is so fat because they want it to be. They're dying.
It's CNN.
It's CNN. It's paid ops, but even CNN ended up acknowledging the fact that Trump is doing a goddamn good job. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not going to agree to this CNN because the other CNN that's on this other channel, which is an older man who knows about politics, he knows. He's capping on it because,
can I break down the statistics to you, ma'am, real quick? The reason why it shows, and when I said Trump is not a federalist, I said he's a populist earlier. The reason why his numbers are going down the poll is because you have pissed off Democrats and you have Republicans like myself that says he is not doing enough. It's like Republicans like myself that said whenever they had the No Kings protest, then they had this BS up in Minnesota, we were all like, you know what? It's time for you to sign the Insurrection Act. As much as I don't want you to do it, it's time for you to do the Insurrection Act. Like, get these mother effers out of here.
Let me say this to you, brother. I think we need to just sit back and trust the process because Trump been doing some gangster shit. It ain't what we wanted when we want it, but when it's done, it'd be like, damn, we can see that shit coming. I'm getting my popcorn for this. We gotta let him do. He knows more than we do.
Well,
hey, so real quick, let me just do this. Okay, anomaly. If you're playing the YouTube video in the background, you have to cut that off because it's an anomaly. If you're playing the YouTube video in the background, but you're here, you're up on you finally got on the panel because he's been trying to do this for the past hour. if you can, just go ahead and all right, say something. Okay, go ahead. Anomaly, you're finally here. Welcome.
He dropped the okay, he's back.
All right, welcome. Go ahead. Finally, you've made it.
Finally.
Wait a minute. You got the Cobra as your
Okay, go ahead. Speak your piece. He's been trying. I'm gonna let him say. Go ahead, Anomaly. What you want to say?
Oh no, for right now, y'all go right ahead right now. I'm just listening.
No.
I'm a
Listen, because you have been trying. If you got to go back in time, like express what you want to say. Because, honey, I have been in the chat trying to get you up here. You have been trying. Go on ahead. Say what you got to say. Even if you got to say something from the past about what we were talking about, go ahead.
Oh no, just mostly I don't know who M is, the truck driver guy. And last time I was watching this podcast, what is it? I don't know his name. The light skinned guy that always talking about the VA stuff.
Well,
that would be me. My name is Leonard.
Leonard. Okay, yeah, my name's Chris, man. I was just reaching out earlier saying, man, appreciate you for what you were saying about paragraph 29 and 30.
Oh yeah, I be trying to help people out, but I'm a sellout. I'm a sellout. So what he know? He vote for Trump. Trump bad. Orange man bad.
I voted for Trump too, man.
I
just
didn't
all
hear.
around
Hold on.
terrible.
I didn't hear. Do you say I was a sellout too?
No, I didn't tell you no sellout.
I guess we the sellout of the plantation. We ain't in the plantation no more. We free. We freeze now.
I will be a sellout.
Yeah.
I will be the sellout.
Yeah, we ain't in Amistad no more. Give us free. Give us free.
Give us free.
And if me voting for Trump makes me a sellout,
give us free.
I will say this one thing. Name me, and I have $100 on the line too. So, black folks, you can get this money. Name me what year did the Democrats shut down the government for black folks to get reparations like they did so the illegal immigrants could keep their social network, like, food stamps, Medicare, stuff
I
like
don't know what year it is, but I tell you what, it ain't no use worrying about it because we ain't getting no reparations.
Oh, it never happened, but black folks still voted for it. It never happened.
Yeah, but like I was saying earlier, if you was reading my comments, bro, it doesn't matter anything about your vote, man. They so-called brought us here for the vote so they can get more power and political reasons. You was reduced down to nothing. They told you wouldn't they told you was a fraction of a man.
Hey, I got
so then they say the North said, hey, we don't want to do that because they got too much power, and then we go to war. Since then, we just been repeating that over and over again.
But do you know why that's dangerous rhetoric, though? It's the fact that black folks been saying that shit since I was 6 years old. Our vote doesn't matter. We shouldn't vote. We shouldn't do none of this. And look what happened. You've been replaced by third world rejects, nigga.
Oh, like brother, come on, man. You got third world rejects driving trucks just like you. What are you talking about?
And so that's what I'm saying is you as a vote, illegal immigrants are actually voting. There's only 6 million black folks that actually vote. You're telling me there's a new voting bloc that illegally came in the country and they got the opportunity to vote? Of course you've been replaced, brother. Like
Why you feel like you've been replaced? We was once that same Somalian. We were once that same Somalian people. We was once the same Mexican people.
No, we wasn't. No, we wasn't.
What are you? What?
Because it's
bro,
like,
just a few years ago, they just had KKK trying to catch you and my people. They didn't call them ICE. They called them KKK.
Sean, you got to turn your volume up on your microphone because you're real low.
All I was saying was count the number of immigrants that were let in, and then count the number of black people in America, and that should give you your answer.
Oh man, yeah, I got you on that part.
So check this out. So the fact that there was
Sean, turn your mic up. Turn your mic up, Sean.
Sean Wildcat, turn your mic up. We can't hear.
Okay, can you hear
so
me now?
the fact that there was
No, you still need to turn it up some.
A little bit louder.
So there was a war that was fought for black folks to get their freedom. That's the reason why I said I don't believe in reparations, because of the fact that take your ass to the Union Cemetery. There's about 600,000 black men. That's my reparations. 600 men gave their life to make sure my ancestors go free.
And my reparations is to do what my ancestors wanted me to do: get up, work, and do what I got to do.
No, your ancestors probably didn't want you to do what you're doing now. They probably expected more. They probably expected more from us as a black community.
That's right. We all need to do a whole lot more.
Because let's just be real. For the last 30 years, and the reason why I'm going to keep saying the last 30 years, because I started paying attention when I was 6 years old, because I was forced to pay attention.
See
you become
there?
homeless when you were a child. You're forced to start paying attention earlier than most of y'all. So the thing is, I start seeing all the BS we kept doing over and over. We kept talking about the white man, but damn it, it's the brother down the street killing the other brother down the street.
Hello.
But then we're gonna keep blaming the white man. Let's just be real. If we're going by historical facts, more black men have killed more black men than the fucking Klan has done in 70 fucking years. If you look at the fucking records, the historical records, brother.
Now, whoa. I can add on to you with that, brother. If you look at the amount of blacks that died during the 100 years of Jim Crow, oh, that's a regular old 10 years in Chicago. That ain't no big thing. That's 10 years in Chicago. Now just imagine if you take Baltimore, New York, St. Louis, Atlanta, New Orleans, LA, all these other doggone black Democrat stronghold cities. Oh, that's 1 year. In 1 year. In 1 year. You got doggone them Wakandans and Chirac eliminating more black folk than got eliminated through the whole Jim Crow era.
I want to say one quick thing, real quick. Now we can continue to discuss Trump. There's other stories going on in the news. We can continue with the Trump and the ICE thing, or do we want to move on to another subject? Because I was going to either end this and start the end time Daniel's discussion with Kwame Brown, or do we want to continue with this Trump and ICE situation?
We could talk about.
Well, I mean, it's on you as your show, but if you get into the Anton whoever else thing, I won't be back for that. I don't.
If you want your viewership to go down,
that's nothing. That's nothing.
Kwame Brown.
Yeah, that's no information that I could push out to help anyone on a stream like that.
Yeah,
be quite honest, the views are down right now. To be quite honest, like the views are like they went from really high to like now it's like.
Okay, that's because people like drama. When you talk about some real stuff, like you can do this and you can get your come up on legally. You just got to put in the work. Niggas don't want to hear that.
Right, and that's
they want to stay.
So if you want to keep your views up,
how about this? I got it.
Keep on with the Victim Olympics.
Hold on, stop it. Let's have a vote.
Okay.
Do you want to continue to talk about this whole Trump and ICE situation? Because I've been on this thing 6 hours talking about this. Do you want to continue with that, or do you want to get to another topic, such as like the Kwame Brown and Anton Daniels?
I got something better, DJ. How about this? I'm about to put $10 in the super chat. I need at least 10 of y'all to at least put in $2. How about that? And we let the hosts figure out what the hell we're gonna talk about. But before we do
can we talk about what you want to talk about? Well, I listen, sis. Thank you for letting me up here on the panel. I don't do the pedophile and fuck your daughter and fuck the black kids shit. I don't do none of them dudes. They don't like their own people, so I don't like them like that. I've already heard enough of it. BTX already called their ass out. So Taz called their ass out. So I'm done with that.
But another thing, didn't R. Kelly get released? Like, there's another thing about R. Kelly getting released.
No, he didn't get released.
That's
That's what we talking
2004.
about.
That's
We talking about this.
2048. You know that.
He didn't get released.
He ain't get released. He's released since 2048. Come on.
Who lied that lie?
OG Pro, super chat. So, are you saying we want to keep it on this current subject, or want to like move on?
Oh no, I told you I was going to support you regardless. I forgot to support you, but
What about government shutdown? What about government shutdown Saturday? How about that?
Make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the super chat. All right, so do we want to stay on the government shutdown? Let's talk about, is there anything online about the government shutdown? I did see something in my Navy Federal Credit Union saying on the January 30th that there is going to be a government shutdown. So let's talk about the government.
I doubt it.
Yeah, I said that when they opened the government the last time, and the wording said we're going to extend the government into the first month of the year, and then we're going to readdress this, which means February, which means Saturday night, the government is going to shut down.
Okay.
Well, February, right? February the 12th, right?
Go ahead.
No.
Here we go. Let's talk
February 1st.
All right,
shutting down for
they said
illegals.
January, and on Navy Federal, me being a veteran, I have made Navy Federal. They said on January the 30th. I've been kind of avoiding this thing. Yeah. I don't to like be a doomsday thing about like, oh hey guys. But let's talk about,
let's still shutting down for illegals.
Okay, now I got a question as to that.
Leader Chuck Schumer speaking just a few moments ago there on the Senate
Oh
floor,
my goodness.
mostly focusing his remarks on the death of Alex Preddy, which happened in Minnesota over the weekend, but also taking time to talk about what's on the agenda there on Capitol Hill. He mentioned that the government shutdown is impending if they're not able to have a funding bill that is passed, but ultimately the Department of Homeland Security, that portion is one that he says that Democrats on the Hill are not willing to budge on. And so to talk a lot more about what we're seeing, I want to bring in congressional reporter with the Deseret, Kemi Mondo. Kemi, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
Well, those were words there that we finally heard from Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, being very clear, drawing a line in the sand, seemingly saying that Democrats are not going to vote for this funding bill as is, as long as it includes what is going to be the funding for the Department of Homeland Security. That is, in part, funding these ICE operations happening across the country. So what else is your initial kind of response to that? What are you hearing from other Democrats? Is the speaker, or I should say, is the minority leader head on as it pertains to that?
Absolutely. So what we're seeing is a complete turnaround to what we saw even just last week when the House passed this funding bill. We had a lot of Senate Democrats who said this isn't the best deal that we can get, but it's what we can get. You know, being in the minority, there's not a lot of power that they have, but this is the best option that they could negotiate. But after that shooting we saw over the weekend, you're seeing Democrats who even helped negotiate this package, including Senator Patty Murray, who's the top Democrat appropriator. She's now a no on that package. You're seeing Schumer, who's a no. Every single Democrat who has so far said something about this package says they are a no, except for Senator Fetterman, who says he's against funding ICE and DHS, but he does not want to shut down. And so he's the lone defector in the Democratic Party on that side. But right now we are seeing a big coalition on the Democratic side.
And so, Kami, I appreciate you for breaking that down. And let's just kind of even skip from what the Democrats are now saying, jumping over to the Republican response to this. Over the weekend, since that latest shooting that happened in Minnesota, many Republicans have been outspoken on social media. Some in the House side say that they would not have voted on this initial bill had they seen what they could forecast what was going to happen in Minnesota over the weekend with Alex Preddy. Are you hearing similar things in the Senate as this is moving towards that goal line?
The main thing you're hearing from Senate Republicans is not necessarily that they want to pull out this DHS funding, at least not yet. A lot of them do want investigations and they do want to look into this shooting. They want to look into the oversight of these immigration officers. But so far, what we're seeing, especially from leadership and individual senators, is they don't want to risk a shutdown over this. They want to make sure that the remainder of DHS is funded. You know, ICE is only a small portion of that budget that would be passed, but we still have TSA and other Homeland Security agencies that need to be funded under this bill. So as of right now, you're not seeing a lot of Republican appetite to either pull it out or just leave it out completely. So that's kind of the dynamic that we're working with right now.
So all this is for them to get funded more. I mean, god damn, didn't they get funded enough? I mean, haven't they got enough funding? Like, what, they need more? They've already given like didn't like $25 million. They need more money. Like, really, what is going on? Do you think that's cool?
No,
Like,
so this is Democrats on life support here.
Yeah,
it's the fact that they see if you haven't noticed now, the Democrat Party the Democrat Party has gone further left. They have surrendered themselves to the radical extremists of their party. So it's like, example, why most Democrats, when you ask them, what's a woman? I can't specify that. I'm not a biologist, yada, yada, yada. It's nothing but BS. So what's happening is, if the Democrats shut the government down because of ICE, it is life support in their party. Their party is on life support now. It will be a stake at the last nail in the coffin for the Democrat Party. I hope they do it though. I hope they shut the government.
Oh, that's the thing. Hold on. They're going to do it. But
yes,
now you got to think. I don't want to say but they're going to do it. There's things that won't be affected for certain people, and so with that being said, we don't care. Because it's going to be a partial shutdown. So will that shutdown affect VA benefits for we disabled veterans? No. Will it affect any Americans that are receiving Social Security benefits? No. So I don't care. You know, get off your ass and get a job.
Tell them.
And you won't have to worry about the government shutting down.
Say it,
So
you won't have to worry about the government shutting down.
We could take our time because there's other people in the audience, a younger crowd, and we want to make this attractive. Exactly what we're saying right now, everybody on the panel, about draining the swamp and how important it is.
Okay, well, I give my answers. Wow, brief, and I'll be out.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, y'all.
Wow, and I'm out. It won't affect military spending. You know, I have my niece. She's in the military. My daughter-in-law is in the military. They're gonna get their checks.
They got their. But let me tell you this. Listen. Before Trump became the 47th president of the United States, Chuck Schumer said out of his own mouth, if Trump wins and becomes the president, we have to shut down the government because he's going to ruin this country. That's what the fuck he said. Now, after he became the president, and he said he decided he's not going to shut down the government. He realized a majority of American people, celebrated as happy because he saw how the world was celebrating, including the UK, right? So then Jasmine Crockett and them got mad and called him an old head or something. They said he's old news. We need the new Democratic Party to rise up. Her and AOC started talking mess. So then when they big beautiful bill passed, and they says, well, Trump says illegals can't get welfare and food stamps no more. And first they asked them for those records. Now some states allowed them to have the Human Service Agency records, but California and Gavin Newsom them, that's like, if you Trump, you can't tell us blah blah blah. So Trump says, as of this day, undocumented immigrants and migrants cannot get welfare and food stamps. They got to put into the system. You got to come here legally. So he stopped that. The two people in the Democratic Party that said that they also agreed that it's fair that American people get Medicaid and Medi-Cal and not illegal immigrants. The following night, they were found unalived in their office, and we Tim Walz. So that's what happened right there.
Allegedly, there was a note that said there was not allegedly, but there was a note that the guy who did it said Tim Walz told him to do it. Not allegedly, there is a note.
They interviewed him. I mean, he finally came on out and said it about a couple of weeks ago. So
allegedly,
but I mean, but it did lead to the fact that he did work for Tim Walz, and that was facts. That's been all over the place. So that one, and then now they start talking about shutting down the government. But this time they said, well, shut down the government. And you had all these people getting up on here exposing who the hell they are, talking about Trump, you shutting down the government, you take away my food stamps, how my kids gonna eat, blah, 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 our kids gonna starve. And you got black folks talking about, Negro, your kids ain't gonna starve. Stop, Becky, stop. So it was like, okay, you could go to a church, you could go to a food pantry. So listen, the government got shut down, people crying, talking about they this and they that. But then as soon as the 40th day hit, started to hit, the John Featherman says, I've always been against shut down the government. This is a government shutdown, and he's a Democrat. He said this was wrong for the Democrats to shut down the government, and I just think Trump should just go ahead and nuke the filibuster. Okay, soon as the 40th day hit, they have one more day to make a decision to keep going or to make Trump make the final decision. So Trump asked them, I need the government to open back up because you can't do this to the American people here. A judge told Donald Trump, you rich, you got money, you pay for the people then. You got the money, you pay for the people. Which this the same lady who was the appointee and a representative of Jeffrey Epstein. Just to let y'all know. I want to say allegedly if y'all didn't see it. Y'all gotta see it. That's funny. She's no longer a judge. But so now they turned the government shut back on the 40th day. They got scared. By 9:00 p.m., they turned that government shut down back on. All of a sudden, you got the same people talking about my kids gonna start talking about y'all Democrats.
So
y'all
why do you
stupid.
think they open up the government again, though?
They opened it again. All of a sudden, they got mad at the government. They got mad at their own damn party, talking about you stupid. You voted to Donald Trump. Some of the same people that says our kids gonna starve. You cutting off my welfare. You cutting off my food stamps. What happened? They said that they failed. They fall to Donald Trump. Y'all some cowards. Y'all some cowards. I ain't never seen so many white folks and black folks talking about you a coward. You failed to Donald Trump. Why didn't you keep the government shut down? So I thought your paper was started. You see what I'm saying? You could catch dummies into a lie in a minute. So for them to shut down the government again, it's like, now what? Just have y'all bug out and bug in bag. For those who know me, she already taught us how to be prepared for the shit just in case they shut down the energy power line. Okay, you got yourself a Tesla. You may not be able to drive that mother. You just probably ain't gonna do it.
Well,
It is not going to go that far.
looming as the latest shooting in Minneapolis
Over
Homeland Security funding. Bill Malugin, live on Capitol Hill with more. You were busy reporting over the weekend, and we were grateful to have you.
Dana, good morning to you. The threat of a partial government shutdown at the end of the month just got very, very real. As Senate Democrats say there is no way whatsoever that they're going to vote for a DHS funding bill unless it reforms ICE. The problem is that DHS bill is tied to 5 other funding bills.
First of all, of course, I'm against this spending bill.
It's our view that you should not proceed with the funding for DHS until you have radical changes, rein in ICE.
I hate shutdowns. I'm one of the people that helped negotiate the solution to the end of the last shutdown, but I can't lose ICE funding under these circumstances.
And Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said on Sunday that Senate Democrats will not allow that DHS bill to move forward. He wants it stripped away from the other 5 bills, saying in part, quote, Senate Republicans must work with Democrats to advance the other 5 funding bills while we work to rewrite the DHS bill. This is the best course of action, and the American people are on our side. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham reacted on X, posting in part, quote, when you thought it couldn't get more chaotic surrounding the Democrats' obsession with maintaining sanctuary city policies, it just did. Democrats are now backing out of a bipartisan agreement to fund DHS, which makes sure our border is secure and our immigration laws are enforced. In the meantime, a handful of Republican senators are now calling for an investigation into that deadly Border Patrol shooting in Minnesota, with Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy posting, quote, "The events in Minneapolis are incredibly disturbing. The credibility of ICE and DHS are at stake. There must be a full joint federal and state investigation." And Dana, a Senate GOP source tells Fox News the Senate does plan to move forward with that full package of 6 funding bills as one single package, including that DHS bill. Essentially, Republicans plan to call the Democrats bluff and dare them to cause a partial government shutdown. We'll send it back to you.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. It's only Monday. We're getting started here. We'll see what they come to their senses before.
If I could add on.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hot.
If I could add them for a hot second. Previously on Alchemizing Energy, the man in the high castle spoke on these things since January 4th, January 15th, January 21st of this year in detail. Now, I've been told it's January 27th, 2026. The man in the high castle suggests this. Have your portfolio ready. Gold. Ticker symbol TRX. I would love to show you exactly how long I've been foreseeing this for the longest. Isn't that right, DJ Genesis? DJ Genesis?
I have no idea what
yes, you're aware.
I have no idea what it is. All I have to say is this, and y'all know I'm going to be brief. We got all of them talking about their welfare benefits. I just got a couple of questions for them. Do you have a high school diploma? Yeah. Do you know your left from your right? Yeah. Can you count to 4? Yeah. The Army is the place for you. That's all you need to know.
Private Pal,
how to count that's all you need to know, your left from your right, and count to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We can't count to 5.
1, 2, 3.
See, I believe the Democrats
your
are going to
brain
fold.
is right on crack and dope and all that stuff you smoke. Crack, baby, hit it with a brick.
The Army is a very great career choice. Yes, it is.
But,
Amen, Sean.
but their anarchist base, their anarchist base isn't.
Yeah, it'll show you what you don't want to do. If you don't already know if you don't know what you want to do in life, go in there for 3 years. You'll find out what you don't want to do, and you'll figure life out real quick.
And you'll also be heavily traveled.
Put down payment down on the house? No down payment on the house?
Say that, man. Say that.
No,
I was married to a veteran, man. We bought a $430,000 house, no down payment.
And put down 0.
I want my kids to go in the military. I ain't gonna lie to you.
That made me do my gay man laugh.
Hey, I will say this. I will say this about I don't know the guy's name. I don't know the guy's name that has the Statue of Liberty. But I will say this, we have access to the gold in Venezuela now. I wouldn't be surprised if our dollar gets backed by gold pretty soon.
Ta-da! The money system is over with. You said something there, boy. You said something there, boy.
Down at midnight
all I would say is this.
Congress and the president
if you could put it on pause,
with a deal on how to spend the government's money. They are not agreeing on how to do that right now. For starters, you're not going to notice really a whole lot unless you're a federal employee. Federal employees mostly will have furloughs. They'll be cut temporarily to try to save some money. If you're a member of the military, paychecks halt during a federal government shutdown.
No, they don't.
Be worked out. Then those.
He's lying.
If you're a senior,
we know.
Continue during the shutdown.
I just got mine 2 days ago.
TSA
Hello, he's lying.
Essential workers, but when we saw a shutdown in 2018 during Trump's first term for 35 days, TSA workers started calling out sick in mass numbers, so there were some slowdowns in our nation's airports.
And who shut it down then? The Democrats. The Democrats.
So this shutdown seems inevitable. The question is, how long will it last, and what kind of damage or pain will the American people feel in the meantime? Obviously, something we'll be following. So what can you expect if the federal government does shut down at midnight tonight? These kinds of things happen when Congress and the president cannot come up with a deal on how to spend the government's money. They are not agreeing on how to do that.
So has most government shutdowns happened during Trump's administration this past 4 years?
No, let me explain something. When the government shutdown happened during doggone Obama's administration, the military didn't get paid.
We did
I
not.
was there.
I was
didn't
there
get
too.
paid.
I did not get
My
paid.
daughter didn't get paid. My son
Ports
didn't
open
get
and
paid.
close during a shutdown.
And
Services
then
include
after that, they put some type of whatever they wrote into the whatever it is saying that will not happen again. Whereas our service members will face that type of hardship. But all of the people that we were like doing business with, they understood. They're in the military. We're not going to give no late fees. We're not going to, after they get worked out, all they got to do is just pay what they owe. We ain't repoing nobody's car. It was all good because they were like, we support the military.
Hey,
because
Unc.
it was during the Iraq, Afghanistan wartime.
Right. Hey, Unc, did you hear that hot mic when AOC was on the hot mic? She has been caught on the hot mic saying that the American people need to suffer more. I heard this. I heard this.
I heard it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like that picture when she was a bartender. I wish I could have got at her.
So the last government shutdown, they literally said, and this was the Democrat talking points. This is not me saying, Max Bauer saying it. They literally said, we're shutting down the government because of control. We're shutting down the government because of leverage.
Yeah, Democrats. Democrats.
Shutdown of President Trump's second term in office seems almost certain to happen. All as a result of what happened on Saturday, the deadly shooting involving 37-year-old Alex Pretty in Minneapolis being shot and killed by ICE agents after their encounter. Now Senate Democrats are saying that they absolutely will not provide any money to ICE unless there are some serious changes. Here's the problem. That money for ICE is rolled into a larger funding package that must pass Congress by the end of the day on Friday. It was already passed the House. The House is on recess. And now Democrats say they have the votes to block that bill because in the 53-47 Senate, you need 60 votes to advance any legislation. And Chuck Schumer, the Senate Democratic leader, says Republicans do not have the votes unless those changes are made. Now, the question is going to be, how long will Democrats dig in? Will the White House concede in any way? Because other agencies would be impacted by this crisis. The Defense Department, Health and Human Services, the Labor Department,
they're not.
Development, Homeland Security Department, and others. So that's
all propaganda, man.
Never listen to hot pockets with a Somalian forehead. Do not listen to hot pockets with a Somalian forehead.
No.
Walls conceded
he got that Rita Rainbow hairline, boy. That LeBron James hairline, that shit's so back, nigga.
Good Lord. He don't have dreams, he have movies.
He salute way back.
Way back in time.
Mid-head.
Oh, baby, oh, baby.
Yes, sir.
Following breaking news coming out of Capitol Hill, it involves funding for ICE, HHS, Customs and Border Patrol. Keep in mind that funding is highly controversial based on the events that continue to unfold in Minnesota. Scripps News congressional correspondent Nathaniel Reed is on Capitol Hill for us. Homeland Security funding, what's in it, what's not, Nate?
And why black women ain't tripping on him? Because he got a white
This
wife.
now goes to the Senate for final approval. In the end, 7 Democrats crossing party lines to vote with Republicans to fund the Department of Homeland Security, which of course includes Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, but it also includes the Department of TSA, Transportation Security Administration, a number of other funding buckets, including FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. So a lot of important funding in there, which would have caused a real disruption to the government's ability to function had there been a partial government shutdown. But it appears like we're now a step closer to avoiding that. The reason why so many Democrats voted against this government funding bill, they did not believe that this package, which was negotiated in part by Democrats with Republicans, put enough guardrails on immigrations and customs enforcement, on ICE. Democrats wanted everything from a ban on face masks, increased restrictions on the deadly use of force, requirement for mandatory de-escalation training, mandatory body cameras for all ICE agents. Ultimately, they got a very small piece of that. They got money for body cameras for ICE agents.
You can do that, ain't gonna change nothing.
Over the agency, but not everything that Democrats had been seeking for that agency. And for that reason, there was a whole lot of Democrats, moderates, and conservatives, moderates.
A bunch of bull.
Why are y'all talking over the video?
I mean, you might as well play a whole video by Prince from the Dirty Mind House.
Stop it. Listen. We can't hear your voice, the video, and what's being played at the same time.
Okay.
Y'all
Well, play it up.
Understood. Understood. Sorry, Queen.
All I'm doing I don't like live. Listen, everybody got idiots. Stop it. Chill out, bro. Everybody chill out. Listen. Government shutdown. I'm just typing it into the chat on YouTube, finding the thing, talking about it, and I'm playing it. I'm not biased. I'm not like being Democrat, left side, leftist. No, I'm just playing like the videos that are saying about based on whatever's coming up on YouTube. I'm clicking the button, and
but sis, they don't have anything current. They're not talking about it yet.
No, they are. This is what are you talking about? This is
what they are predisposed with the ICE shootings. They're not talking about the government shutdown. It's not even on mainstream media, and I watch news every day.
What are you talking about? This is on Capitol Hill. What are you fucking talking about, bro?
And who talks about Capitol Hill? Fox News, right?
Stop it, bro.
Hold up. Let us say it. Let us say it.
4 days ago. Hold on. 4 days ago.
Question, sister. Wait, brothers, don't hog me. Can you? My question, sister. Can you show the part where Tim Walz finally conceded to Donald Trump and started listening to him and say, "Okay, we just go ahead and bring more ICE out there to help make it safe in Minnesota," and then I drop down. I'm so sorry, sis. You know I got ADHD. You know this stuff here.
I'm not mad. I'm just saying like that y'all are talking over like the shutdown. But this is what's coming up. It's December 27th. 3 days the government gonna shut down. So I'm
Can't
like,
stop the 30.
I was trying to like show them, hey, and everybody talking over it.
Hey, can I say something?
I'm gonna have to apologize because it was just the last 3 news anchors' foreheads. They were very distracting, and so I couldn't, everything I was just focused on.
That's
stupid. Goddamn cranium.
Can I say something?
Okay, listen, man in the high castle. You've been talking about the government shutdown. People don't give a fuck. So I'm just letting you know. So I finally, you've been up here.
It's not about people giving a fuck. It's about draining the swamp and bringing attention to what the Democrats are going to do.
Hey, can I get the flow for a second?
The Democrats could have averted this whole situation. But you know what's going to happen next? It's going to be these anarchists who do not fold. The Democrats are going to fold.
Listen. The Democrats are on the panel. Most of these people are Republican, and they don't want to hear about this shit because clearly they're talking over it. I'm showing the government shutdown. You've been like promoting the whole time for like the whole month, the government shutdown. I finally said, okay, finally, and we're gonna make a whole thing about the government shutdown. Nobody wants to fucking hear the shit. They don't care.
Can I say something real quick?
Get ready for something that might be over 90 days.
I got people saying it ain't gonna affect me. People are like, fuck it. I don't give a fuck about the government shutdown. So
that's true.
It's not gonna affect you if you're saying that.
Y'all
but
can't
you can't promise how other people react to this.
I'm letting you know that
there's a lot of sick people outdoors.
I'm letting you know because he's been saying this. He's been like, you need to let me talk about the government shutdown. Finally, I said, okay. Finally, I said, I'm gonna do a whole series, and you have a whole panel full of people that are Republican and all and whatever. They don't give a fuck about a government shutdown. So now you know.
Cold and starving and can't call 911 because they didn't want to listen. They didn't want to give an F. See, they're supposed to be listening because the solution is
Proud Americans. Are you tripping on the government shutdown? And it's a absolutely no.
I'm
See,
saying
I think what y'all don't get, especially those who are not proud Americans, is that we're so already anticipating this stuff. It
No, you
boggles
ain't.
your mind.
No, you ain't.
the whole time
We want the Democrats to fail. We want your
Okay, is the
sympathizers to
government shutdown
sympathize
going to
with
affect the
them.
Chicago police officers' pay?
Yeah. Well, you know the
No,
police
no,
officer is stepping down as
no,
police officer
no.
suited up as I.
It's
They
not going to
shut
affect
this
their
down.
pay.
This affects the
Hey
midterm
guys,
turnout, where
can we
there's going
have
to be a
one
red
at a
wave,
time
a
talk,
nice red
please?
wave coming through America. Nice
Can we
red
have?
wave blowing through America. We gonna love it.
We got new people up here on the panel. We got Sean, and there was another brother who's trying to. Can you let the new people say something because
Yes.
they
Yeah,
haven't said
please
nothing
do.
either?
Please, yes.
Hey, I'm good. I think we ought to let the host talk. We ought to stop over talking. But I will say this, guys, is like what a lot of people are not getting is you got to follow the money when it comes to these Democrats. They always going by the money. This is. Notice they said they're gonna have other bills in place. They want funding for, along with defunding this ICE. Why they want ICE defunded? Like I put in the chat before, congressmen and congresswomen. The number of congressmen and congresswomen is determined by population of everyone, not just citizens. So you do a census, it counts everybody. The more people you have, the more districts and congressmen you can send to Capitol Hill. The more you can send, the more power you have for Democrats, which is why they let the daggum border open, because they can't depend on black folks. You know why they can't depend on black folks no more? We got black on black crime, and I'm sorry, ladies, I'm not trying to pick on y'all, but black women abort more babies than any other demographic of people.
Well, I'm
So
sorry, brother.
our population decreased.
You said a black woman more babies, but you don't sit there and put that on black women without.
No, I'm talking about the black. I'm talking about the black population, and black men do not determine who gets aborted. We can't make y'all abort babies. We're not taking y'all by gunpoint to Planned Parenthood. We're not.
Somebody mic is breaking up badly.
You
That's her
got the
mic.
black making sure she go to Planned Parenthood because he ain't paying no damn child support. He don't want the responsibility, and she's scared.
Everybody got free will, sis. God don't even get rid of your free will. God don't get in the way of your free will.
God be the glory.
I'm gonna just say this, ma'am.
Hey, we popped that vital nerve, y'all.
There is no free will, because when a woman decides she wants to keep her baby, then all of a sudden she's been deleted. Black femicide. So anytime there's a large number of black femicide, women who want to keep their babies was getting deleted by their baby daddies. So I don't want to hear
Data does not lie though. Data and stats do not lie. You can look it up. There have been more black babies aborted than all the KKK killed black folks.
So man,
They almost up there. They almost up there with Hitler. They almost up there with Hitler killing the Jews.
So
one
second. So
and in California, they have the nerves to want to sit there and try to make a 25-plus-year-old have an abortion because they want to give it to the goddamn people who don't even have no damn ovaries. So I was one of the subjects that was attacked for being pregnant with my son. So they were trying to make that something may happen to my kid.
But that's only you, sis. We talking about the whole population. We're not talking about just you.
And make up your goddamn mind. We having too many unwanted babies, or we having abortions. Don't talk about that, because that's
Ain't nobody saying anything about unwanted babies. I never said anything about that. I said our population is dwindling, and the Democrats cannot rely on us for votes. That was my whole point. They can't rely on us for votes anymore. So they want to replace us with immigrants. That is a fact.
I don't vote anymore because they know that black folks done got goddamn smart and don't vote and ain't dealing with the Democrats.
We just got smart. We just got smart.
Black folks been tired of these Democrats playing with them like us.
No, they haven't.
Ma'am.
No, they have not.
One second, ma'am. I know you. Just 1 second, ma'am. Just 1 second.
So
the last 30 years, the black community all in whole has voted Democrat at a 90% clip. Black folks ain't done with Democrats. Last election, we were the only race to vote. I'm gonna just say this again. The black community was the only race to vote the way we voted. We voted at an 87% clip for Kamala Harris. The closest.
No, we didn't.
The closest.
Hold on, bro.
Hold on, ma'am. If I wasn't a truck driver, data would be the thing I do. Math is my shit, man.
Okay, check it out, bro.
90, can I let me finish talk?
Okay,
goddammit, fuck. I don't cut y'all goddamn the fuck off. I say excuse me and all that shit. Let me fucking finish, motherfucker. Shit.
You don't know what she put us through.
You're speaking from emotion. You're speaking from emotion, lady, and not speaking from logical.
So last election, 87% of black men voted Democrat. 92% of black women voted voted Democrat.
Facts.
So our numbers when it comes to voting, we will always vote
The
Democrat.
last election, how many black men voted Republican?
Us black folks.
I can tell you that 15%, bro.
Us black folks have been doing this shit
since thank you. Because I was going to pull it up on here.
We have been doing this shit. We've been doing this shit for generations.
That's you though. That's you. That's you. You do not represent the large majority. That's you.
I think. Listen. Let me finish. Let me fly my plane. I know for the past 12 years being on YouTube and watching the black channels, there was way too many people who got larger channels than this one talking about they sick of these Democrats. They are, and we all said the same shit. No Republicans, no reparations, no votes. We sick of these folks. Everybody knew who fucking Kamala Harris was. They knew she was a fake ass Indian, a fake ass black woman who's really an Indian, who was throwing black women in prisons, taking their kids away.
People had no idea who Kamala Harris was.
Like I was saying before you cut me off, I was going to explain it to you. I was going to explain it to you. So I was going to explain to you before I got cut off. The reason why we have a historical track record of doing this. Black folks have been voting against their own. They have been going against their own interests ever since after the Civil War. No, after the Civil War, they've been doing this. See, there was a military general who ran for president, right? The man got shot 6 times just for the freedom of black folks, right? When it came time to vote him in, you got to remember the South numbers for men were decimated by the war. So literally, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, black folks outnumber white men by 20%. It was triple in Mississippi. There was more black men in Mississippi than there were white men, 3 times over. Mm-hmm. You know what happened? When it came for us black folks to vote, we voted for the Democrat instead of for the Republican who actually fought to make sure your ancestors get their freedom. So
that's because the KKK terrorized those black people into voting.
That is bullshit. Because the reason why is I just gave you historical data. If you could give me historical data and show me that the KKK was terrorizing these black folks, it was bullshit because of the fact that black men outnumber the white men damn near by 20%.
Truck driver.
Now that sounds good. That sounds good on YouTube. Look up the statistics from the state of Louisiana, where blacks outnumbered, but the white men outweaponed the blacks.
No, it was because of the fact that black folks will vote against their own interests.
Black folks started getting tired of the
Am I muted?
Okay, but it felt like that they didn't know what the hell to do and who to vote for. They've been said that they was voting against their own interests. They were saying this. You think you saying this now, but we were saying that shit back in 2004. I've been left the Democratic Party. A whole handful of black folks left the Democratic Party. Some of us just decided we're not going to vote because we didn't know shit about the Republican Party. But a lot of us was not voting for Democrats because we understand they dangling us with carrots in our hands. This got shit to do with having babies, not having babies. It was the fact that your able-bodied citizens who sat there and
I'm saying, listen to what
heard
you
the
gotta
same
say.
shit. Wait, listen. You heard the
Man, that
same shit from
emotion,
the
crazy.
Democratic Party, and they said, "You dumb Negroes. If you vote for me, I promise to give you something." And then as soon as they did that, they was like, "Oh shit, you forgot all about us. Oh, we'll give the LGBT something. We're gonna give the illegals, immigrants something because they've been through some shit." Well, what about us? So we've been hearing this shit for a long time, and about 12 years ago, okay, not 2004, it was slowly but surely. 12 years ago, and I voted for, I think I subscribed to maybe 19 different black channels. These were some cool ass channels, OGs, all the way to the seniors. And we were all talking about how we're fucking tired of these Democrats. We were done with these damn Democrats. And some of us just not gonna vote for Republican, but we're not gonna vote again. We just ain't gonna vote. And then Donald Trump becomes the president. We say, shit, we ain't gonna trust this shit either. We already know people stop. Obama had the lowest voting rate, even though he still won. He barely won that second term because black people wasn't showing up to vote no more because because so-called people were waiting for him to do something. He played us. So it's based on what you're seeing, and I don't fucking care about these data because data can lie, but real life tells the truth all goddamn
Yes, the
day.
numbers are right.
Back there, we was all affected by people dying left and right under Obama's watch. He ain't did shit, and the Democrat Party's like, "This go dance and eat some chicken and watermelon," for and we got some of that.
Ma'am, how much of the population of America do black folk make up? Do you know?
They keep saying that same 13% shit.
14%.
No, it's
how
not.
much do the Hispanic? How much do the Hispanic make up?
No, it is not. No, it is not. They've been saying that.
Donald Trump, everybody, if you missed it, wake up. They was voting for Donald Trump big goddamn time because they loved him. And
what did you expect from Donald Trump? What do you expect from Donald Trump now?
How we the same number for 60 years?
He's giving me everything I voted for.
Grandparents were saying the 14%.
Bullshit.
He's giving me everything I voted for. Who didn't promise reparations? Donald Trump never promised reparations. Show me anywhere that Donald Trump promised reparations.
He ain't gonna give you anything. He's not gonna give you anything. He's not gonna give you a stimulus. He's not gonna give you a reparation. So what the fuck do you expect?
No one is gonna give us reparations. You got to get it on your own.
Reparations is done. We finally got us a smart one in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
I've been smart, bro.
Donald Trump actually was going to
First of all,
it wasn't with the reparations
act like Trump had black people's back on his first term is the reason why they came back to vote for his ass again. Okay?
He actually kind of did was going to give out reparations.
Okay, do y'all know what reparations really is?
Murdered by some crooked ass cops, and Trump had their asses locked up because that was un-American life. Let's not talk about the fact that all them goddamn homeless people that was kicked out for having stimulus checks by these illegal landlords was ended up. These people who was unlawful detainers had to show proof of paper in the Bay Area. I don't know about other states, but in these blue states, they was able to get them luxury apartments in Oakland and Berkeley, California, and they didn't have to have 2 or 3 times that amount of rent. And these black folks that.
Sean Wildcat is typing his ass off. Look,
yeah, that's
my bad.
Like you gotta do.
That's from that old Jerry Lewis movie, The Typewriter. I love it. I love it.
Damn, like an old school 1918.
That's my bad, man. My bad.
Yeah, you got a skit that.
I'll mute up when I want to type. My bad.
So there was a problem that I have with Shawty say. See, those statistics. See, the statistics I gave you were actually by black economics. Black economists.
I don't care.
There's different. There's God damn it,
Nah,
man.
those
Man,
statistics
take your
are a lie.
medicine, man. Take your goddamn
Bruh,
ADHD medicine.
Yo, why are you arguing
bruh.
with women? Why are you arguing with
Bruh,
women?
she doesn't care what you say. So why are you
Yeah,
trying
don't
to?
argue with her,
That's like
man.
trying to beat a dead horse. She doesn't care.
You don't argue with women. What are you doing?
Hey, white folks lie about their stats too. They be lying. They say a whole different number.
Well, I have
Black
a
They
question.
are
demographics.
I have a
It's
lying.
question
called
for you. What
They
exactly would
blackdemographics.com.
you would like done?
they lying about the numbers because they always try to keep our people
I
down.
have a
They've been
question for
lying
the
about the
ladies.
numbers.
What exactly would you would like done, ma'am? I'm asking you. What exactly would you would like to see?
Most black people left the plantation. Only a few that's still stuck in that plantation. They're afraid to come out. Don't judge them because they still want to be in the plantation. A lot of black folks left the plantation, and part of it is because our experience the first time when Trump was in office. Like for example, I mean, we've been watching them live. We've been watching them speak live. I don't know if you watch them speak live. I know it sounds boring to watch them, but the shit that he says that's representing black people was cool as fuck. But guess what? Guess who it pissed off? It pissed off a whole bunch of KKK liberals. That's who the fuck it pissed off. Because you had one dude that was on TikTok, and he probably is arrested now. He got on here and he said Trump should be hanging next to the N-words. That Trump should be hanging right next to them because he's a disgrace to the United States and to white people, and he's over here feeding the N-word, feeding us. And it's like, what the hell? Like,
Yeah,
Trump
well,
became
Hey, did y'all hear that clip when Trump said he actually wanted to be black? Did y'all hear that clip?
No, I didn't hear that. But
I heard that.
if the dude said that on TikTok, the Secret Service definitely paid him a visit.
Bring it up. Go ahead and add it. I want to hear that one. Go ahead and bring that.
I'm like this. If I'm not one of those other people in this. If it don't affect me and my doggone group, I don't give a damn. People be telling me all the time, man, you should have been coming back to Chicago trying to mentor the young G's. So the young G's, they shouldn't be G's. They're supposed to be young men. Now, it's not my fault that Shaquitha picked the doggone fatherless man to let blast the club up. So, I don't give a damn about them kids. They ain't mine. Damn them kids.
Chicago. Your boy, Kanye. Speaking of Chicago, Kanye, here we go. Like, look at this.
Hey, I put the link in the chat of Trump talking about he want to be black.
The Wall Street Journal, and this is an apology. So it starts, to those I've hurt. 25 years ago, I was in a car accident that broke my jaw and caused injury to my right frontal lobe of my brain. At the time, the focus was on the visible damage, the fracture, the swelling, and the immediate physical trauma. The deeper injury, the one inside my...
Why does it feel like no one important cares about the TikTok censor? Because it's for Israel. Hello. Also, the American government is quite literally doing a domestic occupation on a major American city. So I do feel like people are probably a little bit more focused on that right now. And also, the other news outlet that we just watched is another outlet that is also
Campbell,
purchased at the behest of Israel. So it's just Israel o'clock, baby. That's what it is. America is no longer America first. It's Israel first. That's all this is. It's Israel first. The media is pro-Israel. The politicians are pro-Israel.
Okay.
And no one's going to be like, oh, I can't believe Israel
What does
purchased
this have to
TikTok.
do
It's ruining.
with Trump saying he wish he was black? Can we get to that part?
I put it in the chat.
You gotta put it in the back chat, in the private. I can't click it. It won't let me click it. I can't.
Yeah, because if you put it in the chat, you got to have a wrench in order for the link to be highlighted. You got to put it in the back chat.
Done, Unc. Just did it, Unc.
I apologize for being so passionate. You know what I'm saying? I'm not bothered that you tell me to go take my meds.
Hold on. Did y'all video Trump saying this video is almost impossible to find. In fact, they deleted it off of YouTube. Y'all think I'm playing? Look, they really deleted it off of YouTube. I did always find it funny that Donald Trump's wife's name was Melania, like melanin, and now he's saying that he wants to be black. Look at this. Listen to this.
Great. I've said on occasion, even about myself, if I was starting off today, I would love to be a well-educated black because I really believe they do have an actual advantage today. I love the black community, and I've done more for the black community than any other president. And I say, with the possible exception of Abraham Lincoln.
Y'all, he didn't even say Obama's name. Y'all think he's throwing shots at Obama? Oh my God. I told y'all he didn't do nothing.
Look, okay. You know what?
I ain't say listen to the guy that the video posted. I ain't say that.
When you read the history, what they gave
You
up.
believe that Trump actually said that? The left would have wore that out. You got some East Coast goofy. Get that East Coast goofy off the set.
They deleted the video.
Right, that's what he said. He's that mindful of everything. He a East Coast goofy.
What you mean an East Coast
goofy?
He's an East Coast goofy.
Preserve our nation, and they did it
He ain't
with
from the West Coast.
They helped win the Wild West, tame the skies, and save freedom in the
Listen
second
to his
world.
voice.
His name. Y'all think he's throwing shots at Obama?
Yo, he's throwing like shots at Obama. Yo, son, yo, B. He an East Coast goofy.
You let the video.
DJ, pause it.
Just let the video play. I wasn't even, when I saw this video, I wasn't even worried about what he was saying. I was worried about the video clip.
Because I'm from New York. I want to understand what he mean by East Coast goofy.
Exactly. What is it hard to understand? East Coast goofy?
Nigga, so what you saying?
What I'm
Oh
saying?
Lord,
He's
now
an East
you're
Coast
offended.
goofy.
Come on, man. Just be chill, man.
Nah, because he's a clown. He's supposed to be a
He's an East Coast goofy.
Can you hear what he's
Nigga,
saying?
you a goofy clown.
Oh, now he got his feelings in it because somebody said.
All right, folks. Let's not get emotional. Let's not get emotional, folks.
I'm not getting emotional.
Let's not throw shots. Let's not throw shots, folks.
He's an East Coast goofy. I'm from the Midwest.
Bled on the battlefields of the American Revolution, and they really did. When you read the history, what they gave up. They gave everything to smash the chains of slavery and preserve our nation, and they did it with incredible bravery. They helped win the Wild West, tame the skies, and save freedom in the Second World War. They're warriors. From the very beginning, Black Americans have been a vital part of the American story, helping to make this the greatest nation in the history of the world.
So what we gonna do about it? Sit back and watch, y'all. This is the fall of Babylon. I've been telling y'all the shift is here, and Donald Trump wants to be black, y'all. Let me know what you guys think about this video. Like, comment, and share for more videos like this.
He had an ex-black girlfriend. I mean, he dated a black woman.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, but you know what's funny about that? When you get into the dating thing, say if one of us brothers on here, we get us a white girl, sisters got their mouth stuck out. We hate our mamas. And we hate ourselves, but you know
let's
what?
not get into that. Let's not get into that.
No, don't cut me off now. Don't cut me off now. But you got that tennis playing, that rich tennis playing chick. She don't hate her daddy, do she? She married to a white boy.
You got a white girl. You hate your.
Yeah, okay, so you know, hey, what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Okay, but listen, you know how they say.
You talking about the goofy New Yorker, but I'm
he a goofball. Yo, check this out with this video. See what I was telling you. See, the Babylon is for because they call white folks Babylonians and all this old goofiness. I'm like, y'all goofies.
Hear what's going on with the Chicago?
Truly is a hipster. This was ahead of the game with the rise of anti-Semitism. Like a year out from unlimited anti-Semitism becoming normalized, he was like, nah, this is my time. And now that everyone is anti-Semitic, Kanye's like, actually, my mistake. All men are brothers, especially Jewish men. I was so wrong. It is crazy. Chill, Unc, he on that Galaxy gas still. Bro.
Hey, I bang they women out. I've done it before.
He was so ahead of the game with anti-Semitism. Like he was, the type of anti-Semitism he's doing now, or was doing back then, is the type of shit that JD Vance has to be like,
I don't know.
We can't disrupt our delicate allegiance with these people. Like, if he, like, it's crazy.
Who is he talking about?
It's crazy. I cannot believe it. He was running around being like, Adolf Hitler invented the microphone. I love him so much. He's the GOAT, greatest of all time. And then now that everyone's like, actually, you're right. And you know, Heil Hitler is the song of the summer. He's like, oh, guys, Can we let bygones be bygones? It's so funny.
Man,
like, he just straight up.
Hey, can y'all get Pinky
He just straight up
Tuscadero
said,
off
nah,
the
this
screen?
anti-Semitism stuff is too mainstream. It's up now. I don't
That's
want
Pinky
it. I don't want it
Tuscadero.
no more. I need to find something different.
I'm trying to figure.
Skull went unnoticed. So then he goes into talking about his bipolar disorder. And he talks about,
he's
being
talking about
manic
Kanye.
and being in denial. And he says, you don't think you're sick. You think everyone else is overreacting. You feel like you're seeing the world more clearly than them, when in reality, you're losing your grip. He says he lost touch with reality. Things got worse the longer he ignored the problem. And he did things he deeply regrets. So this is when he kind of goes into the apologies. He says, some of the people I love the most, I treated the worst. You endure fear, confusion, and humiliation. In a fractured state, I gravitated toward the most destructive symbol I could find, the swastika.
His bipolar is real. I do not think this is a grift. Yeah, no, I know he's bipolar, man. What are you talking about? No one is disputing whether or not he has bipolar disorder.
I say it's bull.
Yes,
Man,
he
get
objectively has
Tuscadero
bipolar
off
disorder.
the
He
screen.
is bipolar. Okay.
Or anti-Semite, I love Jewish people. Now to the black community, Kanye West says, to the black community, which held me down through all of the highs and lows in the darkest of times, the black community is unquestionably the foundation of who I am. I am sorry that I have let you down. I love us. He talks about how in early 2025, he fell into a 4-month-long manic episode of psychotic, paranoid, and
He's just too big, in my opinion. He made a song named Heil Hitler, and his touring filled out stadiums around the world. Yeah, he went to China after the Heil Hitler shit, and he just
finally go get help. He also talks about, that he's not asking for sympathy or a free pass. He doesn't aspire to earn people's forgiveness, but he's writing this today to simply ask for patience and understanding as he finds his love, or he finds his way, and then he ends it with love, EA.
I haven't read the letter yet.
So I guess Kanye West made a letter about like his previous comments, and of course, this guy's Jewish, and so he's like, "Man, bump that. It don't matter. We don't forgive. We don't forget. We are anonymous." You know what I'm saying? So I didn't want to bring it up. I mean, what y'all think about that?
I feel like it's a good excuse. It's a great excuse.
Yeah,
Like,
he let this lady. He made this lady pose in front of everybody.
Hey, look, any man, regardless of their nationality, that mess around with one of them Kardashian chicks, self-destructed.
Yes.
Every single one of them.
Everyone. They
Something
witches.
wrong with them.
They're
Something wrong
witches.
with them women.
They're witches.
Yeah, they're cursed.
It is.
I mean, how often do you hear about a man overdosing on Viagra? Where they do that at? Oh.
Time out. Flag on the play. You telling me
I'm
this
serious.
man?
The dude, Lamar Odom?
Oh.
Yeah. He ain't lying. He ain't lying.
I just want to know if he was popping pills or he had an IV.
Wow.
You telling me?
Wow.
Get out of here. And put it in, an IV and plugged them up and just had them laying back.
Do me a favor, please. Get out of here. Get out of here, man.
You telling me this man?
Say he had the Viagra on the drip.
Had the Viagra drips going on.
Had it on lock. He had it on lock, bro. He had the Viagra drip on lock from Jump Street.
That little big head one. See, she fun side. I bring her up like a paper clip and thrash her for everything she worth.
Another thing.
I got one quick question to ask, sister, before you play the video. Can I ask who the brother that said I gotta take my meds on my ADHD?
I said it.
Oh, brother, please. Thank you so much. I don't take meds, but what I do, I knit and I make hats. So, yes, my ADHD was kicking in. Thank you for reminding me my ADHD was kicking in.
I knew you was smoking. I knew you was smoking that good stuff. So I was just like, hey, you better take a puff of that itch, girl.
I don't drink. I don't do drugs. I don't none of that stuff. I swear.
I ain't saying nothing about that. It's legalized in California. In my opinion.
That's my therapy. That's what calms me down is my knitting. So I'll go ahead and make me a hat.
I'm just glad we got understanding in here.
Yeah, does Ilhan look like she using lightning cream only on her face, but not the rest of her neck and stuff?
That's really, Ark, that's really big in Africa.
In
Africa.
Trust me, I'm a world traveler. I know these things.
She doing the Charlemagne the God shit. That's
But hold on,
yeah. She getting a Sammy Sosa on.
So listen, she just got sprayed with an unknown. So this 2 hours ago.
Hey, host, real quick. Have y'all ever noticed, like, Have y'all ever wondered why is it the fact that she can get on TV all the time, just like Don Lemon does the same thing? They get on TV all the time and talk about white supremacy, white man, white man, white man. She's married to a white man. Don Lemon is married to a white man, and they get. I wonder if they give their spouses PSAs before they leave the house every day. Baby, I'm gonna talk about your race. Don't feel no kind of way about it now. I got to do this.
Yeah, I got kicked off his Facebook page when he said black men were oppressed. I said, when you on the bottom?
Oh shit!
Oh. Guys, listen. So she was doing this address, this speech, and then somebody came and sprayed her with an unknown substance, and they got tackled down.
Oh, that's how her face got white.
No, whatever's going on.
Stop. I was just wondering.
Y'all ever see her without her headscarf?
Oh no, her face was already white before she got sprayed. Mm-hmm.
Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
Y'all see it? Somebody sprayed something.
Yeah, spray some on them. Skunk spray. Somalia repellent. It was Somalia repellent.
Yeah.
No, that's not funny, y'all. That's weird.
That's that camel piss.
I don't know.
Well, y'all gotta chill out. Like, no, chill. This is weird. Like, someone could spray. If she died of cancer, or what the fuck is this? Wait.
Oh shit! People died of cancer, Agent Orange. I don't give a damn about her. She shouldn't have came to this country.
No, this is weird that they could like spray something and whatever it is.
She's stealing from taxpayers. I don't care about her.
She got the Mark Lamont. Treatment.
I spray something on her. You goddamn right I will.
Oh, you mean when Lamar Hill got ambushed by that crash dummy?
Yeah. That's what happened. Like, she was like, "This is go for Mark."
Look at the cameras, though. They're taking pictures of this. Is crazy. Listen, I don't know if y'all seeing this. Like, okay, she's giving a speech. Something gets sprayed on her, and the cameramen are just zooming in. Watch it.
But see, her face is whitening, and she getting cosmetic surgery to look like Kerry Washington. Y'all know
Timu Kerry Washington.
I'm done.
Yeah, I'm not slow now. I'm just old. I'm just old in the MF.
Hey, he clowning. Uncle's clowning, man.
I'm an old MF, but I ain't slow.
Uncle's clowning.
Watch.
Scandal.
Watch when they
I bet you that's her because she's fired.
Must resign or face impeachment.
Just sprayed it. Watch this. Oh, it hits her.
Hold. Now, it looked like she's about to swing on it. Can we get a wild?
That's what it looked like. She looked like she went after the dude that sprayed him.
Can we get a wild?
Look at the cameraman.
Yeah, the cameraman missed the shot. He missed the shot when she went after him.
How did you do that, man?
No. Now, see, if she was a real chick. No, if she was a real chick, she would have been whooping that ass. Did y'all?
She want to. She want to.
Hold on. Did y'all see that fight video with Tiffany Henyard in Illinois?
No, I ain't seen that.
Oh, she was like, stay away from Oprah.
Dog.
Hey, whoever did that, you an ally. We need to know where your GoFundMe is at.
Let me break this one down, and I'll be quick. Jebediah Brown.
That's a name for you.
Okay.
Jebediah.
Her dude swung on Jebediah, and Jebediah got with a two-piece. Pip, and they was out there scrapping. And she took off her shoes, dropped the mic, and ran, and jumped right into the damn fight.
Oh yeah, Tiffany Henyard is all the way ghetto. We already knew that.
Man, the security guard got his ass whooped. That was the funniest shit I've seen. You need to pull that one up and play that.
You know they say Tiffany Henyard done moved to Atlanta now. She done moved to Atlanta now, supposedly, allegedly.
I don't know, but you want to talk about something funny? Put that on. She ain't no punk.
No, Tiffany ain't no punk.
She's crap. She put the balls on them.
You ever seen her without makeup? She looked like she can fight.
Yeah.
She looked like she used to choke out pit bulls.
Tiffany Henyard looked like she used to be a prize fighter, bro.
I'm telling you.
She should choke out pit bulls and German shepherds.
Then you got that other you got that other chick that made it big in Hollywood. She from Robbins. I know she could fight. What's her name? She was in that Temu version of Friday with that other chick that's trying to pay their rent.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't want to be like that.
No, it was showing at the movie theater. Cat Williams was in it.
Oh, you're talking about
Sunday morning.
Kiki Palmer.
Kiki Palmer, yeah, Kiki Palmer from Robbins. She from Robbins, dog. Kiki Palmer is from Robbins. Kiki Palmer can fight. You don't undercut them. Robbins, they be like, oh, that's a suburb of Chicago. No, that's the dog from Low End Part 2. She got hands on her. Trust me.
Nah, Kiki Palmer, man, I don't know why. She just look like she got like basket hound mixed in her.
Yeah.
Shit.
Well, I mean, hell, you know, I mean, it's a lot of that going around. I mean, you got doggone Tiana Taylor. She got a hard ass face just like Angela Bassett.
That's that couture.
She handsome.
She handsome than a motherfucker, ain't she? Got nominated for an Oscar for eating Sean Penn.
She handsome. She handsome like Jess Hilarious. Jess Hilarious handsome as hell too.
Hold on now. Jess Hilarious look like Chris Tucker. No. Jess Hilarious look like Chris Tucker dressed in drag.
Why are you thinking about that,
I ain't thinking like that.
I can't help it. You know.
That's a whole woman.
And then,
All I know is I heard Jess Hilarious
because he's abusive.
What does he got on his head?
He's abusive.
He got a chicken hat on.
And he's here to divide.
Is he a furry?
His psychology is that of a pimp. All of his books prior to his Black liberation, Black nationalist, Black power movement, all his books was about being a player and a pickup artist. Basically, he was trying to teach you how to be a pimp. Well, we know the pimp, the pastor pipeline. A lot of niggas jump out the pimp and go straight into the pastor. That's the best thing smoking.
Dude look like a giant. Use him to wash dishes.
Change and evolve. Well, he just decided to do it in the Pan-African Black space and then drop the Pan-Africanism. Hidden Colors was all about what was going on in Africa.
About Black Lives Matter.
Acknowledgement of Africa. A film directed by him, produced by him. Extremely Pan-African film. What is the person who has this gift of gab? The pickup artist, the pimp, who has seen a righteous
dude look like a female's personal personal.
Such a following.
No, he
look like a vibrator.
He's abusive. He's rhetoric, and he's here to divide, and his psychology is that of a pimp. All of his books prior to his Black liberation, Black nationalist, Black power movement, all his books was about being a player and a pickup artist. Basically, he was trying to teach you how to be a pimp. Well, we know the pimp, the pastor pipeline. A lot of niggas jump out the pimp and go straight into the pastor. That's the best thing smoking. But as things change, as cultures change and evolve, well, he just decided to do it in the Pan-African Black space and then drop the Pan-Africanism. Hidden Colors was all about what was going on in Africa. All this acknowledgement of Africa. A film directed by him, produced by him. Extremely Pan-African film. What is the person who has this gift of gab? The pickup artist, the pimp, who has seen a righteous path, but didn't see no money in that. Well, what do you got to do? You got to get back to pimping. But you're going to pimp minds. So what is the advocacy for? What is the abuse that he carries out? Separation versus inclusion.
Hey,
he wants the Black American to separate from global Black people. He wants you isolated here on your own. What do cult leaders do? They separate you. They promise you all these great things. They speak sweet nothings to you. He's going to tell you about every accomplishment that the Black American has made, created, or been involved in. He's going to continue to remind you and pump this false sense of superiority into you. Instead of being inclusionary, understanding that Africans have had a hand in some of the biggest inventions in this world. The fucking fathers of civilization, the mothers of civilization, the creators of arithmetic. But the thing is that that's not good for business. He tried it with Hidden Colors. It didn't. People were starting to get away from it.
Are those gloves,
it's a hype. It's a feel-good moment, but there's nothing to capitalize on it. So then you get micro movements versus mass communal practices.
Dude look like a Super Mario character.
What does the abuser do? What does the cult leader do? What does the pickup artist turn African, Pan-African, turn hyper American?
Yeah, he ain't Bowser, he Mauser.
Separate, micro move, internet rhetoric surrounded by hate speech and fear mongering. Black nationalism has
this man shit mushrooms.
nationalism in the rhetoric of Semitism and niggas like Tariq Nasheed gaining such a following because he's abusive in his verbiage, he's abusive in his rhetoric, and he's here to divide, and his psychology is that of a pimp. All of his books prior to his Black liberation, Black nationalist, Black power movement,
and you here to find Yoshi,
was about being a player and a pickup artist. Basically, he was trying to teach you how to be a pimp.
He keeps saying the same thing over and over.
Like,
is this video edited?
It's that DNC stuff. These DNCs can't get over to it.
Interrupting it, and I'm trying to play the video, non-interrupted, and then have y'all talk about it because y'all too busy.
Talk about what? Hang him upside down. You can milk his brain.
You can wash some dishes. You can wash some dishes really good with his hat.
Nasheed gaining such a following because he's abusive in his verbiage, he's abusive in his rhetoric, and he's here to divide. And his psychology is that of a pimp. All of his books prior to his Black liberation, Black nationalist, Black power movement, all his books was about being a player and a pickup artist. Basically, he was trying to teach you how to be a pimp. Well, we know the pimp to pastor pipeline. A lot of niggas jump out the pimp and go straight into the pastor. That's the best thing smoking. But as things change, as cultures change and evolve, well, he just decided to do it in the Pan-African Black space and then dropped the Pan-Africanism. Hidden Colors was all about what was going on in Africa. All this acknowledgement of Africa. A film directed by him, produced by him. Extremely Pan-African film. What is the person who has this gift of gab, the pickup artist, the pimp, who has seen a righteous path but didn't see no money in that? Well, what do? You got to get back to pimping. But you're going to pimp minds. So what is the advocacy for? What is the abuse that he carries out? Separation versus inclusion. He wants the Black American to separate from global Blackness. He wants you isolated here on your own. What do cult leaders do? They separate you. They promise you all these great things. They speak sweet nothings to you. He's going to tell you about every accomplishment that the Black American has made, created, or been involved in. He's going to continue to remind you and pump this false sense of superiority into you. Instead of being inclusionary, understanding that Africans have had a hand in some of the biggest inventions in this world. The fucking fathers of civilization, the mothers of civilization, the creators of arithmetic. But the thing is that that's not good for business. He tried it with Hidden Colors. It didn't hit the same. People were starting to get away from it because it's a hype, it's a feel-good moment, but there's nothing to capitalize on it. So then you get micro movements versus mass communal practices. What does the divider do? What does the abuser do? What does the cult leader do? What does the pickup artist turn African, Pan-African, turn hyper American patriot do? Separate, micro move, internet rhetoric surrounded by hate speech and fear mongering. Black nationalism has parallels to white nationalism in the rhetoric of separatism and overlaps of the tribes of Judah that exist in white supremacist groups as well. Some of the most radical white supremacists also talk about the tribes of Judah. So they think their superiority is divine as well, nigga. So if you got the same talking points as Nazis, that nigga's a
there we go. Thoughts? What are your thoughts?
This is the reason.
I think old boy just mad that Tariq Nasheed calls out the bullshit that happens in the Black community. I think that's what he's pissed off about.
Hold on, what happened to Liberty, man? I knew he was going to cook. He dropped. Come on,
I thought
man.
that was his moment to actually be able to shine right there.
I was waiting for him to man. I'm gonna try to do him, my fellow American.
Agreed, Chill Room.
I can't do you, Liberty.
Listen, my fellow American. I love America.
Hey, throw that Tiffany Henry whooping ass video up.
Uncle about the shits. Uncle about the shits. That's see that. Uncle about the shits.
That's that real right there.
Not all the serious people are going. Let me go ahead with what I wanted to do, because what's going on is there's a whole battle between Kwame Brown and Anton Dent. Let me bring that up, because I mean I wanted to find out what's going on here, and it's real crazy. Hold on, I think it was O'Shea. No,
O'Shea, Ashy O'Shea.
Crazy.
The man that tried to be a pimp in Uganda.
No, Freezy just had it was a Freezy. Freezy, no captivity with Freezy. Okay.
Yo, who is Freezy? I have heard his name so many times, but
there he is. There go that dark beige nigga.
All right, so he's live.
Ruffles have ridges.
I got real
Hold on, what's your name on TikTok? I haven't seen you on TikTok, bro. I know I have.
On TikTok, not yet.
Or either he on YouTube one. I haven't seen you up here before.
O'Shea
Jackson. They removed my other doggone channel and my Facebook and my Instagram.
O'Shea Dude Jackson is fearless. He's not a part of the go along, get along gang.
Who is this nigga?
The reason why I watch a lot of his content is because I share a lot in common with O'Shea Dude Jackson.
Passport bro, huh?
A man like that, you know.
Is this
Passport bro?
I woke up this morning and I was asleep.
Yeah.
And he said,
I've been on the panel with
if you don't feel like I kind of wanted to, you know, I don't know, I wanted to holler at you up here for a second. If you can just, can I put the link in the chat for a second for you?
No, this gets real. O'Shea Duke Jackson and jumped in the whole thing.
I'll just put the link in the chat for him for a second. You know,
it's not real. Like the Anton Daniels.
Just in case he's okay with coming up. This link is only for O'Shea Duke Jackson, and if he doesn't hit this, okay, because I know O'Shea is busy like a mug.
Yeah, trying to be a Uganda pimp.
How long? 5 minutes, bro. 5 minutes. You know, 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes, 5-10 minutes, bro. It does.
Stop it.
Really, whenever you
Ain't that's angry?
Whenever you decide to go, I'm not going to keep you long. It could be 30 seconds. I don't give a damn. Yeah, it can be 30 seconds, man.
I'm just trying to figure out how Angry Man fit in that Corvette with his big ass.
That link is only for O'Shea Duke
Not
Jackson,
Corvette,
man.
Camaro. He ain't on that level yet.
Okay.
No, he got a Corvette,
Shout
bro.
out to my brother O'Shea
No,
Duke
he got a Camaro. He got a Camaro in the Benz.
Not O'Shea, let's start out with this, man. When did you develop this I don't give a F mentality?
I mean, I'm not gonna say when I developed, you know, because again, we all as content creators, we can be biased.
Right.
We got people that we protect. I'm guilty of that just like anybody else, but I mean, you know, a lot of the things that he was saying just didn't match up to the lifestyle that he was trying to put up. And so what he was trying to do with a lot of his content and framework is to say, I'm a married man of 20 years. I'm a Christian. You know, these are some of the same talking points you see with some of the black conservatives or white conservatives, you know, on the, you know, the middle right and even the extreme right, you know, so far as, you know, Nick Cage, the alt-right.
Right.
So when he says something like that, and then you come back and say, well, I got 5 hoes and my wife, you know, knows what I'm doing and I'm doing X, Y, and Z, then you can't come back and then at the same time point black people as being dysfunctional. You can't come out and point out to black Democrats are dysfunctional, because in the reality, you're dysfunctional just like them.
Right.
And for example, he put out this new video, or because what he does for his content strategy is he basically does a live stream and he'll just clip, you know, a lot of the reactions and kind of repost it. He was saying the reasons why his daughter was attacked was because she was dark skinned and the wife was dark skinned, which completely was exonerating. He's trying to exonerate himself for being involved at all in the beef with Corey Holcomb as if he
Do you
played
think
no
there's
role.
any truth in that?
I think that there is some truth to dark-skinned women in the Black community, having issues. Yeah, of course. But he's trying to conflate that idea to exonerate himself from what he did. So you cannot take the colorism problem with Black women and then try to marry that to why people don't like you. Because if you look at Mika, well, Mika's everything but a dark-skinned Black woman. So the women that you really attracted to are not even dark-skinned right now because maybe at that particular time you didn't have the financial prowess you have now. And so now that you got money, almost everybody that we would see you with, they look nothing like your wife. But you want to go ahead on and try to say that, these dark-skinned Black women are being affected and all this and that. But the reality is that you don't want to take any level of accountability for your behavior in the last week, and you going on streams talking about you gonna whoop this man's ass and all that. And then at the same time, you'll come back on your channel and tell Black people that they got to be accountable, that they're stupid, that they're emotional, that they have problems. And then you try to absolve yourself from those same things. And so when we look at that, then we look at you as a person that's not intelligent. We can look at you as a person that's not intellectual. We can look at you as having the same issues that you're talking about everybody else having. And so that's when it doesn't make sense. And so when you put that out there, he'll try to say, O'Shea is using his feminine mindset because his fans, are telling him what to say. That's another straw man's argument, which he don't want to really deal with what I'm talking about. And so that's just the only real issue with Anton is he's just being hypocritical. And you can't come on here and say the Black community need more heroes and we don't have no heroes. Well, nigga, why don't you be the hero? You're supposed to be the hero because you know better. You're Black person. That's just the reality that I'm dealing with, and I'm not dealing with nothing else. But and he acting like nobody see these infractions that he's doing. Like we're dumb. That's the most important part. As if we don't see this shit. As if we don't watch. The guy goes on here every day and he says all these crazy things. As if people can't clip that out. Or in your case, you took the video from what was on Corey Holcomb's. You talk about Hebrew Israelite. I guess you're part of the Hebrew Israelites, right?
Yeah.
At least some faction of it. Yeah.
Yes, I am. Yeah.
So even if he felt that way, that's something that from a person that he's presenting himself to be should have never been said. As a Christian man, you shouldn't even say anything like that. That should never even come out your mouth. Even if you felt like that, it should not be something that's public.
O'Shea, can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
That video that I did, the original video where, I exposed Anton talking about Israelite wives and kids, right? I was accused of making a fake video. I started on YouTube making edited videos, not live streaming, edited videos. And I understand the business of grabbing B-rolls and example photos. That's the pre-recorded business. You're in it. I know you know a lot about that all too well. That was Anton's voice. He actually said those words. That wasn't because I used some example stock photos, right? Do you think that takes away from what Anton said?
No, because he said it.
Apparently, Anton Daniel said something about the Hebrew Israelites on top of the things he didn't say about Kwame Brown. So he went from Corey Holcomb to Kwame Brown. Now he's attacking the Hebrew Israelites. It sounds like Anton is going crazy.
So, what happens is when you are friendly or you're dealing with a person.
What did he say about the Hebrew Israelites?
Corey Holcomb insulted his daughter, which obviously I've heard you come out and say that was wrong.
Right.
And, that shouldn't have happened. But I'm not a parent. I don't know if you have kids, but I don't. But I can just imagine. I have a daughter, not a real daughter, but a lady I consider my daughter. She's about like 21. And God forbid somebody was to hurt her feelings or humiliate her or whatever.
Yeah.
I cannot imagine that I would be on YouTube first thing in the morning, being more dedicated to my stream than, talking about when my daughter's in school and
I think both Corey and Anton lost some points in this one, though. But that's my opinion.
I'm about money. Unless the beef is translating into money, then what we talk about? We too grown to be talking about some beef. Beef? Beef? Ain't no such thing as beef no more. It's calculated moves to figure out how we can get more visibility for ourselves. But if we're not working towards our visibility, do your worst. I'm focused over here.
Okay, so in today's video, we got to talk about Kwame Brown responding back to Anton Daniels again. Remember, we did a video covering the initial situation that happened, but I guess Kwame Brown's video got taken down. I think Kwame Brown was saying that Anton Daniels had flagged his page. I don't know what happened with that. That's very unfortunate, man. I do want to highlight his new response of him responding back to Anton Daniels and everything that's going on, because maybe a lot of people didn't get to see Kwame Brown's full response since his video got taken down, man. Anton Daniels just went left on Kwame Brown out of nowhere, right? Like, he just instantly just called out Kwame Brown for no reason at all.
Kwame Brown used to be on my nuts. It's the honest to God truth. Hey, man, I like what you're talking about, bro. I like it. Used to be all on my nuts. All the time. All the time. Used to be on my nuts. But I understand that Kwame Brown, after his whole thing with Gilbert Arenas, and from a business perspective, his whole thing with Gilbert Arenas, his whole thing with Stephen A. Smith, Kwame Brown caught a wave. He caught a wave. And that's how he was able to build up his platform to get to whatever his subscribers is. But Kwame Brown hit a ceiling. He's not able to grow his platform based off of his own analysis, based off of his own content. And so, you know, he do these dusty live streams where it's just him off camera. Yeah, you know me. And it's cool. You know what I'm saying? So Kwame get the stimmy pack like everybody else.
And the reason why Anton Daniels was doing that was because Kwame Brown was covering, you know, the viral news that happened with the 5150 show with Corey Holcomb and Anton Daniels. So, you know, Kwame had his response. But like I said, guys, if you did miss that video, I'll have that video linked down below. But yeah, let's check out Kwame Brown's new response, and then I'll come back with some more commentary. Here's a video. And if you can, be sure to give this video a thumbs up. It really does help support my YouTube channel. I really do appreciate that.
Not for basketball. I got to train for these dudes that run their mouth, but they like chicks. So they got to go get other bad dudes. So I got to train now. You're supposed to be the manly man, the bag chaser. And what I watched happen was somebody in a chat tell you that I said something, right? You didn't see nothing I said. You immediately invite me to your lower part. That's what you invited me to. I don't know what your fetish is with men, but I have the text message and the conversation that me and you had when you said you wanted to do an interview with me and you said you wanted to fly me out. And I heard a video of you telling another man, I'm gonna fly you out like one of my chicks. So guess what I told you? I said, no, I'm gonna drive. I said, I'm a different type of cat. I like to drive. Remember I told you that? I'll come to you. Don't worry about it. But then after I start seeing more of the way you run your mouth like that, and I realized, I said, no, your male bravado is caught up in money. It's not caught up in masculinity. See, if you was masculine, you wouldn't be running around here starting fires with people. You speak when spoken to. Now, what I did was, and shout out to Corey Holcomb. I do not agree with Corey Holcomb putting his hands on a woman at all. But shout out to Corey Holcomb for at least being man enough that you put this out on the internet. He didn't come and look at my page and go, F you, Kwame. You doing this? You a sucker? You was on my, you know what? He didn't do that. Guess what? I gave a fair assessment of what I saw. And it's called an opinion, you so-called smart guy. I forgot, you said you was a C student. You may be more like an F student. You're gonna sue Corey Holcomb for doxing your daughter, right? Which all he did was put up the picture, which is bad. He put a picture up, never said the child's name or nothing. Guess what you did? My daughter's such and such right here, y'all. She's the #1 athlete over here. Yeah, this is my daughter. She's #1 over here. You said your child's name. You did. You're so in tune with your family. You're such a in tune father that while your daughter is so-called going through the worst time of her life, you're listening to other people in the chat and you're responding to YouTubers that could potentially talk about her. Myself. The only thing I said was a fair assessment. I said, you shouldn't have been microaggressing a man and you should have used your intelligence and control the room. You didn't. You didn't use any intelligence that you claim to have.
You suck the black people right now. You doing the easy shit. What you do, let me tell you what you do.
No, homie, let me tell you something, homie. I don't tell you. I don't suck it.
Yeah, you do. You do.
So fix
You're doing it right now.
I don't suck.
You doing it right now.
Homie, believe me when I tell you. I don't do that. I don't do that.
Listen.
So don't come at me with no sucky shit.
I'm gonna give you the same energy you give me.
Let's switch seats. Homie, I don't do no sucky shit. I'm a motherfucking man. I don't do no sucky shit.
I don't give a fuck about nothing.
Well, I tell you what. Watch that dick sucky shit. That'll go bad.
Call it what you want.
I don't do no sucking.
You say a lot of shit that I don't fuck with either. You
okay, but that gay shit. Oh, you
don't give a fuck about what you.
Hey, homie, I tell you what.
Right here.
Don't put no sucky shit. Don't put no suck shit on me, nigga.
I'm from Detroit.
Say
right
I
now.
suck again.
I'm right here, right now.
All right, that's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna respect you.
Dance around it. Dance around it.
No. I'm
I don't do no sucking shit.
I'm gonna respect you because it's your platform, and I flew out here to have a conversation.
We good.
But
We
you're not
good.
crossing up on me.
We good. I did already. I don't do dick sucking
shit. We can put the
shit.
microphone right down, right now, and go up back. I don't give a fuck about this shit.
Homie, you just running your mouth.
I'm not running, because you ain't gonna be. Because you're not gonna be.
Can pause it real quick? Can you pause it real quick? Pause it. If you don't mind, DJ. That's when he should have took his ass out and should have squashed his shit right then and there. When he said, let's go outside, handle this shit, let's go outside, out back, handle this shit like men, that's when they should have handled that shit and squashed it. But Corey, you can see his ass did not want to go outside.
He wasn't about that life, and anybody who knows about being just sturdy, he ain't about that life. He a big teddy bear, just like that other one, but he ain't about that life.
But the craziest thing is he's willing to go outside with a woman, but he's scared to go outside with a man. That's all I can say.
You have on one end, you have like the Snuggles the bear on the other. They're both bears, like little teddy bears. They're not fit to do it. They both saying they. He knew that he wasn't gonna get up and do nothing.
We can go back right now. We can go back right now. I'm with it. I bet you won't say that. We can go back right now. I got money for all this.
Might have a point. He knew he wasn't gonna do nothing. Corey wasn't gonna do nothing either.
No, it's just not respect.
I ain't falling for that. I ain't falling. Darlene, get out the way. Don't get in the way of two niggas. Look at that.
Man, her ass ain't.
Don't hold me back. Don't hold me back.
See your
baby, you step backwards.
Be careful shitting on me, because I feel like you're talking shit again.
I'm not talking shit.
Well, be careful.
I'm telling you.
You shit on me to my face, but that's gonna lead to some danger.
Will we please stop the
trust me,
the tough talk? I got security. You got security.
Homie, I ain't got security. Them my people.
Cool. Them your
you gotta hire a motherfucker to be with you.
Absolutely. I'm always gonna hire somebody.
You better.
100%.
How you be talking?
Corey, stop talking. Stop talking.
Homie, you.
All I'm doing is rehashing the conversation that happened. Why are you so easily offended?
We just still talking about me. It sounds like I'm arguing
because I'm right. See,
I'll be around. And they tell me about myself all the time. Be gone. You done did this before. Hey, homie, get your ass the fuck on and walk over there with your bodyguard and your bitch, nigga.
Whole ass shit right there. That's some weak shit as a man.
It is. It is.
You ain't finna stand on.
I purposely showed the clip of him talking about beef for a reason, because that just goes to show you he's telling us who he is. He's only going to beef with somebody if he thinks that it's lucrative for him. If he can gain some monetary gain from it, he's going to do it. So yeah, man, everybody should just take that for what it is, because he's telling people exactly who he is. It's about the money. He wears a bag chaser's hat for a reason, right? So yeah, guys, that's it for today's video. I would like to hear your thoughts and comments about today's video.
Hold on, you guys.
Why?
Weak.
All that is wiggity weak. I'm like, I got stuff going on in real life that's really interesting that I could convey to the public and tell some jokes in the process too. I ain't got time for them doggone Krispies.
You can stop begging other people for reparations. So you can stop begging everybody for information that's already right there in front of your face. It's right there. It's plain. Made it plain. Also, you're going to know them by their fruits. And so why you not putting it together and saying, wait a minute. Why is all of these motherfuckers following Derek? Because the path to righteousness is narrow. But hell enlargeth itself. I don't even want what everybody else wants. You know why? Think about this. Think about it. Put it together. Listen here with your heart. Listen with your heart.
So this is him going against the Hebrew Israelites, Umar Johnson people.
Oh boy.
The devil working. And I look at Umar.
So
it sounds like some holier than thou talk, because you can't go on the show and then because that's keep it real now. Let's keep it real.
Someone asked me, okay, what did he say about the Hebrew Israelites? Well, this is if you guys
I say they wear Power Ranger outfits and yell at white folks for no reason.
Yeah.
You don't have to pull up a video for that. You can just ask me.
Oh boy,
I know things.
You ain't lying, man.
He asked.
Okay, and I could answer this question real quick.
You can control.
And what I can control specifically is whether or not I want to rock with trash people. Yes, a lot of these Hebrew Israelites, the overwhelming majority of them, especially the ones that's on the street, is the hot garbage. You know, the one thing that bothered me the most about that interaction with them is that they had a young kid with them. And they were training this young kid with them. You know, first the young kid wanted to walk up to me and, you know, bring me whatever the little pamphlet and was trying to school me, and he couldn't do it. Like, sure to say that I can't rock with people just because of the color of their skin, or I'm supposed to align with people only because of the color of their skin, is nothing that I ever want to be a part of. Where's the results? Show me the results. That's all I'm saying.
This is a Timu version of Rick Ross. Man, get out of here.
Okay, so someone said, "Hey, show me what he said about the Hebrew Israelites." That's what he said. He was like, "They're trash."
Okay, the thing is, them Hebrew Israelites, they're a bunch of broke ass niggas that are mad at the government and everything else because they don't have what they want in this great country we live in, and they get bullhorns. They set up in the hood trying to build their numbers and yell at the occasional white folk walking around in downtown areas. You know where you won't see them? Where I live. You won't see them where I live.
I think that as a parent, I would basically try to do my best to be there with my child. Now, again, you know, I live in Uganda.
So, DJ, what has the Hebrew Israelites done? Can anybody say, name anything they done?
Yelled at white people really, really loud and wore purple and gold Power Ranger outfits.
Okay, stop. The actual Hebrew Israelites was started by Ben Amin. They have an actual, they moved from America to Israel to a place called Demona, where right now they are continuing to live. There are different factions of Hebrew Israelites. You have the One West, you have the, what's it called, the DMS. You have different like factions of Hebrew Israelites that all did different things. So, yeah, you have like...
Yeah, you got the Wu-Tang Clan, ain't nothing to fuck with.
I'm sorry, man. You really that. I asked you, what did the black? What have the
yeah,
black
exactly. What answer
do?
the question?
What did they do? Like, what have they done?
I can't answer the question.
They were able to get a bunch of people to leave America and move over to Israel. And when they
how many people?
Really, a bunch? When you only have 1/3 of Black Americans actually have passports, and their largest group of movement members are from Chicago, where I grew up at. Talk to me quick. Don't talk to me slick.
So my thing is, how many people? Because the passport bros probably have done more getting more people to move overseas than
I'm telling you.
All day long. I will give them that. Them $40 holler.
So what did the who
made me renew my passport?
So what
I got mine.
Like, what did they got a bunch of black folks?
They got 3,000 people to move to Demona to live a certain life. You know
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a small amount of people.
What about the starving kids across Europe?
Really done that.
The registration and passports went up to how much was it, Max? It went up like over 500,000 passports.
Oh no!
It's like you know a passport. It's 160. Okay, and that's where I hit them at, right? When they talking all they whoop de whoop, like we say in Chicago, they be on the whoop up the bam. You dig? I'll be like, hey, pimpin', what name appears on your passport? The one you made up or the one that you was born with? And do your passport say that
they have dual citizenship? The ones that moved
No. Stop. You know what's on American sister? Do you have an American passport?
I do. I'm talking about the people.
Okay, what does it say on your American passport?
Hey. Okay.
I just want to know. Does it say you black?
Let me look at my passport right here. I don't know.
You gotta look at it to figure it out.
I got my passport in front of me right
I don't think that
it does not say black or anything else. It just says United States citizen.
Yep, United States citizen. Damn sure does.
It shows my sex.
You're missing the part.
Your sex, your birthday, the state where you.
They went to Israel and they got dual citizenship in Israel. So now as the so-called Israelites now. So they don't have American.
Oh, so they got citizenship from Israel?
Yeah.
Stop smoking the crack.
I don't like nobody.
I mean, I don't say that to diss you, but hell to the. If you're not a doggone Jew, one of the white Jews trying to go to Israel to live out your final days or whatever your reason, they'll give you citizenship. They ain't giving no niggas no citizenship over there. They don't even want the doggone Africans coming over the border into Israel.
I gotta say one thing only. Moving over to Demona is like moving to South Boston as a black person.
I wouldn't know what that means, bro. You're gonna have to explain that to me.
You have to understand what do you have going on for you over there?
Oh, so that's like
they have an entire town they made over there.
So now that's like moving to the SWATs of Riverdale, basically.
So it's basically it's me leaving Georgia going to Arkansas. Gotcha, brother.
There you go.
A sundown town. To a sundown town.
Oh, that's like going to Hazelhurst, nigga.
And then it's like this.
Moving to Hazelhurst.
You have to imagine the cars blowing up and stuff like that. Like, come on, man.
Bainbridge, Georgia.
Now, with the passport game, yeah, you could get dual citizenship all day long, but if they so pissed off with the United States and Israel's supposed to be their homeland, which really 1942 or was it 48 that
48.
That land was occupied and given to them by the British and Americans during the post-war era, if I'm not mistaken, because you only got a high school diploma now. Why they don't relinquish their American citizenship? Why all these niggas go someplace else and don't relinquish their American citizenship if they hate America so much?
Because
they ain't gonna do it.
Talk to me quick. Don't talk to me quick now.
At the end of the day,
that they become Israeli citizens over in Demona, like right now. What are you talking about? Like,
I asked a simple question: why do they not relinquish their American citizenship like Tina Turner did when she became a Switzerland?
That went over to Israel and became Israeli citizens.
Exactly. Tina Turner went to Switzerland and became a Swiss whatchamacallit citizen, and she relinquished her American citizenship and let it go. So did Josephine Baker. She went to France. She became a French citizen. Hold on, sister.
No. You said, what is the people in Demona? If they did give up their Americans, they became citizens of Israel. Sir, there are still some people that have not, but a lot of them did become citizens.
I didn't even ask that question, sister. I asked, why do these people why do they not relinquish their American citizenship?
It's because if I give you an example,
please do.
They said, say if I go to another country I visit, and they said my black ass can't come back to the United States of America, I will be extremely sad. Actually, nigga, I might start fighting niggas. Fuck it.
Well, the thing is this: if you relinquish your American citizenship and everything that goes with these different like wars, proxy wars here, there, everywhere, you can't get doggone evacuated back to the United States. I'm an American. No, you ain't. You doggone Yugoslavian.
You a legal immigrant now, boy.
Thank you. You can't come back.
If they said my black ass can't come back to the United States, I'm hopping the goddamn border, nigga. I'll swim this.
Exactly. It don't matter if you was born. It don't matter if you was born and raised in Compton.
I create me a goddamn boat out of fucking coconuts and swim back to this bitch. You think you can't?
There you go.
Fucker, hell no, nigga. Shit, my
You
big
think
ass.
you think I'm leaving the land of milk and honey?
Shit, I'll be out there swimming. These white folks looking at me like, "Oh my God, it's a humpback whale season, baby." Look.
But you do know, they do get some type of advantages. So they could always come back here. They could always come back here, apply for WIC, apply for WIC, and say, hey, they're working and they're studying Torah.
Okay, look, we understand. We understand that, but if the climate that it is now,
I know,
you bring your doggone relinquished your American citizenship ass back to the United States. The State Department know that already. No, nigga, you was already here. You was already here.
But then again, Israel is the homie to Sam.
Man, that don't matter. Go over there and try to doggone get at they women. Watch what happens.
I know. You
see that?
See, it's just like most deaths
the good old United States. You can do some heave humping. I've done it.
It's like most deaths said. He had said on his album. He said on his album on his song called Mr. Nigga. He said world nigga law. There's a world nigga law everywhere. You know?
Yeah.
That's just the people don't realize it's not, the grass is not greener on the other side. It's not.
Exactly. But they don't know.
People gotta wake up out of that dreamland, you know?
Mm-hmm. They talk all that doggone garbage, and I be sitting there like, all right, you know, take your ass on over there, do what you do. Okay? Then you relinquish your doggone United States citizenship as an American citizen. See what happened then. Your ass try to come back. You got to get a doggone the visiting visa and all this old blah blah blah. Mess around, stay too long. I to be grabbing your ass up.
There was a brother who went to Greece not too long ago, I'd say 8 years ago, maybe
Was he
longer.
Cool with Puffy?
No, but he went over there, you know, hollering at females, and next thing you know, they mobbed him. They mobbed him to death. You know, you can't be the same thing with that brother who was playing that European basketball. He went over to Romania. He was in a bar. He was hollering at a girl. They beat his brains in.
Yeah, but well, you know, he must have been out of pocket. Romania is the shot. You know, been there, done that. Ooh, Lord. My best
I'm
homie.
planning on going to Romania. I'm planning on going to Romania maybe in the summer time.
Yeah, make sure it's in the summer. Check their climate. Don't go over there when it's all cloudy and rainy and it's looking like Washington State. So you can move around. Man, Romania, whoo. And if you get you one over there, whoo, talk about make your legs shake. Well, whoo. Man, boy, if you know what? If I never would have became a parent, I'd still be over in Europe. I don't know. No, I probably would not even be among the living because I defiled myself in Europe.
What more do you want from me?
I defiled myself.
Now, let me ask you a question, bro. Is it really about the American money, or is it about your American accent that really get them?
It's about you as an American. It ain't got nothing to do with the woman, the money, and the women don't even want to come to the United States. They're like, Americans, they're rude people. They're loud, obnoxious, rude. It's quiet here.
My girl says the same thing.
Oh, damn. Okay, hey, see that? Look at that. See, I ain't lied a lot. I got a cosigner and didn't know I had one.
The only reason why she wants to come to the United States more often is just to see me, but she really doesn't.
Yeah, and visit.
Thanks for your service again, I forgot to say that earlier.
Bro. It's all good. Because I tell you, it's the one that got away with me, Catalina. That's how you say her name, Catalina.
Man, they say you served in the Salvation Army in the chat.
Okay, well, they can say what you know.
I'm talking shit.
Yeah.
Hey, you got to excuse Max, man. That's my homeboy on my podcast. He just talking shit.
About that, I'm like this here. Check it out.
Kind of like sticking in quicksand. So the things you say just sink you down more and sink you down faster.
You know what that means?
Whether you know it or not. And the one thing about Anton and content creators like him, They don't have the ability to believe that people see the world different than them and that they're being hypocritical.
That's $50,000 a year just for waking up every day.
They don't realize that what they're saying didn't match up to what they said yesterday or the day before or the last week or 3 weeks before. They don't believe that you have the ability because they feel like everybody else is so stupid. They don't believe that that exists. And then again, once that happens, their channel doesn't go down right away, but what happens is you just people start putting doubt into their followers' eyes. And so let's say, for example, what you're doing right now with exposing some of the stuff.
Okay.
Somebody would say, okay, in 2026, Freezy, you hate, right?
Mm-hmm.
But here's the problem. If Anton Daniels has a situation again in 3 months, somebody will go back and look at what you said, and they will use your framework to say, okay, this looks similar to what I heard before.
Right.
And then Anton Daniels has another incident like that. They go back and look at you again and say, okay, so he is doing exactly what Freezy talked about when I didn't believe it. So then as time goes on, those followers that were supporting him will start to then move away from him. And then it's hard to keep building up an audience with people as you're trying to be polarizing, because number one, you can only be polarizing for so long until it just evens out and it don't have that effect anymore. And then number two, people start to look at you and look at what you said, and they look at what your naysayers have said before, and they start to examine it. So then you'll still have a lot of subscribers, but then you start getting less views. And if you look at Anton Daniels' channel, he doesn't get as many views as before because what happens is the numbers are there, but the people are starting to now change their position because of how he's acting. And they're starting to evaluate what these people like. They don't know him. They come up and see a video. At first, they say it's hating, and then they start to see these clips. Is that him in the clip? That is him in the clip. Yes. Is that him saying he's Christian? Yes. Okay, well, then why is he acting contrary to what he's talking about? And over time, they just kind of die out. Sorry for the long talk.
No, because you're cooking, bro. You are cooking, man. You are cooking. So essentially, you're saying that people start
that bell pepper nose on O'Shea cooking too.
The repetitive contradictions. And here's the thing, though, O'Shea. Do you think people like Anton, and you named other examples and stuff? Do you think they get to a point where they get so drunk with influence and power or whatever, they kind of treat the people that they're talking to as not too sharp, and they'll believe anything because of who they are? They think they get to a point where they have so much influence where they feel like, oh, I can say whatever. All I got to do is be performative. Like Tariq Nasheed said, Anton, was all I got to do is be performative, and they're going to believe me because this has been working for a while.
Yes, let me answer that. That's a very good question, because number one, I want to say that Anton Daniels is a very hard working creator.
Yes, I agree.
He's I would say he's a better like YouTube personality than me. I would definitely say that. Mm-hmm. That's up to somebody's decision if they believe it.
I don't know about that, but you go ahead.
But he definitely is more successful on the platform, so then I would say he's better. I would say that. But here is something about Anton. A person like Anton has a strong offline presence, and so when you look at Anton, he is going to be able to go to Corey Holcomb's show. He will go to Fox News. He'll have Charleston White. So, he's going to be out there networking and putting himself out there. And he'll show up on Dr. Phil and things like that. So, as a YouTuber, the more you're offline doing things, the more searchable you are. So, with somebody like Anton Daniels, because they've been on Fox News, because they have been with, like I say, its own site, the Shade Room, that increases your offline presence. Yeah. Most YouTubers and this is what happens when you're a person that's polarizing, because you go to like Instagram, the Shade Room, its own site, you get posted on there because you're saying something polarizing. It's not like you're saying something because you're good, but you're saying something because you're polarizing. So because Anton Daniels has an offline presence, once he comes on and do his videos, he will get more views. And if you look at some of his titles, they're extraordinarily long. I wouldn't recommend those titles and thumbnails to do very well. However, people will look at him and say, oh, he's getting to the bag, he's successful. But what they're not looking at is all of the time Anton Daniels spends offline, going to Jason Whitlock. And that helps you on YouTube. It helps you on YouTube when you have an offline presence. This is one of the reasons why Corey Holcomb has less subscribers than Anton Daniels, but Corey Holcomb will have 20,000 people in the chat, and Anton will have 2,000.
His viewership is strong. Yeah.
Because Corey Holcomb is bigger than me and Anton Daniels combined in real life.
Gotcha.
Because Corey Holcomb has a strong offline presence. People will go and pay to see Corey Holcomb. Tariq Nasheed is the same way. He is actually bigger than me because Tariq Nasheed has a stronger offline presence. That's why he can raise $1 million and I can't on the platform. So you can't mix up subscribers with having a strong offline presence. Now, I'm saying it to say this. When you look at Anton's numbers, people will think that, okay, I could be, polarizing like Anton, but they're not looking at the other side of what makes
Talking
Anton
about
who he
pocket
is,
watching,
which is,
boy.
he works really hard, and then he also does a lot of offline networking that puts him in the algorithm, not only on YouTube, but all across social media.
Right.
So you can look at that and say, yeah, okay, I can see what he's doing and I want to do that. But that does not mean that you need to be successful. Most content creators like myself that have been in the game a decade or whatever, yes, you have times when you're polarizing, but to stay in this business, you need to be number one in your niche. You have to reinvest, and then you ultimately have to be good, and then you have to give people what they want to see, and then you also have to have unique commentary that makes you different from other content creators. But most creators don't want to do that. They would rather be polarizing, and being polarizing only lasts so long.
Yeah. I agree with you on that, and I think that I think Anton is a hustler. I think he thinks his way through. I think he does work very hard, right? And when he's talking on his live streams and stuff, one thing I did notice about Anton, he's very quick-witted. Like he thinks fast. He's like he reminds me of I don't want to say
he's Bill Maher,
but somebody who can really fast on their feet, and they can convince you really fast, on the whim. I don't know if I'm saying it right because I don't want to say he's a con. Do you understand what I'm saying, O'Shea? Like, hey, listen, if you're watching, make sure you hit that like button and make sure you subscribe. It's very important. Subscribe and hit the notification bell. We got O'Shea Jackson
on O'Shea's YouTube channel. O'Shea's YouTube channel, honestly, outside of Michael B. Jordan, his most watched views so far in the last month, outside of the Michael B. Jordan video, has been him talking about Antoine Daniels and Corey Holcomb.
See, and now you know what? Now to the adults in the room. Now, this is what's going to be funny. All of these doggone YouTubers, and this is what they do, and this and that, they don't put 12% into, they don't pay 12% of their earnings into Social Security like they should. So this YouTube thing is going to play out. I mean, this is short-lived. Stuff replaced stuff. Remember, MySpace was all that, and then Facebook wiped them out. So it's going to happen within a decade, and they're going to end up hitting 60. And now what do you have? Do you have a pension? That means no. Do you have Social Security benefits coming? No. So what are you going to do for the rest of your life with no fixed income whatsoever? See?
I would think
depends
that
if they invest in this.
Google's going to be around for a while.
No.
You know what?
YouTube's going to be around for a while.
Black folk always
Mutual
talking
funds,
about
IULs.
investing and this and that and the third, and all of this is talk because no one's showing receipts on how to do it. But they say that they are. Like all these people that say they business owners and they're on YouTube all day, every day. Okay, anyone that owns a business, knows somebody that owns a business, or tried to own a business themselves, they understand one thing. You have to be boots on ground to ensure everything is going right. You don't just sit back and all of this. And then if you're talking about paying employees, okay, who's your doggone paymaster use to do the taxes and stuff on these people? They don't ever talk about that. They don't say, well, you know, I use ADP, and ADP, you got to pay them, you know, for giving your.
That's
what's that? The pay scale? ADP, right? That's
No, that's not the pay scale. That's organization.
Sir, they said Anton Show makes over $100,000 a month.
Yeah, they say that, but the thing about Anton is he got all his money from his father losing his life in a workplace accident and a big lawsuit, a big payout. That's when he became on. So stop the cap. Stop the cap.
Is that live?
Stop the cap. And then, see, niggas will believe anything that they see because a lot, you know, niggas are visual and stupid. Now, black folks, you know, they'll question things.
Good point.
This is the second time somebody has said that, and no one has showed me a receipt yet.
Okay, pull up Mike TV on Anton Daniels then.
Mike TV, wow. He's the dark horse on that shit. He's the dark horse of trolling. He be on it, though.
He pulled it all out. He had his father's name out there. I was like, oh, Lord. He went there, and this was pre-Coco. I don't say that word still because I don't know how YouTube act. But y'all know what I'm saying when I'm talking about the Coco. That was pre-Coco era. You dig? So, and all of that. He did a whole dossier on old boy. And then that's how he ended up losing his channel because Anton and the Antoinettes came after him. You know,
you do not lose your channel like that. The only way
if enough people report you,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Okay, well, I guess that's why my channel's gone, huh?
Well,
I've heard of what you're talking about. It's like I've heard other people saying the same thing, like they were doing certain type of sketch comedies and stuff way before someone else was doing it, or they were doing it just about the same time. But the only difference is they didn't understand YouTube and the flagging as much, and the other person skyrocketed.
I made a lot of money. I made a lot of money off YouTube before they started putting the copyright ban on music, because I used to DJ on YouTube, and I made a nice piece of change.
Now, when did you start DJing on YouTube?
As soon as I discovered StreamYard and I patched it into my mix board, and
so like 10 years ago?
Not 10 years ago. No, it had to be about, was it? Wait, just 2026? The 16? No, 19. 18, 19. About 18, 19.
You got kicked off around 2020?
I can't remember when they kicked me off because my Facebook and Instagram and YouTube got deleted like within a week. All three of them got wiped out.
Because if it was around that time, you got purged like I got purged, because I had over 100,000 followers on TikTok. I lost my whole channel.
I had over 20 million views and all types of. I had this is the history of house music, and I had me DJing at these different venues and all these people out there going crazy and this and that.
House music, like EDM house music? EDM house music?
No. EDM is later on
electronic dance music.
Yeah. It came from house music, but that's later.
That's the genre they name it. Like, so say you do house, they have it. Yeah.
The foundation of it is house music. See, and I'm one of the original first generation house music DJs, which is why I'm like, I am living Black American history.
Did you know a woman named Michelle Stills?
Michelle Stills, don't ring a bell. You know of DJ Lori Branch?
Lori Branch and Celeste Alexander were the first two female house music DJs on earth. Did you ever this is back in the day now. Did you
DJ Heather Colette DeHoda
Yeah, Heather. Yeah, yeah.
I did the first American house music DJ tour with those guys.
Yeah, with Heather, because you had Kevin Saunderson used to come from Detroit to Chicago to 16th and Indiana to the Music Box, and that's how he was getting his feel. Him and
I met you
Derek
before.
May.
I met you before. I've been trying to figure out where the hell I met you at. I know I met you before.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure. Yeah, that's the reason why I asked you that question, because my auntie was the one that got me into like house music and shit.
Yeah, okay.
And so
see house music anomaly. I know, like Sam the Man Burns. I had a residency.
You know Sam Burns?
Yes, I had a residency.
Oh shit! Damn, did I cuss? Yeah, I did. Damn, see, I got excited.
Sam the
Man,
Man
you've been cursing this whole time now.
Ain't that some shit? We know so many. You know what? We probably know more people than we probably know, but we ain't never talked about it.
So let me ask y'all both a question then, or all three of y'all.
That's crazy.
What, in your opinion, is the most rarest house music, house record, like 12-inch or 8-inch or whatever, that's like probably sought after, but it's hard to find, and it probably costs money if you found it?
Okay. Well, it used to be the Virgin vinyl I Need You Sylvester remix, because it was a remix on each side of the platter. Pressed it, released in 1989 after he died. It was that one. But if you're talking about the rarest, you would have to path, and not the one with was it Virgo, with Virgo tracks in during the breakdown, the one without Virgo tracks on DJ International Record. Hard to find.
What about So Special?
So Special? Who made that?
Not gonna be a fool for you no more. My love so special.
Oh, you talking about D-Train?
Yeah.
Jarvis Boyd?
Yep.
No,
see, that's my goal. I'm a connoisseur, so I like to collect certain things.
Yeah, that's Prelude Records. Now the drop son, I got to turn this upside down. Yeah, that's Prelude Records. Now, hard to find one on Prelude Records is the remix of Raw Silk, "Do It to the Music." That was on the 98.7 Kiss master mixes, mixed by Shep Pettibone. He put his foot all up in that.
How long you been living in Georgia?
Not long enough.
In Chicago.
Yes, it did.
Chicago.
And I'm the DJ that named it. I mean, Frankie Knuckles' last interview that he did, he said he was driving past this bar on the south side of Chicago, and he seen a sign in the window, and it said, "We play house music." He's like, "Well, what's that?" It's like, "Oh, that music you play down at the club." It's like, "Oh, it has a name." How was that DJ? It was the Bitter End, 7300 South Cottage Grove. Frankie came in because he was intrigued.
Smart Bar, the red.
Oh no, that's North Side. I don't mess with the North Side. Real house music was on the South Side.
God, what was that one brother? He played at Burning Man not too long ago. I forgot his name.
This used to be one of the most expensive ever. This is a Sylvester I Need You. It's a remix on this side, and it's a remix on this side. This one is after he passed away. And then you also got the Tom Malton mix. That's a rare joint too. Yeah, we love us some Sylvester. Stop playing. Then you got Demetria from Paris, the Down to Love Town mix. You know that edit. You know that Ben Miss Shoes.
What's his name?
Y'all know. On the top of all your records, because people be stealing your records when you try to DJ, they be trying to like take your records out the bag.
Y'all know a guy named Carl Cox?
Yeah, Carl Cox.
UK, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now you got this one here. White Lines was sampled from this record here. Liquid
That's
Liquid.
the Melly Mel White Lines. So what's the name of that record right then? 99.
Optimo.
Actually, no. I think you. Okay.
It wasn't even in English. It was some odd language.
How much will you let go? How much will you let go of that record you just had in your hand?
I won't. You know, I have so many memories with this. You know, it's nothing like holding this up. Now with this Karen Silver, right? Nobody else. Well, nobody else. This one here. It sounds like "Try It Out" and "It's All Right" by Gino Sorcio, right? But people didn't read on here and saw that Gino Sorcio was the producer for this song, and that's from Quality Records out of Canada. Then you also have this one. Was That All It Was? It's a version Debbie Rose sang. And that was a Canadian release. And that was, woo! Don't get me started.
Also, paper recordings was out in Chicago, or paper recording.
Oh no, all this stuff was at Imports, etc. All of this stuff, this music was available. You know, Trax Record.
So what made you want to hold on to it, by the way, and like long term?
Because I was playing it all over the world and using it. Why would I let it go?
I think people should hear that. No, hear what your reasoning, your motivation behind that.
Oh no, well, like I said, I'm a DJ. Well, I used to be a DJ. I ain't DJ no more.
Once a DJ, always a DJ. Because
that's what they say. But then I became an author. They get all egotistical with the shit. I said, I just wrote down everything I know and put it in a book, and it's on Amazon, from the root to the fruit of house music. And
I know, man, this shit is crazy. I know you. I don't know where. I know you somewhere, brother. I'm trying to because I never really took a look at your face until I paid attention what you look like until now. I'm like, yo.
Okay, where are you from? Well, partying wise, where did you party at? I might be
I party everywhere, brother. Like everywhere.
No.
Yeah. Shoot, I used to party in New York, used to party in Detroit, Chicago.
You gotta give me names of clubs.
Clubs.
Now you could X off New York. You can X them off.
You used to do festivals?
And Detroit, you could X them off. Now, the only festival I ever played for was the Chosen Few DJs Festival in Chicago, which is the largest house music event. It used to be the largest house music event in the United States. And also, it was a black event.
So, Mr. Leonard, you were a full-grown man at this time when you got into it?
No, we were teenagers, man.
Okay, so how was the elders, like the adults, towards that?
Oh, they the adults, they didn't care what we were doing. We were teenagers. We were the clean-cut kids. We were the ones that were wearing Izard shirts, polo shirts, straight leg Levi's, penny loafers, Argyle socks, looking like the Archie characters. They said that we had what was called the Ivy League look that was popularized in the 60s.
They had the same in Detroit. It was called the Charivari group. They were called Charivari.
See? Yeah. And we wore K-Swiss.
It's called the Prep, and that's where you like
preppy, yeah.
Prep dance, where you like You know the prep.
But y'all were the precursor. That look was the precursor, basically.
Yeah, like the prep was where you would like do like this, like the whole prep, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in the songs that we were listening to, like before MTV became MTV, like you had this one that we used to love. It's by the Waitresses. I know what boys like. Oh, we used to jam to that. They couldn't sing worth a damn. It was a gimmick song. You know, like, I know what boys like. I know what guys want. They talk about me. It's just goofy. And Devo, Visage, Frequency 7, freaking B-52s. That was our shit. We was getting it in. You know? So, and the police would see a bunch of us walking down the street, and they didn't even mess with us. They knew the type of party we was going to, because the thugs and the gangbangers were going to other type of parties. And they wore different clothes. They wore pleated baggies, hard bottom shoes, you know, called 40s, or Stacy Adam wingtip shoes with that gangster look and this and that. Had finger wave with a 6-point star, 5-point star spray painted in their hair, which signified which gang they was in, you know. So the police knew what they were dealing with. They knew where we was going. We was going to someplace, you know. Yeah.
You ever meet Mr. T?
Mr. T? No.
Okay.
Never met Mr. T. Really wasn't interested in Mr. T. He was security at this club on the north side. I'm trying to remember, what club was that? Was it the Lime? No, it wasn't the Limelight. Oh man, because he was known for, they had a punch thing. You could check the poundage. He had like a 325 pound like punch when he hit, and he was what club was that? See, now I gotta Google. I can't remember. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Here tonight.
What club in Chicago was Mr. T a bouncer at?
He know them. They're street goons.
Mr.
Dingbats
or Lawrence Tureau was a bouncer at Dingbats Discotheque in Chicago's
Dingbats. Damn it!
the late 1970s.
How could I forget Dingbats? At Dingbats, yeah.
Props again.
Dingbats.
Cash cows. I think he sent 2 cash cows. Moses Props sends 2 cash cows. Let's see. Yeah, Moses.
Yeah, so you know, it's a bunch of people. You know, you got
man. I ain't know you was a legend. You sound like you.
I'm a regular ass dude. I like to tell jokes and have fun on YouTube.
Man, you talk about some
type of
you talk about some legendary clubs.
I don't take it all serious like that. I mean, it's not like I cured cancer or something really worthy. I just played music. People danced out their shoes.
I disagree.
Time, and
I disagree.
They went and had sex and a good time. We all did. And that's just how we rolled.
The night I was, I remember the night that I was going to take my life and shit. My homeboy, he brought me to a club, and it was just the DJ was mad cool and all that. And, you know, long story short, you know, like, the DJ showed us around the whole entire. He basically we just all went kind of joyriding around the city. He took us to a couple of after party club, like, you know, after parties and everything like that. So, in my opinion, you're not just a DJ, because there's probably about 2 motherfuckers that probably have like some form of, you know, like some form of experience that I was going through with, you know.
No, yeah, well, you got some bad boys that was up in Detroit at the DMF. My boy, rest in peace, Paul Johnson. Well, he's a bad boy. Huh?
Paul Johnson died?
Paul Johnson been dead.
Wait, when he died?
Years ago.
Like
how long?
Oh man, let me look it up, because it was a minute ago.
He was in a wheelchair, but I
Paul
didn't know.
Johnson.
Who else didn't
15
die?
years ago?
Listen,
DJ Paul Johnson. 2021.
oh my God! You know, I've been so out of touch with the house community.
Yeah, 2021. You had the dude that made, I can't remember his name. Follow me, follow me. He died.
He died. Oh man.
Then you got in the beginning there was House and Jack, and Jack had a groove, and the groove was he dead.
Not Green Velvet died. Green
He
Velvet.
dead, and
No, stop. Green Velvet, Casual Records died. Green
no,
Velvet.
I'm talking about Green Velvet. The dude that made the acapella in the beginning.
Oh, the actual preacher. I said, oh shit, the preacher man.
Yeah. So then you got
Green Velvet died?
Ron Carroll. Ron Carroll died.
What? Ron Carroll died.
Ron Carroll's dead. Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Yeah. You had E5, he dead. Eric Mosley, yeah, him too. Who else? Lee Collins is dead. He was one of the Sawdow's dudes. Yeah, he's dead.
Glenn Underground, he's still alive.
Glenn Underground is still alive, yeah, but he need to get his health together. Boo Williams, oh Lord, he really looks like he may not make it to the spring.
Stop it. He lose weight.
Jesse Saunders can finally walk kind of on his own power after that massive second stroke he had when I told him, don't come to the Chosen Few picnic. Follow the therapy and get better. That picnic gonna be there, bruh.
Have you ever heard of Pretty Lights?
Say again?
Marshall Jefferson,
Pretty Lights.
Saunderson, Marshall Jefferson.
Oh, Marshall was good. Marshall's good. He's still doing his thing.
Steve still Curly?
Steve is cool. Yeah, Steve is good. Shoot.
He got the money, so he probably.
Yeah, Steve killed the game. Steve was getting like $10,000 a remix. He's the only one that really, really made money. Then you got Farley, and Farley looking crazy as ever. But I mean, that's just his thing with the mohawk and the
what about Jerron Jackson? What's something Jerron Jackson or
that one don't ring a bell. But yeah, it's about last year. A good 13 DJs passed away.
Really?
DJs and artists, a good 13 DJs. Colonel Abrams, he died.
Colonel Abrams died? What?
Yeah.
Yep.
When did he
Yo, I'm trapped. Like a fool, I'm in a cage. I can't get out. He dead.
I booked him at my in DC. I brought him in DC, Colonel Abrams. Oh my God. What the fuck?
He died. Oh man, you've been out the loop. It's a bunch of people that done doggone died since Frankie died.
No, Green Velvet, he's still alive though. Green Velvet is still alive. Green Velvet, still alive. He's still alive.
I ain't saying about Green Velvet. Yeah,
he getting up there, but he's still alive. I thought you said Green Velvet died. I was about to be like,
no. I was I forgot my man's name.
What about Bad Boy Bill? The Bad Boy Bill.
In the beginning, there was Jack, and Jack had a groove.
I got his name.
Jack Frost and
what was this guy's name? I'm trying to see. This may not even be right here. This don't look right to me. It said Julian something. What is this? Oh, that's the DJ that got it on there. Chuck Roberts. That's his name. Yeah. In the beginning, there was House, and Jack had a groove. And it was Chuck Roberts and Monique Bingham. And Chuck Roberts, yeah, he's dead. Yeah. Sure enough is. Good googly.
I see what the person in the comments saying. That's Fat Man Scoop.
He doggone kicked he kicked the bucket right on stage. Sure did.
Where he died from? Hocus Pocus. What is Hocus Pocus?
I think his last show was in Hartford though.
Yeah, he's like, if you didn't come to party, take your and it was over with.
What's your not to throw y'all off the subject, but what's y'all thoughts on this genre? And I'm gonna say because they still like the fans still will show up for almost like it's an oldies, but the genre is freestyle. What's your thoughts in comparison from house to freestyle?
Freestyle in Chicago, that's a whole Hispanic crowd.
That's north side. So that's north side.
That's a whole Hispanic crowd. They love freestyle.
That was heavily in Florida too. Very heavily in Florida.
Yeah, that's they call it like you got
breaks, Florida breaks.
Paco Hernandez standing on his gun. Morning.
And you would say that the freestyle is highly influenced from house, correct?
No, freestyle was like governored in because it was new music.
I'd say it'd be closer to like African Bambaataa type of stuff.
I listen to
that was African Bambaataa. Now African Bambaataa, they stole their whole doggone thing off a group called Kraftwerk out of Germany, which initially was house music. The song "Numbers," made in 1981, that was made big by the house music community.
No, that was in the 70s. Kraftwerk became before house. That was in 77 that Kraftwerk came out with me. But also
okay, no, the song. Hold on, hear me out. The song "Numbers," boom, 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 boom. That beat, 1981. After that, you had Planet Rock, and this and that and the third. White Lines was sampled from Liquid Liquid. See, I wish I could play those on here, but I don't want to give you a content strike.
Juan Atkins came out with
Big Fun. Damn, he killed that shit.
No, that was Kevin Saunderson. Juan Atkins came out with
Juan Atkins did the remix on it.
No,
Juan did the remix on Big Fun.
Came out with Clear. Remember Clear?
Yeah, but Juan Atkins did the remix on Big Fun, and that was, man.
Do you know the song Clear though from Juan Atkins?
Clear, that I'm not familiar with. Now they got this song called Captured, and Captured was from I forgot what they called that group. It was 504.
Cybertron, Clear, 1983. That was one of the first records from Juan Atkins. It was called Clear.
Okay, well, we weren't playing that. I'm not trying to diss nobody. We weren't playing that. Now, it's a song.
I'm gonna play a little bit of it. You probably I can't play. I ain't gonna get a strike, but just so you can know what I'm talking about. Clear. Hold on. We just play it real quick. Hold on. All right.
We weren't playing that. Yeah, we weren't playing that.
That's 83 Detroit.
Yeah, we weren't playing that. That was too much like Debbie Deb when I hear music. We weren't playing that.
Yeah, that's more like Revenge of the Nerds to me.
I'm playing it really fast.
What years is that?
That's 1983.
I thought you said 73. Okay, now we want.
That almost got that Mantronics.
Exactly. That sounds like Mantronics.
No, that is Baby Got Back. That's your Baby Got Back. That is
right. But what I'm saying, we weren't playing that.
Shout out to Angie Stone, Mantronics.
This is the song where Baby Got Back came from. They played this. This was the actual background to Baby Got Back. This song. Right?
Oh, okay. Okay. From that Sir Mix-a-Lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's your
okay, that's that. Yeah, that is that bass in that. Baby Got Back. Okay.
I cannot lie. You Albert can't deny.
Yeah, right. And he's still eating off that.
Nigga, look at your side. You about to hit his truck. So they worry about hitting me. Boy,
All right,
these
all right. So.
Yeah, now check this out. If I were to, first put on some some jeans and stuff, if I was to go out and play the original version of The Path, right? I could play it. You would not get a copyright strike because the original is not copyrighted. The one that they doggone tried to make commercial is copyrighted. That version is garbage. That's just like when they redid Your Love by Jamie Principle. It was garbage. And then they went back to the original. And also Baby Wants to Ride. The redo that Frankie Knuckles did, that was pure D garbage. We didn't like it. We didn't like it. And we went back to the original because Jamie Principle, he passed it out on cassette to all the DJs. And all of us were playing it. And it took like 2 years after that for somebody to actually press it. It was ridiculous. It didn't make any damn sense. That's like Chip E with Time to Jack, time to Jack. He had to get that pressed up on his own with his own money. Yeah. Otherwise, that record would have never came out and got large.
So what? Kinko's was around?
National Records. Say again.
Who pressed records? Kinko's at that time?
No, you got these little rinky-dink companies that you could pay them doggone $1,500 and they'll press X amount of records for you. They didn't give a damn.
Oh, okay, my bad. It was not clear. It was Technicolor. It was Technicolor by Juan Atkins. That was the original sample. It was
So you had that, and it's a song, and I ain't trying to pat myself on the back, but it was The Real Thing by Sergio Mendes, right? When I started playing it, I turned the pitch control on the turntable almost up to +6, right? Which made the song more dance floor friendly. And people thought that that's what the song sounded like when they would buy it. Then they got home and they got mad because they only heard it like that when I played it at the clubs. And someone asked me, well, where did you get the idea to play that at that tempo? I said, if you look at Sergio Mendes, Brazilian 78 or 66, whichever one it is, if you look them up from the Mike Douglas show, they performed on the Mike Douglas show, and I heard the song and it blew my mind. And I bought it from the record store and I played it and I was like, this is some bullshit. But then I got my first turntables that were Techniques D2s, right? Direct drive 2s. And they had a pitch control plus minus 10%. And I turned it up and I was like, that's it. That's it. So I went and bought a second copy and the rest is history.
So this was the actual Baby Got Back sample right here.
You hear numbers in the background?
What do you mean hear numbers in the background? What you mean by that?
You hear that clap work?
Gotcha.
Light, see the light. 1, 2. You don't hear numbers up in there by crowd work?
Yeah, they were all.
There you go.
Like they said,
So
that came from Germany. That was that Kraftwerk sound that actually influenced Detroit.
Yeah, Kraftwerk came out in 1981. They had It's More Fun to Compute, and then they had Home Computer. Mm-hmm. And Home Computer went into this other song. It would jump up from 123 beats per minute to 130 beats per minute. And guys were using in DJ battles to throw your blend off. Steve Hurley tried that on me. But I was like, oh, really? So I had numbers waiting because we were going song for song. And I threw that on. As soon as it picked up to a doggone 130, The beat came on, and I'm like, light, see, you see the light. It's like, oh hell no, he figured it out.
So basically, is why I'm coming. It's why I'm getting to. Basically, it feels like black folks, we created every genre of music.
Black folks did, except classical.
Techno, house, rock, even country music, everything. Yeah.
Yeah, country.
It's just Beethoven was like black or
Chuck Berry.
Rock and roll is just the blues sped up.
What is it, Chuck Berry?
Yeah, that's the blues sped up.
Mm-hmm.
Then they started calling it doggone. That's when Jimi Hendrix went berserk.
But he was coming back to reality with the band of Gypsies, though. He was coming back when he
wasn't coming back to reality. Jimmy was gone.
Coming slowly, yeah.
Jimmy was gone. Jimmy was on Third Up with the Thundercats. He said he was a voodoo child. He wasn't playing.
Right.
So I stand out here on the mountain, tear down with the edge of my hands.
So listen, I want to hear this thing. I'm talking real quick because I'm on.
Oh, okay. Yes, all right.
Let's hear the bullshit. Let's go.
I have been grown for a long time. I'm 56 years old, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before my mother, who is watching this show, probably very concerned because I'm getting a million phone calls. I stand before my mother. I stand before Minister Farrakhan and the nation. I stand before Geno Jennings and his congregation. I stand before everybody.
Damn, the Nation of Islam called him and Geno Jennings about the Anton Daniels. What?
In America, who is trying to move upward in a positive manner. I want to say this about Corey Holcomb. I have never been able to punch any woman in my lifetime. Now, in 5th grade, I had a fight with a girl. She was a bully. She was bigger than me, and we had a fight like that. So I probably swung when I was in 5th grade. But I'm saying, real talk, I'm a comedian, so I try to be funny, but this is the truth. I have never punched a woman in my life. And all of the people who know me, who've been watching this show 15 years, 16 years, whatever, you have an idea of who I am. Because there's a lot of people who have no idea who I am, so I can imagine them saying whatever with the information that's been put out there about me. I can imagine them saying, Corey is this, Corey is that, but I just want to put that out there because there's a lot of people who don't know me, and I want to be able to say that for myself, and I thank God I have a platform to say that for myself because I am going to talk about why this stuff is happening to me, how unfair it is for a conglomerate in media, such as TMZ, to launch this type of attack against a comedian with a YouTube page. That I don't even get money like that for this page. But as I talked about before on my show, with things that happened with me and somebody who I allegedly did something like punched, this has all been talked about on my show. And I am telling you, I did not lie about anything. And I believe the truth is about to be shown that I did not lie about anything. And I'm bold enough to say this. I have reached a point in my life of maturity where I don't really like to lie about nothing. I feel stupid after I lie. I feel like an idiot after I lie. Because I've been truly blessed to, somebody said to me, like a lot of guys been calling my phone, Corey, if you want to make it to your dreams and stuff like that, you got to do this. I'm like, I've already made it to my dreams. I could take care of I can send my mama money.
Is this the most recent
I got a place to stay.
video, or is this old?
Live right now. This is live right now.
To have things like $1 million cars and all like that. I'll take it if I get it, but I got to get it the way that is righteous. So I'm just saying, all you people who think I'm trying to make it to my dreams, I've made it to my dreams. That's why you watching me right now. So listen, I have acquired help in my situation because my situation is crazy now. My reputation has been destroyed. I've never gone through anything like this. If you wanted to get me, let me tell you, you finally
Just
got me.
do the part 2.
The human part of
Bring
Corey
them back on the show.
starting to show itself. I want to apologize to the people in Hartford, Connecticut this weekend, my first show Saturday. They thought something was wrong
Hartford,
with me.
Connect's the evil place. Remember what Dave Chappelle said.
Because I was trying
I
to.
agree with him. I
to
was born in Hartford. And
No, you
raised
weren't.
Yeah, Vine Street. Vine Street.
I couldn't really
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you from the North End. You from the North End.
doing to me.
What was the back in the day? I used to live in W Squared.
Hartford.
Okay.
Normally by then I collect.
Damn,
I
all
couldn't
right.
really sleep. I just kept because I'm watching.
Damn,
everything is
okay.
happening to me. I'm like, yo, they saying what?
Shit, we probably went to middle school together.
So when I
You
was
from
on stage
Connecticut?
for the second show,
I'm
Saturday,
from Connecticut.
I apologize to my people in Hartford. and I
I'm
appreciate
just
when I
not
was
born
talking
in the
with my
Hartford,
friends,
but I do
Foolish
live
and
right
Maurice came and grabbed me.
over the
I was
bridge.
nodded off in the chair and threw
Oh,
up.
okay. I used to live in
I hadn't
Bloomfield.
eaten anything, and I put that medicine on my stomach. I didn't have no appetite because I was watching what's being said about me all over the goddamn internet and everything. TMZ, I can't beat TMZ. If TMZ say it, most people gonna believe it. So
damn, small world though.
I just want to let John Holly.
That's a
Yeah,
small
man.
world.
It is a
Very
small world, DJ.
I'm letting you know. I'm gonna bring
That's
you
a
out. I
fucking
know what you've
small
done to
world
me.
for all that. What
It's
you
really
just
foul
said.
what you did to me, and I can prove it. I can prove it. I just can't talk about the case right now, but I can prove what you've done to me with your friend Harvey Levin at TMZ. I can prove it, and I have a brother who I've acquired, a lawyer that I'm so grateful for. He's helped me in the past, and this dude, I just want to let y'all know, man. I don't get emotional about nothing, but I ain't never been under attack like this.
Pause it,
Like, we
DJ.
sit
What
up
you were
here-
saying?
The thing with Anton Daniels has turned into a whole legal battle because now this other girl saying that he beat her up, and now it's a whole legal battle that has gone way beyond.
Yeah, but see, the girl beat up thing is a year old. She's trying to she's smelling coins, so she's trying to bring it back. Bring it back, to today.
Yeah,
It's like what happens when sharks smell blood in the water, they're gonna swarm because, it's like I think we talked about this last time I was here. Don't get it twisted. If Antoine Daniels' daughter wake up tomorrow, it's like I want to sue Corey Holcomb for what he did to me. He has a.
There's already a lawsuit going on, and then this girl that came out with a lawsuit. Now he has 2 lawsuits.
I had a conglomerate after
Yeah.
me. When I got off my flight, that was delayed.
Let me know when I can explain that lawsuit to you.
Go ahead, explain it.
Okay. Now check this out. When you got a lawsuit of the nature that Anton's trying to bring up as of his daughter, okay. First and foremost, you have to have psychological, appointments, this and that. It has to be an ongoing thing. You can't just, she was psychologically affected by this because at school we poured her out the same day. That lawsuit is going to get dropped like a hot pot full of grease.
And
I
she's
disagree.
18. I heard that she's 18. I think that she's not even
It's not so much her age. If you
has to do with her age.
You have to be able to prove that whatever someone verbally said to someone affected them in such a way to cause them so much trauma. He took his daughter out of school too quick.
So if I remember correctly, his daughter is a minor, correct?
She's 17. If
she's 18,
if the age stuff is correct, I think she's 18.
Is she 18 or something? Because last thing Antoine Daniels said, she is a minor.
Okay, well, if she's under the age of 18, then he would have to be her legal person for the lawsuit, right?
Yeah.
But he's not going to win it because Corey called her ugly. And
do you think it's just that? Do you really think it's just that?
It is just that. He called her ugly.
No. It's more than that,
How
brother.
you gonna tell me no when you ask me what I think?
Okay. I was just trying to help you. I was trying to correct you. My bad.
No. Okay, he called her ugly. That's protected under the First Amendment. That's free speech.
It ain't even about the ugly. It's the fact that
That's
the fact
subtle
that
court
she
stuff.
is. It's the fact that she is a. The one, she's a minor she was a minor at the time he did this. 2, he doxed her because she wasn't a public figure. She's a private figure. If she was a public figure, that would be one thing. But because she was a private minor, then he actually says some kind of egregious stuff about the minor child.
Okay, what all did he say other than she was ugly?
Whenever he was talking about his wife now, but whenever them niggas get tired of messing with you, they're gonna come in and fuck with your daughter.
Okay, I asked one simple question. What else did he say other than this child is ugly? Which she is, but
I literally just said, I just told you one thing he just said. Whenever them niggas get tired of fucking with you. No, whenever the niggas get tired fucking you, they're gonna be fucking with your daughter. Minor now.
Okay. What did Corey Holcomb say about that girl other than she is ugly, unattractive? Corey, do not have any more female daughters because she's so ugly, she gonna be buying Kitty just like you doing. Outside of that,
She gonna be by now. If he is the fact that if he said that without showing, if he said that without showing a picture of her, there ain't no case. But the fact that he showed a picture of her, he basically doxed the man's daughter. And honestly, it's going like what's the name said, it's gonna be settled out of case because you're gonna sit there and
all right. I'm
you
looking
telling
it
me
up right now. That's defamation, libel, and slander would fall under. A hungry lawyer will pursue that.
Okay, hungry lawyer will pursue, but when you're talking about defamation and slander and libel and all of this, one thing you must prove that whatever you said against the other person caused them financial hardship.
It's because he doxed her. That's the reason.
It doesn't matter. It did not cause her financial hardship.
It does matter.
Okay.
You cannot.
You cannot. I tell you what. Hold
on.
Cyberbullying laws.
This is what we're gonna do. No. This is what
I'm trying to explain this. Let me explain the social media.
He only did it one time. Bullying.
Let me explain the social media shit.
Continually.
You must not know the social.
Eat for days.
Yes, I do.
So
how do you dox her? You tell her address or dox her how?
Thank you.
Doxing her is because she's a private citizen. Is basically
where's the address?
Showing is basically showing it doesn't work like that when it comes to it. This is social media now.
All right. Okay.
So when it comes to social media,
say what you're gonna say, and then you can say something after that, Leonard.
Okay.
Go ahead, Max.
When it comes to social media, it's like that's the reason.
Background noise, Leonard. That's why I'm muting you. It's a background. It's like almost like you have a fan going. Or
okay, I get it. My phone screwed up again. I'm gonna have to go out and come back in.
No, it's a fan. Like it's like a lot.
That's what my phone sounds like when it messes up.
Yeah, that's why I'm not muting you because I don't want you to talk. I'm muting you.
No. That's what I said. My phone messing up. I gotta log out and come back in again. I just gotta find the link. My phone gives that funny little weird like a fan.
I swear to God. I thought that was my shit. I was just
no, that's my phone. Let me log out and come back in.
Yeah, every time someone says something, it's like woo, 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 woo.
So it was like the lead attorney kind of went over this, because for me, it's like how I felt what Leonard was saying. There's no case here. But the way the lead attorney kind of put it, that he was just like, well, did he cause her any harm? Well, one thing, he did dox her. She is a minor. He said some egregious shit. Now, it wasn't Corey Holcomb himself that went after him. It was his fans. His fans were the ones that doxed her, went after her, all of that. But the problem is if you remember when he showed it, that's when Corey Holcomb got mad and he literally said, "Man, I gotta get some better producers," because he knew they just fucked up by showing her picture live.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Just by her picture?
Yeah, see, if they showed the picture of her and blurred out her face, all of that, he don't got no case. Ain't no case.
Wow.
But the fact that they
did something like punch,
but the fact that they showed the picture, then he said the egregious shit, you can't bring that case to court.
To be shown that I did
You can't
not lie
bring it to
about
court.
anything. And I'm bold enough to say this. I have reached a point in my life of maturity where I don't really like to lie about nothing. I feel stupid after I lie. I feel like an idiot after I lie. Because I've been truly blessed to, somebody said to me, like, a lot of guys been calling my phone, Corey, if you want to make it to your dreams and stuff like that, you got to do this. I'm like, I've already made it to my dreams. I could take care of I can send my mama money. I got a place to stay. I got people in my corner. What? I know people think you're supposed to have lavish things like $1 million cars and all like that. I'll take it if I get it, but I got to get it the way that is righteous. So I'm just saying, all you people who think I'm trying to make it to my dreams, I've made it to my dreams. That's why you're watching me right now. So listen, I have acquired help in my situation because my situation is crazy now. My reputation has been destroyed. I've never gone through anything like this. If you wanted to get me, let me tell you, you finally got me. Corey Holcomb, the human part of Corey Holcomb is starting to show itself. I want to apologize to the people in Hartford, Connecticut this weekend, my first show Saturday. They thought something was wrong with me. They thought one dude said, he on dope. Because I was trying to medicate myself with Bear aspirin. I had some ibuprofen. I had all kind of stuff in me because I couldn't really sleep because I'm watching what TMZ was doing to me. I really couldn't sleep. I caught the flight from LA to Hartford. Normally by then I collapsed. But I couldn't really sleep. I just kept, because I'm watching everything that's happening to me. I'm like, yo, they saying what? Okay, so when I was on stage for the second show on Saturday, I apologized to my people in Hartford, and I appreciate the way y'all was clapping when my friends,
He must have went to Funny Bones.
Foolish and Maurice came and grabbed me, because I was nodded off in the chair and threw up. Because I hadn't eaten anything. And I put that medicine on my stomach. I didn't have no appetite because I was watching what's being said about me all over the goddamn internet and everything. TMZ, I can't beat TMZ. If TMZ say it, most people gonna believe it. So
he threw up.
John Holly.
Did you hear about
in the dark trying to hide? I'm letting you know. I'm gonna bring you out.
No, it's my first time hearing about all that, but I would know where he probably was going to Funny Bones for a couple nights.
Yeah, he said he was doing a show and threw up on the stage.
I can prove
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's some video footage. I'm pretty sure, but
I can prove what
it's bound to come out if people seen it.
TMZ, I can prove it, and I have a brother who I've acquired, a lawyer that I'm so grateful for. He's helped me in the past, and this dude, I just want to let y'all know, man, I don't get emotional about nothing, but I ain't never been under attack like this. Like, we sit up here, we go at it, we have problems with people, but I've never had a conglomerate after me. When I got off my flight that was delayed, it took me 9.5 hours to get from Detroit to LA because of the snow and everything. It was a man taking pictures of me, asking me about a gun, because I think that's they play. They want to try to act like I pulled a gun out when it was so many people out there. Nobody's going to say Corey had a gun. It's just not going to happen. But I think that's the play they're trying to do. But I'm carrying on. I want to bring on my brother Derek.
Could you pause it for 1 second? Dave Chappelle was saying something like this when he came to Hartford. I think it was around maybe 2017, maybe, and they trolled him off the stage, and he was like, gave this famous quote, "Hartford's an evil place," but he was also saying that he believed that it could have been a little bit earlier than 2007, but he's also saying that basically he believed that Comedy Central had hired people to be in the crowd to troll him and heckle him. And I'm thinking, like, I don't know. You can pay for people to heckle you. I mean, there can be people to be in the crowd just to do that. So I'm just wondering what was going on with Corey, because he sounded like TMZ just showed up out the blue, all this stuff. Like, how did they know so quickly?
Well, it was because I believe that somebody's been sitting on this video of Corey Holcomb for a while now, and they was waiting for the right time to. It's like they was waiting for the right time to release it. They literally was.
Story about him beating that girl, but I never seen a video of it. There's a video out of him punching the girl.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Y'all ain't see the video?
No, I haven't. Yo, I haven't. I'm not in the loop like that with Corey Holcomb.
Dude, okay.
This
I'm
is
not
like
in the
his
loop
second
like
lifeline, right?
Yo, okay, so this you said, ma'am, I didn't hear you.
He literally did punch this woman. I thought that maybe there was
No.
This accusation was out a long time ago.
So in the video, in the video, you can see her ragging on him. Then he walked and stepped up. Then she kind of like put her 2 fingers right there by his forehead. Then that's when he took a swing at her. He hit her. Then that's when another dude jumped in and started punching at Corey.
Okay.
Damn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm waiting on that video to come out. Now, the bottom line
it's out. It's out. I could shit. Let me get the video for you.
Okay, we'll get the video, put it in the back chat, and she'll be able to show that. But back to the doggone little girl. All right. School starts approximately 8 a.m. Right? 8 a.m. Now, the mother.
He doesn't want to go to jail, probably most likely.
Oh, he did punch her. This is the video.
He mushed. Well, yeah, he punched her. That be considered. Well, he considers it a mush.
The story is being flipped totally about the truth and what happened. That you hit him. That's what now I'm hearing is word on the street that I'm an attacker now or something. Why do you think he's saying that? He doesn't want to go to jail, probably most likely. I mean, it is an assault. Yeah. And at the same time.
Yeah. Okay. Cool beans. Now, with
but you want to get up in Anton.
Yeah. Now, with the little girl. Okay.
Because this happened. Like, how long ago this happened? Now she's coming out with her thing.
What's the date of the video? Doesn't it show it on there?
That is a year old. It is a year old.
Okay, all right. So nobody called the police or nothing, huh? Made no police report.
She actually there's a police report that was.
Damn.
What happened?
They try to go away. They try to make it go away.
So there was a police report made, and of an assault. Aggravated assault because it's closed fist. No warrant was issued or nothing. There
was no video available.
I didn't say nothing about video. I said police report and warrant issued for arrest. Police don't need video. If a woman goes and says a man punched her with a closed fist, they're gonna act on that.
There could be a sealed warrant though, like just in case, you know, it's
Okay,
just sealed just in
look,
case you get in trouble.
I'm no lawyer. I'm not talking about
Yeah.
all the other wild, just this could be's and this. I'm saying the way things normally go in law enforcement. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the same way
Probably
I'm
was a
speaking
sealed warrant.
about with the girl, what he said about the man's daughter. Okay, school starts at 8 a.m. 10 o'clock. The mom is at school, taking the kid out of school, talking about taking her to the doctor because she's okay. 2 hours. So if they try to use a 2-hour window, this caused her so much trauma and this and that. The first thing they're going to look into is, okay, did the school personnel identify the children that were bullying her about the video? Because you're going to say she saw this video and she was so distraught at school after seeing this video that she just could not stand being at school. Oh, wait a minute. They said she was bullied at school by other students because of what Corey said about her. Okay, so what about the other students?
I actually think it was more of online bullying. I think it was more of a case of online.
Okay, you're thinking. Thinking isn't knowing, is it?
Well, it is more of a case of online bullying. It would have to be more of a case of online bullying.
No, if you're gonna get pulled out of school,
is bullying is not how it used to be back in the day.
okay,
a lot
look,
of bullying online.
okay. First thing they're gonna look at is the fact of this. Is this one of those schools, like many schools have adopted this starting school year, that they are stopping children from having use of their cell phones and stuff in school during school hours? Okay, that is a fact. You have kids that are thoroughly upset over that.
Still got internet.
Because they're not paying attention in class because they're trying to look at TikTok and or whatever the hell else they're trying to pay attention to online, and they're not paying attention to the classroom.
She probably goes to a social justice school, all right? And they probably doing everything that you're saying that they probably are prohibiting at certain schools.
I'm not talking about probabilities. I'm not talking about that at all.
Definitely.
This is what needs to happen. In about a year from now, this will be revisited. And if it's found that, he's held at no harm for what was said and this and that, it's going to be a whole other topic of, well, they should have did this because of that, because people are in their feelings and they're not looking at the legalities. I'm just looking at the legalities. At least that I know of.
I basically gave you like a list of rundown with the legalities.
Daughter, this woman came out and said, see, Corey Holcomb's he's against women. And now you have a case against, he's the evil guy that hates women. And that is what's happening. Let's go into
And that is very true. Yeah, because there was a friend of mine, and she said,
in the dark, trying to hide. I'm letting you know, I'm going to bring you out. I know what you've done to me. It's really foul what you did to me. And I can prove it. I just can't talk about the case right now. But I can prove what you've done to me with your friend, Harvey Levin at TMZ. I can prove it. And I have a brother who I've acquired, a lawyer that I'm so grateful for. He's helped me in the past. And this dude, I just want to let y'all know, man, I don't get emotional about nothing, but I ain't never been under attack like this. Like, we sit up here, we go at it, we have problems with people, but I've never had a conglomerate after me. When I got off my flight that was delayed, it took me 9.5 hours to get from Detroit to LA because of the snow and everything. It was a man taking pictures of me, asking me about a gun, because I think that's they play. They want to try to act like I pulled a gun out when it was so many people out there that night. Nobody's going to say Corey had a gun. It's just
that's what the victim said.
But I'm
the
carrying
lady.
on. I want to bring on my brother Derek, who is a lifesaver.
Miss Genesis.
I was able to get some sleep, brother. You don't even know.
Can I explain to the audience about the gun?
I can't believe this is happening.
Go ahead.
So when it came, well, what he's talking about the gun is the victim. She's saying that prior towards Corey Holcomb stepping in and attacking her, Corey Holcomb passed off a gun to one of his homeboys, which, in my opinion, probably Craig Craig Smith, who's sitting right next to him. But that's basically what she said, that he passed the gun off to her. I mean, he passed the gun off to him. Then, few seconds later, couple of seconds later, that's when he attacks her, yada yada yada, and so. But I don't know if that's true or not. But the reason why that it's been a delay.
Here ain't no gun right here. Look at this. This is the whole video right here. Let me make sure it's like see. I don't see no gun.
Play from the beginning.
This is the beginning right here.
Well, see, this is the beginning.
It's not what you say; it's what you can prove.
So that is the beginning of that part of the video. I know there's a longer video than that right there, but
okay, well, can you find a longer video?
I don't think that. No, that's the video that they have. That's the only video if I remember correctly, they have released so far. But that's what she's saying. Like I said, I don't see no gun being passed off to anybody, but again, that's what she's saying. And the reason why, in my opinion, why the police did not take her matter seriously is because what Corey Holcomb said, quote unquote, she used to be the drug lady of the Comedy Store.
Interesting.
Now, one thing before you started,
they trying to.
So when it comes down to these things, especially with the court systems, her lawyer, her attorney, the victim's attorney, they're going to have to pay for expert analysis for the surveillance footage and get it lifted, things of that nature. There is a 4K version or a 10K version. This is obviously the out of focus versions that we're getting. But trust and believe, he knows it.
Make me into a woman beater, which is what they do. Especially this lady named Sean Holly. I know Tory Lanez is watching this, jumping up and down because she got a chance to do some really dirty things to my brother. But I have a different circumstance where I have evidence against this woman that I can't wait is weighed up with the help of my brother Derek right here. Derek, can you hear us? He's on Zoom.
This is bad, people. If you ever catch yourself in a situation like Corey Holcomb is in,
okay.
Go ahead.
If you ever in a situation what Corey Holcomb is in, don't do what he's doing now. Move in silence.
Oh, don't talk about it on camera. Yeah, definitely.
Don't do what he's doing right now.
Yeah, well,
Reverend Whoop-Ass said
I tell you, me, niggas with money that do nigga stuff and lose their money, I don't give a damn about them niggas. Try being black for once in your life.
This is, I say we should.
I mean, he is just not just a lifesaver. He said, I'm a lifesaver. He's a lifesaver for me because he's such a great guy, client, and friend. And he called me. I mean, I literally was knocked out.
He loved that money.
He
That's
called
why.
me in disarray about these false allegations that have been made against him. And his team today sent my office the entire client file. And I'm not going to get into any type of attorney-client privilege or attorney work product. But what I do know is that he may have a possible case for defamation against TMZ and others because, from what I've seen, what they're saying about him is absolutely false. They're not telling both sides of the story, and it's a false, reckless disregard for the truth. And, when you're out here buying news and reporting news, because that's what TMZ does, they buy news, some of this news is going to be fake. And what makes news fake is where you don't go and research both sides of the story. There are public records that are on file that my client, Mr. Corey Holcomb, has a restraining order against this young lady. That was not reported, and that's a public record, and TMZ could have just pulled that up. So it's clear that there's much more to this story, and we'll get into it, and we'll discuss a possible case. But I mean, this is clear defamation. It's false. It's a reckless disregard for the truth, and people need to be held accountable for it, because Corey, like he just said, he had to almost cancel a show. How many more shows will be canceled? Will he be labeled a woman?
There's a
Et cetera, et cetera.
video.
Do we know what this young lady did to him? We're not condoning anybody hitting a woman. A man shouldn't be hit either. Nobody should be attacked. But one thing that everybody should receive is fair and impartial news reporting. And that's all that we ask for, versus spewing
All
lies.
this because of Anton Daniel and Corey Holcomb.
So why do you think
Well,
Titan in news would
so
report
when Corey,
like they did against me? I feel like I know.
You're right.
I'm
You're
saying,
right,
like, you
DJ
being a
Genesis,
person
what
who
you
works
just
in
said.
law and knowing this is crazy.
All because Anton. What the hell is going on? Like, because Anton Daniels came up, because this video is like a year old. She been said what she had to say. It then got swept underneath the rug. Anton Daniels get into it with Corey. Did she say, "Yeah, me too"? It's like the Me Too movement all over again. Like, what is the
so what happened is and I remember watching the live the day after Corey Holcomb did that with his daughter and his wife and everything, right? And so Antoine Daniels, he one of the last things he said, he was just like, you know what, Corey? You know what? You win. You got it. You win. Whenever he said that, I had a bad feeling about that, because ain't no man just going to bow down and like it's basic. It's basically like whenever he went, he was just like, I thought family was off. Like for me, I don't bring women and kids in the man situation, right? And so Antoine Daniels, and I'm just, this is me just guessing. I'm not, but Antoine Daniels in his mind is just like, I thought women and children was off limits, but if that's what you want to do, okay, I'm about to fuck your world up then. And so
This is crazy.
Antoine Daniels, he has the money to, you know what? I could bring up old shit, because there ain't no rules now. Once he brought his daughter,
TMZ in his pocket to where now TMZ is attacking Corey Holcomb. Like,
do that.
Nope. It's called Antoine Daniels and Corey Holcomb. That one video went mega viral to the fact that they were talking about it in white spaces. And so it went
like showed that video. We broke it down, like the humiliation ritual, that we actually broke it down, even down into a metaphysical shit. And we were like, this is a humiliation ritual.
Well, I ain't getting into all of that right there. What I'm saying what I'm saying is that TMZ already have had a hard on for Corey Holcomb, because the last time what happened between Arian Spears and what happened between Arian Spears and Corey Holcomb. Zoe Williams, and he didn't like, TMZ did not like the fact how Corey Holcomb handled that interview, because of the fact that well, it was basically because of the fact that Arian Spears sued your dumbass, sued your ass about it, and you took it as like a fucking joke. And TMZ wasn't doing. They wasn't doing themselves a favor by talking about this, because don't get like, let's be honest. Arian Spears, he's not really a hot comedian like that. Corey Holcomb, he's not a hot comedian like that. No offense, but when was Corey Holcomb's last special? Last time I remember a special was Shaq All-Star Weekend, and nigga, that was over a decade ago.
They
And so
getting that cash money though, from them comedy clubs all the time.
you said what?
They getting that cash money from those comedy clubs all the time.
Oh, yeah, for comedy. No offense, not like Corey Holcomb ain't making he ain't making money like that.
Maybe not like Aries, but
Aries ain't making money like that. Aries is not hot no more.
at comedy clubs,
There's a total. There's a big
yeah,
total.
man.
Not, come on now. That's a total big not hotness. Do the math.
Corey Holcomb makes 20,000 per show. Look, there we go.
He makes how much?
For 1 hour, 20,000 an hour.
Right. So I
Okay,
want to be clear.
20,000 an hour per show.
Hold on. Can we all
and merch? That's not including merch.
Okay, can we do the math?
This whole show on YouTube, he says ain't no money. I can guarantee you he's at least making at least.
There's money there. Yeah.
Okay. Can we do the math? Can we?
Sure.
On average, your comedy clubs that they got here and there, like the one in Atlanta, they have how many seats?
What would you say? Over 500 or less?
They're
Less?
not over 500 in these comedy clubs.
Okay, so 50.
They're small clubs.
100 times 20 to $40 a seat.
Food, drinks.
That don't matter. It ain't got nothing to do with the comedian. That's for the club itself.
Well, it depends on who the comedian is. Some comedians, they want to. It's a name, like a portion of the drinks too.
Encore, just for staying longer. Signing on to come back again.
Well, most of the time, most comedians do about 2 or 3 shows a night. So thinking about $4,000 a show times 3, that's about $20,000 a show, like a night. No comedian just does one show. They're going to be doing 2 or 3 shows.
Okay.
Plus a piece.
One of your most popular spots, right? And I know this to be true. One of your most popular spots that you have is the Laugh Factory.
Correct. I've never been there, but I heard of it.
They have 300 seats. So now at $100 a person, that's some nice money, isn't it?
They're not paying 100. They're probably paying like about maybe $30 a person.
No, they're definitely paying more than 30. Hell yeah.
So it's like this: is Corey Holcomb? Is he the opener? Is he the closer?
To the Laugh
69.
I'm saying like 80 not being nice. $80
for Corey Holcomb's last show was like $69.
Okay, so you're looking at that. Let's just say 70, because I'm looking on here. Well, let me get my glasses, because y'all know I'm old. And let's see. They have $62, $85, $96 with Brett Ernest. Ooh, $96.
Didn't get your autograph things.
With Brett Ernest, I don't know who they are, but $96, and I'm scrolling, looking for the highest.
Brett Ernest, he's funny.
I'm looking for the highest they got, and he is the highest one, and he is
60 to over 150. I said the ticket price.
Hold on, he's got a 10:30 show. It's only one show, and it's $96. So. 96 times 300.
Who, Brett Ernest or Corey Holcomb?
96 times 300 is 28,800.
Okay, so that's on the door. 28,800 on the door. And he's the most expensive one they got. Now, how much do you say these guys were getting paid to be there?
I would think that Corey gets that money.
No, 20,000.
Corey Holcomb,
$20,000 when you have
just take care.
Okay,
Just to appear. I bet you he gets that 20,000 just to appear.
Okay. Now, like I said, let's do the math. We already looked at the most expensive comic in their upcoming schedule. I looked on the website. Is that whoever the hell, I don't know who he is, but it's $96 per person, right? And that's $28,800, right? Okay, so if you say he's getting 20, all right. So he's getting $20,000. So that leaves the rest of that money for the club and then the drinks and the this and that, and they're still able to make payroll and
open the acts,
the lease and everything else that's going on. Okay.
2 shows a night.
They're not doing 2 shows. It's on their website. It's 1 show. He's got 1 show. The 29th.
I've seen Aries 4 times in my life.
Okay. I'm not asking about him. I'm talking about what's on the website. Focus, people. Focus. Now, I read it.
Do twice a night. I used to be a comedian.
They do twice a night.
Yeah, okay. I looked on there, and what I read, it's got 1 show, and it's a 10:30 show. Okay, that's it.
I don't know who that guy is, but I know who Corey Holcomb is.
Okay, bruh, this has nothing. See, this is why black people can't doggone connect.
Corey Holcomb will get more than that guy.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Now we're getting into speculation.
Nah.
Good Lord. That's speculation.
Let me just do this real quick. We're not gonna like fucking bullshit each other. Because I used to be a comedian. I know that comedians do. They don't.
Yeah.
Do
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
February 30th, right? 2 shows a night. Okay, so he's at the Funny Bone in Albany on January 30th, 7 p.m. the first show, 9:45 the second show. Funny Bone, 6:30, and then 9:15 the next day, February 1st. It's 2 shows a night.
How much are the tickets?
They're not easy, man. That's all I'm saying. Funny Bones. That's what I was saying about where he probably went.
Okay, how much are the tickets, and how many seats are in Funny Bone?
$69.
I'm gonna say $80 being generous.
Bruh, she's looking it up right now. Stop saying she's looking.
66 each. 66 for the lower.
$66. Okay, now
for the lower.
76.83. God damn, they're going.
I'm trying to tell y'all. He not
now, excuse me.
Man,
How many seats does that place have?
But look at the lineup, though.
Oh my God! I asked a simple question.
Oh,
I can't get a
seen
simple
him
answer.
too, man. D-Ray funny as fuck, man. Oh
right.
my
Okay.
Lord.
Wonderful. All right. Now, how many seats? Can we get to the seat?
The biggest seat is $413.
No, I'm not. How many seats in the place?
I don't even know. I mean, how many seats? How many seats are in?
Now, what venue are you looking at?
Texas Trust.
Texas Trust Theater.
I might need to find. I want to go to that place.
There's some good shows coming up right now.
Hell
yeah, that's why I'm just saying. That's what. Yeah, it's the beginning of the year.
Oh,
Hell
it's
yeah.
300 to 663 people.
Right.
6,300 people.
6,300
Okay, thank you. That's all I asked. Now, if you're talking a place like that, you pack it out. That is some serious money. You could get that type of doggone payday, but you are not going to get that type of payday from a place that seats 300.
You know they go to Abu Dhabi and Dubai now, right? They get that Saudi money.
Bruh, let's not move the goalposts. I'm talking.
I'm just telling you, man, they make crazy money, these comedians.
Okay, that's like house music DJs make crazy money and they don't. Not the black ones.
He's
No,
well established.
no,
You're
he
not
makes.
getting that.
Let's I just looked it up. How much does Corey Holcomb make? It says on average about 10,000 to 20,000 per gig. So if you go at the high number of 20,000 per gig and twice a night, that's $40,000 a night.
But he's talking about he's talking about the big shows. Like what you just showed, those are the
It's a
big
big
shows.
show.
But the problem is Corey Holcomb going to be, is he the headliner or is he one of the openers?
It don't matter. He gonna make 10 to 20,000 a night.
No, it does matter. It does matter. Because if he's the closer, because if he was the
10 to 20. So that means 10,000 if he's like at the Improv, 20,000 if he's doing a stadium. That's what it boils down.
No, more like it would be more like 149 if he's a closer at a venue like that. Because you showed the April is basically the April Fool's comedy show.
Yeah.
On April 4th or something like April 4th basically. So that is a that is a decent sized venue. A big venue would be like Madison Square Garden. You're making millions doing Madison Square Garden.
Right.
But that type of venue, he's probably going, if he's not the main headliner, if he's one of the openers, then yeah, he's making about 20. Well, he's going to probably make more because he does have some steam now because of the whole Antoine Daniels shit. And so he might make about 40 a show, like a big venue like that. But I'll be as a person who used to be a real big fan of Corey Holcomb, like, nah, he ain't.
Yeah, I never got into him.
He don't got the juice like that.
On the comedy,
I want to give him a chance though now.
He don't got the juice like that.
He don't. Is he funny stand up, bro? Is he like he halfway decent?
He does it. He for his, like I said, the last show that I seen Corey Holcomb, it was that Shaq All Star special that was worth the damn. And outside of that, he kind of has had the same act over and over again for the last 10 years. It's the same jokes, like same act, pretty much. Just he does it a different way.
And even with that one, I don't even know how they paid. They paid Paul Mooney because Paul Mooney wasn't really Paul Mooney. If you look at that show, that All Star Comedy Jam or Mooney
All-Star
MC.
Yeah.
Look at Paul Mooney. Paul Mooney wasn't really.
He wasn't prime Paul Mooney at the time.
He was not at all. It's just like, okay, well, I'm here. They put my name on here. They didn't pay me what I want. I had to sit here and tell you some type of jokes. And I'm going to do the least amount of work necessary. I don't care if you laugh or not. And I'm going to get my check and leave.
White people love Wayne Brady.
He became an asshole at that time. His asshole state.
And that's pretty much that, because there's like Paul Mooney, because Paul Mooney is Paul Mooney is just Paul Mooney. You don't even follow it now. Just say Paul Mooney. And when I saw that, I was like, then Monique tried to go into Hunter, a booger bear. What was he talking about? A booger bear? It's like, baby, you don't want to get into a doggone Jones in competition, not with Paul Mooney. He will hurt your family's soul.
I do not like
the
how
funny
they
thing
treat.
is, someone like Paul Mooney, these people,
like
they fucking with the fans. Like, if fans aren't laughing, he see a couple. How y'all two meet? How y'all know each other?
Yeah, well, I'm looking at all this stuff internet wise and this and that and everything that's going on. Hopefully this pushes a whole lot of situations into everyone just have to get regular jobs if they want to doggone survive in this great country of ours.
Well,
I agree with you on something right now. If you making that type of money, how you get in trouble like that?
Stupid. Come on.
Easy.
What you say,
Because
DJ? I ain't hear you.
it don't matter how much money you give a nigga gonna be a nigga regardless.
Here we
With
go.
the evidence that we've presented to you, what does it? Have you ever seen anything like this before?
I've never seen anything like this. It's, you know, what I saw in the file, you know, everything is public record. There were transcripts taken in court, I think in 2024, if I'm not mistaken, of everything that occurred during the night and incident. So all they had to do was just go and check out the transcripts or look through the clerk's record and looked at everything that was filed and saw that this was just one big misunderstanding. It's not what they're making it out to be, right? But the average person that's just out here in the world or in America, they're not going to think to go, let me go and pull the court records. Let me go and see if there are any court records there. You know, we're just dealing with, you know, the every average day, you know, citizen. But, you know, I've never seen anything like it in my professional career, which has been 15 years. But, you know, what I will say is that I'm pretty sure this is something that's running rampant and it needs to stop, you know, because lives are affected. Your life is affected. You have a family.
There
something like this could ruin your career, right? And they're not worried. You know, I honestly think that TMZ did this to get clicks, likes, comments, follows, subscriptions. I mean, it's all monetary. You know, if they're buying news, they need to make the money back for the money that they spent to buy the news, right? So it's for attention, like you said. I mean, the entire world may be talking about this, right?
There
Which is going to make
is
them money.
a
You're not making
video.
money from it. They are. And I think it's monetarily based. And it may be some type of, you know, underlying animosity or bias from out of their office. We don't know. That's something we can possibly.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you, DJ. What did you say?
They already went to court for that issue. It's already been in court.
More with this case.
Hold on.
I am going to obey.
They already went to court for the issue at hand that she's talking about.
They
went to court already.
And hold on, but she
she
literally stated that they did not know there was a video.
Okay, you said they went to court. What was the outcome of the court date?
Listen, they went to court already. They can't have double jeopardy when they made the decision on.
But it's new evidence.
They can't
it doesn't matter.
Even when it's new evidence,
it doesn't matter. New evidence. You can't doggone go against double jeopardy. You can't try somebody for the same case twice.
If you have new evidence, you
can't. You can't. It's double jeopardy. That's the law. If I smoke somebody and I'm found guilty and they find video of me smoking somebody and see, no, well, we already tried him for that. He was found not guilty. That's double jeopardy. You can't try him for the same crime twice.
What the judge told me, and she was very clear when she said, don't mention things about this case because of what was placed upon me, not to talk about it, and what was placed upon two other parties where we're not supposed to be talking about this because, you know, I'm gonna be bold enough to say this. When I found out that I had a case against me, it was because I call it God, but a person who is a lawyer called me 4 or 5 days before the second hearing was to be held and said, do you know that there is a case against you? And I said, no. You know what I'm saying? She was like, this is the second hearing and someone has said, you pulled out a gun. So it was, I went into court under the heat. And when I went to the courthouse, you could not find where the case was being held. The only reason I was able to find out where the case was being held is because I'm Corey Holcomb and somebody say, what's up? And I was like, hey man, I can't find it. It's not on the board. They tried to hide this from me. And this is what I tried to explain. But when I'm explaining it myself, it's not as effective as if somebody like you are explaining it. You get what I'm saying? So from the very beginning, like when somebody say they served you, that was forged. So I'm so glad you were bored. So now we can sweep through everything that happened and we can find out why I wasn't the only one who was reprimanded, because that's not what's being said. The narrative that's being said is that like the guy who walked up to me at the airport. So she said you had a gun. And I'm like, I see what they're trying to do, because from what I understand, you know, that might be a way to get things brought back up in another way. So I don't know, Derek. Do you know any, like, can you give me any information on what I may be up against? Because I believe this woman named Sean Holly, which I'm going to talk about during this show, I believe she is behind it all. I do, because she was brought out in the courtroom because somebody made a mistake and pretended like Sean Holly was their lawyer. And the judge called her. And when you hear this phone call, Miss Sean Holly is going to have a lot of explaining to do, because I have proof of things she's done since she talked to the judge. And Sean Holly lied to the judge. I can prove it. If I couldn't prove it, I would be in hot water right now, right?
You would.
I would be in hot water. I can prove this crooked attorney lied to the judge. Real talk. So that's what I'm up against out here in California with people. You know, I get it. My voice is irritating to some people, but I've irritated some
He shouldn't be doing these type of interviews.
and you know what I'm saying? It's like I'm just
Okay, like I was saying before, like I was saying before, bro.
And
They have not gone to court.
Took you on.
They
I've read about all the things you've done to help
DJ,
people, man. Because
Genesis,
yo,
you don't mind if I pause
I
it real
have the
quick?
lady, Sean Holly, talking about how she does this thing for a monetary.
Yeah, like I was saying, they ain't go to court for us yet.
They already been through court for this case.
But there's proof.
It shows only a restraining order was Corey Holcomb was trying to file a restraining order against her. Does not show they had a legal case.
Okay, this is a year old. So I'm like, why do we even care?
Well, it's what's being talked about right now on
some year-old meaningless.
No.
Well, it's
based on the Anton Daniel situation.
Based on the Anton Daniel situation, she's trying to insert herself back into something with Harvey leaving, and the rest of the backdooria TMZ boys. So what? If it's already
it's basically what
in court.
It's showing improprieties against her with it. You know what? Fuck it.
Can the man in the high castle point one thing out real quick?
How I found you.
Go ahead.
We all know what Harvey used to do before TMZ, right?
Exactly.
What did he used to do? I don't know.
He used to doggone hang outside that
he was a
show
lawyer too.
Divorce court and take people's opinions outside and this and that. He grifted until he actually caught on with the TMZ thing.
You remember how he kind of brought that Puffy thing into where it was too. Before he even went into trial, he was already canvassing who would be the witnesses and all that stuff.
And they pay people handsomely. That's just like when Charlie Kirk got popped. They paid whoever the people that had actual video footage of everything. They went straight to TMZ with it after the fact. This is him, because they knew they would get paid instead of turning it into the regular media. And I'm not mad at them about that, because if I had some doggone damning video on something, I would be hitting TMZ up. You want the exclusive, you got to pay for that.
So only thing that has happened so far with this whole Corey Holcomb and the lady has been a battery report has been filed, and basically seemed like that got pushed in the back burner. Nothing happened with that. And Corey Holcomb, he did a temporary restraining order against the lady. Now, the reason why I kept saying this news video is evidence. It's new evidence. They haven't even gone to court. Nothing. There has been nothing yet. They haven't gone to see the judge about this.
All right. If it was battery simple, it's not going to go anywhere.
Well, it kind of looks like the police didn't do their due diligence. That's what it seems like because of this
Okay,
video.
if it's battery simple, it's not going anywhere anyway.
This is what Michael Jackson was talking about on his song Privacy.
It basically seems
I don't know
like
about
I
Michael
said,
Jackson, but I know about battery simple.
well, it basically looked like the police didn't do their due diligence when it comes to the when it comes to her grievances. So that's a wholly different thing.
And it doesn't matter.
But when it comes to Corey Holcomb's situation now, the man can be sued.
Yeah, anybody could be sued. That don't mean you're gonna win. Didn't Cardi B sue Tasha K? Did Tasha K ever pay Cardi B? No.
Well, Tasha K did move to another country. So.
He's losing.
Yeah, I ain't got nothing to do with moving the goalposts. I said, did Tasha K pay Cardi B? She did not. So just because you sue somebody,
because she moved to another country.
Hear me out. It's very simple. Just because you sue somebody and you win a lawsuit, that don't mean that they got to pay you.
It's because she moved to another country.
Right. And did she pay Cardi B?
Oh my! I'm going to say the same thing because she moved to another country. OG.
Yeah. Did she pay Cardi B? That's the question. No, she did not.
No.
So she moved to another country so she wouldn't have to.
Yeah.
Duh.
Yeah. And do you think Corey Holcomb does not have the money to do that?
Oh yeah. This ain't got nothing to do with Corey Holcomb. I'm talking about Tasha K. And Cardi B.
But there's people. No,
I'm not a goalpost mover. Sorry, I'm just not a goalpost mover.
If it happened to happen, I mean this.
I don't know what you're talking about moving the goalposts.
In this world
that's what you just did.
That is not moving the goalposts. That's saying because she moved to another country.
The video with old girl was sped up.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's goalpost moving. I said she
no,
did
that's
not
moving.
her.
You got all these.
Yeah, you absolutely right. It's and the reason why she didn't.
Well, why she didn't pay her? Okay, fine.
Well, I'm saying the reason why
she didn't get paid.
Yeah, she didn't get paid, and the reason why
is because
she moved
conversation
to
over with. It's over with.
Yeah, she didn't get paid, bro. You win. All right. But at the end of the day,
she didn't get paid.
She didn't get paid. So what does that mean with Corey Holcomb's situation? Because right now,
what that means with Corey Holcomb's situation is
civil lawsuit. This is a criminal lawsuit of a person punching somebody in the face, bro. This is not civil. This is criminal.
Criminal lawsuit.
That could also turn into civil because she has video.
Criminal lawsuit. Okay.
And I would just ask yourself, man, this ain't Tom and Jerry, man. This is real life, man. So,
hey, do you have the video where? Well, no, hold on. Before we play that, I get that.
So me as
not
a man,
that video. I ain't talking about the video where I had enough.
Black men. Black men. Black men. Anyway,
I'm talking about
DJ. I'm sorry. Just one last time.
Was on the internet.
One last time. Black men, let this be a lesson you can learn from. The shit what Corey Holcomb is doing. Don't do this shit. This is his what he's doing right now. This is him letting his ego and his pride take over. It's
nigga shit.
As you absolutely right. I couldn't even think of it. I couldn't think.
That's what it is. It's nigga shit. Don't do nigga shit.
You can learn from this situation because of the fact that one, you're kind of talking about this case right now on like you should let this case your lawyer should be doing nothing but the talking and let social media, let YouTube, let the internet talk their shit. But you should always use the right to remain silent because this right here will be used against him in the court of law. I guarantee it.
He's implicated himself.
After this, and I want to see somebody who got punched TMZ, punched Sean Holly. I want to see this because
play the tape. Replay the tape.
So
Replay the
this
tape.
person, because of attention, which goes back to this other dude who was on the show a couple of weeks ago. Because of attention, you made a fool out of yourself. You could have actually been slick. Maybe even did
See what this social media has done
to make it look like I did something diabolical. But because you wasn't smart enough and you wanted some attention so bad, somebody was on the internet right after weird claims, and I just want people to see. I ain't living like that. If I do it, I stand on it at this age. If I do it, I stand on it at this age. I got forces of evil trying to line me up. And we ain't even finna, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm telling people, if you live a life that's straight up, chances are straight up good things can happen to you.
Maybe
I really
his
believe
argument is that wasn't him. Maybe that's
you live a life that's straight up. We all have temptations to do what's easy.
Have your opinion, whether negative or positive, about anything.
It was rubbed in as if I got you. That's what I wanted. This on everything, homie. I swear, I won't lie. I wouldn't put this man up here and try to talk him into lying because me and him, we was at each other in Oakland.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm glad because I understand the position you in. You in the motherfucking streets.
Yeah.
And I would never play with you in front of the streets because the streets watch this show.
100. It's all street people.
Is that
Like I-
too short?
Anything you don't answer,
Oh boy.
I'm gonna ask you this.
Well, how niggerish is that? The streets are watching.
Man, motherfucker gonna tell me, oh no. I mean, got big, like it was on some fuck you shit, low key. Like, oh no, fuck that, no. You on the right side of God and Jesus and Peter and Paul. Like, fuck Paul, paperwork.
Again, black
man. Be seen what you did.
Cookie Monster.
Yeah, like look, we be around.
Yeah, I'm like,
in the
y'all
streets.
Wait,
What it really is. I understand that you coming here is bold anyway. But
for sure.
I will say this. Why the motherfucking, you know what I'm saying? Your Honor, your dig was motherfucking trying to see what the homie was talking about right here. You could tell what happened. I can't because you see what I'm saying? I can't give details of that. So I hope you'll tell that.
So they asking me questions. She like, did you see Corey do this? I said no. But if you see me on the video, I ain't see a goddamn thing. I ain't see shit. So they asking more questions. I'm like, no, I don't know nothing like that. So during the time, you get the judge saying, hey, who you texting? Who you texting? So I'm looking at my phone and this text coming through talking about say this, say that. And I'm like, whoa, hold on, bro. We don't rock like that. You got me fucked up. Say this.
Come on, bro. What was she telling you?
Telling me to say something about a pistol.
Oh
man.
my
I'm like,
God.
like,
This
so
shit
what happened was
is
apparently
corny.
somebody put the rumor out and then they try to use me and say, oh, he was there because I stayed after the aftermath. I stayed the whole night. You know what I'm saying? I'm the first one on the block, last nigga to leave. I'm standing.
Brothers, can we agree this shit is corny?
So they start putting my name out there talking about.
Well, one thing I can agree upon is I could never present this publicly because I don't watch nigga shit.
They're trying to say that Corey Holcomb had a pistol out on the girl, and that's what they are going against. He never had a pistol. He probably did punch her in the face. He didn't have a pistol.
I was like, yo, this is not cool. Like,
so
what are you doing? Like,
what she said, hold on.
Like, that's not
now,
cool.
this is what she said. What she said was, before that whole situation, he had a pistol out. He passed it over to one of his homies. Now, the problem is, it doesn't show the full video. And that's what scares me for Corey Holcomb, right? Because let's just say, clearly these niggas don't remember that much about that night. Because of the and because of the fact that
doggone smoking trees.
And so the lady, everything what the lady did say, it literally it literally goes time for time with the video. I don't know what happened prior towards the video that we all seen him hit, but she literally said, I put my fingers up to his forehead. He stepped in and hit her. Now, she did say before that there was a gun and she gave it over. He gave it to his homeboy. Now, here's the reason why I say, black man, you could learn from this dumb nigga shit. Is the fact that I bet you was that boy. I bet you was homeboy right there who's talking is the private person he gave the pistol to.
Wanted you to do it. When you didn't do it, they fell out with you.
When I didn't do it, motherfucker got mad. And then, so that's what next thing I know, me trying to be there, being loyal to some people can put you in a fucked up position, right? Have you in a fucked up, I was loyal to the sister, you feel me? I knew it, but then it came to when this show came, and they was like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? And he was right, you know, we chopped it. And he's like, yeah, man, testified on me. So my homies is hitting me up like, hey, bro, this you? I'm like, Tommy T, 15 years. Yeah, nigga, that's me, right? So next thing you know, I hit her up. I'm like, hey, let me get that docket, that court number, you feel me? So I could, you know, get the paperwork. Cause that's how we move around here. Man, motherfucker gonna tell me, oh no, I mean, got big, like it was on some fuck you shit, low key. Like, oh no, fuck that, no. You on the right side of God and Jesus and Peter and Paul. I'm like, fuck Paul, I need paperwork. What's going on? It's in the paperwork.
Because you wanted it to be seen what you did
I wanted
in front of the motherfuckers.
Yeah, like, look,
we be around.
Yeah, I'm like,
in the streets.
So I'm up in the bag, then I'm getting dragged down here. And so that's when I blocked on everything. I'm like, I can't fuck with you. I had your back. And then it even got worse because everybody see the video, they see the boy, boom, he, you know, trying to protect this girl. It got worse because he don't even fuck with it. Feel me? He got a restraining order on the whole nigga. They thought if she tried to get one on him,
wait, make sure, because I can talk about that. I just can't talk about my case.
Yeah, no, he got
I can talk about what has happened to you know what I'm saying? Look,
brother, man.
If you see what I'm trying to do, I ain't trying to make you set it all out.
Okay.
But I'm trying to see how far we could go with it where it's still 100. Because you ain't doing nothing but telling the truth.
Yeah.
And I ain't gonna lie. I was still mad at you when I saw you in the town. Yeah. But I will say this. You didn't go for them people's script.
No.
We was in court. I was upset that I saw you up there, G.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna lie. But yo, you didn't, man, look, what you just said right here changes everything because TMZ tried to act like they got an angel who's been victimized, but that ain't what happened.
Man, like I said, if me and bro got your back and you turn on me and him and he done threw punches.
But who you talking about?
Her boyfriend. Her boyfriend, he throwing punches.
What's he do to him?
Tried to call the police on him and shit, and then that didn't work. When the police came, they was talking to him. And so next thing you know, came out there screaming and shit. And they like, what happened to you right here? It was like, did she do it? He like, yeah, they took her to jail. She get out, she got a restraining order, try to get one. So he got a restraining order on her. They ain't even cool no more. How motherfucker rock for you when you turn on niggas, man? How nigga rock for you turn on niggas? Sometimes it ain't that certain people don't get protected. It's just that they're not protectable because they're not paying attention, they're not listening. You feel me? Put me in a
That's the real
situation.
shit you said right there. Some people are not protectable. Some people are unhinged. And they will show you time and time they unhinged. But hey, Sean Holly, in order to make a nigga look like a woman beater, you grab motherfucker on the meth side of the game and coming at me with it. You grab motherfucker on the meth side of the game and coming at me with it, Sean Holly, you funky ass. Boy, let me tell you something. I ain't through with you this episode. I know how many black men you brought down. And you already brought my name down. I don't know what else you got up your sleeve.
You got somebody on the meth side of the game. What does that mean?
Because you do tricky stuff in the courthouse with paperwork and everything, Sean Holly. I got proof of it. I know you served the improv some bogus paperwork, acting like you this, you that, and it was all bogus paperwork. You served the improv bogus paperwork. I can prove
It's a
it.
cold world out here, man.
Sean Holly, crooked ass attorney bitch. Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there in a minute. Right now, you winning. It look like Corey did. Hey, he who laughs last the longest. I'm gonna laugh the longest. What? Yo, bogus ass, you got caught this time, Sean Holly. We ain't even tripping on that small time type motherfucker. We talking.
This is wow.
A nigga with a YouTube page.
I hope Corey. Hey. I hope Antoine does a review on this shit.
Powerful than you ever wanted it to be. You said a lot.
You know this, man.
I don't need you up here too long because I don't ever want you to. I ain't trying to bring the heat on you because whatever happened with me and you, I am not phony. I ain't tripping. It's how it goes sometimes, but they never expected you to be here.
Yeah, no, it's just shocking all.
They never expected you to be here because to tell the truth, I can't say the name, but dudes started to come.
You was right, when you said it's some nigga shit, hey.
Let me tell you something.
I can't even argue with you, bro.
You think they ain't gonna hang you?
That's why I don't know what the hell they've been talking about the last 10 minutes because I don't understand English.
Projects. He's already winning. He's a hero in these streets. Now you got people that got jealousy and
look at Craig's face.
All around.
Craig, he don't even want to be there.
What happened to you, sister?
I've been stalked too. Like,
hold on, what DJ?
Screenshot.
Yeah,
TMZ
like
and
you screaming.
looking through my stories.
What the hell? I don't understand English. So
girl that interviewed her.
You know what happened outside the thing?
Yeah.
You
I was trying to say TMZ is stalking them. Okay.
I'm about to watch.
So
I'm about to watch a movie with like all white people, so I can understand the
And
dialogue.
he didn't even tell the story right.
so see, here's my problem with this. Here's my problem with this.
Accurate information.
I just peep bullshit. It's just I peep a lot of bullshit though. The reason why I'm peeping a lot of bullshit is that you're kind of digging yourself if you really felt like, you know what, you being railroaded and all that shit, you kind of want to move in silence and shit because you don't want to bring in more motherfuckers into the situation that needs to be in the situation. So you kind of just brought in 4 motherfuckers who should not even be in the conversation. You kind of bringing them into it. If anybody understand what I'm getting at, because of the fact that, like, it's like Unc said, this is nigga shit right here. And so, in my opinion, is this nigga is talking too much. And when a nigga is talking too much, as a person who's been to court a lot, was jailed once in his life, the nigga guilty. He guilty.
Yeah, well, the thing is this. I mean, the numbers for this portion, they're not gonna grow because we're making too much sense, and this is nigga babble. So, and only those that
Still trying to figure out what's going on. Like, what?
You can't figure out what's going on. I could tell you the end of the story.
Are you?
I could tell you what's about to go on. You see that girl right there, Darlene? She finna go to Anton Daniels' show sometime in 2026. Yeah, I'm trying to tell y'all. I seen it from the jump.
That's all she got because she used to be that chick. She used to be that chick. Now she a little fat.
Man,
you say you'll do what?
So it's like this.
Listen, Ms. Lips puts her work in nowadays with comedians that don't.
It's like this, bruh.
It's over
this
with,
shit.
Corey.
Like this nigga Corey literally dug himself in a ditch, and I don't feel bad if he won't be able to climb out that.
You know what? Y'all ain't really heard what's going on because y'all talking over it. Because everything.
We don't understand English.
Say this like everybody's saying that Anton Daniels is looking crazy. So I don't know exactly what he's talking about. Who all these people are that he's mentioning? I'm like, okay, what and who and somebody. Joe Schmo. You know what Joe? I know what you're talking about, Joe Schmo. I'm like, what? Who is Joe Schmo?
So basically, what happened is so you remember the guy that first started talking, right?
Yeah.
That was if I remember correctly, that's the guy she was talking about that Corey Holcomb passed the gun off to. The one who was speaking with the bald head.
Yeah.
And so that's the reason why I said there's a reason why that whole video is not being shown, just that part, because everything she said happened exactly the way she explained it before the video even came out. And so Corey Holcomb, basically the guy she was saying that he passed the gun off to, I'm thinking it was Craig, but it's actually Homeboy who just talked. That's the one who he passed the gun off to for allegedly what she said. So, like I said, it's nigga shit. It's basically. I would have never thought about that until he's basically started talking about like this shit right here. I would have never put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah, why do you think of so many niggas in jail?
And the fact she talking about she was
right here.
Oh, that really made me mad.
Do you
I was like,
any of that shit?
you can't replace Darlene. She the first lady of 5150. Excuse me?
That's so cute. Anyway, but no, and now people are
But
trying.
let's talk about that for a second. No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Some stuff can trickle off on certain people, even though I was never there. I don't know. Yes, people are like, oh, but you're still a woman and you're on the show. Yes. Listen, do I condone how he reacted in that moment? Absolutely not. Is this man crazy at times? Sometimes to me, asshole. Sometimes he can be an asshole. I've known this man for 16 years, and I do not condone what happened in that decision at that moment for him. However,
Anything for that paper, darling.
I don't know if
Anything for that paper.
for 16 years.
Yeah, especially since she's fat now and nobody knows who she used to be.
Shit he says is crazy. Is his comedy
right?
Is a certain taste, yes, but people, why are you around him? I'm not gonna go by a.
Hell, look at how she started out. That picture on the Power album. Duh. Yep. That tell you what she's about right there. Smutzilla.
Show that picture. I haven't seen it before.
So I say
on the cover of the album, Ice-T's first album. She's on
going to bring up the Corey Holcomb because he
Damn,
is looking up. I sent you the clip today. We don't gotta go into all deep elaboration, but from a legal
the blackhead whitehead thing we were talking about before. You told me not to get into it because of YouTube.
Who are these? Who are they?
So this is legal. This is your legal expertise.
I can't even see who it is.
So let me just do a little bit of explaining.
I'm not giving anybody any legal advice. No, I think the guy in the black hat won.
We're not talking about what happened.
You got Dana's fat ass up here.
We did another video.
So we get some fun size females commenting instead of fat girls.
Doesn't make any difference.
Some loud ass New York chick.
Oh my God. I'm trying to like
thank you.
Y'all just want to talk. Let me just let y'all talk. Goddamn.
Okay, thank you. I'm like, you got Dana, doggone. Her ass needs to be in Planet Fitness somewhere, getting the bacon off her back. And you got Darlene, whatever her name is, on Corey Holcomb. She's ovulating powdered eggs. Played out. It's like it's just niggish. I just stuff like this. I'm glad that I don't have to look at niggerific stuff like this to make me feel good about myself. I just wake up feeling good anyway, because they're horrible people. It doesn't matter how much money they got; they're still niggas. You can't de-niggerize somebody with money. They're gonna be what they be, and then they're gonna crash and burn. Mystical was getting it in. Where you at right now? Locked up, they won't let him out. A nigga. Yeah. And
how many chances, how many opportunities can you count for Mystical?
He went to third ID. He was in third ID when he went to Desert Storm. So I'm like, not only that, you a doggone U.S. Army veteran, war veteran at that, even though Desert Storm only lasted 100 hours. But I mean, it's still a war. So,
Leonard, you got somebody in the comments saying, are you saying the lead attorney is gay?
Oh, he's extra gay. He ain't just gay. Jamie is extra gay.
The lead attorney?
Yes, Jamie. Oh, you called him lead attorney. His name is Jamie.
I want you to picture this, brother who's speaking. Brother who's speaking, who asked that question about the lead attorney. Bald head, no whiskers in his face, grown man. Think about it.
Hangs out at Club Mix religiously. MIXX.
No comment.
In Atlanta. Hot pockets. So yeah. He can say what he want. Because his math ain't mathing. Talking about he's been a divorce attorney for X amount of years and this and that. It's like, dude, your math ain't mathing. You passed the bar exam in 2003. How you been a doggone attorney for 20 years in 2017 when you didn't pass the bar exam until 03, and the highest position you ever achieved was an associate attorney, which is one step above a paralegal. He wasn't even an
just like
attorney.
Dr. Richie.
Yeah,
Shit.
he wasn't even an attorney that talked in court. He was the gopher. Go get that paperwork for me.
I'm gonna just say this for the record. If any of you bitches on the internet come after me, just letting you know I'm a complete crash out. You will find out by looking at me, looking at my history. I am a complete crash out, and I will crash out on you. You do me dirty how y'all be doing these niggas up here.
I don't care. I get so ignorant with it. Man, I get so ignorant with it. I say the most, and they be like, "What the hell?" Like, had this guy talking all wild. I was like, "Well, it's rumored I'm a trisexual. I might want to try your little ass out. What size jeans do you wear?" Dude went, "What the fuck?" He lost it. He rage quit. I was like, "Bro, I'm subject to say any damn thing. I don't give a damn."
Well,
now, I'm not going to say anything about anybody's children. I'm not going to do that.
Shit.
I'm not going to do that. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. But these dudes be on the. I'm like, okay, yeah, keep on talking here.
These celebrities, they trying to push this NDA stuff, the non-disclosure agreements on people.
Try to let her read.
I've been straight all my life. Max Power's been straight all his life. But you bitches try to dox me and come after me, just let you know I'm a crash out. I don't care about living too, nigga. So yeah, we do these.
I mean, I tell them they can whatever they want to do. Me, I'm like, okay, come on, I tell them, show up at my front door if you want to.
Yeah, just make sure my grandma leave this earth out here.
No, I ain't worried about that. I'm like, show up at my front door if you want to. You're gonna get more than you bargained for.
I want her to know how much of a fuck up I was.
You gonna get it. You gonna end up more than you bargained for. Be like, I make a deal with you. You want to meet Jesus, or you want me to doggone ramrod you?
I am. Like,
oh, you got to think about it.
You can't compete.
I say the wild into the wild. I don't give a damn. I'm like, shit.
You can't compete with my fuck ups. When I fuck up, I fuck up. I fuck up big. So,
well, I fuck up. I fuck down. I fuck all the kind around. I got fuck covered. I got full
Leonard, man.
Daniels for
What's your YouTube channel, Leonard? What is your YouTube channel, man?
What the hell is that? It's called Mega Band.
And so one of the advantages that he thought he had with engaging Corey Holcomb was that, number one, he had better intellectual framework than Corey Holcomb. He had more poise and more intelligence than Corey Holcomb. He also believed that Corey Holcomb could not go blow for blow with him. And this was stated not only on the actual podcast, but after the podcast. And this is how we know that Anton Daniels believes he is more equipped than Corey Holcomb is.
War. That's all I'm saying to you.
I understand everything that happens when it happens. I'm a chess player. That's what I've been playing my entire life. Maybe you walked into something that you wasn't expecting.
Now, I wish you could examine this look that Corey Holcomb is giving him right now. It's not a look of anger. It's not a look of disgust. Almost like Corey Holcomb is in shock. It's like he can't believe that Anton Daniels believes that he's playing chess or that he can't keep up. But this is something that Anton Daniels would repeat.
Maybe you did. Maybe you made the wrong move. I'm a chess player. Maybe you played right into the plan. I'm here, and it didn't go the way that you thought it was gonna go. I'm telling you to your face.
Fast forward. Now, after the entire dust up, we get some more breaking news. A few days later, we would get a clip of Corey Holcomb walking up on Christina Payne. I don't know if you want to call it pushing her in the face or pushing her head back or punching her. whatever you want to call it is what you can call it. But Anton Daniels was then asked about it on the live stream. And then he would say this.
Kings, Damon Dennis says, AD, what's your take on Corey Holcomb getting arrested for punching that woman in the face, caught on camera, Corey crashing out? I haven't seen it. I have to see it. I don't have an opinion on it. I haven't seen it. Honestly, God, I haven't watched it yet. I don't know anything about it. Everybody keeps sending it to me. Everybody keeps emailing me to me.
So he would say he hasn't seen it. He doesn't have an opinion on it. And once he gets an opportunity, he will go ahead and comment on it. And eventually, Anton Daniels would do so. If you guys are on Twitter, Anton Daniels is doing a whole bunch of tweeting and deleting. I don't know why he's doing that, but he is doing it. And so he did actually review the footage. He says, nobody hates black women more than a black man who puts his hand on one while his friends watch. Woo! To think there are monsters who actually cheered him on while he attacked my family and underage daughter is sickening. Active fathers, protect your children from the Corey Holcombs of the world. Woo! Now, again, this is different. Obviously seems like his temperament has changed from this to now having a temperament like this.
He won. Corey and Craig, you win. You win. I give up. I have to figure out what collateral damage happened after that. You guys win. I got to figure out how to pick up the pieces.
Now, wait a minute.
Hey, I would say this.
Believing that, hey, listen, Corey and
The
Craig,
dude that shot
won.
me
The
one
temperament
time,
is much,
he
much
actually
different
said
than
that I
he had.
won. Yeah, I won the bullet, you know, flesh wound though, flesh wound, but I did win the bullet.
I can't hear you when the video is playing. You start talking, we can't hear you. So now,
Oh, my bad.
You just start talking. Y'all niggas get to talking, and I just want to say, like,
Excuse me.
The video was still playing. God damn, the video was not done. You over talk the video, and then it's like double talk. No one can hear what you're saying. Go ahead and say what you got to say. Your story, what you want to do. Go ahead.
Well, for once, ma'am, I am no one's nigga. I am a dark beige man.
Whatever.
I was fucking with you, DJ. My bad, DJ. My bad. I shut the hell up.
I'm like trying to play the video. Well, I just want to tell you my life story. Like, bro, nigga, I'm just trying to show.
Well, maybe it's we don't give a shit about videos.
It ain't about what you give a shit about. I'm trying to show that. Listen, I'm looking at the numbers. Listen, I'm looking at the numbers. When y'all get to this talking about random shit, the shit goes down.
I know you're doing it for the numbers, and that's cute.
Yeah,
but you know, maybe if you had a one-on-one interview.
Shut up. Go ahead. Tell your story, Max Powers, about whatever the fuck stupid shit you about.
I am Dick Dastard.
Go ahead.
I don't got no story. I'm done. I'm sorry.
All right.
When he was going around on a world internet tour, talking about how he's going to beat up Corey Holcomb, pulling up on everybody's podcast and live stream for the whole last week. But then Corey Holcomb would respond to all of the criticisms from Anton Daniels, and he would do it in a real interesting way.
It's gay. I'm going to tell you right now to your face.
Listen to what I'm trying to tell you, man. You want to talk about everybody else's wife, kids, and everybody, but when somebody say something about you, y'all got to go to therapy.
Damn.
But wait, there's more.
Our chicks was looking dusty as right, and so I'm looking at these women, and the women's breath saying the kids is dirty and nasty. Kids is dirty and nasty.
Hey, look here, boy. I'm gonna give you an out. You leave me alone, I'm gonna leave you alone. But if you don't, it's gonna be more monkey business.
Now, the name of this video is called No Pressure at Anton Daniels. Corey Holcomb decided to go and get a gorilla mask, make fun of Anton. He found some clips, posted Anton Daniels talking negatively about, I believe in this particular situation, the Hebrew Israelites and their daughters and their kids. And what is very comical about this is that Corey Holcomb is having a really good time. And it seems like Corey Holcomb is playing chess, not Anton Daniels.
He's right,
You see, let's go back to that look that I wanted you to see of Corey Holcomb. You see, because Corey Holcomb may not be the man that uses, a lot of big words. He's not the guy that may remember every politician's name. That's not Corey Holcomb, but we cannot mistake the way that he speaks or the way that he puts his points across or the multiple curse words and derogatory things on his podcast that are said almost all the time. That somehow, because he's like that, or because he may be somewhat of a bully on the podcast to certain people, that he is stupid. That is what Anton Daniels thought. The real reality is that Corey is very intelligent. He understood the play at hand. Now, I wouldn't have ran this play. There was a reason why Corey Holcomb did what he did. He even talks about it. He went after Mika to break down Anton Daniels' defense. He then went after the daughter to break down Anton Daniels' defense. He went after the wife to break down Anton Daniels' defense. Now, he doesn't have any problems with any of these people. But again, it's chess and not checkers. And it might not be the way that you want to play chess, but he played it that way. And the reality is that Corey Holcomb looks at this like it's just another joke. Now, it might not be a joke to you, but this is how he sees it. He doesn't take any of this stuff with Anton Daniels personal. He's not going to lose no sleep at night. It's almost an evil genius thing to do. And it's wrong to a certain degree because to go after somebody's wife and daughter and all of that. But I know Chicago comedy guys. I was very close friends with a guy here on YouTube by the name of Sinful to P. And it was very similar. He would talk about you like a dog. And he would think nothing of it. It would not be personal. There was nothing that you could say to get him off of his shit. There was nothing that you could say that would make him mad. You couldn't bring up anything against him. He was almost, you could not penetrate his soul, but he could penetrate yours. And many people thought that they had a one-up on him, just like they thought they had a one-up on Corey Holcomb. But the reality is that Anton Daniels got beat at his own game, and he got beat in a day. And this is what I want to tell everybody out there that believe that they have more leverage than what they do. You don't. Woo! There is always somebody more talented than you, brighter than you, and they can get you to play their game. And sometimes it is not smart to play games with somebody else that have some advantages over you. Like, I don't know, going to war with a comedian who will get on his YouTube channel, create a YouTube short, go to a damn park and put a gorilla mask on and say, "Roo, roo, 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 roo," and then tag you to say no pressure at Anton Daniels while you're on Twitter crying foul and leaving sad emoji faces in your statuses when just before you were saying that, well, you know what? You're playing chess and woo, 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 and trying to basically deride your own commentary during the debate, when the reality was you probably were not ready for all of the fallout that typically you did go ahead on and cause more to it. And so this is the reality of all this. Now you're crying, and I do feel bad for what happened to the daughter. I mean, he did say that the daughter had to get pulled out of school, but it's not like people are looking to give you sympathy because simply you said that you play chess, when in the reality, you're not playing anything. You're just playing yourself. And people get beat like this all the time. We see it in sports. We see some team that believes that they're more superior. They're not. And again, when you're walking into somebody's backyard, literally beefs, roasting, being problematic, that's something that doesn't hurt you. Like, you can't, let me just say this for certain content creators or certain people here online. There is nothing that you can say to them about them that will hurt their feelings. Like, literally, Corey Holcomb has dissed his own daughter from whatever grievance they have online. Ex-wife, his son. I mean, I've heard him, like, he has cooked his own family member. So, like, once you're dealing with a person like that, there's no reason for you to go and beef with them because that person cannot be dealt with. I mean, beefing with people on all fronts. I just didn't understand why the guy did it. But hey, I guess he thought he was playing chess. Again, and this is going to go back to my larger point. Anton Daniels is a good businessman as far as on content, how to make money online. Anton Daniels, in my honest opinion, that's where it probably stops. Now, he has probably a lot of money. He may understand real estate. But again, that's probably where it stops. Just because you make money, it doesn't make you an intellectual. It doesn't make you smart. It doesn't make you more intelligent than somebody else. It doesn't mean that you understand patterns. It doesn't mean you understand any of those things. And a lot of guys believe that because they're successful and other people are not as hardworking or motivated to make money, then they're stupid. Well, there are a lot of people who are not motivated to make money and don't care about making a lot of money, but they're brilliant. And you do not want to go to battle with them. You don't want to debate them because money is what you're concerned about, but money is not what everybody else is concerned about. And too many people find themselves where they think that money is everything. And because they have that, they have an advantage over everything. When you just have the advantage, probably here on YouTube and whatever else you're doing, you probably don't have an overall advantage or absolute advantage. And this is a key. This is exactly what happens when you lose the chess match that you started. So guys, what do you think? It's your boy Ocean Dude Jackson back at it again with another episode of the Celebrity Junk. I appreciate your follow that you discovered the bell. We're out.
One would think that a black woman would be smart enough to look at Anton Daniels' face and think to herself, what if we have a female child with that face?
You talking about Antoine or O'Shea?
Both of them. O'Shea, if you look on his background videos, you'll find video. He was in Uganda trying to do this Ugandan hookup with American men, and had this woman do like a 360 to show that bumper kit she was working with and all of that, trying to do like a passport bro hookup in Uganda. Come to him and yeah.
Right.
Look it up. It's right on there, and I'm sitting here like, dude, he's the best thing about him is that he hasn't procreated, because you have a little silver back gorilla looking little monkeys, if he procreated too. So yeah. I mean, I know somebody that she just didn't pay attention to what this dude looked like, and the daughter ended up looking just like him. And
if Corey Holcomb was playing chess or checkers, my thing is, in the middle of his life, when they put the picture of Antoine's daughter, why get mad?
Shit, wouldn't you be mad if your daughter looked like that? I don't know if you got a daughter, but if I had a daughter look like that, I'd be hiding her.
I'm done with you, sir.
I would change religion to Muslim, so she got to wear the full burqa. That face, Lord.
I'm done with you.
I can't do it because I flip the camera and be like, look, this is what the women in my family look like. Dateable, wifeable.
You're not going to get a consistent amount of people say, yeah, Freezy, yeah, he a liar, man. Freezy a liar, man. Freezy a liar, man. Yeah. Man, listen, man, we done caught Freezy in so many lies. You're never going to get a consistent amount of people just say, man, Freezy be lying. That's never going to be my MO. You're never going to see that, that's my reputation. Nobody's never going to be able to say that's Freezy reputation, that I'm a liar. Nobody can say that that's my reputation. Ain't nobody can say it. The only people that will try to make me out a liar is the people that I'm telling the truth about. Them the people right there. Yeah.
Yeah. Another nigga.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nigga babble. Yeah.
But I ain't got no reputation as no liar on YouTube. But I know somebody that do. I know somebody that do got a reputation of being a liar. I know somebody that do got a reputation of being an elf ninja.
Pause, bro. Why you got a picture of this nigga's shirt off, Freeze?
I know somebody that do got a reputation.
Oh, angry. Ain't this Angry Man's homie?
Mm-hmm.
Angry Man. You're gonna have to explain this, Angry Man.
I know somebody who do got a reputation of lying about being called Fade Life.
Freezy sound like
Skeezy today. The devil is a liar.
No captivity.
Hot pockets.
I ain't got no reputation. of being no liar. Don't put that shit on Freezy.
Hey, hold on. Time out. Why did, whenever he said, I don't have a reputation of being live, but he just looked up left. And
let's see who got a reputation
that is
of being
a
liar.
clear sick. Oh, my bad.
Lying.
You can't track me, no captivity.
I'm willing to bet.
What the hell?
If his wife took
He's
a lot
showing
of
Anton's titties.
And she was asked,
why are you showing titties?
Anton, does your husband have a reputation of being a liar?
Why are you showing man titties?
She gonna say no, but she gonna fail.
No captivity.
She gonna say no because you know that's her husband and she gonna take up for him, but she's gonna fail the lie detector test.
Damn.
It's bad when your wife know you're a liar. When people around you know you lie. Even the people around you know that you lie.
I think of them glasses.
The people that's on your panels know you lie. They know you'll do anything to impress women. They know you're a flaw-ass ninja. They know that.
Hey,
even
Leonard,
the people around you know that you're a flaw-ass ninja.
You remember me, myself, and Irene?
That you be flossing.
I've
been flossing on that candy
damn, look at them.
Go and drink, sip and drink.
I'm Benny Snake Eyes Wilson. I can count the dice before they start rolling.
Shit, he can see
everybody around you know that you be lying.
He can see the inside of an airplane at 14,000 feet altitude.
It still be people taking off of this cloud, dog.
No captivity.
It still be people taking off of this cloud.
for the thug.
They still be like it still be people.
Why he jumping up so emotional?
Anton on his nuts, regardless.
Yeah.
Why? Because he's supposed to know about finances and money.
He doing
He's been able to lie his way into some money too.
Is that sign language for?
That's why y'all can't tell the man the truth.
Is that sign language for roast me up the rump?
Man, y'all some soft ass ninjas, dog.
Takes one to know one,
some
don't it?
soft ass people out here, dog.
Ooh, he's so supple. Get that throat wet. Go ahead. We know what he's gonna do next.
No, we check your ass.
I think the internet was invented for people like Anton. If I was in front of Anton and he disrespected me, I ain't finna be like Corey. I slap the piles out his damn ass.
Right. Before or after he ghetto gagged.
If we was in front of each other. It ain't finna be no talking. It don't be no talking.
Had to moisten up his throat.
Pussy ass security can get it too. No, I bet you your pussy ass security can get it too, dog.
He let me moisten that. Gogglelicious. He wearing goggles and he goggle in his throat. Oh Lord.
You don't believe me?
Oh hell! Let me pull out one of my props because I find that DJ got to put me on the big screen for this.
And here's another thing.
And you all will laugh if I find it. Oh, hit it! Oh
Here's
shit!
another thing.
It's about to go down.
Not only does Anton have a pattern of lying,
this is my impression
he has
of
a
Freezy.
pattern of saying SMD to people, to men. Like he has a pattern of saying SMD.
Oh, I need a hat. Damn.
Suck my D. He just has a pattern of saying
I need to put a hat on.
He don't care who you are. He'll say it to
I'm freezy
he'll
right
say it
now.
to you if he cool with you. He'll say it to you if he. Anton is reckless.
Anton's reckless.
And
He ain't
every
ready for
time
this,
he
nigga.
says it,
You
he
ain't ready
says
for
it
this.
in
You ain't ready for
a
this,
place
nigga.
where he feels like he's safe.
I can see clearly now. The rain is gone.
Anton, you're gonna get your security.
I like crazy. Y'all need to cut.
You're gonna get your security effed up, dog. You're gonna get your security effed up one of these days.
I'm David
You're gonna
Ruffin.
get annihilated. They gonna go straight through you, and then they gonna get your security too.
I'm David Ruffin.
That's why I know you ain't been to places I've been, Anton. You
Can
ain't
turn
experienced
the
things that I
Yeah, he
experienced.
ain't going to a place where
I can
nigga
make it
shit.
rain
You
whenever I
ain't been in the
wanted
streets,
to.
Anton.
I can turn it. I forgot the lyrics.
You be on this damn red app talking tough.
You doing the same thing.
Exactly. I'll doggone wiggle my doggone non-throbbing manhood in his face.
You can't go to places I go to. Nigga, no way, I ain't trying to go to jail.
Exactly. I'll fight in his general direction.
I can feel me digging off. What?
He feel digging. He
just
feel
feel it
meat
right
digging.
now.
What did he? Wait a minute. Did he say he could feel meat digging?
Feel me.
Ooh, he can feel me. Ooh. He sounds so sexual.
Boy, y'all crazy, bro.
Oh, just drink some water. Drink some more water. You sound so sexual.
I'm just, hey, DJ, it was just whenever
It's so sexual.
It's just whenever he was like, I ain't gonna lie to you. This
Even the
motherfucker
people
look
around him don't
left
respect
up,
him.
and that is a good sign of a person is lying.
Even the people around him don't respect him.
Ooh, Freezy probably
Okay, somebody
had
in the
me.
chat said I made something up. No, I was asked a question about a couple and their divorce. I'm answering with my opinion. You can't ask somebody a question.
Now what is this?
No, I'm not talking about quitting. I'm just saying in the chat.
I'm saying it.
You have on the case and you're being sad.
Oh my goodness. Hairhead Hooligans Incorporated. Lord.
I didn't tell anyone. I didn't tell anyone they were wrong. I respected Mika's opinion and I asked her a question. That's it.
Hairhead Hooligans.
I don't know what you do, nigga. It's your normal, nigga. So what the fuck?
Why all these niggas got hats and beards?
Anton said,
they pretending they brothers.
Ninja, your normal is being sassy. Now, all his homeboy, right, said was, you known for that, Anton. You known for that.
He said sassy?
Said, Ninja, you known for being sassy.
He said it again. Look at him.
He quick to violate, man. Hey, listen, anybody that come in the chat, just get them up out of here. Anybody that come in the chat with some old crazy Anton shit, just get them up out of here. Don't even let them live. Don't let them breathe.
I'm about to find his.
You ain't gonna be on your best behavior and act like you got some sense. Get their ass up out of here.
I'm gonna have to find his YouTube channel.
I'm not gonna leave. If we want to talk about normal,
I'm gonna have to find his YouTube channel and
listen. Hit
let
the like
me know how
button if you're watching.
sexual he
Please hit
sounds.
the like button. Hit the like button if you can. Please hit the like button. Shout out to the 181 people that hit the like button. Hold on, let me do this because we gotta read some more super caps. Hold on, y'all.
Super chat.
Shout out to So is he gonna keep his word this time? Or is he gonna lie? Did he just say it for the cameras? Is he lying again? If
Both of
for
them
once in his
niggas got-
life he's gonna keep his word and tell the truth?
Hey, Landon, both of them niggas got thick ass glasses. Man, all three of y'all got
For
thick
once in
ass
his life, is he
glasses.
really gonna try to be a conservative Christian?
3 blind mice. There they go. 3 blind mice.
Don't nobody see through this bullshit.
Bro, you need to put some chapstick on the
Is it
lips,
Jeff?
bro.
I'm saying,
He completely.
Am
He
I on
needs.
an island by my damn self? I mean, I'm just
No captivity.
I'm just saying, like, is it just me?
That dude needs to spray his lips down with doggone Carefree Curl moisturizer.
No, he need goddamn Lubriderm, nigga. That old school had Lubriderm. He need shea butter beeswax.
Vicks Vapor Rub and water.
So he need that. He need that water that Jesus was walking on.
So his lips would be lanolated.
Anton
Ain't that what that motherfucker said? That dude's legs were? Oh, they all lanolated.
He appeared on somebody's live stream. And don't worry about who live stream he appeared on. They'll know about it. They really don't matter. But yeah, he appeared on somebody's live stream, and it was obvious why he appeared on the person's live stream, because the person's live stream that he appeared on, they've been going in on Freezy for damn near a week now. They've been, you know.
Freezy sounds easy. And he might like something in his mouth while he on his knees.
I had to kind of correct them.
Maybe that's why he drinks so much water, because he's freezy. He be on his kneesies with something in his mouth. It ain't easy.
You could call him and tell him, because he was just doing so much better than me. So and the thing about Kevin I would try to talk to him about was, you know, how can we make because like the intro that we had, my studio did it. So I would call him and say, hey, you know, it sounds a little off or whatever else. You know, it wasn't never an intellectual framework thing, because he was, I mean, what he was doing, he was much further than any of us. Because I mean, I'm in the manosphere where we kind of helped create some of the framework of what, you know, black men were going through. And he came
Which
in,
one of them are the most ashy?
You know, miles and miles better
O'Shea
than we were. So we couldn't really
O'Shea ashy ass
there
beard.
were things, you know, that he would have some issues with, and that's between me and him. I would call him and say, you know,
I don't know why O'Shea looked like a racist ass
and he would
cartoon.
receive that. Sometimes he would, but sometimes he would, you know. And that's kind of how
I seen a horse fly.
So
I seen a dragon fly.
If I feel like I know you have mistakes going, and my phone is
seen about everything. I see an elephant fly. What you say, boy?
I can call you and tell you, hey, this topic is hot. You should be on this topic, or I might send you my clips or whatever else, stuff like that. You know, behind it.
Yeah.
And so what he wants to frame it is somebody just called him. Like O'Shea, like I would just show up and shoot. O'Shea, that's my guy, man. I really rock with him or whatever. Like we was like really buddy.
Leonard,
and I had never even talked to him before.
I got a big ass nose, but that's a big goddamn nose, boy.
He might call me.
That nigga breathing all the white man's ear.
So Anton Daniels doesn't have a problem with telling.
Well, he overweight.
I seen that live stream. And listen, if you're watching, make sure you hit the subscribe button and make sure you hit the notification bell after you subscribe. If y'all enjoying the show, subscribe and make sure you hit that notification bell. We got O'Shea Duke Jackson in the building. I seen that live stream, O'Shea, and he tried to make it seem like you was just a petty ass nigga. Like, yeah, he just called me for gossiping. And I was like, when he said it, because I know I have a really good read on Anton. I knew he was lying, bro. I knew he was. I was like, why he doing my brother O'Shea like that? That's crazy.
Let me say this.
Well, I will say this about O'Shea. I will say this. O'Shea, every person,
reality is I have.
Every person O'Shea has dealt with, he wind up beefing with him.
Exactly.
He wound up beefing with every single body O'Shea has worked with. There's always beef.
Yeah. Remember
once
he was
upon
wearing
a
the
time,
5150 jerseys every time he did a show? Now all of a sudden it's a problem. Yeah,
like
he used to be good with Obsidian, and then all of a sudden it was a problem.
Yeah. He used to be good with Angry Man, then it became a
problem. Yeah.
Like it's so many, like same thing with him and Donovan Sharp. There was a problem. I think LAR, golly, what was his name? LAR movement. Now it's a problem with him. Like he beefed with every single body he has worked with. Like it just doesn't make sense. And so this is hell. He had a problem with Kevin Samuels once upon a time.
See there, and then yeah, and with Obsidian, with the Manosphere, they had this thing, this conclave, as they call it, at the Westin Hotel on Peachtree in Atlanta, and Kevin Samuels didn't even show up.
Nope. Now they doing his Obsidian got his own conclave going on, right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I was man, aren't they going to Las Vegas this year, right? Yeah, Las Vegas. Yeah.
Yeah, he got to bring his pimp stick because he broke dick. He can't walk.
Yeah.
Called about misconduct. So now the issue is also, and not that my audience was the reason, but my audience would say, hey, Anton is saying this, or Anton is saying this, Anton is saying this, and this is kind of against what's going on. So it got so bad where I started to pay attention to what he was saying. So once I started to see what he was saying, and then I just understood when I listened to it that he doesn't know what he's talking about. So I started also noticing how Anton Daniels deals with other people. So it automatically let me believe that he is somebody that I could not trust. Again, remember, Anton Daniels was supposed to be Kevin Samuels' friend. Now, he did go to the funeral, and but he wasn't close to Kevin Samuels or anything like that. But
he damn sure made it seem like it. Go ahead, I'm saying.
Well, the thing is, there's nobody that if Kevin Samuels had a problem with you when he was living, as of today, there are people that have talked bad on Kevin Samuels I will not talk to. Kevin Samuels did in 2022, going on almost 4 years.
Right.
So if you were really rocking with Kevin Samuels and you knew that Fresh and Fit really didn't fuck with him, then you apologized to Fresh and Fit, so really didn't care about Kevin, even if you would have went to his funeral. Because his mom sends me, I couldn't make it, I was in Europe. I sent $1,000 to Kevin Samuels' funeral. His mom sends me a Christmas card every year. And from my mother and me.
Wow.
So because we was doing a lot of editing for Kevin Samuels for free in my studio. So yeah, the last intro Kevin Samuels had out, we made it. There's a lot of things that go behind the scenes in Black YouTube that happen that nobody know that I'm behind it or know something about it. We just don't tell everybody. But
so why would you?
Anton Daniels moved
if you're good at something, why do it for free?
That are beneficial to him. So since Kevin has passed away, there's no reason why he needs to be loyal to Kevin. But when Kevin was alive, he felt that he just ride waves all day. That's all he does. And that's why he don't have no infrastructure in this business, because he's just trying to ride clout and trying to ride. That's why his positions change so much.
You know what, O'Shea? What you're saying makes a lot of sense, because obviously that's the reason. I remember he showed up on Kwame Brown's platform and he got into it with Gilbert Arenas, and he was basically grandstanding on Gilbert Arenas, saying that he got more money than Gilbert Arenas. I don't know why Anton think he got more money than these NBA guys, but I'm pretty sure Anton got a substantial amount of money. But I'm talking about he trying NBA guys, and he called out Gilbert Arenas. Gilbert Arenas ended up coming on Kwame's show. Then Anton kind of quieted. Go ahead.
I understand.
Then Anton kind of quieted down when Gilbert came on the show. Then Anton went at Gilbert's co-host, Kenyon Martin, saying that they're basically nobodies, and they're yes men to Gilbert Arenas. And when I was watching it, I was saying to myself, why is Anton doing that? That's so unnecessary. Like, his ego is so big. I was like, there is no reason why he should be disparaging Kenyon Martin. Kenyon Martin don't even know you, bro. Why are you on Kwame Brown's live stream disrespecting him, basically calling him the help, and the rest of Gilbert Arenas' cast members and everything, I said to myself, why did you even go there, bro? Those guys why did you even target those guys and belittle those guys? Bro, you're on Kwame Brown's platform. You're talking to Gilbert Arenas. You could have used that as an opportunity to network or whatever. I realized that Anton doesn't give he doesn't give a damn about networking. All he cares about is capitalizing on the moment and looking better than everybody else. That's it.
Well, he does care about networking if it can benefit him. Like Myron, Fresh and Fit, Jason Whitlock. So he ain't gonna come after them angry man. Anybody who has similar, let's say for example, it's a two-pronged strategy. So people who he can share an audience with, Jason Whitlock, angry. Let's say I could see him working with the Hodge twins. Because Anton Daniels, a lot of his audience is also probably non-white. So that's why he reaches into some of the ICE issues and some of the political right-leaning issues. That's another layer of audience. But then those that he can't benefit from, if they're big enough, he can go to war with them. Somebody like Corey Holcomb, because somebody like Corey Holcomb and Anton Daniels most likely don't share the same audience. So there is no reason to befriend Corey Holcomb because simply the platform, the intellectual framework would not match. So Candace Owens, he could work with her. So he does network if that fan base is beneficial. And at the time that Anton Daniels was wanting to, meet up with Kevin Samuels on the Peak Network, they were talking about relationships. That was a big thing in 2020, 2021, black men and black women relationships. So that was a good fit. Hey. I had to go get a drink. You easing up on 11 hours on this, man.
Yeah, right. We fixing it. Listen, I'm about to end it. All right.
Hold on for a minute.
Wrap it all up. Say your final words, and then.
I had something queued up for you that I've been trying to doggone. I was gonna play it, but you got into all kinds of other stuff, and it's no copyright in front. You won't get a copyright strike because this one is not the release one. Okay.
Nah, I don't want to risk it.
Okay, all right. Well, don't believe me, but I could. If I was to send you a link to a video I did on my page while I'm driving, that song is on there, and then I clicked on my version of Always and Forever by Heatwave, my production of that, and just for shits and giggles, and they be like, well, you should release that. You should this. You should no. You pay me. You think I'm gonna do this just to be cute? I ain't the rest of these doggone DJs.
Amen. Listen, it's 11 o'clock. I'm tired, and I don't want to.
It's 11 o'clock.
Or like 11 hours.
You must be in California.
I'm in. It's 1 o'clock. I just said 11 o'clock because I'm tired and sleepy. Listen.
Oh, it's 1 o'clock. Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Good night, DJ.
Okay. Hey, love, peace, hair grease, and hot pockets. Pikachu.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power.